Transmigrating into the Great Shang Dynasty, I become a hunter orphaned by my parents. Through the art of hunting, I awakened the divine archer system, attaining unparalleled mastery. I joined the Six Doors as a constable, solving murder cases, steadily rising in rank, engaging in court intrigues, and quelling rebellions across the rivers and lakes. With power that eclipses both court and realm, I guard the heavenly gates with my arrows, allowing neither celestial beings nor demons to enter. Chapter 1. The System Awakens, Enlightenment Bestowed. In the 26th year of Qianlong, in the Great Shang, outside Suzhou City, amidst a dense thicket, Shui Wanping crouches within a bush, his gaze fixed intently on a roe deer a mere 10 meters ahead. He carefully readies his bow and arrow, drawing the string to a perfect crescent, resembling a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, utterly still. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierces the air as the feathered arrow flies forth, and the roe deer collapses as if struck by lightning. Got it! Ha ha ha! Elated, Shui Wanping prepares to approach when a sudden dizziness overtakes him, followed by a voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for hunting a total of 1,000 beasts, successfully activating the one arrow to the west system. This is a system. Initially stunned, Shui Wanping soon finds his hands trembling, causing his bow and arrow to clatter to the ground. At that moment, tears well up in his eyes, nearly overwhelming him with sorrow. Oh, system, do you understand how I have endured these past 3 years? He cannot help but plunge into reminiscence. 3 years prior, one fateful night, Shui Wanping merely went to the restroom, having yet to finish a match of King's Glory. Suddenly, an immense force pulled at him from below, thrusting him into this world, a feudal dynasty known as the Great Shang, a realm of high martial prowess. Martial arts are divided into 9 ranks, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the highest, transcending into the realms of master and grandmaster. It is said that a master can take on 100 opponents, even soaring to the heavens or burrowing into the earth. Once a martial artist surpasses the master level, they become a pillar of their sect. Typically, sect leaders, elders, and protectors also possess master-level skills. As for the grandmasters, they are reclusive ancients who seldom reveal themselves in the martial world. However, such matters bear no relevance to Shui Wanping. By the time Shui Wanping arrived in this world, he was already 17, and the original owner of this body had scarcely practiced martial arts. His parents named him Wanping, symbolizing peace and stability, wishing for him to avoid martial pursuits. By the time Shui Wanping transmigrated, the body had fully matured, having long missed the prime age for martial training. Despite his earnest efforts, he barely reached the 9th rank. Shui Wanping's father, Shuilong, was a hunter residing outside Suzhou, having hunted tigers and bears, imparting to Shui Wanping exceptional archery skills. 2 years prior, bandits raided their village. Shuilong was slain while protecting his wife and child, and his mother subsequently fell gravely ill, passing away within 2 months. The couple left behind only a family heirloom longbow for Shui Wanping, with nothing else to their name. Even their dilapidated thatch cottage was sacrificed to cover medical debts for his mother. Now, he dons a faded short shirt, unshaven, with skin darkened by hardship, bearing the visage of one who has weathered many storms, though he is but a mere 20 years old. At night, he can only find refuge in a crumbling mountain shrine. Though he jestingly claims to revel in the company of deities, the depths of his suffering are known solely to him. In this feudal society, lacking even a single coin makes survival arduous. Fortunately, he can subsist through hunting, yet the heavy taxes on game leave him with barely enough to eat, let alone save anything. Originally, Shui Wanping intended to toil diligently for a few more years, saving a modest sum of silver, so that he could enlist the assistance of Aunt Wong from the village to find him a wife and subsequently raise a couple of children, thus allowing his life to meander aimlessly into the future. The system's voice resounded once more, pulling Shui Wanping back from his reverie. Congratulations, host, you have activated the grand gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Open it, Shui Wanping exclaimed with fervor, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ultimate archery technique, heart-piercing arrow. Congratulations, host, you have received the essence of enlightenment. Congratulations, host, you have gained the divine talent of night vision. Before Shui Wanping could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a powerful surge of inner energy flowing ceaselessly from the Bai Wei acupoint atop his head into his body. At that moment, a radiant azure glow enveloped Shui Wanping, a manifestation of the liquefaction of his inner power. The magnitude of this energy was so immense that his dantian was nearly overwhelmed. Subsequently, the inner force poured into his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, a multitude of intricate characters materialized effortlessly within Shui Wanping's mind, undoubtedly the profound teachings of heart-piercing arrow. Half an hour later, the azure glow surrounding Shui Wanping gradually dissipated, and he exhaled a breath of turbid energy. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment, as if an inexhaustible wellspring of strength resided within him. He could not help but pinch his thigh forcefully to ascertain whether this was merely a dream. My run and do meridians have actually been unblocked. After circulating his energy for a complete cycle, Shue Wanping was astounded. The unblocking of the run and do meridians signified that he had at least broken through to the first tier of cultivation. It is important to note that merely half an hour ago, he was at best a 9th tier martial artist, yet he had now achieved enlightenment and unblocked his meridians. System, what is my current level of cultivation? Replying to the host, you are now a Grandmaster. Grandmaster realm. Shue Wanping could not help but exclaim, his heart filled with astonishment. Shue Wanping gazed at his calloused hands, his excitement evident, and he picked up the ancestral longbow before him, knocking an arrow as he activated the heart-piercing arrow technique. In that instant, Shue Wanping felt as if his vision had magnified 100-fold, with leaves 100 meters away appearing as large as his palm. Whoosh! Shue Wanping released an arrow, witnessing the seemingly ordinary feathered arrow pierce through 5 or 6 large trees with a terrifying ferocity. Considering the power of the arrows, Shue Wanping estimated that his inner strength would allow him to shoot 100 arrows without difficulty. What the hell is this delightful surprise? Shue Wanping exclaimed, wondering how his life would have been different had this system arrived 3 years earlier. Shue Wanping stowed away his bow and arrow, his face radiant with joy. By the way, system, what is the function of the night vision talent? Replying to the host, the night vision talent enables you to see as clearly at night as in broad daylight, a unique gift of the divine archer. Although this talent may not possess the grandeur of the martial arts and cultivation, it certainly astonished Shue Wanping, prompting him to exclaim in his heart, the system is truly remarkable. Regaining his composure, Shue Wanping contained his power and inquired further, system, please elaborate on your primary functions. Replying to the host, the system's capabilities require your continuous development, but the ultimate goal is to cultivate you into a legendary archer. As long as you complete the tasks issued by the system, you will receive a steady stream of rewards, including techniques, divine bows, special arrows, and more. Hurry, release your first task. At this moment, Shue Wanping felt a surge of impatience. Having hunted deer, rabbits, and wild boars for an entire year, he was finally ready to unleash his full potential. Ding! Task activated. Avenge your father. 2 years ago, your father, Shue Long, was slain by bandits, and as his son, it is your destiny to seek vengeance. Task requirements. Eliminate the bandit leader, Wang Li, of the Liangshan bandits. Task reward. Full mastery of the agility technique, arrow like a meteor, bestowed upon you. Chapter 2. The Triggered Quest. A vow for vengeance and truth. Even without the system's prompting, Shue Wanping had already resolved to avenge Shue Long. After all, Shue Long was not only his nominal father, but also the one who perished in the act of safeguarding him. Thus, both sentiment and reason dictated that this grievance must be avenged. Previously, he lacked the capability, but now he had ascended to the esteemed realm of Grandmaster. How could he not easily deal with a mere ruffian leader? Moreover, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding Wang Lai, who commanded a band of 200 brigands, having caused the deaths of countless innocent citizens, numbering in the thousands. This band of brigands had long been a thorn in the side of the government, which had attempted to eradicate them on 4 separate occasions, all to no avail. They were even unaware of Wang Lai's stronghold's location. This state of affairs was undoubtedly exacerbated by the lackluster efforts of the officials in Shuzhou, who, fearing for their lives, were loath to confront such brutish outlaws. Consequently, the bounty on Wang Lai's head had soared to an impressive 10,000 taels. Brigands differed from ordinary thieves, the latter typically engaged in petty theft, rarely resorting to murder. In contrast, brigands specialized in mounted combat and exhibited remarkable mobility, wreaking havoc wherever they roamed, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Had it not been for the system revealing Wang Lai's lair, Shue Wanping would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate. Maoliang Mountain lay over 200 miles north of Shuzhou City, and although Shue Wanping was now a Grandmaster, even at full capacity, it would take him the better part of a day to reach it. Furthermore, it would be unwise to confront 200 brigands head-on. It was far more prudent to procure some supplies in Shuzhou City first. At the very least, he would need a couple of 100 arrows, wouldn't he? With this thought in mind, Shue Wanping rose, disregarding the freshly hunted roe deer, and slung his longbow over his shoulder as he hastened toward the mountain god temple. It was there, behind the statue of the mountain god, that he had stashed his hard-earned savings, albeit not in great quantity. On his way, Shue Wanping felt a sense of elation. The Grandmaster realm was a coveted state aspired to by many, one sufficient for establishing a sect. However, Shue Wanping was not particularly interested in founding a sect. He vaguely recalled that a distant cousin of his held an official position in the capital, reputedly with some connections at court. Once he dealt with Wang Lai and claimed the bounty, he intended to seek refuge with him and procure a position in the capital's government. At that time, it would be a simple matter to exhibit a second-tier cultivation and, with a bit of money, secure a 7th-grade official's position. Before long, Shui Wanping returned to the mountain god temple. After retrieving his savings, he felt a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, he rummaged through his belongings to find the finest set of clothing to change into. This exquisite outfit had been specially tailored by his mother for his future marriage. After a bit of grooming, he found himself looking somewhat presentable. With nothing but a bow and himself, Shui Wanping possessed no other belongings, not even a bundle, as he had little of value to carry. As he stepped out of the temple, he glanced back at the abode he had occupied for a year and knelt down to offer a heartfelt kowtow. I am eternally grateful to the mountain god for not forsaking me and providing shelter. This kindness shall not be forgotten. When I achieve success, I vow to restore this temple and ensure the incense burns continuously. With that, Shui Wanping rose, dusted off his knees, and set off toward Shuzhou City without a backward glance. Yufeng Tower, the grandest tavern in Shuzhou City, catered only to the affluent and elite. At this moment, 4 men clad in crimson official garb sat around an inconspicuous table in a corner on the 2nd floor. Despite their small number, the table was laden with no fewer than 10 exquisite dishes, replete with wine, fish, and meat, enough to sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. After several rounds of drinks, one among them spoke first. Chang Baihu, Wang Lai is but a mere brigand. Why not leave such matters to the Shuzhou government? Must we, the 6 doors, intervene? They were all brothers, and thus, I shall speak candidly. Chang Wei paused, surveying the area before lowering his voice to continue. This task is of utmost importance. Last month, on the emperor's birthday, Wang Lai audaciously intercepted the emperor's birthday tribute, which involved silver and gold amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels. The emperor was greatly enraged. To dare intercept the birthday tribute, these thieves truly possess considerable audacity. This is a lucrative assignment. It is said that Wang Lai's resources are quite substantial. The Jinyui and Donchang are also keeping a close watch on this case. Captain Li has exerted considerable effort to secure this task from Prime Minister Zhou. You are all captains of the 6 doors, and I expect you to be diligent. The Grand Captain has promised substantial rewards for the capture of that scoundrel. At this, Chang Wei raised his teacup, sipping thoughtfully while casting a meaningful glance at the others. If any of you can capture that rascal, you might even be promoted to Baihu. Upon hearing Chang Wei's words, the 3 men's eyes lit up with excitement. It was well known that positions such as Baihu and Qianhu were typically hereditary in the Dasha dynasty. Once promoted, their descendants would be set for life. All right, enough chatter. Let us dine, and afterward, we shall retrieve the case files from the Shuzhou government. Chang Wei, observing their spirited demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wang Lai was a 5th-tier martial artist, whereas the most formidable among these captains was but a 6th tier. How could they possibly contend? Ultimately, it would fall to him, a 4th-tier expert, to take action, and the rewards would surely be his. Perhaps, if the higher-ups were pleased, he might even be promoted to Deputy Qianhu. Meanwhile, Shui Wanping ascended the stairs, casually selecting a table. He thumped his longbow on the table and called out loudly, "Waiter, bring me 2 pounds of beef for meat buns, and a jug of fine daughter red." Upon hearing this, the waiter hurried over, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Shui Wanping, who had transformed from a ragged hunter into a rather dapper figure. "Ah, isn't this the lad from the Shui family? What brings you here today? Feasting on meat and drink?" The waiter teased as he wiped down the table. "Why can't a man who has hunted all his life indulge a little?" Shui Wanping retorted. "Of course you can. A guest is a guest. Please wait a moment. Your food will be ready shortly." The waiter finished tidying up, slung the cloth over his shoulder, and prepared to leave when Chang Wei's voice suddenly rang out. "Waiter, the bill." Chang Wei, slightly inebriated, staggered to his feet and tossed a silver ingot onto the table. The waiter was taken aback, realizing that a single meal could scarcely cost 2 taels. Yet this silver piece must be worth 10. No need for change. "Brothers, let us go." At Chang Wei's command, the other 3 hurriedly grabbed their weapons, assisting him as they made their way downstairs. Ah, the elite truly are different. The waiter weighed the silver ingot in his hand and glanced at Shui Wanping, shaking his head lightly. At that moment, only Shui Wanping remained on the 2nd floor. A smirk crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "Birthday tribute, 6 doors. Promotion to Baihu, how intriguing." Clearly, he had overheard the entirety of their conversation. Chapter 3. Harnessing the government's might to quell the mountain bandits after a hearty meal. Shui Wanping made his way to the blacksmith shop. He ordered 30 steel-tipped arrows, intending to use them to eliminate any martial artists of the 6th tier or above. After all, once one reached a certain level of cultivation, it became quite challenging to kill them with ordinary arrows, even under full defensive measures. Initially, he had planned to purchase some regular wooden arrows, but now it seemed unnecessary, for a plan had already formed in his mind. In the dead of night, within the grand hall of the Shuzhou government, 4 members of the 6 doors convened alongside the governor, Wang Dunka, and the advisor, Jia Feng. Chang Wei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scattered case files on the floor. "Governor Wang, you and your records are utterly useless. They contained not a shred of valuable information. Chang Wei's tone was exceedingly brusque. The records were meticulously detailed regarding the deceased and the lost property, yet they were utterly devoid of any pertinent information about the bandits. In his estimation, this case had no viable entry point, and should it falter, he would surely incur the wrath of his superiors. Sir, the culprits are indeed elusive. It would be prudent to postpone our deliberations until tomorrow, as I have arranged a banquet to welcome you. Wang Dunka gazed at Chang Wei with obsequiousness. Although they held equal rank, Chang Wei was a prominent official from the capital, a well-known officer of the Six Doors, while Wang Dunka was merely a minor governor of Shuzhou, eager to curry favor. With a sudden motion, Chang Wei kicked over his chair. Wang, do you still have the appetite to dine? Do you not realize that the missing item is the emperor's birthday tribute? If we fail to apprehend the culprits, you may as well prepare to lose your head. The birthday tribute. Wang Dunka swallowed hard, aware that a significant loss had occurred among the higher-ups, yet oblivious to the fact that it was a tribute meant for the emperor himself. At that moment, a sound sliced through the air. An arrow shot in, striking firmly into the plaque bearing the inscription Mingjing Gaoxian. The group looked up, stunned to see a piece of silk affixed to the arrow, seemingly inscribed with words. Chang Wei leapt forward to retrieve the arrow, only to find that the plaque shattered as he pulled it free, crashing to the ground. He could not help but gasp. The marksman was indeed skilled, having evaded detection even by someone of his fourth-grade cultivation. If the assailant had aimed at the individuals present, they would have been no match for his prowess. Regaining his composure, Chang Wei unfolded the silk, revealing a bold message. Maoliang Mountain is Wang Lai's stronghold. The room fell silent in shock. Wang Dunka, clearly still reeling from the earlier incident, stammered, Sir, this operation against Wang Lai is confidential. How could the archer possibly know? Indeed, this is peculiar, another remarked. Could Maoliang Mountain be a trap set by the bandits? Chang Wei's expression darkened as he studied the silk. The archer's cultivation far surpasses my own. It is inconceivable that such a master would serve under Wang Lai. Nodding in agreement, the others listened. Suddenly, Chang Wei summoned his inner strength, calling out, I am Chang Wei of the Six Doors. Might I inquire who you are and request a meeting? His voice resonated, overpowering even the sounds of the night watchman outside. Silence lingered for a long moment before a stillness enveloped the room. What shall we do, sir? Captain Zhang Hao leaned in to inquire. This individual seems to harbor no ill intent. Since we lack leads, let us trust him this once. Wang, we must act swiftly. Gather our forces to assemble here in an hour for a surprise assault on Maoliang Mountain. I shall obey. Wang Dunka hastily departed with his assistant. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Shui Wanping chuckled softly before vanishing from sight. His plan was straightforward. He intended to utilize the government's might to restrain the ordinary bandits. Although he could single-handedly capture Wang Lai, he could not afford any loose ends. These minor bandits were all guilty of numerous crimes and must be dealt with collectively. Furthermore, only by capturing Wang Lai in plain view could the achievement be credited to him. Without delay, Shui Wanping exited Shuzhou and headed north towards Maoliang Mountain. He knew he had to neutralize some hidden sentries beforehand, as he held little trust in the government's ineptitude. Simultaneously, the authorities began to mobilize. 30 officers from the Six Doors, 50 from the Shuzhou court, and 300 soldiers from the Shuzhou garrison. In less than half an hour, the forces were assembled, and with a command from Chang Wei, they marched towards Maoliang Mountain. By the following evening, after a relentless march, the weary troops arrived at the foot of Maoliang Mountain, unaware that all 14 hidden sentries had been silently dealt with by Shui Wanping. At this moment, he lay concealed within a rocky crevice at the mountain's entrance, motionless. For a hunter, the act of hunting is instinctual, and now, the bandit leader Wang Lai was the prey he had set his sights upon. Charge! Leave no one alive! Chang Wei bellowed, leading the charge into the stronghold. The bandits, caught off guard, were soon overwhelmed as a horde of soldiers surged in from all directions. Chang Wei's sword danced fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, he felled 3 or 4 bandits. Meanwhile, Shui Wanping scoured the chaos for Wang Lai. Just as the fierce battle raged, a towering figure emerged, flanked by several bandits. It was none other than the bandit leader himself, wielding a massive axe. With a horizontal swing, he cleaved a 7th-grade officer in two, followed by a vertical strike that dispatched another. In mere moments, at least 6 or 7 lay slain beneath his axe. This is my target. Shui Wanping aimed his bow at Wang Lai, but to his surprise, Chang Wei darted into the fray, engaging Wang Lai in combat. To Chang Wei's astonishment, the intelligence regarding Wang Lai was erroneous. He was not a 5th-grade warrior, but rather another 4th-grade fighter. Moreover, Wang Lai possessed incredible strength, relentlessly pushing Chang Wei back. Ha! The Six Doors are nothing but a farce. Brothers, slay them. Wang Lai recognized Chang Wei's official garb, and seeing him subdued, the morale of the bandits surged, overwhelming the government forces of over 300 with nearly 100 of their own. With a clang, Chang Wei's sword was shattered by Wang Lai's axe, and a swift kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Prepare to die, Chang. Wang Lai cackled, raising his axe high. As the deadly blade descended, Chang Wei's face blanched. At that crucial moment, An arrow shot through the air, striking Wang Lai squarely in the neck. With a sickening thud, his head toppled from his body, and the notorious bandit leader fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 4. Utilizing the bandit chief to enter the 6 doors. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving the reward of the perfected technique arrow like a meteor. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Instantly. A miniature figure appeared in Shui Wanping's mind, demonstrating the essentials of arrow like a meteor. In no time at all, he had thoroughly mastered the skill. As the battle unfolded, the remaining bandits, witnessing Wang Lai's demise, fell into disarray, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. Chang Wei, still on the ground, shouted, "Do not let a single one escape. Pursue them." At that moment, the tide of battle shifted, and the government forces seized the initiative. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Wanping sprang forth from his hiding place, drawing 5 arrows simultaneously, much to the astonishment of the nearby ordinary soldiers. Is that how you can wield a bow? With a swift release, 5 arrows flew towards 5 different targets. The ensuing cries of anguish signaled the downfall of 5 more bandits. Witnessing the prowess of Shui Wanping, Chang Wei could not help but exclaim in admiration. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for the timely appearance of this individual. Otherwise, the fate of the 400 men would have been dire. Shui Wanping's arrival was akin to a timely rain, alleviating the perilous situation at hand. Since the demise of Wang Lai, the battle concluded in less than half an hour, leaving over 50 of the 200 brigands captured alive, while the rest were slain, with not a single one managing to escape. After a brief dressing of his wounds, Chang Wei approached Shui Wanping, clasping his hands in salute. "I express my gratitude for your valor in saving us today. I am Chang Wei of the 6 doors. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Shui Wanping returned the greeting succinctly. "I have the honor of meeting you, Sir Chang. I am Shui Wanping, a humble hunter from the mountains." "Shui, your archery skills are truly remarkable. You are indeed a master marksman. Such praise is unwarranted. I am merely a seasoned hunter of tigers in the mountains, with hands accustomed to the bow." The prowess displayed in the archery evoked memories of the astonishing arrow shot from the night before in Shuzhou. "May I ask, was it you who signaled for aid yesterday?" "Indeed. To speak candidly, my father fell victim to this villain. My enmity with him is profound, yet my strength is limited. I harbor little trust in the Shuzhou authorities for fear of being detained should I report it. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure." Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Chang Wei nodded in agreement, convinced that the government was riddled with undercover brigands. He scrutinized Shui Wanping, feeling a mixture of gratitude and regret. The honor of vanquishing the brigand leader had not fallen to him. Before long, Captain Zhang Hao hurried over. "Report, sir. We have discovered the brigand's secret lair." Chang Wei's spirits lifted at this news. He nodded, then gestured towards Shui Wanping. "This valiant warrior has rendered great service in slaying the brigands. Please escort him back to the Shuzhou government office." Chang Wei was determined to oversee the inventory of the brigand spoils personally, leaving no room for outsiders. However, for Shui Wanping, his objectives had been met. He was unconcerned with matters that did not pertain to him, and, after acknowledging, followed Zhang Hao. Once Shui Wanping had departed, Chang Wei swiftly summoned another captain, Wang Li, and whispered, "Investigate this person's background." "Yes, sir." With that, Chang Wei, in high spirits, made his way toward the brigand's lair. On the main road, 2 horses trotted side by side. Observing Shui Wanping beside him, Zhang Hao was filled with admiration for practitioners of martial arts. Those of great skill commanded immense respect. "Shui, your archery skills must be of at least 3rd-tier proficiency." Shui Wanping smiled modestly. "It is merely a display of brute strength. To be frank, I can only shoot arrows and possess little combat prowess in close quarters." While Shui Wanping's statement held some truth, it was also misleading. Despite his lack of close combat finesse, he was indeed a formidable grandmaster. Even in a chaotic brawl, a typical 1st-tier expert would likely find themselves outmatched. Noticing Shui Wanping's reluctance to reveal his true strength, Zhang Hao tactfully shifted the conversation to more mundane topics. With swift horses, the 2 returned to Shuzhou in just half a day. By the time they arrived, it was already late at night. Zhang Hao quickly prepared a guest room for Shui Wanping before taking his leave. After several days of tumult, Shui Wanping felt fatigued and collapsed onto the bed. "This bed is so soft," he exclaimed, reflecting on how he had not experienced such comfort in 3 years. A night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, Shui Wanping washed up and made his way to the main hall of the Shuzhou government office. There, he found Chang Wei waiting for him. Upon seeing Shui Wanping enter, Chang Wei rose from his seat to greet him. "Shui, you have finally arrived. I am curious as to why you sought me this morning. Please, take a seat. We shall discuss matters at length. Someone bring tea." As Chang Wei ushered Shui Wanping to a guest seat, he retrieved a stack of silver notes from his robe. "This sum of 10,000 taels is the bounty for Wang Lai. I have sent someone to process the paperwork, so there should be no issues. Please accept this." Shui Wanping accepted the silver notes with both hands, suppressing his excitement and adopting a calm demeanor. "Thank you, sir. There's no need for thanks. This is rightfully yours." Chang Wei began to speak further, but Shui Wanping interrupted, returning half of the silver notes. "Sir, The government has suffered significant losses in this campaign against the brigands. As I understand, dozens of soldiers have perished. Please offer these 5,000 taels to the families of the fallen. Their contributions far surpass mine. Seeing Shui Wanping's earnest expression, Chang Wei accepted the gesture. At that moment, Shui Wanping produced an additional 2,000 taels and presented them to Chang Wei. Please accept this 2,000 taels. Although I was the one who killed Wang Lai, without your strategic guidance, I would not have succeeded. Thus, this bounty should also belong to you. Chang Wei could not help but feel impressed by Shui Wanping's tactfulness. Oh my, how humble. I feel unworthy. He accepted the money without hesitation. Although he had already profited handsomely from dismantling the brigand's lair, who would ever complain about having more silver? Indeed, I should be the one feeling unworthy. Taking 60% is already a boon to me. Chang Wei felt a deep sense of satisfaction from the flattery he received. As he stored the silver notes away, Chang Wei's expression shifted, growing serious. By the way, Shui, I have a proposition that I hope you might find intriguing. Please, do tell. Would you be interested in joining the Six Doors? At this, Shui Wanping stood, bowed respectfully, and replied solemnly, I could not ask for anything more. I hope you will support me in the future. With Shui Wanping's grandmaster proficiency, his keen senses led him to understand that Chang Wei was discreetly investigating his background. Moreover, through Zhang Hao's subtle inquiries along the journey, Shui Wanping realized that the position of 100 household had the power of recommendation within the Six Doors. By relinquishing 8,000 taels today, he aimed to secure a promising future for himself. Though the Six Doors seemed fraught with peril, he recognized it as an opportunity. He resolved to ascend the ranks relentlessly, determined that no one would stand in his way. Chapter 5. A new arrival. Wanping enters the office. After a 7-day journey, a contingent of 30 arrived at Yinjing City. Amidst the ranks of the Six Doors clad in their official scarlet uniforms, Shui Wanping's green attire stood out strikingly. It must be noted that the Six Doors had suffered considerable losses during this mission. Originally comprising 100 household, 3 captains, and 40 constables, only 30 returned. A fact that elicited sighs of lament. Fortunately, the task was completed successfully, outweighing the losses. Upon entering the city and progressing for about half an hour, Shui Wanping arrived at the Six Doors government office. Located in the heart of Yinjing City, the Six Doors was adjacent to the Dali Temple and merely a street away from the Jin Yiwei's command office. At that moment, the grand crimson doors of the Six Doors office stood wide open, with 4-clawed dragons coiling around the columns on either side. 2 burly constables stood guard at the entrance, their short-handled ring knives hanging at their waists, their expressions exuding an intimidating aura. Merchants passing by dared not raise their voices for fear of incurring the wrath of the officials within. After all, the reputation of the Six Doors was far from favorable. After Chang Wei displayed his badge and engaged in a brief conversation with the gatekeeper, he gestured for Shui Wanping to enter. Remember, when you meet with the 1,000 household, speak carefully and maintain a courteous demeanor. As soon as he entered, Chang Wei promptly instructed Shui Wanping, for Shui Wanping was someone he had personally recommended, and thus could be considered a protege of sorts. Naturally, he was quite invested in his well-being. Over the past few days of interaction, Shui Wanping had formed a favorable impression of Chang Wei. Although somewhat avaricious, his inherent character was not malevolent. During this period, Chang Wei frequently inquired about his cultivation level, to which Shui Wanping merely responded with a perfunctory mention of being at the 4th rank. After all, it was preferable for fewer people to know about his capabilities, and the ordinary constables could hardly discern the depths of his power, mistaking him merely for a skilled archer. Shui Wanping nodded earnestly, acknowledging, understood, Lord Baihu. Following Chang Wei's lead, they walked for approximately the duration of half a stick of incense until they arrived at 1,000 households office. Within the 6 doors of this establishment were 10 officers, and the one before them was the office and residence of their superior, Gu Qing. At this moment, Gu Qing was seated at the head of the table in the main hall, reviewing official documents sent down from above. Shui Wanping had indeed heard of Gu Qing, primarily through the accounts of other constables during the journey, known by the moniker the first divine constable of the 6 doors, ranking first among the 10,000 households. Subordinate Chang Wei pays his respects, my lord. Commoner Shui Wanping pays homage to the 1,000 households. Enter. Upon hearing the voices from outside, Gu Qing set down the document in her hand and raised her gaze towards the door. When Shui Wanping heard Gu Qing's voice, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, this eminent divine constable was a woman. Pushing the door open, he looked up to see Gu Qing, who appeared to be around 40 years of age, clad in a dark blue official robe adorned with cloud patterns, her eyes sparkling with vitality, unmistakably a formidable expert. My lord, this is the Shui Wanping I mentioned in my letter, Chang Wei introduced. Gu Qing appraised Shui Wanping from head to toe, nodding slightly. Indeed, under my imposing presence, your aura is well contained, and your breathing steady. You are a talent. My lord, although Shui is of hunter origin, he is indeed a genuine 4th rank expert, Chang Wei supplemented. A 4th rank, you say? That would suit the role of 100 households, but alas, positions above that require imperial appointment, which is beyond my purview. For now, I shall have to assign you as a constable. Once you achieve merit in the future, I shall petition the court to secure you 100 households position. If that pleases you. After all, as a newcomer, it would not be fitting to directly grant him the title of 100 households. Doing so would likely incite resentment among the veteran constables who had served him loyally for a long time, and it would also hinder Shui Wanping's development. Gu Qing sought to temper Shui Wanping's temperament through this process. Any talk of reporting to the court was merely a pretext. Thank you, my lord. Shui Wanping replied with a calm demeanor, clasping his fists in salute. Go on. Noticing Shui Wanping's composed expression, Gu Qing waved her hand with satisfaction. Subordinate takes his leave. Chang Wei followed suit with a bow, and then led Shui Wanping out. Following Chang Wei's guidance, Shui Wanping first registered his identity and received his identification badge. He then proceeded to the armory to collect a set of crimson constable attire and a standard longbow. This longbow, in a deep red hue, was intricately adorned with golden silk patterns, and its string was crafted from the tendons of a blue bull, boasting remarkable resilience. In comparison, his ancestral longbow was utterly inferior. Shui Wanping promptly donned the official attire, slung the longbow across his back, and with his weathered visage, he exuded a commanding presence, far removed from that of a mere 20-year-old youth. Welcome to the 6 doors, Constable Shui, Chang Wei said, giving Shui Wanping a hearty pat on the shoulder. Shui Wanping smiled in return. By the way, as you are new here, you likely have no place to stay. You may temporarily reside at my 100 households office. I have already sent someone to tidy up the east wing. No need for thanks, my lord. Your life was saved by me, Chang Wei replied. Come, let me introduce you to your subordinates. The 6 doors organization comprised 1 chief constable, with 2 deputy constables under him, each overseeing 5,000 households, and each 1,000 households supervising 500 households, beneath which lay 5 constables. Shui Wanping was appointed as a 5th constable under Chang Wei, following Zhang Hao in the order of seniority. As a constable, Shui Wanping could command 10 constables. In total, the 6 doors employed over 1,200 personnel, making it a considerable establishment within the capital of Yinjing. Upon arriving at the 100 households office, the constables in the courtyard greeted Chang Wei with respect. They were familiar with Shui Wanping, but these individuals were not his subordinates. As a lower-ranked constable, he would inevitably face some disadvantages. Most of his assigned constables were relatively inexperienced recruits brought in after recent casualties, with only a few seasoned veterans among them. Allow me to introduce this individual. The newly appointed Constable Shui Wanping. Greetings, everyone. I am Shui Wanping. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Shui Wanping clasped his fists and smiled as he spoke. Greetings, my lord. The 10 individuals replied in unison, their voices lethargic and lacking vigor. In terms of age, Shui Wanping was evidently younger than most of the constables present. Furthermore, those who managed to enter the 6 doors typically possessed some degree of talent and were often quite proud, making their lack of deference to him unsurprising. Chang Wei calculated in his mind that if Shui Wanping could not even manage these individuals, then he would not amount to much in the future and would not be worth his investment in training. At this moment, Shui Wanping felt no indignation, merely observing the expressions of everyone present. Among them, only 2 or 3 displayed some semblance of spirit, while the others undoubtedly wore expressions of disdain. All right, I shall take my leave. With the introductions complete, Chang Wei deemed his task accomplished and turned to exit. Lord Baihu, please wait. Is there something else? Shui Wanping stepped forward and spoke quietly. Lord Baihu, tonight I have arranged a banquet at the Xihua Tower. I would appreciate your assistance in inviting the other constables. Xihua Tower, you say? Very well, no problem. Chang Wei smiled knowingly before departing. The Xihua Tower was quite renowned, being the largest establishment of its kind in Yinjing. Chapter 6. An unexpected attack after 3 rounds of drinks. The Xihua Tower was situated in the most famous alley of Yinjing, Wanlu Lane. This entire lane housed numerous brothels of various sizes, all owned by the Wang family. The diverse establishments were tailored to cater to different social classes, providing distinct services. For instance, those affluent officials who fancied the arts often frequented the Qingyan Pavilion, where talented courtesans showcased their musical skills. Most of these women were beautiful, offering only entertainment and not companionship, although occasionally, some provided escort services at exorbitant prices. Among them, the most sought-after courtesan could command a price equivalent to Shui Wanping's annual salary for a mere song. In contrast, the Xihua Tower primarily dealt in physical pleasures, featuring an array of meticulously selected beautiful women, attracting a clientele of small merchants and minor officials. Some of these women possessed exceptional skills and garnered great affection from patrons, leading to rumors each year of certain women from the Xihua Tower being redeemed and taken as concubines. Shui Wanping had also learned that many within the 6 doors were regular patrons of the Xihua Tower, hence his decision to host the banquet there for his colleagues. At this moment, within a private room of the Xihua Tower, Chang Wei was flushed with drink, while a stunning woman continually poured him more wine. Several constables were either drunkenly sprawled across the table, fast asleep, or enjoying themselves with the nearby girls, indulging in merriment. Come, brother Shui, I toast you a glass. Zhang Hao swayed as he stood, raising his cup and downing it in one go. You truly understand how to have a good time. However, Why haven't you found a girl to accompany you? Could it be that you are still a fledgling? As soon as Zhang Hao's words fell, the room erupted in raucous laughter. Shui Wanping, unperturbed, raised his cup with a smile. It was evident that everyone was enjoying themselves, and he felt no need to be concerned about his own feelings. It was not merely that Shui Wanping was inexperienced. He certainly did not harbor an aversion to women. Rather, he found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm for these courtesans, who had likely serviced countless men, leaving one to question their health and purity. Furthermore, with his career just beginning, he could not afford to let women impede his ambitions. He believed that one day, when he had ascended to greater heights, women would be the least of his concerns, and he would have pure maidens presented to him without effort. As the night progressed, several captains took a couple of women back for the night, while Chang Wei, emboldened by the generosity of his subordinates, embraced too, relishing the indulgence. After bidding farewell to the group, Shui Wanping settled the bill, which amounted to 300 taels of silver. He deemed the expenditure worthwhile, for it signified his successful integration into this circle. Exiting the Shanghua building, Shui Wanping found the streets deserted under the curfew. However, with the 6 gates badge at his waist, he felt little concern. The effects of the alcohol had long since dissipated from his system. And as he strode back to the yamen, a sense of elation enveloped him. Just half a month prior, he was a mere country hunter. Now, he stood as a distinguished captain of the 6 gates, feeling as though he were living a dream. As he traversed halfway down the path, his brow furrowed, and his ears perked up. Someone was trailing him. Despite the assailants' efforts to muffle their footsteps, they could not escape Shui Wanping's keen senses, honed from years of hunting and bolstered by his mastery of martial arts. Uncertain of the assailant's identity, he opted to remain cautious and continued on his way. After a short while, he was certain that the individual was indeed targeting him. With that thought, he resolved to act, utilizing the arrow like a meteor technique. He surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Caught off guard, the assailant, evidently an experienced assassin, drew a dagger from within his robes without hesitation and lunged at Shui Wanping. Shui Wanping's eyes gleamed with determination as he effortlessly delivered a palm strike. With a sickening thud, the man's right arm shattered, blood spraying forth as he collapsed in agony, writhing on the ground while cursing. A pack of liars. Wasn't it said that without a bow, this man would be nothing? Speak. Who sent you? Shui Wanping, bewildered by the sudden attack, pondered why anyone would seek to assassinate him, having only recently taken office without having wronged anyone. Before the man could respond, a patrol of guards rushed in, surrounding Shui Wanping and the wounded assailant. Who dares to cause a disturbance in Yinjing at this late hour? Shui Wanping proclaimed. I am Shui Wanping, captain of the 6 gates. This man attempted to ambush me and has been subdued. He produced his badge for the commander of the guards, who inspected it before returning it with a respectful bow. Ah, so it is Captain Shui. My apologies. May I take this man back to the 6 gates for questioning? Shui Wanping pointed to the unconscious figure on the ground. Although the curfew was the patrol's domain, they dared not challenge Shui Wanping's authority and allowed him to take the man away, dragging the assassin by his leg, as one might a dead dog. Shui Wanping brought him back to the interrogation room at the 6 gates. Dousing the man with a bucket of cold water roused him from unconsciousness. Upon seeing Shui Wanping, the man trembled in fear. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? He stammered. I didn't intend to kill you. I only wanted to rob you. Please, spare me. What did you mean by saying that without a bow, this man is nothing? The man fell silent, visibly shaken. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Shui Wanping said, his eyes narrowing in anger as his martial prowess radiated from him. Instantly, a warm, wet sensation trickled from the man's lower body as he trembled uncontrollably. I swear, I was just. Before he could finish, Shui Wanping lunged forward, crushing the man's left kneecap. I shall grant you one more chance. I truly am. Not waiting for his words to escape, Shui Wanping seized the man's right kneecap, applying pressure. Wait. I'll tell you. It was Li Fohai. Li Fohai. Shui Wanping was taken aback. Li Fohai was no stranger, but a fellow captain within the 6 gates, under the same command as Gu Qing. And the reason? Please, spare me. I swear, I truly don't know. With a disdainful snort, Shui Wanping tightened his grip, shattering the man's right kneecap. The man screamed in agony. I swear, I really don't know. Seeing that he was getting nowhere with the interrogation, Shui Wanping delivered a light palm strike to the man's face, rendering him lifeless. Gazing at the cold body before him, Shui Wanping scoffed. What a fine fellow Li Fohai. Chapter 7. A murder case arises, the captain's struggle. For those who sought to harm him, Shui Wanping would never show mercy. This man was likely just an ordinary assassin. Even if he were brought before Li Fohai, he would not pose any threat. Moreover, it would only bring trouble upon himself. Shui Wanping made a mental note of Li Fohai's transgression, vowing that one day, he would ensure the man paid in full. After instructing the guards to clean up the scene, Shui Wanping returned to his quarters to rest, awakening to the blazing sun. He washed up before heading to the 100 house. Originally, he was scheduled to lead a patrol today, but he feigned illness to switch shifts. Now seated beside Zhang Hao, he found it fitting to inquire about the latest gossip surrounding the 6 gates. What? You mean to say that Li Xian is Li Fohai's nephew? Shui Wanping exclaimed, astonished. Li Xian was one of his subordinates and a seasoned veteran. Shui, you didn't know this? Zhang Hao, surprised by Shui Wanping's ignorance, continued. Given that Li Xian served under Shui Wanping, one would expect Li Fohai, as his uncle, to have given Shui a heads up to support his nephew. Zhang Hao glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to whisper, Shui, did Li Xian offend you? Not at all. I was merely curious. Shui Wanping replied with a light chuckle, his expression reverting to normal. That's good. Li Xian has been with the Six Gates for 10 years. That fellow is quite slick, yet utterly inept. I heard that not long ago, his uncle tried to pull strings to get him a captaincy. If such a person were to become a captain, it would be nothing short of a joke for the Six Gates. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping suddenly realized that he had inadvertently blocked Li Xian's path. After all, he was just a country bumpkin with little influence to outsiders. He was merely a soft target, easily manipulated. One need only casually hire an assassin to take one's own life. Once I am dead, the position of the head constable will be vacated, allowing a capable individual to assume the role. This also elucidates why Li Fohai does not seek me out. In his eyes, I am but a dying man. Shui Wanping could not help but emit a cold snort, inwardly reflecting. Li Fohai is indeed a cunning strategist. At this moment, a murderous intent surged within Shui Wanping. Brother Shui, what troubles you? Zhang Hao inquired, observing Shui Wanping's demeanor with a sense of trepidation. Oh, nothing. Brother Zhang. In mere moments, Shui Wanping regained his composure. Although he possessed the prowess of a grand master, eliminating Li Fohai would be a trivial task. Yet, this was the Six Doors, the face of the court. Should he act, he would inevitably face the court's wrath. Not to mention, the Grandmaster level head constable would be quite a formidable opponent. I must exercise restraint. Just then, Chang Wei hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing him, everyone promptly paid their respects. Wanping, come here. As soon as he entered, Chang Wei beckoned urgently to Shui Wanping, signaling him to approach. Sir, what is the matter? Chang Wei produced a dossier from his robes and handed it to Shui Wanping. This is a case just transferred from the Yanjing prefecture. I entrust it to you. Please review it first. After speaking, Chang Wei hastily seized a teacup from the table, ignoring its owner, and began to drink voraciously. Shui Wanping took the dossier and began to examine it intently, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. On the third day of the second month, the young manager of the jean silk shop was kidnapped. The criminals demanded a ransom of 400,000 taels, which the Jean family paid in full, only to have the body discovered the following day at their doorstep. On the 8th day of the third month, the young master of the Tiandi money exchange suffered a similar fate, with a ransom of 500,000 taels demanded. The Li family complied, and the body was again found on their doorstep the next day. On the 7th day of the 4th month, He Jiu-san, the young manager of the Baotong commercial house, was abducted for a ransom of 700,000 taels, which the He family also paid, resulting in the discovery of his body the next day at their residence. On the 10th day of the 7th month, the young master of the Jinhe Liu family was kidnapped, and the criminals demanded 400,000 taels, the Liu family paid, and the body was later found at their doorstep. On the 9th day of the 10th month, the Wang family of Yanjing reported that their young master, Wang Huan, had been abducted, accompanied by a letter demanding a ransom of 1 million taels. A handwriting analysis confirmed that the script matched that of the previous extortion cases. Upon closing the dossier, Shui Wanping felt a surge of indignation. While he held great admiration for robbers who targeted the rich to aid the poor, he harbored deep disdain for these ruthless criminals who sought both wealth and lives. It was evident that the thieves understood these affluent individuals well. They knew that a mere demand for money would elicit compliance, as the promise of a glimmer of hope for survival compels payment. After receiving the ransom, they would shatter the last vestige of hope, plunging these wealthy families into despair. Their methods were indeed insidiously cruel. Sir, is this the Wang family that operates in the Yintong Alley? Indeed, aside from them, who else would dare to claim the title of the Wang family in Yanjing? Is there a problem? Not a problem per se, but sir, these deceased individuals were all prominent figures in Yanjing. Why did it take so many casualties for the case to be escalated for thorough investigation? It is precisely that pompous Yanjing prefect who is obstructing matters. Lacking the capability, he insists on handling this delicate case himself, and it infuriates me. In the Great Merchant Dynasty, it is customary for the local government of the crime scene to hold primary jurisdiction. Only when a case remains unresolved and its implications grow larger does it get reported to the court, which then designates an agency to investigate. The victims of this extortion case were all wealthy families. Solving it would not only bring recognition, but also yield significant rewards from these affluent families. This explains why the Yanjing prefect, despite his incompetence, is reluctant to hand over the case. As a result, the number of victims continues to rise until it finally affected the Wang family. The Wang family, powerful and influential, escalated the matter directly to the chancellor, which ultimately led to the case being transferred to the Six Doors. Such a complex case naturally fell to the first divine constable, Gu Qing. Gu Qing, displaying remarkable audacity, directly instructed Chang Wei to assign the case to Shui Wanping. From the moment Gu Qing first laid eyes on Shui Wanping, he discerned that this individual was extraordinary. This case could well serve as a test of Shui Wanping's capabilities. By the way, Wanping, the Lord of the Thousand Households has mandated that this case be resolved within 5 days. Do you feel confident? The Lord of the Thousand Households has issued such a directive? Chang Wei patted Shui Wanping's shoulder with a knowing smile. Indeed, conduct the investigation diligently. I must remind you. This case presents a significant opportunity for you. Achieve great success, and your future will be boundless. With Chang Wei's words, even the slowest mind would grasp the implication. Shui Wanping clasped his hands in salute, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir. Go forth, and do not disappoint me." Your subordinate takes leave. With that, Shui Wanping turned and strode away. Just as he exited the door, a familiar system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task triggered. Capture the thief and rescue the hostage. Young Master Wang Huan of the Wang family has been abducted and is missing. Task requirements. Apprehend the criminals and rescue Wang Huan. Task reward. Divine weapon, the falling sunset bow. Chapter 8. The chaos of birthdays, the mystery of the 8 characters. The next day, at the Wang residence. Such is the situation. I implore you, sir, to save my son at all costs. Before Shui Wanping stood Wang Quanan, adorned in golden silk robes, bowing deeply. If you can rescue my son, I shall reward you handsomely. Observing Wang Quanan's anxious demeanor, Shui Wanping quickly assisted him to his feet. After Wang Quanan's narration, Shui Wanping gathered the details of the young master's disappearance. 3 days prior, 3 students had met a tragic end on their way home from school, and Wang Huan vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence at the scene. Shortly thereafter, a letter demanding a ransom of 1 million taels was found wedged in the gate of the Wang residence. Tomorrow was the agreed-upon date for the ransom delivery. Do not worry, Mr. Wang. Capturing the perpetrators is the duty of my 6 doors. Indeed, with our esteemed Constable Shui on the case, this matter shall be resolved with ease. Interjected Constable Li Xian, his tone laced with sarcasm. In his view, Shui Wanping would undoubtedly fail to crack this unresolved case. Upon hearing this, Wang Quanan breathed a sigh of relief and stated, "If that is the case, I shall trouble you all in the coming days, whatever you require. Please do not hesitate to ask, and I will cooperate fully." Afterward, Wang Quanan discreetly handed a large stack of banknotes to Shui Wanping. "Mr. Wang, this is a token of my gratitude. I shall cover the expenses of you gentlemen for the next few days. On behalf of my comrades, I extend my thanks to you, Mr. Wang." Shui Wanping accepted the banknotes, noting they were all large denominations of 100 taels. This stack must amount to several thousand taels. Indeed, wealthy families possess great resources. Shui Wanping was no saint, and he saw no need to feign reluctance or engage in empty pleasantries. He accepted the offering with grace. "Then I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. Safe travels, Mr. Wang." Shui Wanping bowed in farewell. Once Wang Quanan departed, Shui Wanping retrieved the stack of banknotes, took half for himself, and distributed the rest to the constables at his side. A little sweetening of the deal would surely incentivize them to exert greater effort. The constables were initially taken aback, but they quickly accepted the banknotes with alacrity. Except for Li Xian, the rest of the individuals appeared remarkably enlightened, clearly preferring to follow this chief constable rather than those hypocritical charlatans. "Very well, return and deliberate amongst yourselves. For now, I wish to hear about the progress on the matters I instructed you to investigate." Consequently, the group promptly presented the details of their inquiries into the initial cases. Shui Wanping collected the documents and seated himself at a desk to scrutinize them meticulously. Thus far, all 4 deceased were young men, aged between 18 and 20, unmarried and childless, hailing from affluent families. The circumstances of their deaths were bizarre and varied. Shui Wanping had perused the coroner's report. One had his lungs extracted, another lost his liver, one had his heart gouged out, and yet another had his stomach sliced open. Surely, such brutalities are unnecessary for mere extortion. Shui Wanping mused to himself. "Sir," a constable named Zhang who suddenly interrupted Shui Wanping's train of thought. "Is there something you wish to convey? I wonder if it is not the wealth that the thief seeks, but rather human lives." Zhang, whose assertion resonated with Shui Wanping's own suspicions. For too long, the Yin capital prefecture had prioritized the investigation into the whereabouts of money as the primary lead. Little did they realize they might have fallen victim to the thief's cunning misdirection. A sum of several 100,000 taels is not insignificant. It could sustain a life of extravagance for a considerable time. The frequency of the perpetrator's crimes suggests that monetary gain is merely a secondary motive. The act of murder is the principal objective. What nonsense! Why would someone extort for anything other than money? Li Xian scoffed. "In my opinion, we should merely wait at the payment site and catch the thief in the act. Analyzing endlessly will yield no fruitful conclusions." At that moment, Shui Wanping, visibly displeased, slammed the case files onto the ground. "Li Xian, allow me to pose a question. How could this thief, capable of killing 3 young scholars and abducting the young master of the Wang family without leaving a trace, be replicated by any of you? We could not accomplish such a feat. Furthermore, who among you could extract silver from under the noses of 800 officers from the Yin capital prefecture? This. And during a curfew, who could silently place a corpse at the doorstep of the deceased right under the watchful eyes of the military? As he spoke, Shui Wanping's demeanor grew grave, and he slammed his palm down, shattering the desk before him into splinters. Li Xian was taken aback, left speechless. You fool. I truly question how you gained entry into my 6 doors. Shui Wanping's actions served to intimidate the constables. The initial offering of silver was a soft approach, while using Li Xian as an example was a hard one. This combination of tactics subtly altered the attitudes of the other constables towards Shui Wanping, infusing them with a newfound respect. Waiting idly is a poor strategy for Shui Wanping. If he were to resort to such measures, he would surely expose his own capabilities. Once revealed, how could a Grand Master be reduced to the rank of a mere chief constable in the 6 doors without attracting scrutiny from the court? Sir, I too find merit in Zhang Hu's assertion. Zhao Long stepped forward. As a medical officer, I have made certain observations that I wish to share. Every 6 doors team is accompanied by a medical officer for case investigations and rescues. Speak. Are you aware that the human body corresponds to the 5 elements? The 5 elements? Indeed, the heart, liver, stomach, and lungs correspond to fire, wood, earth, and metal. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping was instantly taken aback. The absence of water among the 5 elements, combined with his earlier conversation with Wang Quanan, who was associated with water, sparked a realization. Quickly, investigate the birth dates of those individuals. With Shui Wanping's command, the others scrambled to gather the fallen documents. Sir, we have discovered that the young master of the Jin family corresponds to wood. Reporting, the young master of the Li family corresponds to earth. Sir, the deceased He Jiozan is associated with fire. Young Master Lu from the Jinhe Lu family is of the Gung metal destiny. As the reports came in, Shui Wanping gasped in astonishment. All the elements aligned perfectly. The deaths of these individuals were no mere coincidences. The wealth was merely a smokescreen. This indicated that regardless of whether the Wang family paid the ransom, Wang Huan was doomed. At that moment, Shui Wanping recalled a tome he had perused in the 6 doors library. It detailed that the anniversary of death is a significant occasion, and offerings made from the 5 elements can cleanse past grievances, granting the deceased unparalleled opportunities upon reincarnation. Among these, offerings made from the human organs yield the greatest efficacy. With this thought, Shui Wanping abruptly rose and addressed the assembled individuals sternly. Everyone, follow me. Our target is the Yin Capital Prefecture. Yes, understood. The deputy prefect of the Yin Capital is responsible for all personnel registration within the city. This thief's profound knowledge of the birth dates of the deceased inevitably leads to the deputy prefect. Chapter 9. The mist begins to clear, the truth awaits. In front of the Yin Capital Prefecture, Shui Wanping and his team hurriedly arrived. Seeing the main gate firmly shut, Shui Wanping brandished his badge. 6 doors is conducting an investigation. Open the door. The 2 jailers, recognizing the authority of the 6 doors officials, dared not obstruct them and opened the gate, allowing the group to enter. Where is the deputy prefect? Upon entering, Shui Wanping called out sharply. Shortly, an elderly man with silver hair hurriedly approached. I am Zhou Yue, the deputy prefect of the Yin Capital. May I inquire why esteemed officials have come to my office? Although the deputy prefect held a 6th rank title, higher than Shui Wanping's 7th rank, he bowed and scraped before him. With a flash of his badge, Shui Wanping wasted no time. Summon the prefect to me. Yes, yes. Zhou Yue waved his hand, prompting a junior clerk to rush toward the back hall. Please, esteemed officials, come inside. Attendant, bring tea. No need. We shall wait here. Shui Wanping held no favorable impression of Zhou Yue. Having spent considerable time in the Yin Capital, he had long heard of Zhou's notorious reputation for prioritizing financial gain over life itself. After about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, a middle-aged man clad in 7th rank official robes hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the intimidating presence of the 6 doors constables, this deputy prefect, Lu Desui, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Is this the deputy prefect of your office? Shui Wanping pointed at Lu Desui on the ground. Yes, yes. Take him away. With Shui Wanping's command, the constables immediately stepped forward and apprehended Lu Desui. At that moment, Lu Desui, startled, regained some clarity and trembled. I am a 7th rank official of the court. You cannot apprehend me without the approval of the Dali Temple. Lu Deshui's words only served to provoke Shui Wanping's ire, who coldly snorted and replied, stuff a gag in his mouth. Do the 6 doors require a reason to take someone? What a farce. If this man were innocent, why would he collapse at the sight of us? Master Zhou, is it acceptable for me to take him? And no problem. We depart. With a wave of his hand, Shui Wanping led the others, taking Lu Desui away. An hour later, in the interrogation room of the 6 doors 100 household office, Shui Wanping retained only Zhang Hu and Zhao Long, as these 2 were comparatively more compliant. The others were stationed in the main hall of the 100 household office on standby. To Shui Wanping's surprise, even before he applied any coercive methods, Lu Desui readily confessed. On the 15th day of the 1st month, someone had offered 5,000 taels of gold to purchase the birth date information of all unmarried men in the city. However, The identity of this individual left everyone in astonishment. Indeed, the third deceased biological father is none other than Lu Ruofeng, the head of the Lu family. The Lu family is located in the Jinhe County on the outskirts of Yinjing City, and strictly speaking, their territory does not fall under the jurisdiction of Yinjing. However, due to the similarities in several cases, they were collectively handled by the Yinjing prefecture at that time. The Lu family primarily operates a security escort business, boasting extensive connections with branches across the nation. Within the Lu residence, numerous skilled individuals gather, and the family head, Lu Ruofeng, is a formidable master of the fourth rank. Reflecting on it now, Shui Wanping realizes that there are indeed some enigmas surrounding the Lu family. For instance, following the bizarre death of the Lu family's young master. Despite their vast network, the Lu family did not exert significant effort to uncover the perpetrator. Sir, how shall we proceed next? Zhang Hu inquired, glancing at Shui Wanping. Shui Wanping checked the time, noting that darkness had fallen, and began to contemplate. With insufficient evidence in hand, it would be imprudent to mobilize forces to search the Lu residence based solely on the words of the prefect. If they were to uncover something, it would be beneficial. However, should they find nothing, it might alert the culprits. Moreover, given the Lu family's connections, any misstep could prove detrimental. It appears that a nocturnal reconnaissance of the Lu estate is the only viable option. With that thought, Shui Wanping issued a reminder to the two men, "You two, keep a close watch on this individual. No one is to enter without my command." "Yes, my lord." After speaking, Shui Wanping turned to depart. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the 100 House, Li Xian paced back and forth, growing anxious as Shui Wanping and his companions remained inside for an extended period. Having apprehended the prefect, they were on the brink of dispelling the fog of mystery surrounding the case. Now, with Shui Wanping dismissing him, how could he not feel urgency? Humph. Li Xian suddenly exhaled a sharp breath, successfully drawing the attention of others. "I say, brothers, you truly possess remarkable patience. We are on the verge of cracking the case, yet this fellow Shui has cast us aside. How can you remain so composed?" Upon hearing this, the 8 individuals in the hall displayed a range of expressions. Some remained impassive, others appeared contemplative, while a few wore disdainful looks, each displaying their own reactions. Li Xian surveyed the crowd and spoke. "Brothers, who dares to accompany me to the interrogation room?" After a moment's silence, no one responded. "To be frank, my uncle informed me that this case is of utmost importance to the Chancellor. Such an achievement, and you remain unmoved?" Seeing that no one replied, Li Xian, frustrated, declared, "What a bunch of cowards. If you lack the guts, I shall go alone. When I rise to the position of chief constable, do not come lamenting your envy." With that, Li Xian turned and left. At last, spurred by Li Xian's provocation, 2 individuals could no longer contain themselves and rose to follow in his wake. In no time, the trio arrived. Just then, Shui Wanping had already departed, and Zhang Hu and Zhao Long were drowsily securing the cell door. "Is Lord Shui present?" Li Xian's voice jolted the two awake. Zhao Long, rising with a displeased expression, looked at Li Xian and said, "Li Xian, Lord Shui has stepped out on business. What brings you here? Just open the door. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "You know Lord Shui has instructed us not to open the door indiscriminately. This matter is crucial. It cannot be summed up in a brief moment. Besides, we are brothers." "Would I harm you?" Zhao Long hesitated but, reassured by the familiarity of the 100 House, decided to unlock the door. No sooner had the door opened than Li Xian's 2 companions surged forward, each subduing the bewildered Zhao Long and Zhang Hu. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hu shouted at Li Xian. "Help! Someone!" Zhao Long also cried out. However, the interrogation room was constructed from specially soundproof materials, rendering their shouts inaudible to those outside. "Forgive me, brothers, we all seek to secure our futures," Li Xian said as he raised his hand and swiftly rendered both men unconscious with precise strikes. Having spent a decade as a mere fish in the 6 doors, Li Xian had felt the shift in Shui Wanping's attitude towards him since the failed assassination attempt. Rather than live in constant fear under his command, he resolved to take decisive action. Should he successfully solve this case, he would ascend to great heights. And this little escapade into the interrogation room would likely be forgotten. Li Xian turned his gaze to the trembling Lu Desui before suddenly drawing a dagger from his boot and pressing it against the man's neck. "Lu Prefect, I now request you to repeat what you just said to them." Chapter 10. Li Xian seizes the credit. The celestial lotus emerges. Shui Wanping employed his martial prowess. Arriving at Jinhe County in merely an hour, the Lu residence, situated at the heart of Jinhe County, sprawled over an expansive area filled with numerous pavilions and towers. Shui Wanping sought a discreet corner and, with a graceful leap, effortlessly entered the premises. A master of the Grand Master realm can move with utmost stealth and silence. Utilizing his night vision talent, Shui Wanping was able to perceive everything within the Lu estate. As he stealthily navigated, he finally halted beside a grand artificial mountain. Pressing his ear against the rocky surface, he could distinctly hear voices emanating from within. "Ruofeng, are the offerings ready?" "Yes, the final one can be retrieved at midnight." "Excellent. If this matter is successfully concluded, the Guardian will be most pleased, and you may even be granted the Celestial Lotus technique. Then I humbly asked the Star Officer to speak favorably of me. Shui Wanping was taken aback. The Celestial Lotus technique was a nefarious art of the Celestial Lotus cult. To his astonishment, the esteemed Lu family was colluding with a member of this wicked sect. The Celestial Lotus cult, originating from the western regions, practiced cruel and sinister methods, often resorting to living sacrifices for their cultivation, thus having long been classified as a malevolent cult by the Great Shang Dynasty. The hierarchy within the Celestial Lotus cult comprised the cult leader, left and right heavenly kings, for great guardians, and 28 star officers. At this moment, a star officer was present within the Lu residence. The dialogue continued. Naturally, you are my prized disciple. By the way, Ruofeng, has the government taken notice? Rest assured, they have not. I killed my own son. They would suspect anyone but me. I deeply regret the death of your son. Not to worry. Sons can be replaced with a few concubines. To offer one's life for the cult leader's grand cause is a blessing for my son. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping felt a surge of fury. Is this even the utterance of a human? The so-called tiger does not consume its cubs. This man has not only slain his own son, but has also extracted his organs for offerings. This is utterly intolerable. Very well, you may leave now. I await your good news tomorrow. Yes. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping quickly concealed his presence. Moments later, the artificial mountain shifted, revealing a glowing entrance as Lu Ruofeng stepped forth. He then crouched to rummage through some weeds, after which the mountain returned to its original position. Having concealed everything, Lu Ruofeng dusted off his clothes and departed as if nothing had occurred. Shui Wanping restrained his aura and stealthily followed Lu Ruofeng. Now that he was aware of the Lu family's conspiracy with the Celestial Lotus cult, he only needed to ascertain where Wang Huan was being held. Then, he could gather his forces to eliminate this stronghold of evil in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the night's tranquility. The gates of the Lu residence were kicked open, and a multitude of constables clad in Six Doors uniforms surged inside. Six Doors is conducting an investigation. Everyone remain where you are, commanded the leading figure, startling the slumbering inhabitants of the Lu residence, and in an instant, every room was ablaze with light. This shout greatly vexed Shui Wanping. As the crowd dispersed, Shui Wanping cast aside his anger and hastily sprang up, seeking an elevated vantage point from which to observe the unfolding situation. At that moment, the perimeter of the Lu residence was besieged by hundreds of constables, effectively sealing off any escape routes. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruofeng swiftly employed his agile techniques to emerge from the depths of the estate. And Shui Wanping noted with keen interest Lu Ruofeng's remarkable agility, landing without leaving the slightest trace. Esteemed officials, what is your purpose in infiltrating the Lu household under the cover of night? Li Xian interjected, taking the lead. Lu, if you have any sense, promptly surrender Wang Huan to us, and we may yet show leniency. By this time, Li Xian had become utterly obsessed with the pursuit of glory. Upon exiting the interrogation room, he rushed to seek out Li Fohai and recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Li Fohai, sharing Li Xian's ambitious nature, quickly rallied his forces to the Lu estate to claim credit. Amidst the rising tension, Shui Wanping had already knocked an arrow, aiming it at Li Xian. Yet reason urged him to bide his time and maintain his cover. What a farce. You cannot even uncover the murderer of my son. And now you dare to suspect me in the abduction of the Wang family's young heir? Do you think the Lu family is so easily intimidated? With a wave of his hand, Lu Ruofeng summoned a multitude of knife-wielding guards, positioning themselves defiantly against the men of the Six Doors. How audacious! You dare brandish weapons before the Six Doors? Li Fohai retorted, his voice sharp. While others may fear you, I, Lu Ruofeng, do not. I pose but one question, will you depart or remain? At this, Lu Ruofeng unsheathed his golden blade, pointing it directly at Li Fohai. Caught off guard by Lu Ruofeng's fierce demeanor and readiness to draw his weapon, Li Fohai realized that retreating now would render him a laughingstock among the Six Doors. Listen well, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Surrender your weapons, and I will overlook this incident, requiring only a search. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, Li Fohai declared coldly, surveying the gathered guards. Enough of your prattle. Brothers, attack and dispatch these corrupt officials. Lu Ruofeng commanded, and in an instant, all surged forward. Without hesitation, Lu Ruofeng lunged at Li Fohai, swinging his blade with intent. The golden knife sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, revealing a flash of blade light. It was evident that Lu Ruofeng had surpassed the third realm of martial prowess, though his control was not yet entirely stable. Despite Li Fohai's commendable fourth-tier cultivation, he found himself momentarily outmatched, pressed back under Lu Ruofeng's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Shui Wanping remained calmly entertained, wishing for Lu Ruofeng to eliminate Li Fohai. While Lu Ruofeng exhibited considerable skill, the other guards of the Lu family were ill-prepared and quickly fell before the trained experts of the Six Doors, resulting in a significant number of casualties. Suddenly, a disturbance arose from the rockery, as the celestial officer of the Heavenly Lotus sect could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, He unleashed a wave of sword energy that pierced through the crowd, instantly claiming the lives of several constables and guards. The officer's indiscriminate attack left them in disarray. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, he executed several more strikes, eliminating 5 or 6 more constables, including a captain. Realizing the threat posed by this individual, Shui Wanping hastily knocked an arrow, aiming it at the assailant with a deadly intent. The lives of the constables were valuable, and he could not permit this individual to continue his rampage. Were it not for the throngs of witnesses, Shui Wanping would have taken the shot without hesitation. With a clang, the celestial officer raised his sword to deflect the lethal arrow, retreating 3 steps, barely managing to block the shot. There are experts here. Ruofeng, retreat. He commanded, turning to flee. Lu Ruofeng, undeterred, leapt high to pursue him. Brothers, follow me. Though unaware of who had loosed the arrow, Li Fohai was eager not to miss this opportunity for merit. Shui Wanping, too, readied 2 more arrows, directing them toward the fleeing figures. Chapter 11. Under the darkened sky. A slaughter commenced. Though the 2 fugitives moved swiftly, they could not outpace the arrows. Just as they escaped the Lu estate, 2 arrows followed closely behind. One narrowly grazed the celestial officer's clothing, startling him considerably, while Lu Ruofeng was not as fortunate. An arrow pierced through his calf, causing him intense pain and momentarily halting his advance. In that fleeting moment, Li Fohai was upon him, placing his sword at Lu Ruofeng's throat. Continue your pursuit. Li Fohai gestured emphatically. Apart from a few left behind, the rest of the men dashed after the celestial officer's retreating form. It was clear that the officer's speed had markedly increased, his figure flickering with an ominous blood mist, indicating the use of some secret technique. The pursuing constable struggled to keep pace. Seeing the officer slip away, Shui Wanping remained unfazed. A cornered rat should not be pursued, he reasoned, suspecting the officer might possess some means of escape. With a swift leap from his vantage point, Shui Wanping descended, employing his agility to swiftly reach Lu Ruofeng. His sudden appearance startled Li Fohai. What brings you here? That is a question I ought to pose to you, Li Baihu. Your methods are truly impressive. Shui Wanping replied with a sardonic smile. At this moment, Li Xian interjected with a mocking tone. Shui Wanping, did you not anticipate this? In the end, the credit shall belong to us. Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Shui Wanping delivered a forceful blow. You dare address the commander so casually? Shui Wanping, you. Another slap followed, and Li Xian spat out 2 teeth in shock. Taken aback, Li Fohai struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. But Shui Wanping was not satisfied with just 2 slaps. He raised his hand once more. I shall rid the world of a treacherous wretch like you. Seeing this, Li Fohai retaliated with a punch, aiming to intercept Shui Wanping's hand. Although Shui Wanping was not known for close combat, his mastery as a grandmaster was formidable. When their palms met, Shui Wanping's strike sent Li Fohai hurtling through the air, landing heavily in an undignified position. This scene elicited laughter from Lu Ruofeng, who found amusement in the spectacle. Ha! A dogfight among dogs. You dare defy me? Li Fohai grunted as he struggled to rise, casting a fierce glare at Shui Wanping. Seize this insubordinate wretch. At that moment, only Li Xian and 2 others remained with Li Fohai. Witnessing how easily Li Fohai had been overpowered, they hesitated to make a move. I command you to attack. Do you hear me? Li Fohai reiterated. If you wish to survive, do not make a move. With that, Shui Wanping picked up the golden knife that Lu Ruofeng had dropped, his gaze icy as he approached Li Fohai. What are you planning? Li Fohai stammered, clearly alarmed, as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Shui Wanping. Why, I am merely escorting you to your next journey, my dear Li Baihu, Shui Wanping proclaimed, raising the golden knife high before bringing it down toward Li Fohai. Li Fohai, realizing the imminent danger, quickly dodged to evade the strike, missing his target. Shui Wanping inwardly chastised himself, acknowledging that wielding a blade was still a challenge for him. Li Fohai did not remain idle. He grasped his long sword and lunged forward. Although Shui Wanping's swordsmanship was lacking, his agility was remarkable. Beneath the level of a grandmaster, he executed a swift move that resembled a shooting star, positioning himself directly behind Li Fohai. With a sweeping strike, Li Fohai's head was severed from his body in an instant. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Li Xian, the 2 constables, and the fallen Lu Ruofeng utterly stunned. Shui Wanping had just slain 100 household officer of the 6 doors. What does 6 doors represent? It embodies the authority of the court. This was a grave crime that could lead to the annihilation of entire families. After Li Fohai's demise, Li Xian sprang to his feet and fled, now devoid of support. He realized that since Shui Wanping was bold enough to kill Li Fohai, he would undoubtedly not spare him either. Was he to wait for death? But would Shui Wanping allow him to escape? In a swift motion, Shui Wanping picked up a stone, infused it with his energy, and flicked it, striking Li Xian's hip with precision. Subsequently, Li Xian writhed in agony on the ground, howling in pain. You too, keep a close watch on Li Xian, commanded Shui Wanping, pointing his golden blade. The 2 constables shuddered and nodded vigorously. Then, Shui Wanping retrieved Li Fohai's long sword and slowly approached Lu Ruofeng. Now it is your turn, you beast who even killed your own son. Lu Ruofeng regarded Shui Wanping with a cold smirk. What do you understand? My son as sacrifice for the master is an honor. You court sycophants will never grasp the greatness of our heavenly lotus sect. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lu Ruofeng's expression grew increasingly deranged. What a pity. Just a step away, and the Five Elements grand ceremony would have commenced. Silence. Without waiting for Lu Ruofeng to finish, Shui Wanping swiftly punctured his throat with a sword strike. Lu Ruofeng's eyes widened in shock, and he clutched his neck in agony, struggling for breath before succumbing. After dispatching the two, Shui Wanping approached Li Xian, wielding the golden knife. Master Shui, I realize my errors. Spare me, please. Li Xian struggled to rise, kneeling and repeatedly bowing to Shui Wanping. When you sought someone to kill me, did you ever consider sparing me? At that moment, Li Xian suddenly produced a dagger hidden within his boot and lunged forward. Shui Wanping did not flinch, allowing the dagger to pierce him. However, Li Xian's cultivation was far too weak to breach Shui Wanping's protective aura. You're a master? At that moment, Li Xian finally comprehended that he had provoked a formidable adversary, despair washing over his face. Shui Wanping smirked, relishing Li Xian's hopeless expression. Enough of this game. After speaking, Shui Wanping bent down and applied pressure to Li Xian's acupoints, rendering him immobile. He then hurled the golden knife towards the two innocent constables. You two, finish him. Shui Wanping's gaze was cold and indifferent. Master, we dare not, stammered one constable, visibly trembling. I will give you 10 breaths. Either Li Xian dies, or you both die alongside him. 1, 2. The other constable grasped the golden knife, his hands shaking. Lu, we must act. It's better for him to die than for us. But, Brother Lu, this is a heinous crime. Can we not vow to keep the secret? 5. Are you too foolish to see? If we don't act, Master Shui will not trust us. But, 8. Time was running out. And before the constable named Lu could react, Lu Wu pulled his hand and pressed it onto the golden knife. The two of them jointly gripped the knife belonging to Lu Ruofeng and plunged it into Li Xian's neck. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth. After completing this grim task, the two collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Now do you know what to say? Lu Wu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and earnestly addressed Shui Wanping. Naturally, we will claim that Lu Ruofeng counterattacked at the moment of his death, killing Constable Li and 100 Household Li, who, in his final moments, managed to strike Lu Ruofeng with all his might. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping chuckled softly, nodding in approval. You are Lu Wu, correct? Very well, I will request for your transfer to my command. Thank you for your recognition, Master. However, there is still a slight deficiency. You two must endure a bit more. Without waiting for their response, Shui Wanping picked up the golden knife once more. With 2 swift slashes, he left a wound on each of them. Thus, the scheme was flawlessly executed. Chapter 12. The Divine Bow of the Setting Sun, Rewards and Recognition. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the divine weapon, the Setting Sun Bow. Would you like to claim your reward? The system notification suddenly echoed in Shui Wanping's mind. This indicated that the constables within the courtyard had already located Wang Huan. Claim. A radiant purple orb materialized in Shui Wanping's right hand, dazzling and mesmerizing. Now, envision the longbow you desire. A mysterious voice abruptly reverberated in Shui Wanping's mind. With his eyes gently closed, he observed as the purple orb began to transform, gradually taking the shape of a longbow. Before long, the purple light coalesced, revealing an ancient-looking longbow entirely crafted from purple material in his grasp. The light of the setting sun transformed into form, forged as a bow, capable of shattering with thought. Shui Wanping suddenly opened his eyes, raising his arm to draw the bow, a purple energy arrow forming on the bowstring. This bow required no feathered arrows. The essence of the setting sun coalesced into a bow. What a magnificent setting sun bow! Shui Wanping murmured to himself. As he returned the bow to its string, he gently caressed its body, his eyes brimming with affection. The setting sun, being an otherworldly entity, possessed a hint of celestial aura, rendering it extraordinary. Lu Wu and Lu Zi were left in awe by this spectacle. Shui Wanping felt reassured about the two. After all, they were now in the same boat. Put away the setting sun bow, Shui Wanping instructed, gesturing towards the 3 corpses on the ground. You two, take these 3 bodies and return with me. Yes, master. With that, they hurriedly approached, placing the 3 corpses upon their horses, swiftly following Shui Wanping's lead towards the Lu residence. At that moment, within the Lu residence, the constables had nearly tidied up the aftermath. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Shui Wanping was surprised to see Chang Wei present. 100 Household Lord, what brings you here? Noticing Shui Wanping's approach, Chang Wei hurriedly inspected him for any injuries. Zhao Long informed me of the situation, so I rushed over. Tell me, did Li Fohai and the others give you any trouble? Alas, Shui Wanping sighed lightly, then pointed to the 3 corpses on horseback behind him, saying, 100 Household Li was ambushed by that rogue, and unfortunately perished in battle. What? Li Fohai is dead? Chang Wei was taken aback. Li Fohai had always been cautious. How could he fall victim to an enemy's ambush? Chang Wei stepped forward to examine Li Fohai's wounds closely. The wounds were gaping, evidently inflicted by Lu Ruofeng's golden knife. How curious that Lu Ruofeng's strength had become so formidable. In his dying struggle, his power must have been greater than usual. Indeed, we all witnessed it. Lu Wu quickly corroborated. With the testimonies of these two, Chang Wei's suspicions were dispelled. After all, both were subordinates of Li Fohai and were unlikely to lie. Who would have imagined that a mere hunter, recently promoted to captain, would dare commit such an audacious act, killing 100 household officer of the Six Doors? Moreover, within the Six Doors, few were aware of the feud between Shui Wanping and Li Fohai. Very well, Wanping, you should return early to rest. After several days of toil, you must be exhausted. I will report this matter to Lord Qianhu. Your reward shall not be lacking. I shall take my leave now. Shui Wanping stepped outside, casually seeking a swift steed to head towards Yinjing. With Chang Wei managing matters at the Lu residence, he felt reassured, confident that when it came time to report to Gu Qing, his commendable efforts would surely be recognized. 2 days later, at dawn, as the first light of day broke, Gu Qing summoned Shui Wanping with urgency. In the central hall of the Qianhu office, Gu Qing sat upright in a dignified manner, flanked by 4 captains on either side. I have already grasped the entirety of the events. You have performed admirably in this undertaking, Shui Wanping. Gu Qing's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of joy or ire. Your subordinate was unable to save Captain Li, and I humbly request Lord Qianhu to impose punishment. Do not fret. The matter concerning Li Fohai is beyond your purview. Had he not been so ambitious, he would not have lost his life. That arrow which repelled the demonic cultist, and the one that struck Lu Ruofeng, were shot by you, correct? Indeed, it was my doing. Shui Wanping replied with neither arrogance nor subservience. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Gu Qing's gaze sharpened perceptibly. As an authentic first-grade expert, Gu Qing's discernment far surpassed that of Chang Wei. Although Shui Wanping had tempered his strength at that moment, Gu Qing surmised that the arrow wounds upon Lu Ruofeng's corpse indicated that the archer must possess at least second-grade prowess. Gu Qing rose and surveyed the room. Speaking with solemnity, Li Fohai's apprehension of the thief deserves recognition. I have already reported it to the court, ensuring favorable treatment for his subordinates. As for your successful capture of the criminal, you shall be rewarded with a second-grade manual and 500 taels of silver. The other captains who participated in the hunt will receive 100 taels each, and the constables shall receive 50 taels apiece. Thank you, my lord. Shui Wanping knelt on one knee. Enough, everyone may withdraw. At this moment, Chang Wei stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. Lord Qianhu, I have a word to speak. I wonder if I may. Speak. With the demise of Captain Li and no male heir to succeed him, I implore you, Lord Qianhu, to consider a plan for this vacancy. Chang Wei's intentions were unmistakably clear. The news of Li Fohai's death had yet to reach higher authorities. He calculated that with a nudge, he might elevate Shui Wanping to the position. If they delayed, the officials above might send someone entirely unexpected to fill the role. Oh, Captain Chang, speak plainly. I have interacted with Captain Shui for a considerable time. He is a man of integrity and possesses commendable skills. His ability to unravel this case speaks volumes of his investigative prowess. I propose he be appointed to the vacant captaincy. After this proclamation, Chang Wei bowed deeply. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair stepped forward. He was the veteran Captain Lu Nong. I must voice my dissent. This man has only just joined the Six Doors. To seek promotion based on a single case is not reasonable. Furthermore, I find the circumstances surrounding Captain Li's death rather suspicious. Upon hearing Lu Nang's words, Chang Wei's expression soured. You, Lu Huzi, what do you mean by suspicious? Are you questioning me or Lord Qianhu? Li Fohai was a cautious man. We both know this. How could he fall prey to a careless ambush? There must be foul play involved. Enough already. You merely wish to promote your nephew, Li Dan. What sort of man is he? The two engaged in a heated exchange, their discourse escalating into a lively quarrel, transforming the once solemn Qianhu office into a scene reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Silence. Gu Qing's commanding voice halted their bickering. He resumed his seat, resting his chin in thought for a moment. Both of your arguments hold merit. Very well, Shui Wanping. Your servant is here. I shall report the particulars to the supervising official. The decision regarding the new captain will rest with him. However, until the new captain assumes office, you shall serve as acting captain. I accept the command. Now, everyone may withdraw. With a wave of his hand, Gu Qing dismissed them. As Shui Wanping exited the Qianhu office, a flicker of darkness crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Nong. Had it not been for this man, he believed he would have already attained the captaincy. At that moment, Chang Wei approached and lightly patted Shui Wanping on the shoulder. Wanping, oh, I should say, now you are Captain Shui. My lord, you flatter me. This is merely a temporary arrangement. Fear not. This position will eventually be yours. Indeed. By the way, the Wang family has invited you to the Qingyan Pavilion tonight. I have already accepted on your behalf. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Chapter 13. Learning the Bull's Strength, heading to Qingyan Pavilion. Within the armory of the Six Doors, Shui Wanping tirelessly sifted through the shelves. The vast array of martial arts texts, swordplay, knife techniques, lightness skills, and boxing methods left him feeling quite overwhelmed. This one will suffice. After much deliberation, he ultimately selected the volume titled Bull Strength. One might assume from its name that it contained esoteric mental cultivation methods. However, it was, in fact, a martial arts manual focused on boxing techniques. After this encounter, Shui Wanping recognized that while he excelled at ranged combat, his close-quarters skills were woefully inadequate. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the reward of a second-grade manual, he aimed to enhance his melee capabilities. Despite the impressive knife and sword techniques available, he clearly had no desire to select them. Carrying a longbow while also bearing a sword would prove overly cumbersome. The first floor of the armory housed the training area. After registering the chosen manual, Shui Wanping strode directly inside. Since achieving enlightenment and opening his meridians, his learning speed had accelerated significantly. An hour later, having completed a full cycle of energy circulation, he had already mastered approximately 60% of bull strength. Rising to his feet, he focused his energy into his fists and struck the wooden post before him. With a resounding crash, the post splintered into pieces. Satisfaction washed over Shui Wanping as he nodded. With such prowess, even facing a master in close combat would present him with a considerable chance of victory. Noticing that time was slipping away, he prepared to leave. Shortly after his departure, a junior official entered to tidy up, bewildered by the shattered remnants of the wooden post. He muttered, "How did this ironwood post come to be destroyed? Could it be that the chief constable visited?" Returning to his quarters, Shui Wanping freshened up and donned the azure robe left by his mother. It was the only set of formal attire he possessed. After all, he would soon be attending a gathering of revelry, and wearing official garb would be rather inappropriate. At that moment, Lu Wu was already waiting outside his door. Having assumed the acting captaincy, the subordinates of Li Fohai naturally fell under Shui Wanping's command. "Lu Wu, come, accompany me to the prison." "Yes, my lord." The Six Doors prison stood in stark contrast to the interrogation room. While the latter at least enjoyed the benefit of sunlight, the prison was perpetually shrouded in darkness, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. Moreover, the implements of torture found within the prison dwarfed anything in the interrogation room. The two constables who had accompanied Li Xian in his misdeeds were currently incarcerated. "Speak. How do you wish me to treat you?" Shui Wanping's icy glare bore down upon them. Had they not aided the wicked, the subsequent events would never have transpired. Had he been adequately prepared, that cultist star officer would never have escaped. "My lord, we understand our errors. Please grant us clemency. Indeed, we truly recognize our mistakes. Once we are released, we shall make amends and serve you without reservation." The two, battered and bruised, pleaded incessantly. What a farce. Simply laughable. "You two ungrateful curs still have the audacity to seek my forgiveness?" Shui Wanping interrupted them harshly. "Once betrayed, forever forsaken. A single severance means never again. Do you two still dream of escape? How preposterous. My lord, we truly recognize our folly." With that, Shui Wanping produced a gold ingot from his bosom and tossed it directly to the gatekeeper. "You two must be well taken care of." Shui Wanping emphasized his words. Yes, esteemed sir." Upon receiving the coin, the jailer beamed with delight, fully grasping Shui Wanping's intent. Inflict torment, but ensure they do not perish. Having spoken, Shui Wanping no longer lingered, turning with Lu Wu to depart, entirely indifferent to the anguished pleas that echoed behind them. The two emerged from the prison as dusk settled. "Prepare the horse. We shall attend the banquet." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Lu Wu's heart was a tumult of emotions. He was all too aware that Shui Wanping had purposely brought him here. This was also a warning from Shui Wanping, a stark reminder that betrayal would lead to dire consequences. Regarding Lu Wu, Shui Wanping had inquired yesterday and discovered that he hailed from a respectable background and conducted himself with caution. To thrive within the six gates, one must cultivate their own influence, and Lu Wu was merely the first step. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Qingyan Pavilion. As they dismounted, a servant rushed to greet them. The establishment boasted dedicated stables, stocked with the finest fodder. Even the servants had a designated resting area, a testament to the meticulous hospitality offered. Shui Wanping adjusted his attire and pushed open the door. The immediate impression of Qingyan Pavilion was one of elegance. The decor was both ancient and refined, with a grand wooden stage at its center, where a songstress serenaded the audience. On either side of the stage, spiraling staircases of sandalwood ascended. Shui Wanping inhaled deeply, enveloped by the fragrant scent of sandalwood, a stark contrast to the cloying aroma of rouge found in the Xihua Tower. Noticing the guests, a plump woman of about 40 hurried over. "Young sir, you appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Qingyan Pavilion? Would you like me to introduce you to one of our ladies? I am here to meet Wang Yuanwei." "Wang Yuanwei? Might you be surnamed Shui?" "Indeed." "Oh, Lord Shui. Please, do come in. My master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." With that, the matron, waving a silk scarf scented with perfume, hastily led the way. Inside a private room on the second floor, Wang Quanan, Wang Huan, and Chang Wei were seated around a table. Upon Shui Wanping's entrance, the Wang father and son promptly rose to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Shui Wanping took his seat. Just as the matron prepared to leave, Wang Quanan called her back. Mama Wang, please fetch Wen Qing'er and have her perform a piece. The matron hesitated, but Qing, no buts. Is what I say not sufficient? Very well. I shall go at once. Upon hearing Wen Qing'er's name, both Chong Wei and Lu Wu's eyes brightened noticeably. This Wen Qing'er was the celebrated courtesan of Qingyan Pavilion. Renowned throughout Yanjing City, with tales of wealthy patrons spending lavishly just to earn a smile from her. Most importantly, she sold her talents, not her body, remaining a maiden. It was almost unimaginable what astronomical price her first night could fetch if it were ever auctioned. Of course, Shui Wanping was not particularly versed in such matters. Hence he exhibited no reaction. Wang Quanan gestured, and Wang Huan promptly brought forth 2 brocade boxes from a corner, presenting them respectfully before Chong Wei and Shui Wanping. Esteemed officials, my son's life was spared thanks to your intervention. I am at a loss for how to repay you, so I have prepared a modest gift. And I hope you will accept it. Your kindness is appreciated, Wang Yuanwei. Chong Wei nodded slightly, not refusing. Shui Wanping also acknowledged with a nod, signaling Lu Wu to accept the offerings. Shui Wanping was not so noble, and within this feudal dynasty, it had become customary for officials to accept bribes for their services. Although he was currently acting on behalf of the 100 households, his monthly salary amounted to a mere 20 taels, hardly sufficient for his needs. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open. A young woman entered slowly. Shui Wanping looked up. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a pink skirt, with a sheer white veil draped over her, hinting at her fair complexion beneath. Her delicate brows resembled tranquil autumn waters, and her jade-like skin danced in the gentle breeze. I am Wen Qing'er, at your service, esteemed hosts, and greetings to the 3 gentlemen. Chapter 14, Revelry in the Entertainment District. Shui Wanping felt little reaction to the enchanting Wen Qing'er, having come from a different world and seen much. However, Chong Wei and Lu Wu were wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on Wen Qing'er, akin to famished wolves spotting a sheep. Wang Quanan rose and pointed to the guzheng on the nearby table. Qing'er, please play a piece for our distinguished guests. Yes. Wen Qing'er sat down leisurely, adjusting the strings for a moment before the melody of Fishing Boat Song at Dusk flowed from her fingertips. In an instant, the audience was entranced. As the music concluded, applause erupted in appreciation. Fishing Boat Song at Dusk, resonating to the shores of Pengli. Indeed, Miss Wen's technique is extraordinary. Shui Wanping could not help but commend. You flatter me, Lord Shui. Wen Qing'er replied with a courteous bow. At that moment, an abrupt shout pierced the air from outside. Let me go? I want to see Qing'er. I must see Qing'er. Hearing this, Wen Qing'er furrowed her brows. Wang Quanan's expression darkened as he bellowed. Summon someone. The matron rushed in hastily. What is happening outside? It's that Wang Xiaozai, insisting on meeting Qing'er. Today was supposed to be his appointment with her, and now that he cannot see her, he has begun to cause a scene. Shui Wanping observed Wen Qing'er discreetly, noting a flicker of concern in her demeanor. Could it be that the courtesan had feelings for this scholar? This reminded him of the tale of Du Shenyang and the fallen scholar from his previous life. Shui Wanping mused, this is quite intriguing. Which Wang Xiaozai? Wang Quanan pressed further. Isn't the autumn imperial examination approaching? He is merely a scholar from out of town. All I know is that his surname is Wang. An outsider scholar can afford to engage a courtesan? He is likely just a freeloader. Throw him out with a stick. Wang Quanan's displeasure was evident. He thought if this continued, he would lose face. Upon hearing Wang Quanan's command to throw the man out, Wen Qing'er suddenly appeared anxious, her body trembling slightly as she exclaimed, Mother, wait. Just send him away. No need for violence. He always pays generously. We cannot neglect our esteemed guests at Qingyan Pavilion. The matron looked at Wen Qing'er, shaking her head in disbelief. She knew too well that it was always Wen Qing'er who covered the costs whenever this scholar visited. Did the matron not understand that the impoverished words of these literati held such allure? The matron glanced at Wang Quanan, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Should they strike or not? Observing Wen Qing'er speak up, Wang Quanan deliberated for a moment, sighed, and then said, Then let it be as Qing'er wishes. Send him away. Yes, yes. With the order given, the matron hurriedly retreated. Moments later, the atmosphere outside settled into silence once more. After another piece from Wen Qing'er, Wang Quanan gestured for her to take her leave. Subsequently, the 5 within the room raised their cups and drank heartily. Confronted by Shui Wanping, the Wang father and son, along with Chong Wei and Lu Wu, incessantly raised their cups in toasts, leaving him somewhat dazed from the excessive libations. The pace at which his inner strength could counteract the alcohol was evidently lagging behind the rapid consumption of the drinks. Brother Shui, Wang Quanan, with a flushed complexion, draped his arm around Shui Wanping's shoulder, their cheeks almost brushing against one another in a rather intimate manner. You are not leaving tonight. I have everything arranged. All right. I won't leave. Shui Wanping replied with his eyes closed, clearly already inebriated to the point of losing consciousness. It was evident that Wang Quanan held a greater regard for Shui Wanping than for Chong Wei. At nearly 50 years of age, Chong Wei had reached the pinnacle of his career as a chief constable. In stark contrast, Shui Wanping, at the tender age of 20, represented boundless potential. His recent arrival at the Six Doors heralded an auspicious future. Despite the Wang family's considerable wealth, in this feudal society, merchants were regarded as the lowest of the low, particularly those engaged in trade. Each year, Wang Quanan lavished gifts upon his superiors, yet how many could genuinely consider him a friend? As Shui Wamping's official rank remained modest, Wang Quanan believed that by showering him with attentions now, he would surely be remembered when Shui Wamping ascended to greatness. As the evening progressed and the revelry reached its peak, Wang Quanan summoned assistants to escort everyone to rest, while he exchanged a few words with the matron before swaying out the door, supported by Wang Huan. In a haze, Shui Wamping felt himself lifted onto a soft, inviting bed. Not long after, accompanied by a rustling sound, he sensed a delicate fragrance of rouge enveloping him, bringing a wave of pleasure. As the aroma intensified, a warm, supple form pressed closely against him, ensnaring him in an embrace. That night was destined to be sleepless for Shui Wamping. At dawn, Shui Wamping gradually opened his eyes. Surveying the elegantly adorned room, a jolt of realization surged through him. Was last night merely a dream? You're awake? A melodious voice chimed in suddenly. He looked up to find Wen Qing'er, her hair cascading loosely, seated at a dressing table nearby, applying flower yellow powder before a bronze mirror. Understanding dawned upon Shui Wamping regarding the events of the previous night. Glancing down, he spotted a striking crimson flower starkly contrasting against the pristine bedding. He had indeed claimed the flower courtesan's virtue. Shui Wamping couldn't help but marvel at the magnitude of Wang Quanan's token of gratitude. The flower courtesan's first night could easily fetch a sum of 100,000 taels at auction. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Given her evident interest in Scholar Wang during the banquet, why had she consented to accompany him? The answer lay in Wang Quanan's promise to Wen Qing'er. Should she spend the night with Shui Wamping, her freedom would be restored. The flower courtesan was eager to elope with the scholar, which prompted her agreement. Despite her wealth, she lacked the means to secure her own release. Scholar Wang, a destitute candidate preparing for the imperial examinations, was equally impoverished. However, these intricacies were unknown to Shui Wamping. An awkward silence enveloped the two as they exchanged glances. What time is it? Shui Wamping broke the stillness. Master Shui, it is already noon, came the reply. Stunned, Shui Wamping realized that his usual early rising had been thwarted by the effects of alcohol and last night's exertions. He hastily rose, his legs feeling weak, nearly toppling over. At that moment, the matron's voice carried in from outside. Is Master Shui awake? Yes, I'm coming out, he responded, quickly donning his attire and tidying his hair before stepping outside. The matron scrutinized him with a beaming smile. Master Shui, how did you rest last night? Very well. Very well. Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Wang Yuanwei for his generous hospitality. Shui Wamping clasped his hands in a bow. May I ask if there is anything else you require? As fate would have it, the main house has already made arrangements. The table is set and awaits your presence. She said cheerfully. To be frank, I must return to the yamen for duty and cannot linger. Oh, my dear Master Shui, Director Chang has already procured leave for you. Today, you may relish the festivities without concern. The matron, with a playful sway of her ample hips, took hold of Shui Wamping's arm and led him toward the private room. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after Shui Wamping departed, a maid rushed into Wen Qing'er's chamber. Miss, Scholar Wang is waiting at the door. The following morning, at the constabulary, Shui Wamping rose early, his demeanor unchanged. He remained vigilant regarding the second round of thank-you drinks, mindful not to overindulge. Having exhausted his resources, another night of revelry would be too taxing for his body. As for the flower courtesan, he had already learned that she had eloped with Scholar Wang during the feast, a matter he took in stride. While most might fixate on their first encounters, Shui Wamping was not one to be swayed. He was no longer a naive youth in this feudal society and had long since left behind any notions of innocence. After washing up and grabbing a quick breakfast from a street vendor, Shui Wamping made his way to the main hall of the constabulary. The appointed hour had arrived for roll call. Following Shui Wamping's suggestion, Lu Wu was temporarily assuming the role of captain in his absence. When Shui Wamping was confirmed for a permanent position, Lu Wu would be elevated as well. The team of constables that had previously accompanied Shui Wamping was also reassigned to him, as it was easier to work with familiar faces. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Shui Wamping was soon approached by Lu Wu. Upon observing Lu Wu's pallid complexion and the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, Shui Wamping was taken aback. It was evident he had been laboring tirelessly and had suffered a significant drain of energy. Sir, aside from Captain Li Dan's team, everyone else is present. Shui Wamping's expression shifted slightly, a hint of displeasure surfacing. This is my first roll call, and already there are issues? What is going on? The medical officer reported that Captain Li had contracted an illness yesterday and was recuperating at home. And his team of constables? Lu Wu hesitated, finally admitting. It is said that they have also contracted the same illness. At this, Shui Wamping chuckled. What a brotherly bond, catching the same illness together. I must see what sort of affliction this is. Just as he was about to rise, Lu Wu urgently advised against it. Sir, the medical officer warns that this illness is contagious. You should refrain from visiting. Speak plainly. If there is something to say, just say it. Shui Wamping's tone betrayed his annoyance. Hearing this, Lu Wu's pale face regained some color. Sir, do you know who Li Dan's uncle is? Isn't it just Lu Nung, his maternal uncle? Not quite. Sir, Lu Nung is not of great significance, but do you know who his godfather is? At this revelation, Shui Wamping nearly choked on his own saliva. Lu Nung appeared to be in his 60s. How could this man still have a godfather? Pray tell, who might that be? Why? It is none other than the esteemed vice director of the Eastern Depot, Deng Goen, a venerable figure of 6,000 years. Deng Goen. This individual is known to Shui Wamping to some extent, yet when it comes to age, he is merely in his early 40s. To have Lu Nung take him as a godfather is truly a loss of face. However, Shui Wamping is also aware that such eunuchs from the Eastern Depot have a habit of adopting godsons. After all, lacking the ability to leave behind descendants, adopting a godson serves as a means to alleviate that regret. Moreover, it is said that these eunuchs are fiercely protective of their own. The vice director of the Eastern Depot holds an official rank equivalent to that of the deputy chief of the Six Doors, a position even superior to that of Gu Qing, not to mention me. Should he decide to employ certain tactics, my career could indeed be in jeopardy. Although currently, this person is not someone I can afford to offend, Shui Wamping maintains an outward calmness. He takes a sip from his teacup and casts a subtly meaningful glance at Lu Wu. What? Are you afraid? Hearing this, Lu Wu immediately straightens up and declares, if the Lord is unafraid, then I shall not be afraid either. Ha ha ha, splendid. Is physician Zhao Long present? Present. Zhao Long steps forward, cupping his fists in salute. You and Lu Wu shall accompany me to visit Li Dan's residence. The rest shall attend to their respective duties. Yes. The assembled crowd bows and disperses. In Shui Wamping's eyes, a person like Li Dan is hardly fearsome. Such individuals are often brainless fools. What is truly daunting are those who are adaptable and shameless enough to endure, for they are the ones capable of achieving great things. Much like his uncle Lu Nung, a man of substance who has forsaken his dignity to curry favor with Deng Goen, even going so far as to have his grandson adopt the surname Deng. Such a person, if born in chaotic times, could very well become a formidable warlord. Had it not been for Deng Goen's connections, Shui Wamping would have intended to expose Li Dan directly and administer a few strikes, but it is evident that this course of action is now unfeasible. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Your life or death shall depend solely on your own choices. Shui Wamping has already formed a plan in his mind. The residence of Li Dan is in close proximity to the Six Doors headquarters. The three of them arrive within the span of less than a fragrant stick of incense. Shui Wamping gently knocks on the door. The one who answers is a woman appearing to be around 40, slender in stature with a rat-like face. As a hunter accustomed to the wild, Shui Wamping finds a certain kinship with this beast-like woman. Observing the official attire of the Six Doors, the woman smiles broadly. Esteemed lords, what brings you here? I am Shui Wamping, the 100 household captain, here to inquire about the health of Captain Li, who has fallen ill. Ah, it is Lord Shui. I apologize. But my husband suffers from a grievous illness that is contagious. It would be best if you were to return. As she speaks, the woman attempts to shut the door, but Shui Wamping swiftly blocks it. With a smile, he gently implores, sister-in-law, consider that we have come all this way. Do allow us to take a quick look. With this, Shui Wamping gives Lu Wu a knowing glance. Lu Wu, understanding the cue, produces several silver notes from his bosom and adds, indeed, sister-in-law. We have prepared a small token of appreciation to present to Brother Li. Please, consider this. Upon seeing the silver notes, the wife of Li's eyes light up, and she snatches them eagerly, her smile brightening. Oh, this is truly unexpected. The contagion is not as severe as one might think. Esteemed lords, please, come inside. With that, she opens the door wide and lets them in, believing that their monetary gesture indicates an awareness of her background and a desire to befriend her husband. The Li household is modest, and under the woman's guidance, Shui Wamping soon arrives at the bedroom. At that moment, Li Dan is lounging leisurely on his bed, exhaling plumes of smoke. The sudden appearance of Shui Wamping startles him, yet he quickly regains his composure, adopting an air of indifference. Upon seeing Li Dan in this state, Shui Wamping's anger flares, yet he manages to suppress it. Captain Li, what a fine disposition you have. It seems you are recovering well, indulging in your pleasures. In response, Li Dan leisurely sets down his smoking pipe, his eyes half closed. Recovering? I merely partake in some pain relief. Oh, the agony. Zhao Long, quickly, take Captain Li's pulse. Yes, my lord. Zhao Long nods slightly before stepping forward. Li Dan does not resist, allowing Zhao Long to examine him, though he glares menacingly at him. A threat evident even to the most oblivious observer. Before long, Zhao Long's brow furrows deeply, displaying evident concern. Zhao Long, how fares Captain Li? Shui Wamping inquires, my lord. Captain Li indeed suffers from a grave illness. I recommend continued care. Upon hearing this, Li Dan visibly relaxes and casts a look of approval at Zhao Long, as if to say, you are quite perceptive. Little does he know, this statement was merely a directive from Shui Wamping to Zhao Long. Shui Wamping then produces some silver coins from his robe, and steps forward to hand them to Li Dan. Captain Li, this is a small token from my brothers. Accept it and focus on your recovery. Take all the time you need. Oh, I am truly humbled. Though he says this, Li Dan swiftly accepts the money with great efficiency. We shall take our leave now, Captain Li. Wife, help me with my shoes. I must see off Brother Shui. With this, Li Dan attempts to rise. Rest well, there is no need to see us off. With these words, Shui Wanping gently pats Li Dan on the shoulder. In an instant, a hidden force silently courses through Shui Wanping's palm into Li Dan's body. A Grandmaster-esque strike. How could a mere 6th-rank martial artist like Li Dan possibly perceive it? This force travels through Li Dan's meridians and directly infiltrates his internal organs. Although Li Dan appears to be unaffected at present, within 2 weeks, this hidden energy will erupt. Unless another Grandmaster of greater strength than Shui Wanping intervenes, Li Dan is destined to suffer a fiery demise. If he dares to kill 100 household captain, what is a mere deputy captain to him? Upon exiting the Li residence, Shui Wanping feels quite pleased and murmurs to himself, may this grievous illness be curable. If treated in time, he may yet live. Should he remain obstinate and lose his life as a result, what a pity it would be. Chapter 16, Ascending to Power. The Imperial Examination in Autumn. In the following days, all was calm and peaceful. Shui Wanping found himself idly passing the time, frequenting tea houses to listen to music or indulging in a few games at the gambling den. As the hours slipped away, during this period, various rumors began to circulate about Shui Wanping. It became widely known that he had won the favor of the blossoming courtesan, Wenqing. Initially, the rumors suggested that Shui Wanping had captivated Wenqing with his intellect, leading to a mutual affection, resulting in his audacious conquest. However, as the tales evolved, they grew increasingly absurd, with some claiming that he had drugged her, others suggesting that he had taken advantage of her while intoxicated, and still others alleging that he had stealthily entered her chamber under the cover of night. Though each version differed, they all converged on a singular outcome. Wenqing, overwhelmed by shame, had taken her own life by jumping into the river. Of course, Shui Wanping paid little heed to these rumors, knowing full well that they were mere fabrications concocted by storytellers seeking attention. Within the 6 doors, Shui Wanping maintained a harmonious rapport with his subordinates during this time. Each day, he would practice martial arts at the training grounds in front of the 100 household office. The rudimentary technique known as the bull's might has been mastered to perfection by Shui Wanping in a mere 10 days. He has now comprehensively grasped the essence of this martial art. His punches slice through the air with an invigorating force, and he has finally developed some proficiency in close combat. As Shui Wanping continues to showcase his burgeoning prowess, the respect of his subordinates for him deepens. This, too, is a calculated maneuver on his part. It serves both to intimidate petty criminals and to attract the attention of higher authorities. As long as he displays sufficient potential, the position of the 100 households will undoubtedly be his for the taking. Presently, it is rumored throughout the 6 gates that Shui Wanping is a master of the 2nd rank. It is worth noting that some of the less capable 1,000 households are merely at the same rank. The enforcers under Li Dan, who feigned illness, have become considerably more subdued upon hearing this news, returning to their posts. Naturally, Shui Wanping has also had a word with them. As for Li Dan, should he acknowledge his errors and dispel that hidden energy, it would not be impossible. Yet he remains obstinately indifferent, spending his days at home tending to his birds and smoking longevity incense. However, this has eased Shui Wanping's concerns considerably. It is far more preferable for Li Dan to perish at home than within the precincts of the 100 households. Indeed, half a month later, while Li Dan was attending to nature's call, the latent energy within him unexpectedly erupted, rendering him a lifeless heap upon the latrine, devoid of breath. There had been no prior signs whatsoever, and Lu Nung dispatched someone to investigate, but naturally, nothing could be discovered, unless the legendary chief of the 6 gates, possessing the strength of a grandmaster, were to intervene. No clues would emerge. Yet, how could the demise of such an inconspicuous little head constable warrant the attention of the chief? Ultimately, the case was hastily closed with the conclusion of Li Dan's sudden death. With Li Dan's passing, the contest for the 100 households lost its intrigue, and within just 3 days, an imperial decree was issued. It formally announced Shui Wanping as the successor to the position of the 100 households. With this promotion, Shui Wanping has drawn closer to the core circles of influence in Yinjing. In the subsequent days, numerous officials and wealthy merchants, eager to forge connections with him, flocked to him. They all understood that as long as Shui Wanping did not commit any grave errors, his ascent would be meteoric. The position of the 100 households was certainly not his final destination, considering he was still only 20 years of age. Of course, some among them contemplated the prospect of courting Shui Wanping as a son-in-law, but the outrageous rumors circulating previously dissuaded them. This was fortuitous. As Shui Wanping was reluctant to entertain such distractions, romantic entanglements would only hinder his progress. For the higher echelons of Yinjing, Li Dan's demise and Shui Wanping's promotion were but trifles. At present, all attention in Yinjing is fixated upon the significant event of the Autumn Imperial Examination. The Autumn Examination is a grand affair of the Great Shang, held once every 3 years, primarily selecting talent through poetry and strategy essays. It is said that in heaven, there are the offspring of unicorns, and on earth, there are the top scholars. Current prominent figures such as Chancellor Zhou Zhuan, Grand Tutor Ko Hanlin, and Minister of Revenue Gong Nanha all hail from the ranks of top scholars from previous autumn examinations. The top scholars are also highly sought after as potential sons-in-law by the royal family and nobility. Today marks the day of the announcement of the autumn examination results. Early in the morning, the notice board of the Hanlin Academy is besieged by a throng of people, with candidates having queued overnight in anticipation of the results. After the crowing of the rooster 3 times, the gates of the Hanlin Academy swing open. A government official clad in a crimson official robe strides forward, cradling a yellow list, as the crowd instinctively parts to create a path. With a resounding slap, the half-zhong-long list is affixed to the notice board. It reads, in the 12th year of Xuanlong's reign, the autumn examination results. Top scholar, Sun Boyu, 2nd place. Wang Jiadi, 3rd place. Gu Ruoqiu, Jinshi, Jiangmen Gu. Upon seeing this list, the crowd erupts into chaos. Some weep tears of joy for their success, while others collapse to the ground in despair at their failure. Yet, the majority engage in fervent discussion. Alas, the top scholar is actually Sun Boyu. How could he possibly achieve such an honor? If there were no foul play in this year's examination, I shall not believe it even unto death. Sun Boyu is the deputy manager of the largest medicinal shop, Beozatang, in the Great Shang. While he possesses some rudimentary knowledge, to claim him as a prodigy worthy of the top scholar title is utterly implausible. It is well known that he had ranked last in the previous examinations, and this autumn examination had attracted a total of 750 candidates. Sun Boyu's sudden triumph raises suspicions of foul play. Who would take such a claim at face value? The literary circle is small. Everyone is somewhat aware of each other's capabilities. In truth, it is not only Sun Boyu whose ranking is questionable. There are several names in the Jinshi list that warrant scrutiny. As the uproar among the crowd intensifies, some candidates become increasingly agitated. The situation escalates when someone suggests surrounding the announcing official to demand an explanation. The official, knowing little of the chaos, attempts to quell the disturbance with a stern reprimand. However, this only serves to incite greater fury among the candidates, who promptly besiege the Hanlin Academy. It is crucial to note that such an occurrence has never transpired since the establishment of the Great Shang. Within half a day, the matter reaches the imperial court. In the imperial study, Emperor Yang Xianlong sits opposite a Taoist clad in a deep purple robe, engaging in discourse on the principles of Taoist longevity. Your Majesty, Chancellor Zhou requests an audience. A eunuch whispers at the door, careful not to disturb Yang Xianlong. Initially displeased at being interrupted, the emperor's mood lightens upon hearing it is Chancellor Zhou Zhuan, and he gestures for the Taoist to take his leave. As the Taoist exits, he raises an eyebrow at Zhou Zhuan, who responds with a barely perceptible smile. Upon entering, Zhou Zhuan kneels and salutes. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Zhou Aiqing, please rise. As Zhou Zhuan prepares to speak, Yang Xianlong preempts him, grasping his hand and urgently inquiring, my dear minister, your sister has been visiting for half a month now. I miss her dearly. Please urge her to return soon. Zhou Zhuan chuckles softly in response, respectfully replying, Your Majesty need not worry. My father has already sent word that the concubine is on her way back to the capital and will arrive shortly. That is wonderful news. You cannot imagine how restless I have been since her departure. The emperor exclaims, by the way, what brings you to see me? Zhou Zhuan then recounts the uproar caused by the candidates at the Hanlin Academy. Yang Xianlong, unfazed, reclines back and dismisses the matter. What triviality? Why trouble me with such nonsense? Relay my orders to the Jinyi to suppress those unruly candidates. If necessary, a couple may be executed. As for the allegations of cheating, have the 6 gates conduct a thorough investigation. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 17, Investigating Cheating, Encountering the Courtesan Again. Emperor Yang Xianlong is now 46 years old. He ascended the throne at the age of 20, and during his early reign, he diligently managed the affairs of the Great Shang with remarkable efficiency. Under his rule, the Great Shang flourished, and the populace enjoyed prosperity. In a short time, his reputation rivaled that of the founding emperor, Shang Taizu Yang Yuan. The historians laud his achievements in the annals of history as the reign of Xianlong. However, since turning 40, Yang Xianlong seems to have undergone a transformation. He became infatuated with Taoist practices of longevity, engaging in philosophical discussions with Taoists late into the night. Neglecting state affairs. That same year, the dead concubine Zhou Shiyan entered the palace, and Yang Xianlong lavished her with affection. Upon her gentle whispers at his bedside, Yang Xianlong entrusted both significant and trivial matters to his brother, Zhou Zhuan. In merely 2 years, Zhou Zhuan ascended from the position of a sacrificial wine official at the Imperial Academy to that of Prime Minister. During this time, Zhou Zhuan forged alliances for personal gain. Wielding his power to systematically eliminate dissenters in the court, the Jinyi became a tool for his machinations, implicating numerous loyal officials in treachery. Fortunately, a faction led by the Grand Tutor Ko Hanlin stood in stark opposition to him. thereby maintaining a semblance of balance within the court. Zhou Zhuan had contemplated removing Ko Hanlin, yet the latter was no easy adversary. After all, the entire Six Doors Bureau was under Ko Hanlin's influence, its strength rivaling that of the Jinhui. Moreover, Ko Hanlin held the shadow of Yang Xianlong behind him. Yang Xianlong was not as indifferent as he appeared. He was fully aware of all occurrences within the court, including Zhou Zhuan's deeds. Zhou Zhuan was but a dagger in his hand, tasked with executing unspeakable tasks and bearing the blame. In contrast, Ko Hanlin served as a shield, essential for governing the realm and safeguarding his empire from that perilously sharp blade. Both treacherous ministers and loyal officials were to be preserved. This was his art of ruling. For instance, in the recent investigation into the examination fraud, the Jinhui was assigned a portion of the inquiry, while the Six Doors Bureau managed another. He sought a balance. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of the imperial edict, both the Jinhui and the Six Doors Bureau sprang into action. It is crucial to note that in this empire, where imperial authority reigned supreme, causing a disturbance at the Hanlin Academy was tantamount to treason. Soon, several ringleaders among the examinees were apprehended and imprisoned by the Jinhui. As for the Six Doors Bureau, the investigation was overseen by Gu Qing's immediate superior, Xiao Qian, the left deputy of the Six Doors Bureau. Xiao Qian divided his subordinates into 3 teams. One to investigate the officials responsible for setting questions, supervising, and grading at the Hanlin Academy. Another to scrutinize the financial accounts of officials related to the examination, albeit temporarily limiting the focus to those of second rank and below, and the final team, led by Gu Qing, tasked with investigating the successful candidates. Those who did not pass were likely not involved in the fraud and merely needed to await the outcome of the investigation. As Gu Qing prepared to leave, Xiao Qian discreetly handed her a note, which bore only 3 words, Umo Dong. With Gu Qing's intellect, she immediately understood that the U referred to the top scholar, Sun Boyle. Clearly, this top scholar was under the protection of a significant figure, either Prime Minister Zhou Zhuan or Grand Tutor Ko Hanlin. Gu Qing sighed softly, recognizing that this was merely a struggle for power among the higher-ups. Her role was to obediently follow orders. As a simple subordinate could hardly sway the significant affairs of the court. Upon returning to the bureau, Gu Qing briefly assigned tasks, personally leading the investigation into Sun Boyu. The others were divided into teams of a dozen under various captains. Shui Wanping reviewed the list and noted that 12 individuals required questioning. Intrigued, he chuckled quietly upon realizing that fate had brought him to include the newly minted second-place scholar, Wang Jiadi. The mere mention of Wang Jiadi's name reminded Shui Wanping of the graceful Wenqinger. He subsequently handed the list to Zhao Long, intending to personally investigate Wang Jiadi while delegating simpler tasks to others. At that moment, Zhao Long had stepped into the role of captain, having taken over Li Dan's position. Zhao Long and Lu Wu had become Shui Wanping's trusted aides, efficiently managing the daily affairs. With the tasks assigned, Shui Wanping commanded the officers to set forth, while he and Lu Wu rode towards Wang Jiadi's residence. Wang Jiadi resided in a rural courtyard on the outskirts of Yinjing. The examination period typically lasted around half a month, prompting examinees to arrive in Yinjing about a month in advance to avoid any delays. Consequently, those with limited means often rented modest courtyards nearby to prepare for the exams, as not everyone could afford to stay in the city's ends. Following the information provided by the Hanlin Academy, Shui Wanping soon located Wang Jiadi's dwelling. At that moment, the courtyard gate stood firmly closed. Shui Wanping gestured subtly to Lu Wu, who approached and knocked gently on the door. Is Wang Jiadi home? Upon hearing Lu Wu's voice, hurried footsteps echoed from within. Is the good news here? Ha! Wang Jiadi's excited voice resonated through the door, as he had already seen the announcement and knew of the disturbances among the examinees. Having secured his position as the second-place scholar, he deemed it unnecessary to join in the chaos. He had returned home early, grooming himself and dressing neatly in anticipation of the officials bearing good news. When the door opened, Wang Jiadi appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 2 men. Gentlemen, have you come to the wrong place? Are you Wang Jiadi? Indeed, that is me. The Six Doors Bureau is conducting an investigation. Please accompany us. Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Wang Jiadi visibly panicked, his gaze darting nervously, and his voice trembled. I do not know what crime I have committed. Observing his demeanor, Shui Wanping's mind immediately concluded, this man is undoubtedly guilty. Employing the technique arrow like a meteor, he peered inside, his vision magnifying 100-fold. Through the silhouette of Wang Jiadi, he discerned a tattered figure lying on the ground within the courtyard. Lu Wu, apprehend him. Without delay, Lu Wu swiftly restrained Wang Jiadi, executing Shui Wanping's command with precision. Let me go? What crime have I committed? I am the newly minted second-place scholar. How dare you? Wang Jiadi protested vehemently. Ignoring his outcry, Shui Wanping leaped over Wang Jiadi and dashed inside. Upon entering the courtyard and flinging open the partially ajar door, the sight before him ignited his fury. There lay Wenqinger, ragged and on the ground, her eyes barely open and her breath shallow. Her body bore numerous whip scars, and all 10 of her delicate fingers had been stripped of their nails. Before her lay a cracked bowl containing some spoiled food. Bending down, Shui Wanping checked Wen Qing'er's pulse, which was alarmingly erratic. Had he not discovered her today, she would surely not survive the night. Feeling the warmth at her wrist, Wen Qing'er slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar man before her, and with all her strength, managed to utter 2 words. It's you. Chapter 18. The dust settles. Silence the witnesses. Shui Wanping removed his cloak to cover Wen Qing'er and gently lifted her, making his way out of the courtyard. Wang Jiadi, pinned down by Lu Wu, quickly grasped the situation. The 6 Doors Bureau. So it is you. You are the scoundrel of the 6 Doors. Before Shui Wanping could respond, Lu Wu delivered a sharp slap to Wang Jiadi. Keep your mouth clean. The force of the blow was considerable, causing the literary-born Wang Jiadi to lose several teeth. Shui Wanping proceeded to the horse, carefully placing Wen Qing'er on its back. You, Shui, will regret this. I tell you truthfully, I have been promised in marriage by Lord Qiu, the Minister of Justice. Once I rise to prominence, you will rue this day. After arranging matters concerning Wen Qing'er, Shui Wanping finally turned around, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wang Jiadi. It would have been one thing if Wang Jiadi merely relied on the support of others, but to strike a woman is a sign of cowardice. The situation before them was abundantly clear. Wang Jiadi had squandered Wen Qing'er's savings and subsequently revealed his true nature, subjecting her to various torments to satiate his perverse desires. Now that he had ascended to the status of a favored son-in-law to a high-ranking official, he harbored murderous thoughts against the innocent Wen Qing'er. He was determined to keep his disgraceful past hidden. Poor Wen Qing'er had sacrificed everything for him, only to find herself bereft of both wealth and life, nearly losing her own existence in the process. Shui Wanping looked at Wang Jiadi with a cold smile and said, "Are you still dreaming of being the second-best scholar? Let me speak plainly. There has been malpractice in this examination, and the results will be annulled." Surprisingly, rather than expressing concern, Wang Jiadi remained unfazed. So what if I must retake the exam? I pursue knowledge with integrity. With my talent, I might still ascend to the pinnacle of success. Who knows? Before Wang Jiadi could finish his sentence, Shui Wanping raised his foot and forcefully stomped down on his wrist. A loud crack echoed as Shui Wanping shattered Wang Jiadi's wrist bone. Instantly, an intense wave of pain engulfed Wang Jiadi, the frail scholar unable to contain a pained howl. If you cannot write, how can you retake the exam? How can you pursue your dreams of glory? The most vital asset for an aspiring scholar is his hands, and to break this man's arm is a far more effective form of torture than any other. Shui Wanping aimed to shatter his ambitions. The agony etched on Wang Jiadi's face gradually morphed into a venomous glare. You scoundrel, may you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall sue you. Sue me? Who witnessed me injuring you? Lu Wu, did you see anything? Wang Jiadi's face twisted with madness. He opened his mouth to speak, but was met with a swift strike to his jaw from Lu Wu, rendering him speechless. Shui Wanping, satisfied with Lu Wu's actions, nodded and commanded, "Take him away." "Yes, my lord." Wang Jiadi attempted to resist, but Lu Wu swiftly knocked him unconscious with a precise strike and tossed him onto a horse before following Shui Wanping to the 6 Doors precinct. Shui Wanping, with his fiery temper, yearned to execute Wang Jiadi on the spot. Such a cultured rogue was a waste of air. However, he knew such an act would leave him with much to explain. As he glanced at the unconscious Wen Qing'er before him, he felt no romantic sentiments, only a twinge of pity. He was no saint. Once she regained her strength, he intended to provide her with some silver and set her free. Although Wen Qing'er's plight seemed intertwined with Shui Wanping, the truth was that it bore little connection. Wang Jiadi merely found a grandiose excuse to justify his actions. And even without this incident, he would have concocted another pretext to dispose of her. Some individuals are inherently wicked, their malevolence ingrained in their very essence. Upon returning to the precinct, Shui Wanping summoned Zhao Long to ensure Wen Qing'er was well cared for, then dragged the wretched Wang Jiadi into the interrogation room. Wang Jiadi's background was relatively easy to investigate. With no significant connections, it was clear he had achieved his status through his own merit, and many scholars acknowledged his literary prowess. After giving the guards some brief instructions to look after Wang Jiadi, Shui Wanping departed. Meanwhile, aside from a few individuals who feared the impending fallout and fled, the rest were taken back to the 6 Doors, under the meticulous investigation of left assistant Qiao Qiyan. The results aligned with the candidate's suspicions. Malpractice had indeed occurred in this year's examination, involving as many as 60 participants. It is worth noting that only 140 candidates were admitted this year, meaning nearly half of those implicated were involved in the malpractice. This figure only accounted for the candidates. The number of officials involved was even greater, ranging from third-grade officials to stable hands in the Hanlin Academy, with a total of 117 individuals identified as implicated. This scandal sent shockwaves through the court. This was without even delving deeper into the matter. The 6 Doors and the Jinui were eager to continue interrogating the corrupt officials. Zhou Jun and Ko Hanlin recognized this as an opportune moment to suppress their rivals and were unwilling to let it slip away. Similarly, Emperor Yang Xianlong understood this, thus ordering the Eastern Depot to handle the investigation of these officials. The Eastern Depot was the emperor's trusted faction, There were matters he preferred not to scrutinize too closely, as the delicate balance within the court was not something he wished to disrupt. As long as these implicated officials were dealt with, it would suffice to placate the disgruntled scholars. Following this, everything would return to normal, and the higher-ranking officials would surely be more cautious after this chastening. Corruption in the imperial examinations was not uncommon. However, this year's excesses had incited the ire of the candidates. Following the handling of the implicated candidates and officials, the emperor ultimately decreed that the examinations would be reopened in half a month. This was exactly as Shui Wanping had anticipated. Although Sun Boyu had managed to escape this time with powerful protection, he would likely find no one willing to assist him in the retake. It was laughable that he had spent a fortune only to gain a fleeting moment of glory as the top scholar, and after this corruption scandal, he would have to invest even more to express his gratitude to those who helped him evade punishment. In the aftermath, the literary circles of Yinjing mocked him as a fool who paved the way with gold only to build bridges of silver, a fleeting top scholar's son the simpleton. After 3 days of treatment, when Qing'er had barely regained the strength to stand, she attempted to seek out Shui Wanping several times, but was repeatedly dismissed under the pretense of his busy official duties. Wang Jiadi, after being detained for a week, was finally released. However, his broken right wrist showed no signs of healing and appeared to be worsening, a result of the guard's meticulous neglect. In the dead of night, in a small courtyard outside Yinjing, the dim candlelight flickered as Wang Jiadi, his face darkened, clutched a brush in his left hand, awkwardly practicing his writing on paper. Merely writing with my left hand, I, Wang, possess exceptional talent. Half a month will suffice. He glanced at his dangling right hand, a cruel expression crossing his face as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Shui dog, if I manage to succeed in the examinations, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, extinguishing the candle's flame in an instant. In the next moment, a large hand clamped over Wang Jiadi's mouth. Terrified, he struggled, but he was no match for the martial artist behind him. Lu Wu, wearing a sinister smile, said, "Scholar Wang, I'm afraid it's your misfortune. You crossed our Lord. Perhaps in your next life, you can pray for success." With a violent twist, Lu Wu snapped Wang Jiadi's neck. After completing his grim task, Lu Wu reignited the candle and set the courtyard ablaze, leaving without a backward glance. In this dry autumn-winter season, fires were common occurrences, especially when the victim was an inconsequential outsider. Who would care? Mishaps were frequent, and Shui Wanping knew he could not afford to leave any opportunities for his enemies. Chapter 19. The Courtesan's Sacrifice, a Beautiful Disaster. 3 months swiftly passed, bringing them to the end of the year. The results of the retake of the imperial examinations shocked everyone, with the exception of a few retained candidates. The list had been entirely reshuffled. Those with discerning eyes recognized that none of the troublemakers had been accepted. As for Shui Wanping, he remained indifferent to the machinations above. He had devoted his energies to training Zhao Long and Lu Wu during this time. In this period, Shui Wanping also completed another task assigned by the system, earning 2 elixirs that would enhance his cultivation. His own cultivation was so advanced that the effects of these 2 pills were negligible. After some hesitation, he decided to give them to Lu Wu and Zhao Long. As his subordinates, these 2 men were rather weak, one at the 6th rank and the other at the 5th, which was somewhat embarrassing. In truth, their potential was not lacking, but they hailed from humble beginnings and lacked resources. With the enhancement of the pills, coupled with the guidance of Shui Wanping, their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. In just 3 months, both had ascended to the 3rd rank, surpassing the majority of the 100 household level. As for Wen Qing'er, it was unclear why Gu Qing took a liking to her and adopted her as a foster daughter. But she had firmly established herself within the 6 doors. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. One day, after hosting a banquet, Shui Wanping, having indulged in some wine, returned to his room only to find Wen Qing'er, unclad, in his quarters. Was this an act of gratitude or revenge? Under the influence of alcohol, Shui Wanping paid little heed to such matters. After all, one who does not seize an opportunity is a fool. Was he not a man? To his surprise, since that day, Wen Qing'er had not mentioned marriage nor disturbed him, only occasionally visiting him. The nature of their relationship had become irrelevant within the 6 doors. Everyone tacitly regarded Wen Qing'er as belonging to Shui Wanping. Time flew, and soon the entire Yinjing city was adorned with festive decorations, brimming with joy and the spirit of the new year. Shui Wanping resolved to take advantage of this auspicious occasion to return to Shuzhou City, primarily to burn paper money for his deceased parents and to refurbish the temple of the mountain god. As the saying goes, one should repay kindness, and a true man must honor his word. Thus, he requested a few days off from Gu Qing. However, Shui Wanping did not anticipate that this scene would be fortuitously witnessed by Wen Qing'er, who surprisingly suggested accompanying him. This was the first time she had made such a request. After some contemplation, Shui Wanping agreed, reasoning that it would be beneficial to have someone to care for daily needs during the journey. He had entrusted all matters of the yamen to Lu Wu and Zhao Long. With Wen Qing'er along, what need was there for them? Besides, it was the new year, a time for families to reunite. Unlike him, who was rootless and adrift in this chaotic era, On the morning of the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the two set off from Yinjing City on horseback. When Qing'er, seated behind Shui Wanping, embraced him, relishing the rare moments of solitude together. Shui Wanping was indifferent to her embrace. Their relationship had long since transcended any formalities. On the first day, taking advantage of their horses' stamina, they reached Ruqing City by evening, which lay approximately 300 miles from Yinjing. Shui Wanping intended to stay at the official inn, but it was already overcrowded with officials returning home for the holidays. He considered leveraging his identity from the 6 doors to secure a room, but ultimately dismissed the notion, preferring to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Consequently, the two rode to an inn named Junying Wine House, where they settled for the night. Junying Wine House was one of the most upscale establishments in Ruqing City, boasting impressive decor. Shui Wanping booked a private room, and when Qing'er had no objections, for she trusted him implicitly. Having made their bed, it was already late, so they ventured out to the hall in search of something to eat. As they settled down, a flamboyantly dressed man adorned with a pink flower hairpin strode in, instantly capturing the attention of countless patrons. Following him were 2 burly men clad in black armor, each wielding a long knife. The trio made their way directly to the largest table in the hall. The man took his seat, propped his legs up, and bellowed, "Innkeeper, come here." Such a brazen display seemed to invite everyone to witness his wealth. Shui Wanping had spent half a year in Yinjing and had encountered many officials' offspring, but had never seen anyone as ostentatious as this individual. The elite second-generation wealthy in Yinjing were typically more refined. This boisterous fellow was reminiscent of a spoiled rich kid who had never experienced the world outside his sheltered existence. Shui Wanping chuckled softly but chose to ignore him, focusing instead on his meal. However, avoiding trouble did not mean trouble would avoid him. As the second-generation wealthy man scanned the room, his gaze fell upon Wen Qing'er before him. When did Ruqing have such a lovely young lady? Her waist must feel delightful to embrace. The man's eyes glimmered with lascivious intent. He rose, raised his wine cup, and swaggered over to the pair. The innkeeper, sensing impending trouble, felt a wave of anxiety. The Westgate family's scion, known for his dominance in the city, was a force to be reckoned with. With a thud, Shimenhao plopped down between Shui Wanping and Wen Qing'er, lifting his cup while unabashedly staring at Wen Qing'er's bosom. "I haven't seen such a charming lady before. Are you new to Ruqing? I am Shimenhao. Would you like me to show you around?" He reached out his hand. To his surprise, Shui Wanping seized Shimenhao's wrist without lifting his gaze, while his other hand continued to eat, treating him as if he were merely a figment of the air. Before Shimenhao could utter a word, the 2 burly men behind him swiftly drew their knives. The innkeeper, sensing the escalating tension, rushed forward. "Gentlemen, let us keep the peace. Tonight's drinks are on me. No need for violence. We can discuss this amicably." Shimenhao, who had some martial skills and was at the 8th rank, found himself utterly immobilized by Shui Wanping's grip, realizing the latter's strength far surpassed his own. After weighing the situation, Shimenhao's expression darkened. "Innkeeper, I'll give you face today and let this slide. We're leaving." As he stood, he found himself unable to free himself from Shui Wanping's hold. Ignoring him, Shui Wanping turned to Wen Qing'er, his expression calm and unperturbed. "Qing'er, what do you say? Should he live or die?" Given that Shimenhao dared to draw a weapon on a 100 household-level member of the 6 doors, Shui Wanping felt justified in killing him without remorse. Wen Qing'er, maintaining her composure and showing no hesitation, replied coolly, "I leave it to you, young master." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping swiftly struck Shimenhao, sending him crashing to the floor. With a single pointed finger, an internal force shot forth, striking Shimenhao in the abdomen. A soft thud resonated as he clutched his belly, writhing in agony. The blow had shattered his dantian. Had it not been for the consideration of killing in front of Wen Qing'er, Shimenhao would have already met his demise. "Today, crippling your cultivation is a small punishment. Now be gone." Shui Wanping sipped his wine, his demeanor unruffled, as though nothing had occurred. Shimenhao attempted to speak, but the intense pain rendered him mute. Moments later, he fainted from the agony. Observing this, the 2 burly men abandoned thoughts of confronting Shui Wanping and hurriedly lifted Shimenhao, fleeing the inn. As soon as Shimenhao departed, the innkeeper rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh dear, young sir, you've caused a great calamity. Tonight's drinks are on me. You must leave quickly." To this, Shui Wanping merely chuckled nonchalantly. "A calamity? What calamity? Young master, how can you still find the humor in this? Do you not realize who that man is? He is none other than the esteemed Shimen de Guanrun, his father being the governor of Ruqing, and his maternal grandfather a distinguished disciple of the 9 Paths sect." Chapter 20. Losing a son and having to apologize in the dead of night. Within the Shimen residence, when the 2 burly men carried the barely conscious Shimenhao back home, chaos erupted in the household, especially his mother. Upon seeing her son's condition, wailed inconsolably, her voice piercing the air like a sound from the heavens. It is known that Shimenhao has always been the one to inflict harm upon others. When has such a scene ever unfolded? Speak to me. Who was the scoundrel responsible for this? Madam, it was an outsider, appearing to be in his 20s, with a particularly vicious disposition. We were no match for him. An outsider? How audacious. Quickly, summon the master. Upon hearing the words of the matriarch, the responding warrior hurriedly dashed out. Shortly after, Shimin Ba, his face flushed from drink, rushed back in. Upon entering, the sight of Shimin Hao lying on the bed instantly sobered him up. Howard, what has happened to you? Shimin Ba anxiously rushed forward to embrace Shimin Hao, his mouth spitting words in disarray. Tell your father, who did this to you? At that moment, Shimin Hao had regained some awareness, yet his breath was faint, rendering him unable to speak. Speak. What has happened to young master? Shimin Ba pointed menacingly at the black-armored guard. The black-armored guard, embellished with embellishments, recounted the events in exaggerated detail. With his mother-s prodding from the side, Shimin Ba's fury intensified. In his own territory, his son had been bested by an outsider and rendered powerless. If word of this spread, would it not bring him great shame? How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? He immediately stood up and bellowed at the servant by the door. Go fetch Captain Liu. Have him assemble a team, and within half an hour, we shall go to Junying Wine House to retrieve the person. As he prepared to leave, he heard Shimin Hao's faint voice. Father, no matter what, you must bring that young lady to me. The humiliation I have suffered today, I shall make her bear it all. Shimin Ba shook his head, incredulous that his son was still preoccupied with a woman at such a time. My lord, did you hear that? Bring that girl back for my son. At this moment, the matriarch's countenance was fierce, her eyes glinting with venom. The saying goes, a doting mother spoils her son, and Shimin Hao's current state could not be divorced from his mother's influence. All right, I understand, Howard. I will bring her back. You focus on recuperating. Half an hour later, in room number 1, the air was vibrant with the scent of spring. Suddenly, Shui Wanping's ears perked up. With the keen hearing of a hunter, he sensed a large group of low-level martial artists approaching. Noticing the slight furrow in Shui Wanping's brow, Wen Qing'er softly inquired, what troubles you, young master? Oh, it is nothing. Please wait for me here. With that, Shui Wanping donned his attire and stepped outside. With a swift leap, he ascended to the rooftop. Under the enhancement of his night vision, he spotted a squad of approximately 30 individuals, brandishing torches, rapidly advancing towards him. It was evident that they were sent by Shimin de Guanren to seek vengeance. Rather than wait passively, Shui Wanping opted to strike first. He leaped down directly, employing arrow like a shooting star, and in mere breaths, he reached the front of the group. The sudden appearance of Shui Wanping momentarily stunned the entire squad. Moments later, recognizing Shui Wanping's visage, the leading burly man regained his composure and shouted, Sir, he is the one who harmed our young master. Why come here, knowing we seek retribution? Such audacity. Shimin Ba wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, the martial artists disguised as constables surrounded Shui Wanping. What do you intend to do? Shui Wanping remained unperturbed. This group comprised mere 8th and 9th tier rabble, hardly worth his effort. How dare you strike someone publicly? With witnesses and evidence. I shall have you imprisoned today. As soon as Shimin Ba finished speaking, Shui Wanping produced a badge from his bosom. I am Shui Wanping, Chief of the 6 Doors. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. The gleaming badge caused Shimin Ba to stumble back, nearly collapsing to the ground. What was the 6 Doors? It was a nightmare for officials like him. Even a mere constable from there warranted utmost respect, let alone a chief. Shimin Ba stared at the badge, swallowing hard, contemplating the implications of such a young chief, undoubtedly with considerable connections behind him. To threaten a chief of the 6 Doors was tantamount to courting death. His expression shifted as panic filled his voice. Everyone, lower your weapons. Do not dare. We are but unworthy souls who failed to recognize the towering figure before us. Initially, he had intended to deal with this dog of a governor. But given the current situation, Shui Wanping felt reluctant to take action. And what of your son's affair? It is my failure in discipline. For today's events. If you show mercy, I shall ensure proper oversight in the future. Very well. Take your people and leave. Yes. With a wave of Shimin Ba's hand, the bewildered constables hastily regrouped and followed him away. Seeing Shimin Ba's sweat-soaked official robe, Shui Wanping could not help but chuckle silently. Power truly is a remarkable thing. Upon returning home, Shimin Ba immediately poured himself a hefty cup of tea, quenching his thirst. Just a moment ago, a mere glance from Shui Wanping had left him feeling as if needles were pricking his back. Fortuitously, he refrained from acting impulsively, otherwise, his head might not be resting comfortably on his shoulders. Hearing Shimin Ba's return, the matriarch hurried over, her voice echoing before her presence could be felt. My lord, how did it go? Our son. We almost attracted calamity. Upon seeing his wife, Shimin Ba's countenance darkened. Do you not realize he is a chief of the 6 Doors, a court official? However, the matriarch remained unfazed. What of a court official? He harmed my Howard. He must pay. Are you wishing for my doom? My lord, this cannot stand. I simply cannot swallow this grievance. Seeing his wife still enraged, Shimin Ba lowered his tone. My dear wife, this man is not to be trifled with. Although Howard has lost his abilities, he still retains his life. According to the laws of our dynasty, had he killed Howard outright, we would have been powerless. He has already shown mercy. This grievance must be swallowed. At that moment, the steward of the Shimin residence hurried in, holding a brocade box. Greetings, madam. The steward bowed before opening the box in front of them. My lord, what do you think of this millennium wild ginseng? The matriarch paused, then pointed at the ginseng, perplexed. Shimen Ba, what is your intention? What intention? To apologize to our precious son. What? He assaulted our son, and you wish to apologize? Absolutely not. I refuse. The matriarch seized the brocade box, clutching it tightly to her chest. Give it to me. I shall not. With the matriarch's considerable weight of 180 pounds, Shimen Ba could hardly overpower her. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Shimen Ba delivered a sharp slap across his wife's face. At this moment, Shimen Mu was utterly taken aback. Ever since she married into the family, she had never endured such humiliation. Shimen Ba, how dare you strike me? Just as Shimen Ba was about to utter a conciliatory word, his wife covered her face and fled the scene. Upon returning to her chamber, the anger within Shimen Mu only intensified. She immediately summoned her maid and, with swift strokes, pinned a letter instructing Xiao Dai. Find someone to deliver this letter to Jiu Daozong. It must be handed directly to my father, and do so with haste. Yes, my lady. After the maid departed, Shimen Mu caressed her swollen and plump cheek, murmuring, if my son's grievances remain unavenged, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 21. Departing from Ruqing City, entering Jiu Daozong. The following morning, outside the inn, after a hearty meal, Shui Wanping and Wenqing stepped out only to encounter Shimen Ba, who was surrounded by attendants and appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Shui Wanping emerge, Shimen Ba hurriedly straightened his official hat and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, this humble official, Shimen Ba, pays his respects to Baihu Shui. Shui Wanping, feeling bewildered, thought to himself, what is this man doing here again? A hint of displeasure flickered between his brows. Shimen Darun, what brings you here again? Observing the situation, Wenqing smiled gently at Shui Wanping and slightly bowed, saying, you may attend to your matters. I shall prepare the horses. Shui Wanping nodded slightly. He had never been fond of women meddling in his affairs, with the exception of Gu Qing for the time being. He appreciated Wenqing's perceptiveness. As Wenqing made to leave, Shimen Ba hastily interjected, Miss, please wait. He waved his hand, and a nearby maid promptly approached, presenting a sandalwood brocade box and subsequently opening it. Within lay a luminous pearl, about the size of a clenched fist. Most women would be awestruck by such a gem, yet Wenqing, having seen countless treasures during her time as a courtesan, regarded the luminous pearl as merely ordinary. Barely casting it a glance, her gaze fixed on Shui Wanping instead. Meanwhile, Shimen Ba produced a millennium-old wild ginseng, offering it to Shui Wanping. Baihu Shui, my son has been spoiled since childhood, and I have already chastised him for his actions last night. I hope you will graciously accept this humble gift as an apology for my son's recklessness. Shimen Ba bowed his head, his eyes brimming with respect. Witnessing his demeanor, Shui Wanping felt a modicum of admiration for him. The feigned reverence was convincingly performed. It was quite remarkable that even with his son incapacitated, he could still maintain such decorum. Very well, I shall overlook this matter. Just take your gifts and be more cautious in the future, Shui Wanping declared. Turning away without further ado. He was not one to accept gifts from just anyone. Individuals like Shimen Ba were not to be trifled with, for once he accepted. Who knew if the next day he would dare to use Shui Wanping's name for his own nefarious ends? Such behaviors, akin to flaunting one's connections, were all too familiar to Shui Wanping from his previous life on Blue Star. Seeing Shui Wanping disregard him, Shimen Ba respectfully bowed and stood quietly, watching him depart. Once Shui Wanping had walked far away, Shimen Ba exhaled a sigh of relief. Having lowered his stance so significantly, he felt assured that the matter would not be pursued further, and the weight on his heart had lifted. Beside him, Captain Liu observed his master's actions with confusion. My lord, the 6 doors have no jurisdiction over us. Besides, you are only one rank below him. Why do you fear him so? You truly are a simpleton. Setting aside the might of the 6 doors, the intricate web of relations among officials in the capital is a perilous affair. Just one acquaintance with an official from the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Revenue could spell disaster for someone like me. Upon hearing this, Captain Liu nodded, albeit with an understanding that was only partial. After exiting the city, the two rode southward at a brisk pace. On horseback, Shui Wanping inquired, You're not upset that I didn't accept that luminous pearl, are you? Not at all. I support your decisions, Wenqing replied. Just then, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has triggered a fortuitous quest. Will you accept? Accept. Shui Wanping never hesitated when it came to taking on quests. Fortuitous quest successfully accepted. Strike first. The news of your confrontation with Shimen Hao has reached Jiu Daozong, and they seek to retaliate against you. Quest requirement. Subdue Jiu Daozong. Quest reward. Unlock spirit beast function. Upon hearing the quest reward, Shui Wanping was taken aback. Spirit beast? This brought to mind a large black dog named Lao Hei, which he had once hunted alongside. That formidable creature had been a great asset in the hunt, capable of scouting and handling minor prey, but tragically, it had been killed by a black bear during one expedition, leaving Shui Wanping mournful for a long time. System. Where is Jiu Daozong? Returning to the host. Here is the information on Jiu Daozong. It is now being transmitted to your mind. Please hold on. Before long, a torrent of information surged into Shui Wanping's consciousness. In an instant, he grasped everything about Jiu Daozong, including the number of concubines and illegitimate children the sect leader had. Despite its grand reputation, Jiu Daozong was merely an insignificant sect. It was located on Jinling Peak, not far from Ruching City, less than 20 miles from Shui Wanping's current position. The sect leader, Qian Jiu Dao, was a master-level cultivator with 3 first-tier martial artists and 6 second-tier martial artists under his command, while nearly 200 individuals fell below the second tier. One second-tier martial artist named Dong Qianlong caught Shui Wanping's attention. The system's information indicated that Shi Minhao was indeed the grandson of this man. Then I shall have a proper meeting with you, Dong Qianlong. With this thought, Shui Wanping promptly turned his horse towards Jinling Peak, riding swiftly in that direction. In just a single hour, the two arrived at the foot of Jinling Peak. The imposing mountain took Shui Wanping by surprise. What kind of peak is this? It appears to be merely a slightly elevated mound of earth. Without dismounting, Shui Wanping rode directly towards the mountain gate. Stop. To enter Jiu Daozong, you must dismount. The two acolytes at the entrance crossed their swords to block Shui Wanping's path. I won't bully you two children. I'll give you half an incense stick's time. Quickly go inside and inform your sect master that someone wishes to kick down the mountain gate. Kicking down the mountain gate? The two young acolytes stared in disbelief. Although Shui Wanping appeared somewhat aged, he was still under 30, in their eyes. How formidable could one so young truly be? Could he possibly contend against a master? One of the acolytes couldn't help but laugh. Who gives you the courage to kick down the mountain gate? Is it the Qianlong Emperor? Shui Wanping, uninterested in banter, raised his right hand and flicked it through the air, delivering a sharp strike to the laughing acolyte's forehead. The boy's expression froze. Qi leaving the body. You actually possess first-tier cultivation. Quick, go summon your elders and gather everyone. I'm on a tight schedule. Hearing this, the two young acolytes abandoned their post and dashed inside with all haste. Shui Wanping dismounted and tied his horse to a piece of blue stone at the mountain gate. After instructing Wenqing a few times, he slung the falling sunset bow over his shoulder and leisurely ascended the mountain. After all, the opponent possesses a grandmaster. It is prudent to exercise caution. Wenqing would only be a burden if she followed. At this moment, the Jiudao sect was in an uproar. It is worth noting that in the 200 years since its establishment, this was the first instance of someone attempting to challenge their gates. Dong Qianlong was still preoccupied with the letter from his daughter, plotting the assassination of Shui Wanping for his disciples, when he was hastily summoned. In an instant, the once modest square of the Jiudao sect was teeming with people. The sect leader, Qian Jiudao, stood silently on the high platform, gazing quietly at the end of the stone steps. Chapter 22. 3 arrows displaying might, shattering 10,000 laws. Upon seeing Shui Wanping's appearance, many disciples of the Jiudao sect erupted in laughter. A mere boy, not yet fully grown, daring to challenge their gates? Indeed, was he seeking death? Kid, don't cry for your mother when you get beaten. They jeered. Shui Wanping remained unfazed, merely committing their faces to memory, planning to pay special attention to them later. Unlike them, Qian Jiudao did not underestimate Shui Wanping in the slightest. Having reached the grandmaster level, his perspective was vastly broader than theirs. He understood that in certain venerable sects, their carefully nurtured heirs could also attain grandmaster status at such a young age. Have you all laughed enough? If so, I shall take action. Shui Wanping noted that a considerable number had gathered, especially the key figures. He had never regarded the Jiudao sect with any seriousness. To him, this minor sect, aside from the sect leader, was no more significant than ants. Audacious. Qian Jiudao finally lost his temper. It was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant young man. As his voice echoed, the square fell into a hushed silence. Where do you come from? You ignorant brat? I see you are still young. I shall not bully you. Leave one arm behind and depart obediently, and I will not pursue today's matter. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping's eyes filled with disdain as he chuckled lightly. Oh, thank you very much. But do you truly believe that such rabble can take my arm? Who are you calling rabble? Whoever speaks to me, I shall address. Shui Wanping retorted, a mocking tone lacing his words. His skill in banter was as formidable as his cultivation. Young man, do you know that being overly arrogant leads to dire consequences? That is not your concern. Coward. You should attend to your own affairs. Shui Wanping paused deliberately, then raised his voice significantly, continuing, Coward, you, a Taoist, have 3 mistresses and 4 illegitimate children. What are you pretending to be, acting like a pig's nose in a green onion? The crowd gasped in shock. Wasn't he a cultivator supposed to be pure and detached? How could their sect leader be like this? Before Qian Jiudao could respond, a man stepped forward. Disrespect my sect leader, and I shall kill you. Seeing this, Shui Wanping waved his hand dismissively. Anyone else is fine, but you can forget it. You dare to fight me? Your wife is one of his mistresses, and your child isn't even yours. You're a cuckold. The man froze, incredulous, looking up at Qian Jiudao on the platform. Indeed, The entire Jiudao sect was aware that his son bore no resemblance to him. Sect leader, is what he says true? Qian Jiudao's face darkened, and he remained silent, humiliated before his disciples. Enraged, he leaped high, sword pointed at Shui Wanping, lunging at incredible speed. You little brat, I will kill you. Witnessing this scene, Shui Wanping found it somewhat amusing. After all, he was a hunter by trade. He relished when his prey willingly exposed themselves, forsaking advantageous positions. Just like Qian Jiudao in this moment, he was a living target. Without hesitation, Shui Wanping drew his bow, positioning his left hand to hold it, while his right hand swiftly pulled the string back, executing a stunning reverse draw that astonished those present. Though this technique was impractical, it was highly insulting. Shui Wanping's intent was clear. To deal with him, he need not even aim. A purple light coalesced into a purple arrow, and with a release of his hand, it shot forth with a whoosh. The arrow, imbued with the power of one arrow piercing the heart, hurtled through the air. Not good. Qian Jiudao, a grandmaster, could hardly overlook the arrow's formidable force. He adjusted the direction of his sword, thrusting it toward the purple arrow. With a clang, the sword met the arrow, but the blade shattered upon impact, emitting a mournful cry. The purple arrow merely dimmed slightly, yet retained enough strength to continue its trajectory towards Qian Jiudao. Discarding the sword hilt, Qian Jiudao immediately gathered his energy, invoking the Taoist protective technique, Tiangangju, to shield his entire body. The arrow struck, shattering the protective barrier formed by Tiangangju, gradually dissipating, while the resulting force sent Qian Jiudao crashing to the ground. A grandmaster. Qian Jiudao lay there, eyes wide with disbelief. The shock was not limited to him alone. The sight of such a youthful grandmaster would astound anyone. Among the crowd, whispers arose, speculating that Shui Wanping might be a reincarnated ancient demon, a celestial being, or a devil who had mastered the art of maintaining youth. In their eyes, Shui Wanping transcended humanity. Though the first arrow struck with no tangible result, Shui Wanping offered Qian Jiudao no chance to react. Drawing his bow back to his chest, he aimed once more and swiftly loosed 3 consecutive arrows at Qian Jiudao. When attacking a dog, one should either refrain from striking or strike with lethal intent. These arrows flew with astonishing speed. Had Qian Jiudao also been a grandmaster, he might have had a chance to evade. However, he had no choice but to summon the ancestral divine weapon of the Jiudao sect to protect his chest, while fervently channeling Tiangangju. But was this of any use? Today, Shui Wanping was about to impart a lesson on the principle of overwhelming force shattering all laws. With the first arrow, the Tiangang protective shield shattered. With the second arrow, the ancestral divine weapon of the Jiudao sect was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The third arrow pierced through Qian Jiudao's shoulder blade, dragging him away and pinning him firmly against a pillar in the grand hall. After 3 arrows, the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. The observing disciples and elders were speechless. Their sect leader, a genuine grandmaster, could not withstand even 3 arrows from this young man. His cultivation was indeed terrifying. Looking at Qian Jiudao now, his face contorted, pallid, his garments tattered, and bone spurs protruding grotesquely from his shoulder, he was in utter disarray. What they did not realize was that Shui Wanping had shown considerable restraint. Had he employed real feathered arrows, Qian Jiudao would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Although the distinction between a grandmaster and a master is merely a single character, it represents an insurmountable chasm. Witnessing Qian Jiudao's loss of combat capability, Shui Wanping paid him no further mind. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the crowd, searching intently. Those who had mocked him moments ago now bowed their heads in trepidation, desperately concealing themselves among the throng, fearful of being recognized by Shui Wanping. After a brief pause, Shui Wanping lightly tapped his fingers 5 times, declaring sternly, "All 5 of you come out now." Among them was Dong Qianlong, who was currently in a state of confusion. Chapter 23, Preparations for Rain. The arrival of spiritual beasts. Don't accuse me of bullying you. You 5 can come at me together. Shui Wanping put away his longbow and beckoned to the group with a flick of his fingers. Then, he activated the bull strength, instantly enveloping his arms in a swirling aura of azure and yellow energy. With 3 arrows, he had already incapacitated a master. How could they possibly dare to move? The strongest among them was merely at the 2nd rank, and collectively, they probably couldn't even match a 1st rank, yet they still had the audacity to challenge Shui Wanping? For a moment, the 5 exchanged glances, utterly bewildered about what to do. Fight. They certainly couldn't win. Run? With the opponent's divine archery skills, where could they flee? Since you won't make a move, then I shall. No sooner had he spoken than one among them suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. He began to slap his own cheeks with both hands. Please spare me, senior. I was blind to your greatness and offended you. Please forgive me. This scene left Shui Wanping dumbfounded. The Nine-Path sect was, after all, a martial arts faction. Yet, this individual had lost all semblance of a warrior's dignity. With the first to kneel, naturally, a second followed suit. 3 consecutive thuds, with everyone except the 2nd-ranked Dong Qianlong mimicking the man's behavior, slapping their own faces incessantly. Observing this from atop the pillar, Qian Jiudao spat a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, such a turn of events was not unexpected. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof, and if the leader's heart is not pure, it is only natural that he would raise a horde of scoundrels. Shui Wanping remained patient, watching as the others punished themselves. After about a quarter of an hour, as he observed the group transforming their faces into swollen messes, he finally spoke slowly. Cease your actions. Your attitudes toward acknowledging your mistakes are acceptable. You may return. Upon hearing this, the group felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowing twice before retreating into the crowd. The most awkward among them was undoubtedly Dong Qianlong. At over 70 years of age, it was out of the question for him to lower his pride and bow in apology. Esteemed senior, I am uncertain where I have offended you. There is nothing now. If there is nothing now, then why this treatment? Just because there is nothing now does not mean there will be nothing in the future. Dong Qianlong was momentarily taken aback. Was this even a justification? Wasn't this merely quibbling? Junior is confused. I beg you to clarify, esteemed senior. Shui Wanping smirked. Very well. Today I shall enlighten you. Have you ever considered avenging your esteemed grandson, Shimin Hao? Upon hearing this, cold sweat immediately broke out on Dong Qianlong's forehead. Only a few knew of this matter. How could this man be aware of it? Before Dong Qianlong could piece together his thoughts, Shui Wanping continued. Let me be frank with you. Your grandson is the one I have rendered powerless. I am right here, so you may take your revenge. Hearing Shui Wanping's words, not only Dong Qianlong, but also his disciples in the crowd began to tremble in fear. Esteemed senior, allow me to explain. There is no need for explanations. Save them for your meeting with the King of Hell. With that, Shui Wanping wasted no more words. Activating the bull strength, he unleashed his full power and delivered a punch that instantly reduced Dong Qianlong to a mist of blood. Stepping out of the blood cloud, Shui Wanping walked through the crowd, which parted to make way for him. He proceeded directly to the pillar in the grand hall, seized Qianzhu Dao, who resembled a dead dog, and with a fingertip pressed against Qianzhu Dao's forehead, infused him with a surge of energy, causing Qianzhu Dao to awaken immediately. Gazing at Shui Wanping before him, Qianzhu Dao felt a tumult of emotions. If it weren't for your disciples wishing me harm, I genuinely would not have bothered coming here. I hope you can handle this matter well, or do not blame me for returning. Shui Wanping's tone was menacing, to which Qianzhu Dao nodded repeatedly. Shui Wanping then turned to survey the surroundings. Is there anyone among you who dares to oppose me? The moment his words fell, they resonated with authority. Ding. The system has detected that the entire Nine-Path sect is in deep admiration of the host. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward? Upon hearing the voice of the system within him, Shui Wanping contemplated for a moment, feeling that this was not the right time to claim it, and thus silently declared, not yet. After saying this, Shui Wanping stood up, tidied his clothing slightly, and began to descend the mountain at a leisurely pace. During this time, not a single soul from the Nine-Path sect dared to utter a word. Only when Shui Wanping had walked far away did Qianzhu Dao slowly rise. He felt no desire for revenge against Shui Wanping. A person must possess self-awareness, facing such a young grandmaster, especially one who had already shown him mercy. If he were to act ungratefully, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Having cultivated for many years like Qianzhu Dao, they were all astute individuals. He resolved firmly that he must eliminate all disciples who had offended Shui Wanping, leaving not a single one alive, especially those from Dong Qianlong's faction. Not a single one could be spared. Should they cross paths in the future, perhaps this act of goodwill could save his life. Just as he exited the mountain gate, Shui Wanping eagerly summoned the system. System, I wish to claim my reward now. Ding. System loading, please wait. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the spiritual beast function. Please envision the image of the spiritual beast in your mind. Without hesitation, Shui Wanping recalled the large black dog that had accompanied him for quite some time. Information received from the host. Spiritual beast creation in progress. Please wait. Soon, a flash of black light appeared, revealing a small black dog, about the size of a palm, in Shui Wanping's hand. His expression froze in that instant. Are you kidding me? This is what you call a spiritual beast? Shui Wanping couldn't help but question the system. Please do not be anxious, host. I will now transmit the spiritual beast usage manual into your mind. Shortly thereafter, a torrent of vast information surged into Shui Wanping's consciousness. After reading the introduction to the spiritual beast mode, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was simply extraordinary. This spiritual beast was currently at the 6th rank. It could absorb the energy from the food it consumed. In simpler terms, the higher the quality of meat it ate, the faster its strength would grow. Furthermore, if the spiritual beast were to die, Shui Wanping could expend his own cultivation to reconstitute it, making it effectively immortal. However, the most crucial aspect was that this spiritual beast resided within the system, allowing for summoning and retraction at any time. System, does the host have any further questions? Can I feed this spiritual beast human flesh? In principle, yes, but it is not advisable. The previous host met his demise through the backlash of the spiritual beast. After hearing this, Shui Wanping's face darkened. How tragic it would be to be consumed by his own dog. At that moment, the little black dog was licking his fingers incessantly. Shui Wanping gently patted the little black dog's head, murmuring, "From now on, your name shall be Lao He." The little black dog seemed to understand, barking a few times in response to Shui Wanping. "Return, Lao He," Shui Wanping commanded, continuing his descent down the mountain. This excursion to the Nine Path sect had cost him a considerable amount of time. If it were just him, he could have hurried to the next county town. But he had to consider Wenqing'er as well. After calculating the distance, it seemed he would have to spend the night in the wilderness. Chapter 24. An abandoned temple in the woods, a reunion with an enemy. Inside a dilapidated thatched cottage in the bamboo sea. Shui Wanping and Wenqing'er had searched for quite some time before finally discovering a place that could barely serve as a refuge. Inside, cobwebs were densely woven, and a thick layer of dust blanketed the floor, indicating that it had long been abandoned. Shui Wanping initially believed that Wenqing'er would voice her discontent about staying in such a place. However, to his surprise, he heard no complaints from her. After tidying up a little, Shui Wanping ignited a fire within the room for warmth. Subsequently, he released the black dog, intending for it to keep watch during the night. Years of experience in wilderness hunting had taught him never to let his guard down. To his astonishment, as soon as the black dog emerged, Wenqing'er was filled with delight, immediately scooping it up and refusing to let go, insisting on sleeping with it. Indeed, girls seemed to possess little resistance against such adorable creatures. Given the already cramped condition of the dilapidated bed, Shui Wanping had no choice but to prepare a makeshift sleeping arrangement on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for having summoned the black dog in the first place. Thus, it was only natural that the responsibility of keeping watch fell upon him. Watching the black dog seemed to take on the role of master. He felt more like a spirit beast himself. The first half of the night was eerily silent, with everything remaining undisturbed. Just as Shui Wanping thought he would pass the night in peace, a sudden rustling of footsteps shattered the stillness. He alertly opened his eyes. Such sounds could hardly escape his keen ears. Could it be that the Jiudao sect was still intent on hunting him down? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Their leader had nearly been killed by him. Would they dare to come after him again? Shui Wanping calmed himself, channeling his inner strength into his ears, listening intently to the sounds outside the hut. Meanwhile, outside the thatched cottage, 5 shadowy figures were gathered, whispering among themselves. "Are you certain that the one inside is that Shui fellow?" "Absolutely. Can you doubt my tracking skills?" "All right then. In a moment we will." Hearing their conversation, Shui Wanping furrowed his brow. Indeed, they had come looking for him. Immediately, he covered Wenqing'er's mouth with one hand and made a silencing gesture with the other. "Qing'er, stay here and do not go out. Lao He protect Qing." With that, Shui Wanping rose, seized the falling sunset bough, and employing his agility, kicked the door open and darted outside. His sudden appearance startled the group outside, but they quickly regained their composure. "Just in time. Brothers, let us go." The leader pointed, and the others rushed forward to encircle Shui Wanping. "So it's you, the remnants of the Heavenly Lotus sect." Shui Wanping's confusion was finally resolved. The leader before him was the star officer of the Heavenly Lotus sect who had fled during the incident at the Liu family. "Ha ha ha, you turtle. You finally dared to come out of Yanjing City. We've worked hard to wait for this moment, and today this place shall be your grave." Shui Wanping assessed their strength, 2 first-rank and 3 second-rank cultivators. He felt confident. Was it typical for villains to be so verbose? He cast a sidelong glance at the group. "Even facing death, you still have such a sharp tongue. You should have anticipated that you would meet this day after you thwarted the grand plans of the Heavenly Lotus sect. Brothers, he's just skilled with a bow. Let South engage him in close combat." With that, several of them suddenly produced a large net woven from golden silkworm thread. It resembled the legendary heavenly net. Although it was merely a replica, nevertheless, it astonished Shui Wanping. The heavenly net was the bane of all ranged attacks. Clearly, the Heavenly Lotus sect had meticulously plotted their revenge. If he hadn't mastered the brawny bull strength, he would indeed have found himself in a precarious position. As the star officer waved his hand, the others rushed forward, wielding the imitation heavenly net, closing in on Shui Wanping. With the distance so short, he had no time to draw his bow. Channeling the brawny bull strength, Shui Wanping's body surged with energy as he threw a punch forward. In a single blow, the seemingly resilient imitation heavenly net was torn asunder. In that instant, the disparity in strength was apparent. The brows of the assailants furrowed. Shui Wanping's prowess far exceeded their expectations. The other 4 cast glances at the star officer, their expressions suggesting disbelief. This man was clearly not merely a first-rank cultivator. "Qi and Mei, hold them off. The rest of you retreat." The star officer shouted, and aside from 2 second-rank cultivators, the other 3 swiftly withdrew. The star officer, with his uncanny agility, fled faster than anyone else. The Heavenly Lotus sect maintained a strict hierarchy, and commands from superiors had to be obeyed without question, lest one suffer the punishment of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. Thus, although the 2 were reluctant, they remained behind to hold the line. However, how could 2 second-rank warriors withstand the full might of Shui Wanping? With a swift motion, he ducked and unleashed a flurry of punches, instantly dispatching the 2. With the distraction gone, Shui Wamping unslung his longbow from his back, drawing an arrow in the air, and 3 purple energy arrows shot forth with a whoosh. The heart-piercing arrow struck true, piercing the hearts of the 2 unfortunate souls beside the Star Officer, leaving them lifeless. As for the Star Officer, Shui Wamping adjusted his position slightly and shot an arrow that pierced his right leg. The Star Officer collapsed in agony, and then, to Shui Wamping's shock, he produced a pitch-black pill from his bosom and swallowed it whole. No, Shui Wamping exclaimed. He had intended to spare him to inquire about the Heavenly Lotus sect. But this man was remarkably resolute, opting to commit suicide rather than divulge information. Shui Wamping activated his agility, swiftly reaching the Star Officer's side, and pressed a finger to his chest, channeling his energy in an attempt to force the pill back up. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. The Star Officer had already chewed the pill into bits and was now foaming at the mouth, his consciousness fading. After struggling for a moment before Shui Wamping's eyes, he gradually succumbed to death. Such was the resolve of those from the evil cult. Shui Wamping began to search the Star Officer's body, soon retrieving a token, a letter, and a tome titled Blood Magic of the Corpse Demon. The token bore the inscription Kong Jin Long on one side, and a magnificent lotus flower engraving on the other. As for the tome, Shui Wamping had no inclination to study it at the moment. After stowing these 2 items, he focused on the letter. Upon reading its contents, Shui Wamping was taken aback. It contained extensive information about him, detailing everything from his cultivation level to his daily whereabouts, every minute detail. Clearly, the individual who provided this information to Kong Jin Long was someone who was closely acquainted with him. At that moment, as the outside fell silent, when Qing'er mustered her courage to step out, did they all run away? Upon seeing that Shui Wamping was unharmed, she sighed in relief. Hearing her voice, Shui Wamping rose and softly replied, "They are all dead." As dawn began to break, when Qing'er inquired, "Young master, shall we hasten our journey? This forest is far too perilous. What if we encounter?" Just then, she caught sight of the letter in Shui Wamping's hand. This handwriting looks familiar. I remember now. It's the handwriting of Assistant Xiao Qian. Shui Wamping's expression revealed a flicker of surprise. Although he operated under Xiao Qian's jurisdiction, he typically received orders through Gu Qing and had never actually seen Xiao Qian's handwriting. The image of Xiao Qian had always been that of a gentle and refined scholar in Shui Wamping's mind. Could it be that he was a pawn of the Heavenly Lotus sect embedded within the court? Observing the expression on Wen Qing'er's face, she didn't seem to be deceiving him. In the view of Shui Wamping, it is neither good nor bad until the investigation is thoroughly conducted. This letter must remain concealed. Otherwise, both the Grand Tutor Ko Hamlin and himself would face dire consequences. Shui Wamping cautiously tucked the letter away and gently patted Wen Qing'er on the shoulder, advising, "Qing'er, this matter is of great significance. It must not be spoken of to anyone." Qing'er understood the gravity of the situation. After that, Shui Wamping rose, noticing the dawn breaking in the sky, and urged Wen Qing'er to prepare her belongings for their journey. The subsequent travels proceeded rather smoothly. Having distanced themselves from Yinjing, the official inns had vacant rooms, and thus the 2 did not encounter any further troubles. 5 days later, they successfully returned to Shuzhou City. As they stepped into the city, Shui Wamping's mood instantly brightened. After all, he had lived here for 3 years, and subconsciously, he had come to regard Shuzhou as his home. "Come, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food." Shui Wamping led Wen Qing'er to the Yufeng Tower. As the year-end approached, being the largest tavern in Shuzhou, Yufeng Tower was evidently busier than usual. Today, it was particularly crowded, the reason being the grand wedding of the young master from the Li family, who had rented out the entire establishment to host guests. The Li family had some connections with Shui Wamping. They monopolized the fur trade in Shuzhou, and most of the game he hunted in the past had been sold to them. The Li family had also taken good care of him, knowing that his parents had passed away, often giving him extra silver. Today marked the wedding of the second son, Li Yi, but Shui Wamping was entirely unaware of this. As soon as he stepped into the Yufeng Tower, he was stopped by a servant. "Young master, please present your wedding invitation." "Wedding invitation? What invitation?" Shui Wamping was bewildered. "Today, Yufeng Tower is booked by my master. Without an invitation, I must kindly ask you to proceed to another inn." While the servant's voice was loud, his tone was not arrogant, and it was not unpleasant to hear. Their exchange caught the attention of the steward of the Li residence, Li Laifu. "Sanner, step aside. On such an occasion as the second young master's wedding, any guest is welcome. Please, allow this young master to enter." Li Laifu reprimanded the servant and then gestured for Shui Wamping to proceed. As the steward, Li Laifu was certainly perceptive. He noted Shui Wamping's distinguished demeanor and surmised that he likely hailed from a noble background. By treating him to a meal, he hoped to forge a beneficial connection for the future. Upon seeing Li Laifu, Shui Wamping couldn't help but smile. "Stewardly, do you not remember me? I am Shui Wamping." "Shui Wamping," Li Laifu exclaimed, scrutinizing Shui Wamping from head to toe. "It really is you, young Shui. No wonder you look so familiar." With that, Li Laifu grasped Shui Wamping's hand. "Where have you been making your fortune?" TSK, this robe of yours is even finer than what the master wears." "I am rather ashamed to admit it. I merely went to Yinjing to make a living." "Oh, Yinjing. You must remember to look after your old employer when you have business there. Of course, of course. Afterward, Shui Wanping retrieved 10 taels of silver from his bosom and handed it over. Today is the day of the second young master's wedding. I have not prepared any gifts, so please accept this as a token of congratulations. Li Laifu accepted the silver with a beaming smile. Your presence will surely delight the master. Let us not linger outside any longer. Come, follow me in. Li Laifu led the two into the hall, selecting a window-side table for them to sit. Before long, Li Tsong and Li Yi began to toast the guests, and the entire Yufeng Tower buzzed with merriment. When they reached Shui Wanping, Li Yi was already somewhat intoxicated, incessantly grasping Shui Wanping's hand, recounting tales of his romantic exploits with his wife, which left Shui Wanping feeling quite awkward. Just as their conversation was about to conclude, there was a sudden loud bang, and the entire Yufeng Tower fell into silence. A one-eyed man kicked open the door, sending two servants sprawling to the ground. The man surveyed the room until his gaze locked onto Li Yi, who was draped over Shui Wanping, and he grinned maliciously. My dear brother, why was I not invited to such a grand occasion? The newcomer was none other than Li Zhong, the eldest son of the Li family. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Tsong, had two sons. The second son, Li Yi, was well-read and polite, while the eldest son, Li Zhong, was the exact opposite, lacking in education and associating with ruffians. 2 years prior, Li Zhong had ventured out to conduct business with such friends. Later, Li Tsong discovered that this so-called business was tomb robbing, which infuriated him as their family did not lack for wealth. In a fit of rage, Li Tsong disowned his son, and Li Zhong, indifferent to this, had not returned home in over 2 years. Little did he expect to crash the wedding today. Rebellious son, what brings you here? Upon seeing Li Yi, Li Tsong trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at him and berating him. What am I here for? Naturally, to see my sister-in-law. Ha! You have long since disowned me from the Li family. I am no longer part of it. Old man, say that again. As he spoke, Li Zhong kicked over the dining table, causing the guests to hurriedly bow and exit in a flurry. With one person leading the way, others soon followed suit, eager to distance themselves from Li Zhong. Before long, most of the guests had departed. Though Shui Wanping found Li Zhong detestable, he recognized that this was an internal family matter for the Li family, and it was not his place to intervene. Why don't you get lost? Li Zhong pointed menacingly at Shui Wanping. Before Shui Wanping could respond, Wen Qing'er stood up defiantly. You, sir, are utterly disrespectful. Is this how a brother treats guests? You little wench, are you seeking death? With that, Li Zhong threw a punch towards Wen Qing'er, his eyes glinting with malice, showing no regard for the fact that she was a woman. But Shui Wanping would not allow it. He remained seated, lightly deflecting the incoming blow with a swift motion. With a sharp crack, Li Zhong's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle. Though Li Zhong was indeed a tough character, he managed to endure the excruciating pain without uttering a single sound. Had it not been the joyous occasion of the Li family, Shui Wanping would have struck Li Zhong down right then. Shui Wanping rose, disregarding Li Zhong's venomous glare, and cupped his hands in a respectful salute to Li Tsong. Master Li, I see you have family matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. With that, Shui Wanping led Wen Qing'er out of the Yufeng Tower. Chapter 26. The night before New Year's Eve, a tragic family massacre. Inside the inn, Wen Qing'er diligently tidied up the bedding. Young master, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What shall we do today? After last night's disruption caused by Li Zhong, Shui Wanping had sought refuge in another inn. Hearing Wen Qing'er's voice, he stretched lazily and replied, I plan to find some craftsmen to properly renovate the mountain god temple and pay my respects to my parents. Would you like to join me? Yes, wherever you go, I shall follow. With that, the two rose and left the room. Though it was already the 29th day of the 12th month, Shui Wanping felt no sense of festivity, alone in a foreign land, without support. The thought of reunion felt like a luxury to him. This year coincides with the 3rd anniversary of Shui Long's death, a time when, according to the customs of the Deshang, parents who have passed must observe a period of mourning for 3 years, during which they may not remarry. Although Shui Long was not Shui Wanping's biological father, his kindness towards Shui Wanping warranted such a display of filial piety. Furthermore, Shui Wanping was acutely aware that this parting might render his return to Shuzhou a distant prospect. Just as the two emerged from the inn, their attention was suddenly captivated by a procession of officials. 20 or so constables led the way, followed closely by a prisoner cart. Within the confines of the cart sat a striking young woman, clad in a disheveled red ceremonial gown, her hair unkempt, her complexion pallid, and faint traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, indicating that she had suffered greatly. The crowd buzzed with speculation. It was truly unexpected that such a frail woman could commit such an act. Indeed, the hearts of women can be most venomous. Look at how I predicted this from the start. This woman must have coveted the Li family's wealth. The Li family? Shui Wanping furrowed his brow slightly. Sir, do you know this woman? He politely inquired of an elder nearby. Given your accent, you must be local. Surely you recognize her? She is the second daughter-in-law of the Li family. The Li family? Which Li family? Is there a second Li family in Shuzhou? It is naturally the Li family that deals in fur trade. Just last night at the stroke of midnight, This woman was responsible for annihilating the entire Li household, all 23 members. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping was struck with disbelief. He had shared drinks with the father and son of the Li family the night before, and now they had been wiped out. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Young master, I suspect it was that Li Zhong who orchestrated this. When Qing'er interjected. However, the elder shook his head repeatedly. Young lady, your assertion is incorrect. The eldest son, Li Zhong, also perished on the spot. What? Li Zhong is dead. Shui Wanping's brows knitted tightly, and his expression turned grave as he murmured. Could it truly be that this woman before him was responsible? Who else could it be? She is the sole survivor, and she is trained in combat. Alas, poor Li family. In this day and age, good deeds bring no reward. The elder concluded with a shake of his head and a wistful sigh. As the official convoy continued to drift away, the crowd began to disperse. For a long while, Shui Wanping remained motionless. Young master, when Qing'er gently called, pulling Shui Wanping from his reverie. Oh, what is it? Young master, are you pondering the matters concerning the Li family? Shui Wanping did not respond immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he said, let us first seek out the craftsman. There are too many idle affairs in this world for Shui Wanping to manage. The authorities would surely investigate whether this woman was the culprit. Yet, despite his thoughts, his mind wandered throughout the journey. When it came time to pay the craftsman, he even faltered in simple arithmetic. This did not escape when Qing'er's keen observation. Once they exited the craftsman's shop, she lightly prodded Shui Wanping's arm. Young master, if there is nothing pressing, should we not visit the Li family? Shui Wanping did not verbally respond, but he acquiesced nonetheless. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the Li residence. The estate was now surrounded by soldiers, forming multiple layers of barricades. The red silk drapery that adorned the entrance had yet to be removed, transforming what should have been a joyous occasion into a somber affair. The dozing constable at the entrance, upon seeing the two, immediately stepped forward to bar their way. However, after Shui Wanping presented his 6 doors insignia, no one dared to impede him further. He instructed Wen Qing'er to wait at the entrance while he entered alone. Stepping into the hall, the scene before him was one of carnage. Numerous corpses of servants lay sprawled across the courtyard, all victims of fatal knife wounds. In the main hall, for bodies were sprawled out, Li Zhong, Li Tsong, Li Laifu, and the matriarch, Li Tai. Shui Wanping crouched down to closely examine their faces, aside from Li Zhong. The other 3 bore expressions of sheer terror, while Li Zhong's visage reflected a profound disbelief. Upon inspecting their wounds, it became apparent that Li Zhong had been struck from behind, whilst the others had sustained frontal injuries. Aside from these corpses, all other traces of the incident had been meticulously cleaned. Leaving the main hall, Shui Wanping proceeded to the eastern wing, the residence of Li Yi. There he found Li Yi's body lying on the floor, riddled with countless knife wounds, his flesh a gruesome sight. The bed was in disarray, with shards of red ceremonial attire strewn about. Shui Wanping knelt down to inspect Li Yi's corpse more closely, gently brushing his fingers against the ground. Observing the pristine condition of his fingers, he realized that all traces had been thoroughly scrubbed away. Stepping back outside, Shui Wanping's mind was clouded with questions. Yet he had no time to ponder them further. Just then, the governor of Shuzhou hurriedly arrived at the scene. Upon noticing Shui Wanping, he hastily bowed and introduced himself. I am Zhou Shi, the governor of Shuzhou. I apologize for my failure to extend a proper welcome upon your arrival. Please forgive my oversight. Shui Wanping. Of the 6 doors, Shui Wanping replied, returning the gesture with a semblance of formality. Sir, do you have any prior acquaintance with the Li family? The Li family has shown me some kindness. Upon hearing of this incident, I came to offer my condolences. Alas, it is truly unexpected that the Li family's daughter-in-law, Guo Daofeng, would repay kindness with such treachery. Zhou Shi lamented. May I inquire, how did you come to the conclusion that Guo Daofeng is the perpetrator? Surely, you must see it, Sir Shui. Every member of the Li family has succumbed to knife wounds, and Guo Daofeng is known for her skill with a blade. The coroner has confirmed that all the wounds correspond to the knife she wields. Has she confessed to the crime? This woman has remained silent in her cell. Her lack of denial is tantamount to an admission of guilt. At this, Shui Wanping internally scoffed at such flawed reasoning. Not to mention that Li Yi did not perish from knife wounds. The marks on his body were clearly intended to obscure the true cause of death. His internal energy had been disrupted and shattered his meridians. May I have the opportunity to meet Guo Daofeng? Of course. Right this way, Sir Shui. Chapter 27. The Mystery of Annihilation and the Debt of Gratitude. In the dungeons of Shuzhou, Guo Daofeng sat quietly in the corner of her cell, her loose white prison garb failing to conceal her alluring figure. Guo Daofeng. This is Shui Wanping from the 6 doors of the capital. Zhou Shi gestured towards Shui Wanping as he introduced him. However, Guo Daofeng showed no respect towards Zhou Shi, refusing to even lift her head. How dare you? Zhou Shi exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves as he approached, only to find Guo Daofeng suddenly glare at him with a fierce intensity. Zhou Shi halted in his tracks. If a gaze could kill, he would have perished countless times at her hands. Enough. You may leave. Shui Wanping waved his hand gently. In this small town of Shuzhou, his words held weight. And Zhou Shi, after bowing again, exited the cell. Now, in the vast dungeon, only Gui Daofeng and Shui Wanping remained. Shui Wanping regarded her silently before speaking softly. I have some connection with the Li family. Could you share your side of the story? Unexpectedly, Gui Daofeng let out a cold laugh. What difference does it make whether I speak or remain silent? You officials have already condemned me. I cannot argue my innocence with mere words. I only wish for a swift death, so I may reunite with my husband in the afterlife. As she spoke, Shui Wanping distinctly noticed tears welling in her eyes. Gui Daofeng hailed from a martial arts sect and had attained the 8th rank in her cultivation. During her travels, she fortuitously saved Li Yi, and as time passed, their bond deepened into love, culminating in their union. Such a devoted wife, how could she possibly bring harm to her husband's family? Shui Wanping retrieved a handkerchief and offered it to her, stating, "Since you are reluctant to speak, allow me to take the lead. Your husband's entire family has been slain." Yet not a single coin was taken, indicating that the perpetrator was not motivated by greed, but rather by a personal vendetta. Furthermore, I have examined all the deceased. And if my estimation is correct, Li Zhong must know the assailant, am I right? The primary target was he, while your family merely played a secondary role. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Gui Daofeng's expression shifted, and she began to recall the events of that fateful night, her eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. Frantically shaking her head, she screamed, "Do not utter another word. Leave, just leave." Observing her descent into madness, Shui Wanping swiftly pressed a point on her acupoint and sternly declared, "If you seek death, so be it. But who will avenge your husband's death?" At this, Gui Daofeng gradually regained her clarity, turning her gaze towards Shui Wanping. "Avenge him? Are you willing to assist me?" Seeing her return to her senses, Shui Wanping released her acupoint. "Are you now prepared to speak?" With her heart steadied, Gui Daofeng recounted the harrowing events of that night. 4 masked individuals had stealthily infiltrated the Li residence during a banquet, their martial prowess formidable, swiftly subduing Gui Daofeng, who remained at home. When the Li family returned, one of the assailants used the long blade hanging in Gui Daofeng's chamber to slaughter the entire family. Li Yi met the most agonizing end, as the 4 men humiliated Gui Daofeng in his presence before one of them unleashed their inner strength, killing Li Yi instantly. They spared Gui Daofeng's life with the intention of making her a scapegoat, knowing that the authorities would be satisfied with capturing the murderer and would cease further investigations. Gui Daofeng refrained from revealing the truth to the authorities, driven by a desire for death and the paramount importance of a woman's chastity in this feudal dynasty. She did not wish to leave this world bearing a stain on her honor. However, the presence of Shui Wanping ignited a glimmer of hope for revenge within her, prompting her to speak freely. "Sir Shui, if you are willing to aid me in avenging my husband's death, I am prepared to serve you as a devoted servant." With that, Gui Daofeng bowed deeply to him twice. Just as Shui Wanping moved to assist her, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission triggered. Gratefulness and retribution. The Li family has shown you kindness. Now that they have been wrongfully annihilated, you must repay their debt of gratitude. Mission requirement. Identify and slay the assailants. Mission reward. Unlock guardian function. Shui Wanping was taken aback. He had yet to fully comprehend the functionality of his hunting hound, and now a guardian function had emerged. Nevertheless, he could not shy away from the task at hand, for each mission promised significant rewards. Initially, he had intended only to rescue Gui Daofeng from her confinement, thus repaying the Li family's kindness. However, it appeared that he must see this through to the end and uncover the truth. Please rise. I have a few more questions for you. Sir, you may inquire. During the time the assailants occupied your room, did they mention any names or objects? Gui Daofeng carefully recalled. I seem to have vaguely heard them refer to their leader as Xingguan. Additionally, they mentioned that Li Zhong possessed some sort of key. Xingguan. A key. Shui Wanping's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that a mere city like Shuzhou would provoke the involvement of the Heavenly Lotus sect and its Xingguan. Come with me. It seems this matter is far more complex than we initially believed. With that, Shui Wanping produced a pill from his pocket and instructed Gui Daofeng to consume it. He then deftly severed the iron chains binding her. Gui Daofeng quietly followed him out of the prison. Outside the cell, Zhouxi's expression revealed a hint of distress upon seeing the two. Shui Baihu. What is the meaning of this? The true killer remains at large. I am taking Gui Daofeng with me. However, I have already reported the case to the magistrate last night. Gui Daofeng is a condemned prisoner. Do not put me in a difficult position. Zhouxi, are you attempting to oppose the 6 doors? Shui Wanping's glare made Zhouxi break into a cold sweat. I would not dare. Please, take her. Humph. Shui Wanping snorted, leading Gui Daofeng away. Shortly after they departed, Zhouxi's assistant hurried over. Sir, Gui Daofeng has been taken by him. Should we report this to the magistrate? Report what? The case must be resolved. We cannot offend the 6 doors. Zhouxi pondered for a moment before quietly instructing. Find a death row inmate of similar build to Gui Daofeng and execute him. That will suffice as an explanation. As you command. Shui Wanping took Gui Daofeng back to the inn, where Wenqing'er fetched some clothing for her to change into and tidied her up a bit, revealing her to be a striking beauty. Shui Wanping instructed Wenqing'er to take good care of Gui Daofeng before turning to leave. Meanwhile, within an inconspicuous house in Shuzhou. For individuals were gathered around a table, a brocade box laid before them, containing an ancient purple key. One man with a distinctive mustache spoke first, Lord Xingguan. I believe it would be wise to surrender this item. You suggest we hand it over? This treasure from the previous dynasty is still unaccounted for, and certainly, we few cannot consume it all. Before he could finish, Xingguan seized the man's head, and with a resounding crack, his skull burst like a watermelon. Now, is there anyone else who dares to oppose? Chapter 28, Murder and Treasure Theft, Codename, Fengdao. Upon exiting the inn, Shui Wanping summoned Lao He and retrieved a piece of azure cloth from his possession. Lao He sniffed it carefully, barked twice, and then dashed towards the east of the city. Shui Wanping followed closely behind, having discovered this cloth at the Li residence, where he had meticulously examined everyone's attire. Finding none that bore the azure hue, raising his suspicions. Before long, Lao He halted outside a residence. Shui Wanping gently patted Lao He's head before putting him away. With a powerful punch, he shattered the door. The three occupants inside were startled by the sudden noise, but their training kicked in, and they swiftly drew their weapons. Upon seeing Shui Wanping, their expressions turned serious, and the leading star officer barked, "Who are you, and why have you unlawfully entered this dwelling?" Shui Wanping coldly chuckled at the question. With his heightened senses, he could discern at least 4 corpses lying within the courtyard. It was evident that the previous owner had fallen victim to these individuals. "Seize this scoundrel," commanded the leading star officer, gesturing for his 2 companions to advance. Yet, these 4th-rank warriors were no match for Shui Wanping. Without even employing any techniques, he merely flicked his fingers, sending the 2 men crashing to the ground like kites with severed strings. Realizing the dire situation, the star officer wasted no time and fled. Shui Wanping smirked, quickly drawing his longbow and releasing 4 arrows that pinned the man's limbs to the wall, rendering him immobile. Given his previous experiences, Shui Wanping was well aware that these thieves might resort to poison at the slightest provocation, prompting him to take immediate control of the situation. At this moment, the celestial official's countenance darkened, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary today. "I advise you to release me. Do you not know who I am?" Yet, the celestial official remained defiant. "Who are you? Come, enlighten me." At this juncture, Shui Wanping hurled the Kong Jinlong waist token from his bosom. Upon seeing the token, the celestial official's expression visibly soured. "Speak, which celestial official are you?" "Kong Jinlong, you dare to kill a celestial official of the holy sect. Do you not fear retribution from my sect?" Shui Wanping turned to the 2 individuals on the ground and continued, "I grant you both a chance. Whoever elucidates the entirety of this matter shall be spared." Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, one of the shorter men hesitated not a moment and interjected, "I am willing to divulge everything. I too wish to live." The celestial official became agitated. "Sorry, you are too slow." With that, Shui Wanping struck the celestial official's brow with his palm, then swiftly dispatched the other man with a flick of his finger. After completing his actions, Shui Wanping turned to the shorter man and said, "You may now speak. Esteemed elder, can you truly spare my life?" "Rest assured, a man of honor keeps his word. I shall not lay a hand on you. I shall speak. My surname is Su, given name Lin. The person you killed was Shan Quan, a celestial official of the Heavenly Lotus sect. What was the reason for the extermination of the Li family?" "Our original mission was merely to assassinate a rogue named Shui Wanping. The Li family was simply unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping's expression darkened. Yet the man remained oblivious and continued, "To be honest, esteemed elder, I am originally from Shuzhou. I joined the Heavenly Lotus sect with Li Zhong to partake in tomb raiding. Just yesterday, Li Zhong returned to inform me that he had plundered the tomb of Emperor Xiaqing from the previous dynasty, and thus we conceived a plan against him. Indeed, the key discovered within the tomb of Emperor Xiaqing is currently in the possession of the celestial official, No, the Shiri Mouse." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping approached and searched the Shiri Mouse, retrieving an identity token, a purple key, and several hundred taels of silver notes. Subsequently, Shui Wanping tapped Su Lin, restoring his mobility. "Clean up this mess, and then accompany me." Yes, esteemed elder." Afterward, Su Lin meticulously tidied the room, finishing within half an hour. As for the corpses, Su Lin produced a vial of corpse-dissolving liquid, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing Su Lin's cleanup skills left Shui Wanping astonished. They were no less effective than the methods of the 6 doors. It appeared that Su Lin's discovery of the blue cloth in the Li residence was purely fortuitous. Once the scene was cleared, Shui Wanping gestured for Su Lin to follow him. Throughout the journey, Su Lin was deferential, not daring to breathe loudly. Upon arriving at the inn, Su Lin sighed with relief, thinking that as long as he was not taken to the authorities, he would be safe. But would Shui Wanping truly let him go? As Shui Wanping pushed open the door, the moment Su Lin appeared, Guidaofeng was taken aback. She had no idea where Shui Wanping had found this individual. Su Lin was equally astonished. "Esteemed elder, what is the meaning of this?" Without further ado, Shui Wanping swiftly struck Su Lin's acupoint. Turning to Guidaofeng, he said, "How to deal with this person is up to you. Esteemed elder, you promised not to kill me." Su Lin's face was filled with dread. I merely stated that I would not act. What others do to you is no concern of mine. With that, Shui Wanping waved to Wen Qing'er, who obediently exited the room. In Gui Daofeng's mind, the haunting memories of these demons resurfaced, and her hands trembled momentarily. Please, do not kill me. I was coerced. Su Lin's voice quivered. If you spare me, I can compensate you. How much silver do you require? Had he not spoken, Gui Daofeng might have shown restraint, but upon hearing these words, her anger surged. Her entire life had been ruined by these individuals. Could silver truly compensate for that? You shall die. Gui Daofeng's countenance twisted in rage as she slashed with her knife, sending Su Lin's body flying, his face a mask of terror. With Su Lin's demise, the system's voice resounded sharply. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward now? Claim. Shui Wanping responded without hesitation. Ding. System loading, please wait. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the guardian function. Ding. The system detects that Gui Daofeng's admiration for the host has reached 100. Would you like to recruit her as a guardian? Recruit. As Shui Wanping silently intoned, an ethereal thread inexplicably connected Gui Daofeng and himself. In an instant, Shui Wanping comprehended all of Gui Daofeng's information. Simultaneously, Gui Daofeng knelt on one knee, saying, Thank you, Great One, for avenging my grievances. I, Gui Daofeng, am willing to serve you as a loyal servant in gratitude. Shui Wanping lightly raised her with a gesture and replied, Very well, from this day forth, Gui Daofeng is no more. You shall henceforth be known as Feng Dao, and will obey my every command. As for the massacre of the Li family, it was not that Shui Wanping did not wish to overturn the case. Rather, the evidence overwhelmingly pointed to Gui Daofeng, making it exceedingly difficult to exonerate her. Furthermore, should he attempt to overturn the verdict, the Heavenly Lotus sect would undoubtedly seek revenge against Gui Daofeng. Thus, her demise was the only way to resolve the matter. Chapter 29. Return to Yinjing, the 100 household Songluan. With the sound of firecrackers echoing, Shui Wanping concluded his 4th year in this otherworldly realm in a formal manner. In Shuzhou City, Shui Wanping lingered for 3 more days to pay respects to his parents before embarking on the journey back to Yinjing with the 2 women. As for the Great Xia's secret treasure, Shui Wanping possessed only the key. Its whereabouts remained unknown to Su Lin, necessitating further investigation in the future. What perplexed Shui Wanping was that ever since he had acquired Feng Dao, Wen Qing'er's attitude towards him had subtly shifted. At night, the 2 women slept together while Shui Wanping occupied a separate room. This situation left him somewhat vexed. Did Wen Qing'er suspect that he had an affair with Feng Dao? How could Shui Wanping ever decipher the thoughts of women? As long as the 2 women kept him company, he was content with the peace it brought. As for Feng Dao, Shui Wanping had already devised a plan. He intended to place her within the Jinyui. Shui Wanping believed that with his capabilities, he would inevitably wield great power in the future. Within the 6 doors, he already had Zhao Long and Lu Wu. Naturally, he needed to install a trusted confidant within the Jinyui as well. Having just become Shui Wanping's guardian, Feng Dao was of impeccable background and harbored unwavering loyalty towards him, making her the most suitable candidate. With money being able to move mountains, Shui Wanping could easily secure Feng Dao's position with some financial arrangements. The return journey was remarkably smooth. The trio reached Yinjing City in just 5 days. Shui Wanping first escorted Wen Qing'er back to Guqing and hurriedly returned to the 100 households. As for Feng Dao, she was temporarily arranged to stay at the inn operated by the Wang family, to send her to the Jinyui. It was evidently inappropriate to accompany her to the 6 doors. What he did not anticipate was that Lu Wu and Zhao Long had long been waiting within the 100 households. As expected, the system emitted successive prompts indicating that both of their admiration levels had also reached 100. Without hesitation, Shui Wanping recruited both as guardians. The number of guards is indeed limited. At present, given Shui Wanping's capabilities, he can only accept 5. The 2 reported to Shui Wanping about recent events in the capital of Yinjing, most of which revolved around court officials taking concubines or young masters vying for the affections of a courtesan. However, one particular incident displeased Shui Wanping. A certain Songluan, a captain of the Jinyui, had the audacity to visit Guqing with intentions of taking Wen Qing'er as a concubine. Songluan, nearly 50 years of age, was one of Wen Qing'er's admirers, yet she had never deigned to acknowledge him at Qingyan Pavilion. Now that she had regained her freedom, he attempted to take advantage of the situation. Although Guqing had already declined, Shui Wanping felt this matter could not be overlooked. The relationship between Wen Qing'er and Shui Wanping was well known within the 6 doors, and any discerning individual could see that Songluan was attempting to humiliate Shui Wanping. Songluan, how intriguing. Shui Wanping silently noted this, vowing to teach him a lesson in due time. Observing the displeasure etched on Shui Wanping's face, the 2 hastily changed the subject, dragging him off to Xihua Tower for drinks. They claimed it was to welcome him back, but Shui Wanping could see through their intentions. During his absence, these 2 had been quite restless. As for Qingyan Pavilion, they certainly could not afford it. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During this period, Shui Wanping, through Wang Jia, successfully delivered the Phoenix Blade to the Jinui and was appointed as a junior officer. Shui Wanping had but one request regarding the Phoenix Blade, to ascend relentlessly. Additionally, he diligently sought intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the Tianlian sect. However, ever since the two failed assassination attempts on him, the sect had fallen silent. Shui Wanping also scrutinized Qiao Qiyin closely, finding no signs of abnormality. Whether he was truly adept at disguising himself, or if this was merely a ruse set by the Tianlian sect, Shui Wanping could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. Over the days, Shui Wanping had grown familiar with the captains. During one drinking session, he deliberately showcased his first-rate prowess. This display not only instilled a sense of reverence among his fellow captains, but also shifted the attitudes of several thousand captains toward him. It was now apparent to all that Shui Wanping possessed remarkable potential. As long as his achievements were sufficient, he was certain to secure a place among the next promotions to 1,000 captain. Following this, the threshold of the captain's quarters was nearly trampled, as suitors flocked to him. Some even willingly offered their daughters as concubines, leaving Shui Wanping utterly astonished. With so many visitors, he could no longer avoid them, so he decided to move out temporarily, leaving Zhao Long to handle the visitors. The fervor for matchmaking persisted for over half a month, but after everyone was met with closed doors, they eventually gave up. Only then did Shui Wanping return to the captain's quarters. On a particular day, with the wind crisp and clear, Shui Wanping whistled while leading Lao He into the captain's quarters. Yet, upon entering, he immediately noticed Lu Wu rushing toward him. "Captain! Captain!" he exclaimed, flustered and disheveled. "What is the matter?" Shui Wanping inquired, somewhat irritated. "I was just anxious. That Song Luan still harbors ill intentions and has come to propose again." "What did you say?" Shui Wanping's anger flared. He had not yet sought retribution from him, and this man had the audacity to return. Such behavior was akin to defecating on his neck. Moreover, at Song Luan's age, he had no shame. "Where is that Song Luan now? Take me to him at once." Captain Gu just sent him away. He is likely already at the Jinyui's town pacification office. The office was not far from the 6 doors, and at this moment, Shui Wanping feared he might not catch up. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping slammed his palm onto the desk, shattering it into splinters. The people in the hall were taken aback, having never witnessed Shui Wanping so enraged, and silence fell over the room. After calming himself slightly, a scheme took form in his mind. Shui Wanping beckoned Lu Wu closer, who promptly leaned in to listen. "What is your command, my lord?" "Go to the Wang family and have the elder patriarch conjure some excuse. No matter what, he must lure Song Luan out tonight. The venue shall be Qingyan Pavilion." "Yes." "Additionally, have the Wang family reserve a table for me at Qingyan Pavilion. I am to host Captain Gu tonight." "Understood, my lord." Once Lu Wu received his orders, he withdrew. Currently, the Wang family had established a close rapport with Shui Wanping, having recognized his potential, while Shui Wanping appreciated their wealth. To ascend the ranks, he needed the financial backing of influential families. After Lu Wu departed, Shui Wanping set off for the 1,000 captains' quarters. He had initially intended to invite Gu Qing to a banquet upon his return, but unfortunately, Gu Qing was occupied with a task at that moment, leading to repeated delays. Naturally, Gu Qing had no reason to decline Shui Wanping's invitation, and Wen Qing'er was included as well. Following this, Shui Wanping returned to the captain's quarters to tackle the backlog of paperwork. As time flowed steadily on, dusk soon approached. Lu Wu and Zhao Long drove Shui Wanping, Gu Qing, and Wen Qing'er to Qingyan Pavilion. Unbeknownst to anyone, the star Sirius began to twinkle in the sky, heralding impending turmoil. In a private room at Qingyan Pavilion, the Wang family was hosting a banquet for Jinyui Captain Song Luan. After several rounds of drinks, Song Luan was slightly tipsy. He raised his glass haughtily, clinking it with Wang Quanins, declaring, "I must say, Patriarch Wang, you are truly lacking in consideration. Knowing full well my affection for the courtesan one, you still sent her off to another. You are truly slapping me in the face." Wang Quanan, disappointment etched on his face, replied, "Alas, I know you hold her dear, but Shui Wanping has taken a liking to her as well. I am powerless in this matter." Upon hearing Shui Wanping's name, Song Luan slammed his glass down in fury. "Shui Wanping ba? What is he? Merely a boorish mountain man." Wang Quanan hastily gestured for silence. "My lord, keep your voice down. Captain Shui is in the next room." "What did you say?" "Shui Wanping is here." "Indeed, as well as Captain Gu and Wen Qing." Upon hearing Wen Qing'er's name, Song Luan's eyes lit up, and he unsteadily rose, raising his glass. "Perfect. I shall toast to Captain Gu." Wang Quanan did not intervene, allowing Song Luan's subordinates to assist him as he staggered toward the next room. Needless to say, all of this was orchestrated by Shui Wanping. In the adjacent room, a sly smile graced Shui Wanping's lips. With his grandmaster-level prowess, the conversation next door could hardly escape his ears. Before long, a series of knocks echoed, followed by the swaying figure of Song Luan as he entered. Gu Qing furrowed his brow, while Wen Qing'er wore a look of utter disdain. "Captain, I am here today to drink. Upon hearing of your presence, I have come to toast to you." With that, Song Luan downed his drink in one go. Unashamedly, he took a seat beside Shui Wanping, his gaze fixated on Wen Qing'er. Gu Qing was about to speak when Shui Wanping preemptively interjected, enough with the pleasantries. Hurry and leave. You are nothing but an eyesore here. As those words were uttered, Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Shui Wanping's tongue could be so venomous. After all, the other party was 100 household of the Jinui, holding an official rank equal to Shui Wanping's. Such audacity. Even before Song Luan could speak, his sycophants could no longer contain themselves, placing their hands on their sword hilts. However, Zhao Long and Lu Wu were no easy targets. They swiftly flanked the sycophant, effectively cornering him. The sycophant swallowed his words in silence. At this moment, Song Lun chuckled mockingly. It is admirable for the youth to be spirited, yet often those who are overly zealous meet a grim fate. In response, Shui Wanping laughed. You need not concern yourself. Only the inept meet such fates, much like you. Song 100 household. Shui Wanping. Do not presume that your mere resolution of 2 cases grants you the right to flaunt your authority before me. Beware, lest the wind carries your tongue away. Do not act as though you are superior, for we are on equal footing. At nearly 50, you have only managed to become 100 household of the Jinui. How shameful. With a derisive laugh, Wen Qing'er burst into laughter at Shui Wanping's words. Seeing himself humiliated before Wen Qing'er, Song Luan's face twisted in rage. Shui Wanping, I came here to offer a toast, and you treat me so disrespectfully? Are we even acquainted? Do I require your toast? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Learn to offer toasts only when you have attained the rank of 1,000 household in the Jinui. At these words, Gu Qing, Lu Wu, and Zhao Long could not help but laugh. With the door ajar, their voices attracted a crowd of onlookers. Among them were several young women standing at the threshold, chiming in. This Shui 100 household is indeed far superior to that old man. No wonder Sister Qing'er chose him. Indeed, that old man dares to take Sister Qing'er as a concubine. He's nothing but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. These remarks ignited the fury within Song Luan. Fueled by alcohol, he harbored murderous intent. He felt his internal energy surge, veins bulging on his forehead. With a sharp clang, he drew his embroidered spring knife, charging directly at Shui Wanping, declaring each word with venom. Shui Wanping, I shall kill you. Shui Wanping merely chuckled coldly within, having awaited this moment. He gathered his energy in his hand, striking directly at the blade. With a resounding crack, the embroidered spring knife was shattered by Shui Wanping's palm. Song Luan was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Wanping delivered a powerful punch to his chest. With a loud smack, Song Luan was sent flying. His body collided with the sturdy wall, shattering it into pieces, and he fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Had Shui Wanping not restrained his strength, Song Luan would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. It must be noted that Song Luan was a genuine third-tier master. Yet he could not withstand even 2 moves from Shui Wanping. In that instant, everyone present was astonished by Shui Wanping's prowess. Struggling to rise, Song Luan glared malevolently at Shui Wanping. Shui Wanping, I shall remember this. My Jinui will not let this matter rest. Just then, something fell from Song Luan's tattered clothing, a token of the Tianlian sect. The Tianlian sect had long been at odds with the court, and at once, Gu Qing sprang to her feet, executing a swift grasp to seize the token. What a clever Kong Jinlong. Your concealment is impressive. At this moment, Song Luan's eyes revealed confusion. How could this star officer token be in his possession? Gu 100 household. This must be a setup. Allow me to explain. Explain? You, a scoundrel of the Tianlian sect, have no right to offer explanations. Shui Wanping retorted, stepping forward to knock Song Luan unconscious with a sharp slap. He then turned to Gu Qing. My lord, how shall we deal with this man? Take him back to the 6 doors. Arrange for rigorous interrogation. We must uncover his accomplices. Understood. At this moment, Song Luan's sycophant was clearly agitated. Gentlemen, this matter has nothing to do with me. Please let me go. Shui Wanping, uninterested in his pleas, turned to Lu Wu and Zhao Long. Take these 2 rascals away. Yes, my lord. Thus, apart from Wen Qing, who remained in Qingyan Pavilion to reminisce with her sisters, the others hurriedly escorted the 2 out. Upon returning to the 6 doors, Lu Wu, at Shui Wanping's behest, went to the prison to attend to Song Luan. Meanwhile, Shui Wanping accompanied Gu Qing to report the situation to Qiao Qiyan. Simultaneously, the Jinui received word of Song Luan's capture, and Deputy Commander Lu Zhong rushed to the 6 doors with a contingent. It must be noted that consorting with an evil cult is a grave offense, punishable by extermination of the 3 clans. Given the multitude of witnesses to the fallen waste token incident, should Song Luan be found guilty, the entire Jinui would face upheaval. Of course, proving his collusion with the Tianlian sect would require more than just this token. However, severe torture and interrogation were inevitable. For Shui Wanping, delivering a thorough lesson to Song Luan was already sufficient. His paramount objective was to gauge Qiao Qian's stance. Was his superior aligned with darkness or light? Chapter 31. Testing the waters. First encounter with the chief. The 6 doors center housed 3 grand halls. The main hall served as the office for the chief, while the left and right halls were designated for the respective deputy officials. At this moment, within the left hall, Qiao Qian sat at the head seat. adorned in a resplendent official robe of yellow and red patterns, his eyes sharp as he listened intently to Gu Qing's report regarding Song Luan. Shui Wanping, meanwhile, closely scrutinized Qiao Qian's expression, eager to discern his reaction. My lord, the situation is as follows. This is the waste token that fell from the man. Upon saying this, Gu Qing respectfully presented the token engraved with the characters of the Kongjin Long. Qiao Qian accepted the token, and upon reading the inscription, his brow furrowed. He then rubbed it vigorously and inquired, aside from this, were any other items found on this person? Reporting to my lord, nothing else was discovered. Shui Wanping could distinctly sense Qiao Qian's relief, only to hear him speak sternly. You have done well. The Tianlian sect has caused chaos repeatedly, and the emperor harbors deep animosity towards them. Their members are elusive, and capturing a star officer is indeed a significant achievement. Where is this man currently held? Reporting to my lord, he is in the dungeon of the 1,000 households. Very well, I shall personally interrogate this scoundrel. You have all worked hard tonight. Qiao Qian, as an undercover agent of the Tianlian sect within the court, maintained a highly confidential identity, communicating with the sect solely through written correspondence, with the intermediary being the star officer Kongjin Long. However, Qiao Qian had never seen Kongjin Long. Their communication was conducted clandestinely. With the disappearance of Kongjin Long, he had lost contact with the Tianlian sect for over a month. Now, upon seeing this token, how could his heart remain unmoved? Shui Wanping captured every nuance of Qiao Qian's unusual reaction. As a deputy official, his concern for a mere lackey indicated much. Your subordinate shall take their leave first. Gu Qing and Shui Wanping bowed respectfully. Just then, a stern-faced man, leading a group of Jinui clad in flying fish uniforms, entered without ceremony. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qiao Qian and Gu Qing both bowed. We pay our respects to Chief Li. Shui Wanping quickly regained his composure. The newcomer was none other than Chief Li Huayan of the Six Doors. Thus, he hurriedly added, this humble official, Shui Wanping, pays his respects to Chief Li. Shui Wanping had been here for more than 6 months, yet this was his first encounter with the legendary foremost expert of the Six Doors, Li Huayan. Li Huayan, just over 40 years of age, had originally been a master of Junzitang. 10 years prior, he entered the service of the Six Doors, starting as a constable. And within a mere 8 years, he ascended to the highest seat of the Six Doors. Gu Qing, bring him over and hand him over to the Jinui for disposition. My lord, but, enough with the buts, carry out the order. Yes. With the command given, Gu Qing hurried away. At this moment, Qiao Qian leaned closer to Li Huayan and whispered, my lord, this is an excellent opportunity to suppress the Jinui. Shall we simply let it pass? He certainly did not wish to surrender the individual, but it was clear that the matter was beyond his control. Do you not know that this man's adoptive father is Dangoan? Another Dangoan. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping felt a jolt in his heart. Dangoan had taken in numerous adopted sons, each one a seasoned elder. It would be a good opportunity to meet this deputy commander of the Eastern Factory when the time came. Observing the varied expressions on the faces of those present, Li Huayan continued, we are not afraid of the Jinui, but if we offend the Eastern Factory, and they ally with the Jinui, our days in the Six Doors will become exceedingly difficult. So, my lord, you intend to play both sides? Indeed, let the Jinui investigate this matter themselves. What about Minister Ko? I shall personally explain the situation to Minister Ko tomorrow morning. There is no need for you to concern yourselves further with this matter. Qiao Qian felt somewhat dissatisfied, but he had no choice but to relent. Before long, Gu Qing returned, escorting Song Luan. At that moment, Song Luan was battered and bruised, undoubtedly having been treated to the highest level of hospitality that the Six Doors dungeons could offer. Are you Song Luan? Li Huayan inquired. Song Luan remained silent, merely nodding repeatedly. At this juncture, Gu Qing stepped forward and said, reporting to my lord, my subordinates were rather heavy-handed. They knocked out his jaw, so he is unable to respond. And did you manage to extract any information? Reporting to my lord, none. Li Huayan nodded slightly, then turned to the Jinui who had arrived, saying, the person is here. You may take him away. Remember to send my regards to your commander. The Jinui, Lu Zhong, clasped his fists and replied, I will certainly deliver your words. And now I shall take my leave. With that, the Jinui departed, taking Song Luan with them. As they left, Song Luan shot Shui Wanping a fierce glare. However, Shui Wanping paid it little mind. After all, he was merely a third-grade martial artist. How much trouble could he possibly cause? Once everyone had departed, Li Huayan turned his gaze to Shui Wanping. His penetrating eyes seemed to pierce through Shui Wanping's very soul. In that moment, Shui Wanping felt a sense of crisis for the first time. Being a grandmaster himself, Li Huayan's gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Before long, Li Huayan relaxed his brow and said, you must be Shui Wanping? Shui Wanping maintained his composure and replied respectfully, indeed, I am but a humble servant. I have long heard of your name. You truly are a remarkable talent at such a young age. I find your cultivation beyond my comprehension. My lord flatters me. I am merely a hunter from the mountains, skilled only in archery, and my cultivation is indeed lacking. Li Huayan understood that nearly everyone within the Six Doors harbored their own secrets, Thus he did not press further. In his eyes, as long as Shui Wanping was wholeheartedly willing to contribute to the six doors, he was a talent worth nurturing. Li Huayan chuckled lightly and turned to Qiao Qian, saying, Qian, at your service. Isn't your subordinate, Wang Qianhu, planning to retire soon? His request for retirement has already been submitted. He is expected to return to his hometown by the end of the year. I recall he has no male heirs. Indeed, my lord has an excellent memory. Oh, this is fortuitous. I have a rather challenging case at hand. Select 5 capable Baihu to investigate. Whoever can successfully solve it will be considered for the position of Qianhu. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Li Huayan's intentions were unmistakably evident in front of Shui Wanping. Shui Wanping was perplexed. This was his first encounter with Li Huayan. So why was the latter bestowing such a significant favor upon him? Nevertheless, given such an opportunity handed to him, he had no reason to decline. However, Qiao Qian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Typically, appointments to the Qianhu position were decided by the officials themselves, and now Li Huayan had intervened, disrupting Qiao Qian's plans. Yet, there was little he could do. In the hierarchy of officials, higher ranks wielded greater power. With a stoic expression, Qiao Qian replied, Yes, my lord. Having concluded his words, Li Huayan stood to leave. As he departed, he placed a firm hand on Shui Wanping's shoulder and said, Young Shui, do not let me down. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Shui Wanping's mind. Ding. Mission triggered. Supplementary Qianhu. The head constable of the six doors, Li Huayan, holds you in high regard and wishes to promote you. Mission requirements. Investigate the case and secure your position as a supplementary Qianhu. Mission reward. Archery technique rain of arrows. Chapter 32. Wanping's promise, silk tack silver. On the way back, Gu Qing and Shui Wanping walked side by side. The night had fallen, yet the six doors remained ablaze with light. As they approached the Qianhu office, Shui Wanping intended to take his leave, but he heard Gu Qing say, Wanping, if you are not busy, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Shui Wanping held Gu Qing in high esteem and promptly clasped his fists, replying, My lord, please go ahead. What do you plan to do about Wenqing? Gu Qing had grown increasingly fond of Wenqing, but seeing Shui Wanping garner such favor from Li Huayan, he knew that many suitors would likely emerge in the future. For the sake of Wenqing's future, Gu Qing directly broached the matter before Shui Wanping. Shui Wanping was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Gu Qing to discuss case-related matters, not this personal issue. To speak frankly, I have spent considerable time with Qing'er. I quite admire her character. If she wishes to be with me, I shall treat her well. Then, shifting his tone, Shui Wanping added, However, I must speak candidly. At this moment, I have no intention of marrying. I can promise you that I will give her a proper title in the future. Gu Qing did not anticipate that Shui Wanping would formally marry Wenqing'er. Today, he merely sought a promise from Shui Wanping, which sufficed. After all, in this feudal dynasty, it was commonplace for men to have multiple wives. Given Wenqing'er's background, being Shui Wanping's primary wife was indeed somewhat inadequate. Gu Qing nodded slightly. With your word, I am at ease. Now, go attend to your matters. I take my leave. With that, Shui Wanping performed a respectful bow and departed from the Qianhu office. What Shui Wanping had said was indeed heartfelt. He wished to give Wenqing'er a proper title, but the timing was not right. Firstly, he was currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Tianlian sect. Should he marry Wenqing'er, she would undoubtedly become a target, which would endanger her. Secondly, he was striving to rise in rank, and he required a political marriage to secure greater benefits. After Shui Wanping's departure, Gu Qing summoned Wenqing'er. Upon learning of Shui Wanping's thoughts, a hint of joy flickered in Wenqing'er's eyes. She had originally intended to maintain a simple relationship with Shui Wanping, never expecting Gu Qing to break the ice for her. She believed Shui Wanping to be a promising young man with a bright future. While she considered herself a withered flower, she thought Shui Wanping would not hold her in high regard. Yet, unexpectedly, he had offered her a promise. For her, that was more than enough. Shui Wanping's character was well understood. He was deeply loyal, and his promises held considerable weight. At this moment, Qiao Qian within the left hall was exceedingly agitated. Besides being uncertain whether the Kong Jinlong was indeed Song Luan, the more pressing issue was that he had already committed to Lu Neng for the position of Qianhu, and had even taken a substantial sum from Lu Neng. Unexpectedly, Li Huayan had intervened. This meant he had to go to great lengths to ensure that Lu Neng secured the supplementary Qianhu position. Furthermore, Shui Wanping had now become a source of worry for Qiao Qian. Initially, Qiao Qian had underestimated Shui Wanping, assuming that a mere head constable would not cause much turbulence. Yet, he had risen through the ranks. To suggest that the Kong Jinlong insignia had nothing to do with Shui Wanping was something Qiao Qian could not believe for a moment. Moreover, this individual had already garnered Li Huayan's favor, leaving Qiao Qian unable to take action against him. Nonetheless, this case presented a golden opportunity. He needed only to enlist 3 more individuals to fully support Lu Neng. If Shui Wanping could be eliminated, that would be ideal, but even if that proved impossible, he must not be allowed to attain the supplementary Qianhu position. Before long, a list emerged from the left hall of the 6 doors, identifying 5 individuals: Lu Neng, Shui Wanping, Zhan Feng, Lu He, and Jing Wuqing. Lu He, being Lu Ning's cousin, posed no issue. Zhan Feng and Jing Wuqing were both seasoned subordinates of Qiao Qiyan, who had always treated their words as decrees. Aside from Shui Wanping, these individuals were all well-established Baihu, and thus there were no whispers against them. The following morning, the 5 Baihu gathered in the main hall of 6 doors. Li Huayan occupied the principal seat, with the left deputy Qiao Qiyan and the right deputy Zhao Nanxiu assembled beneath him. Shui Wanping surveyed the room. Aside from Lu Neng, he was unfamiliar with the others. Li Huayan cleared his throat and lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. Do you know why I have summoned you here? The others nodded in acknowledgement. Li Huayan then gestured, and a junior clerk entered carrying a stack of documents, which he distributed among the assembled. This is the dossier concerning the silk tax silver case for your reference. The first to resolve this case will fill the vacant Qianhu position. The so-called silk tax silver case was a significant scandal that had occurred the previous month, initially entrusted to the Jinyui for investigation. After a month with no leads, it was eventually handed to the 6 doors. The merchants paid their taxes with grain, while the northern regions thrived on sericulture, enabling them to use silk as a means of tax payment. According to the records, in December, 3 prefectures, Huizhou, Yuzhou, and Sangzhou, collected a total of 300 bolts of silk. On December 6th, the silk was loaded in Yuzhou for transport to Yinjing. By December 24th, after 18 days, it arrived in Yinjing, where officials discovered that only 300 bolts remained, with an astonishing 26,000 bolts having vanished without a trace. The convoy had lodged at inns each night and had not encountered any bandits along the route. Upon learning of this, Emperor Qianlong was furious, executing the officials responsible for the transport and exiling all soldiers involved to the border. For Li Huayan, solving this case would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. However, failing to do so would not be a disgrace, especially since even the Jinyui had found nothing. After reviewing the case details, the individuals in attendance wore furrowed brows. This case was indeed exceedingly complicated, and it was no exaggeration to say there were no leads whatsoever. If there are difficulties, now is the time to voice them. Replying to the Lord, there are no issues. My subordinates will certainly do their utmost to solve this case. They all responded in unison. Afterward, Li Huayan turned to the left and right. Qiao Qiyan, Zhao Nanxiu, do you have any questions? My lord, I have none, replied Zhao Nanxiu. Qiao Qiyan then surveyed the hall and spoke. You have all heard the words of the chief lord clearly. This is a rare opportunity for you. I hope you can unite and focus on solving the case, and not allow the pursuit of power to lead to infighting. If anyone resorts to underhanded tactics, do not blame me for being ungracious. I will abide by your orders, my lord. Lu Ning stepped forward, clasping his fists. The others quickly echoed their agreement. Subsequently, Li Huayan rose and stated calmly, enough. You may all leave. I await your good news. Chapter 33, The Complex Case and the Mystery of Chonglen. Within the 6 doors Baihu quarters, Shui Wanping quietly closed the dossier. This was the 6th time he had reviewed the documents, and he had nearly memorized every detail recorded within. Outside the hall, Lu Wu anxiously awaited his superior, knowing that the other Baihu had all gone out with their subordinates to investigate, leaving only Shui Wanping inactive. What could be the source of this dilemma? Having served in the 6 doors for so long, this was the first time he felt so utterly at a loss. The journey from Yuzhou to Yinjing required passing through 16 cities, and with only his subordinates, it was impossible to conduct a thorough investigation of each one. Thus, it was essential to determine where the silk had been lost. My lord, while Shui Wanping was lost in thought, Zhao Long entered briskly, holding a booklet. The information on the officials has been compiled. Please review it. Shui Wanping had instructed Zhao Long to investigate the officials across these 16 cities. He took the booklet and examined it carefully. Although the Jinyui had previously investigated these officials, they had found nothing. Zhou Lingfu, the governor of Chonglen Prefecture, has a daughter, Zhou Moyu, who is the wife of the Prince of Xiangping, Shui Wanping muttered. He had a deep impression of Chonglen Prefecture, as the dossier contained only a few brief mentions of it. After all this commotion, it turned out to be the father-in-law of the Prince of Xiangping. The Prince of Xiangping, Yang Diqing, was the uncle of Yang Xianlong, wielding considerable power. Half of the 16 prefectures belonged to Yang Diqing's fiefdom. However, Yang Diqing alone could not deter the Jinyui. There was an even deeper reason for their reluctance to investigate thoroughly. Zhou Lingfu's nephew was the current prime minister, Zhou Zhuan, and his niece was the favored concubine of the emperor. Not to mention that the Jinyui was aligned with Zhou Zhuan. Even if the emperor's uncle's identity loomed large, it would be enough to allow one to walk unimpeded through the great merchant dynasty. My lord, are you suspecting Zhou Lingfu? There are indeed some points of doubt. My lord, do not act impulsively. Zhou Lingfu is immensely powerful. Without solid evidence, pursuing an investigation could invite disaster. Closing the booklet, Shui Wanping slightly closed his eyes, and all the details regarding Chonglen Prefecture surfaced in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Zhao Long, gather the brothers. Assemble in the courtyard in an hour. Shui Wanping's resolve would not waver due to a few words from Zhao Long. One lives a lifetime in accordance with one's heart. Yes, my lord. After sending Zhao Long off, Shui Wanping proceeded to the Qinhu office. What? You intend to investigate Zhou Lingfu? Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Gu Qing stood up, his expression grave. Do you know who Zhou Lingfu is? Of course. Then do you have any evidence? I have no evidence yet, but I do have doubts. With that, Shui Wanping produced the dossier copy and placed it before Gu Qing. Do you know how far Yuzhou is from Changlin Prefecture? Approximately 550 li. What is the distance from Changlin Mansion to Yinjing City? Approximately 620 li. However, why do you inquire about this? Gu Qing looked at Shui Wanping with a puzzled expression. My lord, although silk is light, the carriage bears a heavy load. And the journey from Yuzhou to Yinjing takes the convoy a total of 18 days. The first 550 li took 10 days. Yet the remaining 620 li was traversed in just 8 days. I have roughly calculated the speed of the journey. And it is evident that Changlin Mansion marks the turning point in the convoy's speed. I have reason to believe that it was at Changlin Mansion that the box of silk mysteriously vanished. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Gu Qing immediately began to examine the records, and indeed, after passing Changlin Mansion, the convoy's speed increased significantly. Wanping, this matter is of considerable import. I must report to Qiao Qianshi. Just as Gu Qing was about to rise, he was stopped by Shui Wanping. My lord, please wait. I have 2 matters for which I seek your assistance. Speak. First, as I am not present at the 6 doors, I kindly ask you to look after Wenqing. Naturally, she is like a daughter to me. The second matter must remain confidential. No one should speak of it, including Qiao Qianshi. This I implore you to agree. Shui Wanping was aware of the potential dangers involved in this endeavor, and by requesting Gu Qing to keep it confidential, he was, in fact, safeguarding him. Shui Wanping knew that should danger arise, he could extricate himself due to his own abilities. In such a case, Gu Qing could claim ignorance to avert risk. Furthermore, the 6 doors are rife with factions, and discretion is crucial to prevent malicious intent. Hearing this, Gu Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. I promise you. Exercise utmost caution and do not act recklessly. Yes. Shui Wanping immediately bowed and then turned to leave. Within the 100 house, Shui Wanping's subordinates had gathered. As he stepped inside and surveyed the room, he stated, enough of idle chatter. Zhao Budu has already informed you all about the case, correct? Lu Wu, you shall lead 2 teams to Huizhou to investigate the matter. Yes, my lord. Xingdali, you shall take 2 teams to investigate in Sangzhou. Understood. Zhao Long, you and I will take the remaining personnel to investigate in Yuzhou. Yes. After assigning the tasks, Shui Wanping instructed everyone except Zhao Long to depart, with plans to set off early the next morning. Once the crowd dispersed, Shui Wanping revealed his true intentions to Zhao Long. The investigation in these 3 states serves merely as a diversion. Shui Wanping did not intend to visit Yuzhou. Rather, he would proceed alone to Changlin Mansion. Sometimes, covert investigations yield far superior results than overt ones. As for the pretense of traveling to Yuzhou, Shui Wanping had devised a plan. He instructed Zhao Long to find someone of similar stature, don the attire of a 100-house official, and sit inside the carriage. Additionally, he requested Zhao Long to bring along Lao He. This way, he could confidently investigate alone. After receiving the orders, Zhao Long hurriedly departed, while Shui Wanping, unwilling to linger, set out of the city under the cover of night. Meanwhile, within the left hall of the 6 doors, a man clad in the attire of a head constable relayed all of Shui Wanping's plans to Qiao Qian. This has been handled well. Once everything is arranged, I shall ensure your promotion to the position of 100-house official. Upon hearing this, the head constable beamed with joy and bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord, for your favor. Very well, you may leave. With a wave of his hand, Qiao Qian dismissed the head constable. Soon after, the hall fell silent. Qiao Qian cleared his throat, and suddenly, a section of the wall behind him turned, revealing a dark secret passage. A figure emerged from the shadows of the passage. And had there been anyone present, they would have been astonished to find 2 identical men standing in the grand hall. Qiao Qian gazed at his doppelganger and spoke slowly. 3 days will suffice. Play my role well during this time. Yes, Protector. Chapter 34. Encountering an ambush, suffering heavy losses. The next day, under the blazing sun, the convoy sped along the official road. The constables, clad in their official attire atop their warhorses, exuded an air of authority, causing merchants to steer clear of the convoy. Zhao Butu, should we consult the lord about finding a place to rest? The sun is quite harsh. One constable approached Zhao Long and whispered, the lord has already instructed us not to delay our journey. Let the brothers endure a bit longer. Once we reach Yiqing, I will treat everyone to a feast. Then let us, but before he could finish, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and the constable who spoke was instantly cleaved in 2, blood splattering everywhere. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly lunged forth, clad in tight-fitting blue garments and wearing a conical hat, rendering their face unrecognizable. The constables of the 6 doors were well trained. Upon seeing the intruder, they swiftly drew their weapons. Zhao Long, taking the lead, leaped off his horse, swinging his sword at the assailant. Simultaneously, Zhao Long shouted, form ranks, protect the lord. The remaining constables encircled the carriage, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Although Zhao Long had significantly improved his skills, the assailant, having just slain a 5th-rank constable with mere sword energy, was no match for him. With a mere flick of his sword, the assailant dispatched Zhao Long with a scream, severing one of his arms, blood gushing forth. Witnessing Zhao Long's plight, Lao He rushed out, pouncing on the assailant. Shui Wanping had always instructed Zhao Long to look after Lao He, who had come to regard Zhao Long as a friend. Though Lao He lacked formidable strength, his agility as a demonic beast was remarkable, and he managed to bite the assailant's arm. "You beast! How dare you!" the man cried out in pain, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lao He flying, and after tumbling through the air, he fell to the ground, silent. As the assailant spoke, Zhao Long visibly faltered, disbelief creeping into his expression. "Qiao? Are you Qiao?" But before he could finish, another flash of sword light appeared, and a line of blood slowly seeped from Zhao Long's neck. The newly appointed constable of the 6 doors had met his demise. "I only intended to kill one person. Yet you had to meddle." With that, Xiao Qian showed no restraint, removing his conical hat. The constables exchanged glances, for Xiao Qian now bore a fierce and menacing countenance, devoid of his previous gentle demeanor. "Xiao Qianshi, may I ask what this is about?" one constable bravely inquired. "Naturally, it is time to send you on your way." With that, Xiao Qian revealed his true power, unleashing his mastery and swiftly eliminating all the 6 doors personnel outside the carriage within mere moments. He then directed his sword toward the carriage, commanding, "Come out, Shui Wanping." Moments later, a trembling figure emerged. "Lord Xiao, I am Wang Hai. Spare me." At this, Xiao Qian was taken aback. "You? Where is Shui Wanping? I have never seen Hundred House Shui. I implore you, my lord, spare me. I shall retire and never return to the 6 doors." But Xiao Qian was not inclined to show mercy. As he spoke, Xiao Qian swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that obliterated the carriage along with Wang Hai in an instant. "I only believe in the dead." Xiao Qian, having been outmaneuvered by Shui Wanping, was now consumed with rage. As the battle drew to a close, Xiao Qian picked up the tattered cloth from the ground, wiping the blood from his sword with a fierce expression. "You, Shui Wanping, have escaped death today. I shall see how long your luck can hold out." At that very moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Shui Wanping's mind. "Ding. The system has detected that your guard, Zhao Long, has perished. Ding. The system has detected that your spirit beast, Lao He, has also met its demise." The consecutive messages caused a drastic change in Shui Wanping's countenance, and he immediately turned his horse toward Zhao Long's convoy, racing forward. At this moment, Shui Wanping had no time to concern himself with investigations. It was evident that the attack was directed at him, with Zhao Long unfortunate enough to bear the brunt. Within just an hour, Shui Wanping arrived at the scene of the incident. The sight of the battlefield strewn with remnants and severed limbs made his hands tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Long had brought along this group of constables, all of whom were Shui Wanping's trusted allies. How could he not feel grief-stricken? Shui Wanping slowly approached Zhao Long's lifeless body, his gaze filled with icy determination. Zhao Long's dedication had earned Shui Wanping's utmost respect. Gazing upon Zhao Long's now cold form, he clenched his fists and vowed, "Brother, rest assured, I shall avenge you." With that, a purple light gathered in his hands as his true chi surged forth, and soon a small dog began to coalesce before him. It was, of course, the deceased Lao He. Lao He excitedly bounded to Shui Wanping, licking his fingers. Unexpectedly, the process of reconstituting the spirit beast proved to be exceedingly taxing on his true chi. Yet, Shui Wanping had no time to recuperate. His sharp gaze fixed on Lao He as he demanded, "Little one, tell me who did this." The little dog barked a few times in response. "You mean Xiao Qian?" Upon receiving Lao He's affirmative answer, Shui Wanping closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Before long, he rose to tidy the scene of devastation, giving the fallen constables, who had stood by him for so long, a proper burial, before mounting his steed and galloping toward the 6 doors. Now that he had identified the culprit, Shui Wanping felt no need to continue his endurance. The adversary had already encroached upon him, and it was clearly a matter of life and death. Moreover, Xiao Qian, as an official of the 6 doors, had skillfully left no trace in the wake of his actions. Shui Wanping understood that relying solely on Lao He's identification would be insufficient to confront Xiao Qian. After all, who would believe a dog? With the dust of his horse's hooves swirling behind him, Shui Wanping returned to the 6 doors deep into the night. The interior of the 6 doors was eerily silent, a fitting atmosphere for this institution that inspired dread in countless hearts. 2 dozing constables stood guard at the entrance. One suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Old 3, did you see a shadow? Is someone coming in?" "What shadow? Nonsense. You're seeing things. This is the 6 doors." "True enough, aside from Li Juk. No one has dared to intrude here for decades. Keep an eye out. I'm going to catch a quick nap." Who else could that shadow be but Shui Wanping? Activating his night vision, Shui Wanping perceived his surroundings as if it were daylight. With a swift movement, he deftly evaded several hidden sentries and slipped to the entrance of Xiao Qian's hall. At that moment, Xiao Qian sat calmly in the center of the hall, his expression tranquil and unperturbed. Shui Wanping no longer concealed himself. He drew his bow and aimed directly at Xiao Qian. Chapter 35. Murder and Arson, the hero Guofeng. As the power of a grandmaster surged forth, Shui Wanping pulled the bowstring with all his might, launching an arrow that streaked through the night sky like a meteor. Its speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing Xiao Qian's chest, catching him completely off guard as he stood and prepared to shout. Unbeknownst to him, a second arrow struck, penetrating his throat and silencing him completely. Bang! Xiao Qian clutched his neck, his face contorted in agony, before collapsing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a candelabrum fell during his fall, igniting a fierce blaze. Moments later, flames erupted into the sky, and the sounds of alarm shattered the tranquility of the 6 doors. Once his objective was achieved, Shui Wanping did not linger. He quietly concealed himself in the shadows. Revenge had been exacted, and all that followed was of no concern to him. The following morning, 2 pieces of news spread throughout Yinjing City. One reported that the heavily guarded 6 doors had suffered a devastating fire in the dead of night, with casualties yet unknown. The other detailed how a team of reorganized constables from the 6 doors had been ambushed by thieves. Given that the 6 doors served as the emperor's watchdog, such calamities raised suspicions of a deliberate attack against them. Rumors circulated that the 6 doors were nothing but a gaggle of incompetents, unable to accomplish anything significant. Meanwhile, the Jinyui and Dongchong relished the spectacle, arms crossed, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama of the 6 doors. Inside the main hall of the 6 doors, Chief Constable Li Huayan was bowing in respect, repeatedly nodding toward the elderly man seated in the main position, dressed in a crimson robe. With a striking crane insignia on his chest, this man was none other than the Grand Tutor, Ko Hamlin. Observing Li Huayan before him, Ko Hamlin's expression turned slightly displeased. Huayan, have you heard the rumors circulating in the capital? The entire court is not only mocking the 6 doors, but laughing at me as well. My lord, please calm your anger. Grant me 5 days. Li Huayan stepped forward, cupping his fists in supplication. 5 days. Ko Hamlin raised an eyebrow. 3 days. 3 days shall suffice. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. Do not allow any further gossip to circulate. I will discreetly inform you that the court is currently shaken, and the conflict between the 3rd prince and the crown prince is intensifying. Do not create any more trouble for me. Otherwise, your position as chief constable will come to an end. Understood. With that, Ko Hamlin swept away, leaving Li Huayan to hastily issue commands to mobilize all personnel currently investigating the case, instructing them to patrol the streets and silence any discussions regarding the 6 doors. The rumors must be quelled immediately. Meanwhile, Shui Wanping, having successfully executed his assassination, hastened toward Changlin Manor. Indifferent to whether the 6 doors would trace the arson back to him, he had prepared for the worst. If necessary, he would flee, confident that his status as a grandmaster would allow him to thrive anywhere. Racing through the starry night. It was but 6 days later that Shui Wanping arrived at Changlin Manor. Upon entering the city, he was taken aback by the grandeur of Changlin Manor. The streets were wide enough for 4 carriages to travel side by side, with pavilions and towers lining the sides, and the lively din of vendors filling the air. The vibrancy rivaled that of Yinjing City. As he walked, Shui Wanping soon found himself before a magnificent tall building known as Pine Crane Tower, the largest inn in Changlin Manor, renowned for its exclusivity. The locals were well aware that the Zhou family held significant influence behind it. What beggar is this? Doesn't he know his place? Pine Crane Tower is not a place for you to enter. A young attendant appraised Shui Wanping before stepping forward to block his path. At that moment, Shui Wanping, accompanied by Lao He, donned in a hunter's garb with his bow slung across his back, certainly did not present an imposing figure. I am here to lodge. I can afford it. So why should I not enter? You, a poor hunter, have no right to speak. Get lost. The attendant waved his hands dismissively, attempting to shoo him away. Suddenly, a silver ingot was tossed from behind Shui Wanping, catching the attendant's eye, who eagerly snatched it up, his demeanor instantly brightening. Simultaneously, a voice followed. Today, this meal is on me, my friend. Shui Wanping turned around and beheld a man clad in a brown garment standing behind him. Guodashia, is that you? Please come in. The young servant's words fell on deaf ears as Guofeng gestured invitingly towards Shui Wanping, then inquired, might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you? My brother? Shui Wanping scrutinized the man before him. Although he could not discern the motives behind Guofeng's cordial invitation, he nodded slightly and replied, I must thank you in advance, Guodashia. With that, guided by the servant, the 2 men stepped inside and chose a seat by the window. Waiter, bring us 2 pounds of beef, a plump chicken, and a jar of strong liquor. Guofeng commanded. Certainly, Guodashia, please hold on for a moment. The servant departed, leaving only Guofeng and Shui Wanping in the room. Silence enveloped them as Shui Wanping pondered Guofeng's intentions. Who would so generously invite a stranger to dine without ulterior motives, unless their mind was somewhat unhinged? This brother here is Guofeng. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Guofeng inquired. Ah, you are the renowned swift sword Guodashia. I have long admired you. I am Shui, the eldest son in my family, so you may call me Shueda. Shui Wanping was well aware of Guo Feng's reputation, a master of his craft. He was known for his righteousness and unmatched swordsmanship across the realm. However, Shui Wanping remained cautious, especially as he was indeed the only son of Shui Long, thus holding the title of eldest. Shui brother, I see you carry a longbow, and your palms bear calluses. You must be a hunter, am I correct? Guo Feng observed astutely. Indeed, Guo Daxiao possesses keen insight. However, I am unfamiliar with many hunters in these mountains. Why have I never crossed paths with you? Shui Wanping replied with a hint of curiosity. To be candid, I hail from a distant land, and due to a sudden forest fire back home, game has become scarce. Thus, I have come here in search of a livelihood. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's explanation, Guo Feng's expression brightened as he remarked, Ah, I see. At that moment, the waiter returned with their meal. Guo Daxiao, is there anything else you require? Guo Feng waved dismissively, indicating the servant should take his leave. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere between the two men grew more familiar, and Shui Wanping gleaned further insights into Guo Feng's character, finding him to be genuinely forthright. Shui brother, Guo Feng exclaimed, wrapping an arm around him and speaking in a low tone, I have a business proposition that I hope might pique your interest. Having already dispelled the effects of the potent liquor with his internal energy, Shui Wanping felt remarkably alert. From the moment Guo Feng appeared, he sensed that the man harbored ulterior motives. Pray, do tell, he replied cautiously. This endeavor may carry its risks, but the rewards are exceedingly generous. I am in need of a skilled archer. Would you be willing to accept the challenge? Shui Wanping's brow furrowed as he felt the weight of Guo Feng's presence. Sensing an underlying threat, although he was not fond of such tactics, he suppressed his discomfort, maintaining his composure as he stated, as long as the reward is substantial. What is there to fear? What if the task involves the assassination of Zhou Lingfu, the governor of Changlin Prefecture? Chapter 36. The use of archers on the path of Luoyin Mountain. Shui Wanping was taken aback to learn that Guo Feng's target was none other than Zhou Lingfu. This was no mere risk. Zhou was a member of the imperial family, and conspiring against such a figure would, under the laws of the great merchants, warrant the execution of 3 generations of one's family. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Shui Wanping finally responded, when do we proceed? Upon hearing Shui Wanping's assent, Guo Feng relaxed his grip and his face broke into a smile. I will notify you of the timing. For now, just rest and recuperate. I shall cover your accommodations. Then I must express my gratitude for your hospitality, Guo Xiong. Come, let us drink. After bidding farewell to Guo Feng, who departed at the stroke of midnight, Shui Wanping returned to his room, swiftly donning a set of dark attire before quietly climbing out the window to follow Guo Feng in secret. With Shui Wanping's mastery, Guo Feng was utterly unaware of his pursuit. Approximately half an hour later, Shui Wanping trailed Guo Feng to a secluded residence. Guo Feng, vigilant, scanned the surroundings before entering. Shui Wanping nimbly leaped atop the roof, employing his keen senses to eavesdrop on their conversation within. A woman's voice broke the silence. Guo Dage, have you found a suitable candidate today? Fortune smiles upon us. I encountered an unfamiliar hunter today, and upon observation, he appears to possess approximately second-tier strength, suitable for our needs. Excellent. Guo Dage, at last, I can avenge my father. Fei Mei, I promise to assist you in this matter. Zhou Lingfu will not last many days. Guo Dage, I am sorry to burden you with my family matters. Were it not for the lack of avenues for justice, I would not resort to this. Do not mention it. Fei Mei, had it not been for Lord Kong saving my life, I would not be here today. It is my duty to avenge him, and moreover, Lord Kong's petition against Zhou for embezzling taxes is a righteous cause. Avenging him is the responsibility of knights such as ourselves. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping felt a jolt of surprise. He was indeed fortunate, for the taxes in question could very well be the silk tax. However, Guo Dage, what will you do when the time comes? Zhou Lingfu is said to have many formidable subordinates, including a grandmaster. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own methods. Just remain here and await my news. Then please, Guo Dage, take care. All right, Fei Mei, I cannot linger here for long. I must take my leave. Just wait here for my news. Lord Kong. After listening to the exchange within, Shui Wanping pondered deeply atop the roof, mentally recalling the roster of officials in Changlin Prefecture. He realized he had memorized the names thoroughly, and indeed, there was no official by the surname of Kong in his recollection. After careful consideration, he resolved to return to the inn and await further news. It was not the time to act rashly and alert the enemy. What Shui Wanping did not anticipate was that several days would pass without a word from Guo Feng. However, Lu Wu did send a letter confirming that his suspicions were correct. They were all being followed. Additionally, Lu Wu's letter expressed the collective outrage of the constables regarding the demise of Zhao Long and his companions, who sought to return to the capital for revenge. In response, Shui Wanping penned a reassuring reply, vowing to eliminate all of Qiao Qian's lackeys upon his return to the capital. Meanwhile, in Changlin Prefecture, it seemed that Zhou Lingfu had caught wind of something amiss, as the recent days had seen heightened scrutiny at the city gates. Nearly every unfamiliar face had been recorded. And thankfully, Shui Wanping had arrived a few days prior. Otherwise, he would have likely been unable to enter the city without revealing his identity. After waiting 3 more days, on a morning just as dawn began to break, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. "Shui brother, open up," Guo Feng's voice called out, prompting Shui Wanping to rise and greet him. Seeing Shui Wanping dressed impeccably, Guo Feng expressed his surprise. "Shui brother, do you not even remove your clothes when you sleep?" "A rustic man of the wild, I am accustomed to sleeping fully clothed. Have you come today for that business?" "Indeed, let us depart at once," Guo Feng replied after surveying the area. With that, Shui Wanping slung his longbow over his shoulder, roused the slumbering Lao He, and swiftly followed Guo Feng out of the inn. A horse-drawn carriage awaited them outside. They both leapt aboard, and the carriage sped eastward. Once inside, Shui Wanping was taken aback to discover 2 additional archers present beside him. The 2 bore striking resemblances to one another, suggesting they were brothers. Noticing Shui Wanping's expression, Guo Feng smiled slightly. "Brother Shui, allow me to introduce these 2 gentlemen, Xian Wen and Xian Wu, who, like yourself, are exceptional hunters." Guo Feng then gestured towards Shui Wanping, addressing the 2 brothers. "This is Shui Da, a newly arrived hunter in this area." The 2 men nodded slightly at Shui Wanping, who scrutinized them before returning the gesture. The Xian brothers possessed a cultivation level roughly equivalent to the 2nd rank, comparable to the prowess displayed by Shui Wanping. "Guodashia, perhaps you should swiftly inform us of our tasks," Xian Wen spoke up first. Upon hearing this, Guo Feng lifted the curtain of the carriage and, seeing the absence of onlookers, whispered, "As I previously mentioned, our target is Zhou Lingfu. If anyone feels apprehensive, they may withdraw now." Guo Feng surveyed the group, noting no one stepping forward to express dissent, and continued, "Excellent. It appears you are all indeed brave souls." With that, Guo Feng produced 3 talismans from his robe and handed them to the 3 men. Upon receiving the yellow talisman, Shui Wanping felt an abundance of spiritual energy contained within. "This talisman is for activating the formation. Keep it safe. Zhou Lingfu will be visiting the Wanan Temple outside the city to pray, and by dusk, his convoy will reach Luoyin Mountain. I have already arranged for the Jiugong Daoist to set up a confinement array there. To activate the array, you will need to accurately strike 3 focal points with these talismans. After that, the rest will not require your involvement. A generous reward will await you upon success." The Xian brothers' eyes sparkled with anticipation at the mention of the Jiugong Daoist. He is renowned as the foremost expert in formations, known for his eccentric nature and unpredictable methods. It is rumored that he once trapped a grandmaster with a single lotus petal formation. Shui Wanping was astonished that Guo Feng could enlist such a figure to set the array. Before he could respond, Xian Wen interjected, "Rest assured, Guodashia, we shall handle everything." The 3 men should take a well-deserved rest. Soon, all would depend on their efforts. With that, Guo Feng swiftly exited the carriage, leaving the 3 men exchanging glances. For the Xian brothers, their assistance was merely a favor to Guo Feng, and once he departed, they paid little heed to Shui Wanping, choosing instead to close their eyes and meditate. Shui Wanping relished the tranquility. The vehicle continued its slow progress, and an hour later, they arrived at Luoyin Mountain. Shui Wanping disembarked to survey the area. The mountain path was narrow, surrounded by dense forests, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. It was no wonder that several archers were required to activate the formation. With such a congested mountain path, it would be impossible to set an ambush beforehand, as any grandmaster present would easily perceive their presence. The only option was to activate the confinement array from a distance using arrows. As for what would transpire after the array was activated, that was not a concern for Shui Wanping. Chapter 37. The initial encounter with the 100 elephants. Guo Feng's desperate fight. On the mountain path of Luoyin Mountain, a procession moved slowly. At the forefront, a slight monk sat cross-legged atop a tall steed. Though his eyes were tightly shut, the aura emanating from him was formidable. Following the monk was an exquisitely adorned palanquin, carried by 4 burly bearers, all of whom possessed considerable strength. Inside the palanquin sat none other than Zhou Lingfu, the master of Changlin Prefecture. At the rear of the entourage, a group of armored guards, numbering around a dozen, showcased their impressive skills upon closer inspection. At this moment, Shui Wanping was intensely focused, concealing himself among the tree branches, waiting for the signal. Step by step, the procession advanced. Suddenly, as the last member of the convoy passed the designated point, a piercing eagle cry echoed. Immediately after, 3 sharp whistling sounds sliced through the air. The slight monk reacted with remarkable speed. His eyes flew open, and with a flick of his fingers, 3 bursts of energy shot forth, targeting the arrows. The force was so fierce that Shui Wanping barely managed to evade, though his garments were still torn by the energy. Unfortunately, the Xian brothers were not as fortunate. How could they withstand an attack from a grandmaster? With 2 resounding thuds, both fell from the tree, lifeless. The monk frowned slightly, letting out a soft hum, as he turned his gaze towards Shui Wanping's direction. Just as he prepared to leap forward, a blue barrier enveloped the entire convoy. The formation set by the Jiugong Daoist had evidently been successfully activated. At that moment, cold sweat beaded on Shui Wanping's forehead. He was grateful for his grandmaster-level cultivation, for that monk's casual strike could have easily claimed his life. It was clear that Guofeng had viewed them as mere cannon fodder. However, now was not the time to settle accounts with Guofeng. Shui Wanping adjusted his hiding spot, keenly observing the unfolding situation. Within the formation, numerous experts unleashed their ultimate techniques against the blue barrier. Yet, no matter the ferocity of their attacks, the blue light formation stood resolute as a mountain. After a brief moment, approximately 10 formidable men leaped from the depths of the forest. Shui Wanping focused intently, recognizing Guofeng leading the charge, flanked by several skilled individuals of first-rank cultivation. Each held a red talisman, and after exchanging glances, they plunged straight into the formation. Unlike the yellow talismans used to activate the formation, these red ones evidently allowed them to completely disregard the blue barrier. The Jiugong Daoist's blue formation not only confined enemies, but also suppressed the cultivation of those within. The slight monk, affected by the formation, found his strength diminished to that of a master, locked in a fierce battle with Guofeng. However, the ordinary subordinates fared poorly under the suppression. They were no match for the attacking warriors, losing nearly half their numbers in mere moments. Nonetheless, these individuals were elite subordinates of Zhou Lingfu, and quickly regained their composure, employing secret techniques to launch desperate attacks, momentarily stabilizing the situation. What truly surprised Shui Wanping was Zhou Lingfu within the palanquin. He remained remarkably calm, seated motionless and completely unaffected by the chaos outside. "I see you are Guofeng." After exchanging several blows, the monk had evidently recognized him. "Master Ku Chan, I advise you to grasp the current situation and refrain from meddling. Today, I shall slay Zhou Lingfu. Guo Shizhu, Lord Zhou is a guest of our temple. I must ensure his safety. Is there no room for negotiation? Then you shall meet your demise." With that, Guofeng produced a purple pill and swallowed it, causing a brilliant purple light to emanate from him. Guofeng realized that he must eliminate this Ku Chan monk. Otherwise, if he escaped the formation, he would be no match for him. With the pill's effects taking hold, Guofeng's strength surged, and with a single strike, he severed a finger from Ku Chan. To his astonishment, despite enduring the agony of losing a finger, Ku Chan's expression remained unchanged. "Amitba, since you are so obstinate, I shall enlighten you." The monk did not hold back. A golden light suddenly radiated from his forehead, and his robe burst apart, revealing his form, which swelled to more than double its size. "I, the Buddha's golden body, shall aid me in vanquishing demons." Ku Chan muttered a few incantations, then met Guofeng's sword with a palm strike. Shui Wanping sensed that Guofeng, in his heightened state, was now on par with an ordinary grandmaster. However, the moment the sword made contact with Ku Chan's palm, it shattered. Guofeng was taken aback by Ku Chan's formidable strength. In the brief moment of hesitation, Ku Chan struck again, sending Guofeng flying. The disparity in their cultivation levels was staggering. Guofeng, being a man of considerable intellect, surmised that the venerable monk Ku Chan must have employed some arcane technique. However, such a potent spell would undoubtedly be constrained by time. Thus, the most prudent course of action was for him to withdraw for the moment, returning once the monk's enchantment had waned. "Retreat," Guofeng bellowed. Yet, with the situation already unfolding unfavorably, escaping was far from a simple endeavor. In an instant, Ku Chan gestured into the void, unleashing several streams of finger energy that struck their target with precision. In the blink of an eye, all present, save Guofeng, were rendered incapable of further combat. Guofeng, still contemplating flight, found his intentions thwarted as Ku Chan's right hand grasped the air, summoning a tremendous force that drew Guofeng inexorably closer. With a couple of sharp sounds, Ku Chan deftly sealed Guofeng's acupoints. Having subdued Guofeng, Ku Chan glanced upward at the luminous barrier, and with a surge of concentrated power, he pointed skyward, unleashing a beam of Buddhist light that shattered the azure veil. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. What realm of power was this? Shui Wanping, watching from a distance, couldn't help but swallow hard. Turning his attention back to Guofeng, who regarded Ku Chan with a grave expression, he exclaimed, "I never anticipated that Master Ku Chan had already ascended to the 100-elephant realm." Ku Chan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "It is merely a matter of leveraging a secret technique to forcibly elevate my realm. I, an old monk, lack such prowess." Just as Guofeng was about to speak, the curtain of Zhou Lingfu's sedan suddenly lifted. An elder clad in a dark brocade robe, his countenance somber, emerged slowly. The surrounding guards dropped to one knee, and one of the lead guards proclaimed loudly, "My lord, forgive me for the disturbance." Zhou Lingfu remained silent and strode directly towards the prostrate Guofeng. "To think you would summon even the 9 palaces Daoist in your bid to eliminate me. Alas. You were so close to success." Zhou Lingfu sneered coldly. "You corrupt official, today you have escaped death, but mark my words, someone will come to avenge me." Guofeng retorted vehemently, "Ha, there is no need for such concern, Sir Gua. Whether I live or die, you shall never witness it." Zhou Lingfu replied dismissively, "Now, tell me where that girl from the Kong family is." At this, Guofeng turned his head in silence. Zhou Lingfu, unfazed, waved his right hand. and a severed head of a Han man soared into the air. For every moment you remain silent, another of my subordinates shall perish. At this moment, Guo Feng's heart burned with a desire to rend Zhou Lingfu into 1,000 pieces. Brothers, I am sorry. In our next life, let us remain good comrades. Indeed, you possess spirit, Zhou Lingfu remarked with interest. Then, with a sweeping motion of his palms, he effortlessly decimated all present, leaving only Guo Feng alive. Witnessing the deaths of his brothers, Guo Feng's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Zhou Lingfu, observing Guo Feng's expression, was filled with amusement. In truth, you have acted correctly. Whether you speak or not, they would all meet their demise. Ha ha, you scoundrel, I will kill you. Guo Feng suddenly spat blood, forcefully unsealing his acupoints. To everyone's astonishment, before Guo Feng could retaliate, Zhou Lingfu struck out with a light, effortless palm aimed directly at his face. Shui Wanping's gaze sharpened. Zhou Lingfu was indeed a formidable grandmaster. Chapter 38. The clouds of doubt disperse, returning to the capital with orders. In the forest, Shui Wanping employed his agility to hasten towards Changlin Mansion. He must race against time against Zhou Lingfu. From their exchanges, he deduced that Kung Fu was the key to unraveling the situation. Fortunately, before his departure, Shui Wanping had discreetly stationed Lao He outside the Kong residence. He was determined to locate Kung Fu first. After half an hour of strenuous travel, Shui Wanping arrived at Changlin Mansion. Upon confirming Kung Fu's whereabouts, he made a beeline for the estate. Meanwhile, Kung Fu paced anxiously in the courtyard, her demeanor fraught with agitation. Her father, Kong Lin, oversaw the grain and finances at Changlin Mansion, holding a mere 9th-rank official title. Known for his integrity, Kong Lin was well liked in the mansion, but this very virtue proved fatal. By chance, Kong Lin discovered irregularities in the accounts of Changlin Mansion. Upon further investigation, he unearthed collusion between the mansion and the Tianlian sect. After much deliberation, Kong Lin resolved to report this to the higher authorities in Yinjing. But who was Zhou Lingfu? He was a royal relative, a person of immense influence. Unsurprisingly, Kong Lin was imprisoned and tortured to death within mere days. The entire Kong family, 13 souls, perished in a mysterious fire. Fortunately, Kong Lin had entrusted Kung Fu to Guo Feng, allowing her to narrowly escape disaster. In the aftermath, Zhou Lingfu eradicated all records of Kong Lin's existence from various documents and archives, rendering him as if he had never existed. With a swift leap, Shui Wanping landed before Kung Fu. Who are you? Seeing Shui Wanping, Kung Fu instinctively took a step back, her expression one of panic. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Guo Feng is dead, and this is no place for lingering. If you wish to survive, come with me. What? Brother Guo is dead? I refuse to believe it. He promised we would soar together once this matter was resolved. It cannot be. Upon hearing the news of Guo Feng's demise, Kung Fu trembled visibly. I was present. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I do not believe you. I do not believe you. Kung Fu vehemently shook her head, disbelief etched across her features. Shui Wanping, unfazed, pointed to the air, directly sealing Kung Fu's sleeping acupoint. Women are truly troublesome, he muttered, hoisting Kung Fu onto his shoulder and dashing away. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Kung Fu slowly opened her eyes. She found herself on a bed, her previous delicate pink attire replaced with men's clothing. Instinctively, she clutched the quilt to cover her body, her eyes wide with alarm as she gazed at Shui Wanping, who sat calmly in the room. You are awake. Shui Wanping sipped his tea nonchalantly. Where's this? Who are you? What do you intend to do? Rest assured, you are in a safe inn in Huizhou. As for my identity, I am simply the person who saved your life. Shui Wanping replied with an air of composure, setting down his tea set with an expression that exuded harmlessness. Kung Fu regarded Shui Wanping with skepticism. Sensing her doubts, Shui Wanping produced a waist token from his robe and waved it before her. I am a member of the 6 Doors, tasked with investigating the missing silk case. Will you share everything you know with me? Shui Wanping could not be entirely certain that Kung Fu possessed vital information, but upon hearing his words, he noticed a struggle on her face. He was convinced she knew something significant. How can I trust that you are not a lackey of that old dog Zhou Lingfu? Kung Fu inquired timidly. If I were indeed one of Zhou Lingfu's men, would you still be able to rest peacefully here? Kung Fu fell silent. Shui Wanping, unhurried, sat patiently, awaiting her response. I believe you. After a lengthy pause, Kung Fu finally spoke. But you must turn around. Shui Wanping complied, facing away from her. He observed as Kung Fu slowly removed her clothing, taking off her undergarment. With a decisive motion, she tore it open, revealing a thin ledger hidden within. Here, she exclaimed, forcefully tossing the ledger onto Shui Wanping's table. As Shui Wanping picked up the ledger, imbued with the fragrance of a young woman, he examined it closely. Though thin, it was densely packed with writing, detailing accounts meticulously, alongside annotations made by Kong Lin. Upon reviewing the ledger, Shui Wanping couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. With this ledger in hand, it was now a foregone conclusion that the Changlin Manor had embezzled taxes. What astonished him further was the revelation that these taxes had been entirely allocated to recruit soldiers for the Tianlian sect. After years of management, Zhou Lingfu had amassed a staggering sum, and considering the sect's prolonged dormancy, it was evident they were biding their time and preparing for a grand confrontation. As for Zhou Lingfu, Shui Wanping speculated that he must hold a high-ranking position within the Tianlian sect. Closing the ledger, Shui Wanping could not suppress a bitter smile. He had truly stumbled into a quagmire. Miss Kong, I shall take this ledger. This matter is of utmost importance, and I must return to Yinjing at once to report. With that, Shui Wanping handed his waist badge to Kong Fu. Tomorrow, a troop of officials will head back to Yinjing. Take my badge and travel with them. Once in the capital, seek out a flag officer named Feng Dao at the Jin Wei, who will ensure your safety. After careful consideration, Shui Wanping realized that there might still be remnants of the Tianlian sect within the 6 doors, and he had already drawn attention to himself. Taking Kong Fu along would only make them more conspicuous. Kong Fu is an irreplaceable witness. Kong Fu remained silent, but nodded solemnly as she accepted the badge. Shui Wanping meticulously secured the ledger before pushing the door open and galloping towards Yinjing. 3 days later, Shui Wanping arrived in Yinjing without delay. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way directly to the 6 doors headquarters. He did not wait for an announcement, but headed straight to the office of Chief Li Huayan. At that moment, Li Huayan was reviewing documents in the main hall when a voice from outside interrupted him. This is Shui Wanping. I have urgent news to report. Come in. Upon receiving the response, Shui Wanping entered and bowed respectfully before Li Huayan. Your Excellency, I have uncovered the truth behind the tax case. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Li Huayan's eyes brightened, and he sprang to his feet. It was worth noting that the 100 households sent out with him had all returned empty-handed. Shui Wanping then recounted everything he had seen and heard, carefully omitting key details regarding the assassination. As for the ledger, he had prudently arranged for a copy to be made. Li Huayan took the ledger and, after perusing its contents, his expression fluctuated between concern and uncertainty, clearly recognizing that this matter had escalated beyond his capabilities. The father-in-law of Prince Xiangping was not someone he could afford to offend as the chief of 6 doors. After closing the ledger, Li Huayan closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before speaking. Wanping, you have done well. This case is of great significance. It must be kept confidential. Understood. I must now seek out Minister Kotai. You may return for the time being, and I shall reward you upon my return. Yes, Your Excellency. After receiving his orders, Shui Wanping exited the room. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Wanping, when did you return? How is the investigation proceeding? Shui Wanping's body jolted. The voice belonged to Qiao Qiyan, the left envoy of 6 doors. Chapter 39. Attending the Wang family banquet, the 13 protectors. Upon seeing Qiao Qiyan, Shui Wanping visibly stiffened. He was well aware of his unparalleled archery skills, yet now he found himself perplexed. Why was Qiao Qiyan standing before him, seemingly unscathed? Sensing Shui Wanping's confusion, Qiao Qian's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped closer and gently patted Shui Wanping on the shoulder. Did you think I should have perished long ago? Surprised to see me here? Shui Wanping remained silent, his eyes glaring fiercely at Qiao Qian. Had it not been for the 6 doors headquarters being the setting, he would have already lunged at him in fury. What are you talking about, Your Excellency? I am unclear. Shui Wanping's voice was devoid of emotion, cold as ice. Never mind, we both understand. We have much time ahead of us. Some matters can be addressed gradually. Qiao Qian laughed coldly before departing. Similarly, within the 6 doors, he could not act against Shui Wanping. He harbored resentment. After painstakingly crafting a perfect decoy, he had been assassinated by Shui Wanping. Without this decoy, his future endeavors would become significantly more complicated. Watching Qiao Qian leave, Shui Wanping clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in his ears as he recalled his fallen brothers. He silently vowed to exact blood for blood upon Qiao Qian. After leaving Li Huayan's office, Shui Wanping took a moment to compose himself before proceeding to greet Gu Qing. Unfortunately, Gu Qing was occupied with a task and was not present at the headquarters. To his surprise, Wen Qing'er was accompanying Gu Qing, which left Shui Wanping somewhat taken aback. In truth, Gu Qing was concerned that without his presence, Wen Qing'er might be bullied within the 6 doors, which comprised mostly of brash men. Leaving her alone would not be prudent, hence he took her along. Finding no one, Shui Wanping returned alone to the 100 households office. Upon pushing open the main door, he saw his subordinates lined up orderly in the courtyard. Seeing Shui Wanping's return, the leading officer, Lu Wu, quickly stepped forward. My lord, you have finally returned. The brothers have been worried sick about you. Everyone knows about Zhao Long's incident and is concerned for your safety. Upon mentioning Zhao Long, Lu Wu seemed to realize he had misspoken, his voice noticeably lowering. Shui Wanping forced a semblance of a smile, surveying the crowd. I appreciate my brother's concern. This case has been arduous for all of you, so you may take a break for the next couple of days. You are all dismissed. As for Zhao Long, he is my brother, and I shall avenge him. You may leave for now. With that, Shui Wanping waved his hand impatiently, signaling the crowd to disperse. Before long, all had left except for Lu Wu. After a brief moment, noticing Shui Wanping's frown begin to ease, Lu Wu gathered his courage and stepped forward to speak softly. My lord, you have worked hard this time. I will host a banquet at Qingyan Pavilion tonight to welcome you back. Qingyan Pavilion? Have you struck it rich? Actually, it is not just my intention. Master Wang has expressed great regard for you, and I am merely here to invite you on his behalf. So the expenses will naturally be covered by Master Wang. Understanding that it was Wang Quanin hosting the banquet, Shui Wanping felt relieved, realizing Lu Wu couldn't possibly afford it with his meager funds. Very well, go fetch the horse. I shall change my attire and join you shortly. Yes, my lord. After bowing, Lu Wu retreated. An hour later, Shui Wanping and Lu Wu arrived at Qingyan Pavilion. Wang Quanin had been waiting for their arrival and rushed to greet them as soon as he spotted Shui Wanping. Ah, Shui Baihu. I heard you have returned from your mission. Was it successful? It has been a long time, and I have missed you greatly. Greetings, Master Wang. Come, come, let us proceed inside. Wang Mama, bring me the finest dishes and arrange for a few young ladies. Yes, under Wang Quanin's guidance. Shui Wanping and Lu Wu were led to the private room labeled Tianziyi. To Shui Wanping's astonishment, there was already someone seated inside. As he glanced around, he noticed a man clad in white, strikingly handsome, with an air of heroism about him. Shui Wanping sensed that this person likely possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster. Shui Baihu, allow me to introduce this individual. He is Wang Yan, the young protector. Upon hearing Wang Quanin's introduction, Lu Wu quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, young protector Wang. It is rumored that Prince Yang Hongji is attended by 13 guardians, each possessing mastery at the level of a grandmaster. They are wholly devoted to serving the prince and thus hold no official titles, as some matters are better left in the shadows. These individuals are the prince's most trusted allies and constitute a significant force within the court. Among them is Wang Yan, the 13th guardian and the youngest of the group. Shui Wanping did not expect that a seemingly ordinary banquet would host such a notable figure from the prince's inner circle. Greetings, Guardian Wang. Shui Wanping clasped his fists, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Please, sit. Wang Yan nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Master Shui, Guardian Wang is a distant nephew of mine. Today, I thought it fitting for you two to meet, as my family may rely on your esteemed selves in the future. Wang Quanin interjected, raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. Though Wang Yan currently held no official position, once the prince ascended the throne, his status would undoubtedly soar. This was precisely why Wang Quanin sought to ingratiate himself with this younger relative. Master Shui, your reputation precedes you. The Six Doors captains have solved numerous high-profile cases, and your name has garnered great renown recently. Wang Yan's tone bore an unmistakable hint of disdain. However, Shui Wanping was unperturbed. After all, he was merely a lowly captain within the Six Doors. Taking a sip of his drink, he replied with a calm demeanor, "It is but a hollow fame." Wang Quanin interjected with a smile, "Master Shui is being modest. The cases of the birthday robbery and the Tianlian sect murder have made headlines. Your abilities in solving cases are indeed remarkable." At this, Wang Yan chuckled lightly. "What my uncle says is indeed true, especially concerning the silk case. Master Shui's investigative prowess has reached the ears of the prince. Meeting you today, I can see that you are truly extraordinary." The silk case? Shui Wanping's heart sank. He had only reported on it that very morning. How could the prince know so swiftly? "I am here today at the behest of his highness. The prince has a penchant for befriending the young and talented of the realm. Might Master Shui be interested in joining the prince's faction?" The prince's faction? Shui Wanping furrowed his brow, taken aback by the prince's attempt to recruit him. Logically, the Six Doors were aligned with the third prince's faction, and his position there made it clear that the prince's interest in him likely stemmed from a desire to use him as an informant within the Six Doors. But why would the prince choose him? Was it due to his abilities in solving cases? That seemed a rather tenuous justification. After contemplating for a moment, Shui Wanping concluded that the reason could only be his unblemished background, with no powerful backing, making him easily manipulable. Noticing Shui Wanping's silence, Wang Yan remained calm, indulging in his drink. Alas, after a brief period, Shui Wanping sighed softly, raising his cup and bowing. "I am grateful for the prince's favor, but my status is humble, and I cannot accept such an honor." Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Wang Yan's expression darkened significantly. He abruptly smashed his cup, exclaiming, Are you thus refusing to show the prince due respect?" He was taken aback that a mere captain would dare to reject the prince, leading to his growing ire. "My dear nephew, do not take offense. Master Shui did not mean it that way. Allow him to explain." Wang Quanin hurriedly interjected. Wang Quanin's intentions were good. With the prince's backing, Shui Wanping could ascend the ranks with ease. However, being a merchant, he was oblivious to the intricate relationships between the Six Doors, the prince, and the third prince. At present, the prince and the third prince enjoyed roughly equal support within the court, although the prince's influence appeared greater. It primarily stemmed from his alliance with Zhou Jun. Shui Wanping sneered inwardly. Zhou Lingfu's collusion with the Tianlian sect was all but confirmed. It was merely a matter of time before the Zhou family fell from grace. Joining the prince now? Absolutely not. Before Wang Quanin could finish, Shui Wanping interrupted. "If Guardian Wang insists on this course, so be it. My health is not well. I must take my leave. Master Wang, I hope you will refrain from introducing me to any more idle individuals." You ungrateful wretch. Let us see how you leave here today. With that, Wang Yin rose, drawing a soft sword from his waist and pointing it menacingly at Shui Wanping. How dare you? What gives you the right to brandish a weapon against a member of the Six Doors? Shui Wanping retorted loudly, unyielding. Indeed, Shui Wanping was correct. At present, Wang Yin held no official title, and there was nothing amiss in condemning him for threatening a court officer. You sharp-tongued brat, I shall teach you a lesson today, Wang Yin declared, lunging forward with his sword. Shui Wanping did not flinch. A slight smirk graced his lips as he struck out his palm to meet the incoming blade. Wang Yin believed Shui Wanping to be merely at the second tier of cultivation and thus exerted only 70% of his strength. However, Shui Wanping, unleashing the full force of a grandmaster, wielded tremendous power. With a resounding crack, the soft sword shattered, and Wang Yin was sent flying as if made of paper, landing on the ground like a lifeless dog, unconscious. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence, aghast that a prince's guardian had been felled by a single blow. You all witnessed this. He struck first, and I acted in self-defense, Shui Wanping lamented, raising his hands in surrender. Lu Wu, take this man back to the office. I will charge him with treason. Yes, sir. Master Shui, this is not wise. Wang Quanan rushed forward. What is unwise about it? He is a man of the prince. You have already offended him by striking him. Should I proceed to punish him? The prince will. Wang Quanan was primarily worried about his own safety. After all, the incident had unfolded in his presence, and if Prince Yang Hongji sought retribution, he would face dire consequences. Fear not. This matter does not concern you. Do not speak further. Take him away. With that, Shui Wanping turned and strode out, ignoring Wang Quanan entirely. Seeing the banquet he had arranged descend into chaos, Wang Quanan collapsed onto the ground, muttering, What to do? What to do? I know. I shall seek Wen Qing'er. She can persuade him. Yes, find her. Quickly. In truth, Wang Yan's misfortune stemmed from his own bad luck. Upon seeing Qiao Qian unscathed, Shui Wanping had been seething with anger, and Wang Yan's repeated provocations led him to take action against the guardian without concern for his status. Upon returning to the office, Shui Wanping ordered Wang Yan imprisoned before retreating to his quarters to rest, for he had not enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep in days. The following morning, just as dawn broke, a rapid knocking at his door disrupted Shui Wanping's slumber. Sir, Captain Li requests your presence. Are you awake? Lu Wu's voice called from outside. I shall be there shortly. Shui Wanping rose, tidied himself, and made his way to the main hall. Inside, Li Huayan, Qiao Qian, Zhao Nanqiu, and other senior members of the Six Doors had gathered. The sight startled Shui Wanping. What was the meaning of this assembly? Your subordinate, Shui Wanping, greets all esteemed officials, he announced. At ease, Li Huayan replied, then produced a decree from his robe, proclaiming loudly, Shui Wanping, receive the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor commands. Shui Wanping has proven invaluable in his investigations. Henceforth, he is elevated to the rank of 1,000 household within the Six Doors, with a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. This decree is hereby granted. Thank you for your benevolence. Shui Wanping rose and stepped forward to receive the imperial edict with both hands. Simultaneously, the long-absent system voice echoed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned the archery technique rain of arrows as a reward. Would you like to claim it now? No. Wanping, congratulations. Li Huayan smiled as he looked at Shui Wanping. Thank you, my lord. What about the case? You need not concern yourself with that matter any longer. It is no longer within our jurisdiction. Rest assured, Lord Ko has already arranged everything. The case had clearly exceeded the capabilities of the Six Doors. And after Li Huayan reported it, Ko Hanlon forbade the Six Doors from further involvement. However, regarding how it would be handled moving forward, Ko Hanlon had not elaborated. Nevertheless, for Shui Wanping, having reported Zhou Lingfu's collusion with the Tianlian sect was sufficient, he believed the court would surely bring Zhou Lingfu to justice. Wanping, the emperor has also granted Wang Qianhu's request for retirement, so you shall take his place effective immediately. This humble servant accepts the command. Meanwhile, the others in the hall congratulated Shui Wanping in unison. Attaining the position of Qianhu was akin to stepping 1 foot into the upper echelons of Yinjing. Although Qianhu was merely a third-rank official, its influence surpassed that of an ordinary third-rank officer. Congratulations, Shui Qianhu, remarked Qiao Qian with a somewhat sardonic tone. I hope you will look after me in the future. Of course. Inside, Qiao Qian felt extremely displeased. Apart from the fact that Shui Wanping had risen to the rank of Baihu, his own men had found nothing during their investigation, which had caused him considerable embarrassment. He had initially intended to find some excuse to impede Shui Wanping, but with the imperial edict in hand, Qiao Qian could not directly inquire about the details of the case. However, since Shui Wanping was still under his command, he had ample opportunity to create trouble for him. Enough, everyone, please withdraw. Yes. The group bowed and prepared to leave. Hold on. At that moment, a soft voice echoed from outside the hall. The main door creaked open gently. The crowd looked up to see 2 eunuchs in attendance, followed by a man clad in a 3-clawed dragon robe. This individual was handsome, standing at 7 feet tall, yet appearing somewhat frail, giving the impression of being delicate. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Huayan's expression changed noticeably. The only person permitted to wear such a robe was the current crown prince, Yang Hongji. Li Huayan realized that Yang Hongji had long been at odds with the Grand Tutor Ko-Hanlin, and his sudden visit today must carry ill intent. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and spoke. I was unaware of your highness's arrival. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Li Huayan was the first to rise and bow, followed by the others in unison. We pay our respects to your highness. Be at ease. Yang Hongji strode directly to the main seat, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over the assembly, ultimately resting on Shui Wanping. You are Shui Wanping? Indeed, it is I. I have heard much about the exceptional detective from the Six Doors, and seeing you today, it is evident that you are quite accomplished for your age. Your highness is too kind. However, you dare to capture my people. What gives you the audacity? With that, Yang Hongji suddenly seized the wooden block before him and hurled it forcefully at Shui Wanping's head. This is bad. Li Huayan's heart sank, observing the scene. Xiao Qian's lips curled into a slight smirk, secretly reveling in the situation. Shui Wanping, let us see whether you evade or not. If you dodge, it would be seen as an act of defiance. If you don't, that would be quite entertaining. Chapter 41. The Masterful Strongman, Turning Truths into Falsehoods. Shui Wanping's body remained still, and a violet aura enveloped him instantaneously, shattering the wooden block upon contact. The fact that his 13 guardians could be subdued by this individual indicated that he was at least a master-level practitioner. So Yang Hongji was not particularly surprised by Shui Wanping's demonstrated prowess. However, the rest of the assembly, particularly Xiao Qian, wore expressions of bewilderment. The disdain previously evident on his face evaporating entirely. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I do not know what offense Wanping has committed against you. But allow me to apologize on his behalf, Li Huayan hurriedly interjected, seeking to mediate. If Shui Wanping were merely a first-rank martial artist, it would not be a concern. But it is clear he is a master-level practitioner, particularly skilled in archery. This is quite a treasure. To have captured my 13 guardians, this person is exceedingly bold. The Six Doors must provide me with an explanation today. Wanping, is this true? Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping stood and succinctly recounted the events of the previous day. You are indeed audacious. Someone, go to the prison and release Wang Xiaobao. Li Huayan hastily commanded his subordinate to free the individual. However, Your Highness, it is not surprising that Shui Wanping does not know Wang Xiaobao, given that he holds no official title. Wanping's actions were in service of the court's dignity. After all, the Six Doors cannot be insulted by anyone. As he spoke the final sentence, Li Huayan unconsciously emphasized his tone. Yang Hongji grasped the underlying message. It was clear that Li Huayan was attempting to protect Shui Wanping. Realizing that prolonging the matter would yield no benefits, Yang Hongji coldly regarded Li Huayan and Shui Wanping, saying, interesting. I will remember today's events for now. Let us depart. We bid farewell to Your Highness. Yang Hongji left the Six Doors without looking back. Once he had exited, Zhao Nanxiu cautiously approached Li Huayan and whispered, My lord, having offended the crown prince, you must be wary of his potential retaliation. It is well known that he is quite spiteful. It matters not. After all, we rely on the third prince. It is clear we are not of the same faction, so a falling out is merely a matter of time. Now, aside from Shui Wanping, everyone else may leave. With Li Huayan's command, the assembly dispersed. In the vast main hall, only Li Huayan and Shui Wanping remained. A master-level practitioner at merely 20 years of age. You truly astonish me. Li Huayan initiated the conversation. Pray tell, who is your master? It is remarkable that you have achieved such cultivation at such a young age. Your master must be a person of great renown. To be honest, when I left my master, he entrusted me with a promise not to reveal his name. Knowing that he would not easily escape Li Huayan's inquiries without a satisfactory explanation, Shui Wanping decided it was better to fabricate a master for himself. To have produced such an outstanding disciple, your master must be a formidable figure of the 100 Elephants realm? Shui Wanping merely smiled and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Huayan reached a conclusion in his mind and spoke solemnly. Very well, should fate allow us to meet your master, I hope you will introduce me. Naturally, if fate permits, I shall make the introduction. Now, you may leave. Be cautious in the coming days and watch for any retaliation from the crown prince. Yes. After Shui Wanping exited the main hall, he hurried to his Baihu quarters. Nothing was more pressing than claiming his system reward. Upon closing the door, Shui Wanping summoned the system. Now, I wish to claim the reward. As soon as Shui Wanping's words fell, his mind was flooded with a plethora of dense characters. The entirety of the Rain of Arrows technique was instilled into his consciousness. Meanwhile, a violet glow flickered around Shui Wanping, and an overwhelming aura surged skyward. In mere moments, everything returned to normal. At that moment, Shui Wanping opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of brilliance. This Rain of Arrows is indeed extraordinary, Shui Wanping mused inwardly. This technique, as its name implies, transforms inner strength into arrows of qi, utilizing a longbow as the means to launch a single arrow which then multiplies into a myriad of arrows. Shui Wanping, upon assessing his current prowess, realized he could barely manage to shoot a single arrow. After all, ensuring the lethality of those myriad arrows would incur an astronomical cost of inner energy. Upon stepping outside his chamber, Shui Wanping was greeted by a throng of constables, their faces alight with joy. With their superior's promotion, how could they not share in the elation? Congratulations on your elevation, my lord. Lu Wu stepped forward, exclaiming. Word travels swiftly. You all are already aware? Indeed. For one so young to have achieved the rank of Qianhu, there is much promise ahead. A head constable added. A faint smile graced Shui Wanping's lips as he retrieved a stack of silver notes from his bosom, declaring, Lu Wu, take this and reserve the Xihua Tower for 3 days, so we may revel together. Lu Wu, receiving the notes, immediately beamed. Thank you, my lord. Though Shui Wanping initially intended to rest for a day or two, he could not withstand the enthusiasm of his subordinates, and thus joined them. Over the course of 3 days, the threshold of his Qianhu residence was nearly worn down by the incessant visits of generals and deputy officials, who came to extend their congratulations. Shui Wanping found himself somewhat numbed by the avalanche of gifts. Yet the onslaught did not cease there. Some even brought their daughters, insisting on introducing them to Shui Wanping. Unaccustomed to such fervor, he sought refuge in the Qingyan pavilion on the 4th day. On that day, Lu Wu hurriedly approached Shui Wanping. My lord, are you within? His tone was tinged with urgency. What is the cause of your fluster? Soon you will be a baihu. Temper your impatience, Shui Wanping replied, opening the door. Lu Wu presented a torn notice, saying, My lord, this is an announcement posted by the Dali Temple. Please, read it yourself. Shui Wanping, perplexed, took the notice and read. The criminal Kong Lin, in collusion with Guofeng, intercepted silk taxes and has met his deserved end. A bounty of 1,000 taels is offered for his accomplices, Kong Fu and the Jiugong Daoist. What utter nonsense. Rage ignited within Shui Wanping as he tore the notice to shreds. He had submitted ample evidence, yet the outcome was a complete inversion of justice. Moreover, Lu Wu informed him that rumors were circulating that the duo had been slain by Shui Wanping himself. The mere thought tightened Shui Wanping's brow. Guofeng was renowned for his righteousness in the martial world, and such gossip would undoubtedly incite the ire of the so-called righteous individuals against him. Do you know the source of these rumors? I believe they originated from the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace. As he spoke, Shui Wanping's fist crashed against the wooden table, splintering it into fragments. What a Dali Temple, what a Yang Hongji. It goes without saying that without the Crown Prince's approval, the Dali Temple would not issue such a notice. This is a cunning ploy to wield a knife against me. At that moment, Shui Wanping exuded a palpable chill, causing Lu Wu, who stood beside him, to shudder. He had never witnessed Shui Wanping in such a state. Chapter 42, The Predicament of Wanping and the Peril of Guqing. In the main hall of the 6 doors, Zhao Nanqiu regarded Li Huayan with confusion. My lord, I fail to comprehend. Why did you not see Shui Wanping when he came requesting an audience? Presumably, he is now aware of the Dali Temple's announcement. Naturally concerning the silk case, which has already been settled, rendering a meeting unnecessary, Li Huayan mused, absent-mindedly toying with the beads in his hand. He is still too young. His temperament needs refinement before he can be of great use. Meanwhile, Shui Wanping, feeling a surge of resentment after being denied entry, recognized the darkness of the officialdom. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this profound. This was a grave crime of collusion with the Tianlian sect, casually shifted onto the shoulders of 2 deceased individuals. Shaking his head in disbelief, he meandered back to his residence. Within him, doubt began to take root, while he acknowledged he was not a virtuous man. Such blatant distortion of truth was something he could never fathom committing. What is right? What is wrong? Shui Wanping found himself murmuring. My lord, I have finally found you. Here is a letter addressed to you. Lu Wu came rushing towards Shui Wanping, pulling out a sealed letter adorned with distinctive wax. Shui Wanping carefully opened it, and the contents sent a tremor through him. Kong Fu has vanished. After seeing the Dali Temple's bounty notice, she disappeared, and Feng Dao attempted to locate her, but to no avail. Very well, if she has chosen to leave, then so be it. He clenched his fist, reducing the letter to ashes. Lu Wu, inform the sender that there is no need for further pursuit. If she wishes to depart, let her go. Shui Wanping knew that. At this juncture, words would be futile. Kong Fu had entrusted him with evidence, yet the Dali Temple's notice still branded her father and lover as criminals. In her eyes, he had become the villain, solidifying the guise of a murderer who had ascended through treachery. Understood, my lord. With Lu Wu gradually retreating, Shui Wanping was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He had initially believed that the ledger would facilitate the punishment of Zhou Lingfu, but instead, it had embroiled him in a web of trouble. As Shui Wanping pondered, a familiar voice wafted in from outside. Young master, are you there? Qing'er. At the sound, Shui Wanping snapped back to reality, casting aside thoughts of Kong Fu, and rose to greet her. When Qing'er had just arrived at the 6 doors, upon learning that Shui Wanping was within the yamen, she made a beeline for him. Without regard for anyone else, she rushed in and flung herself into his embrace. The two exchanged glances, and though a myriad of words lingered unsaid, they merely regarded each other in silence. After a prolonged moment, Wen Qing'er looked up at Shui Wanping and said, "By the way, during my time away, my godmother taught me some martial arts. Next time you go out, could you please not leave me behind?" Observing the enchanting figure in his arms, Shui Wanping couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Qing'er, it is not that I do not wish to take you, but rather I worry for your safety. It is best for you to remain within the confines of the yamen." "Oh," Wen Qing'er replied softly, her expression tinged with disappointment as she extricated herself from his embrace. "By the way, you should see what my godmother taught me." As she spoke, Wen Qing'er began to demonstrate her moves. Shui Wanping sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as he watched her. It must be said that Wen Qing'er exhibited a certain aptitude for martial arts. Her techniques hinted at an impressive level, which genuinely astonished Shui Wanping. How was that? Not bad, right? After completing a set, Wen Qing'er wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Shui Wanping, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with each breath. "Indeed, I did not anticipate that Gu Qianhu would pass down the Wanhua palm to you." Wen Qing'er approached Shui Wanping, gently leaning against him. "Yes, I too was surprised when my godmother imparted this technique to me, as it is a closely guarded secret of the Wanhua sect." As she recounted her experience, she added, "When my godmother taught me this palm technique, she also mentioned some peculiar words, urging me to stay close to you and to seize the opportunity to give birth." At this juncture, Wen Qing'er's cheeks flushed slightly. "Also, she gifted me this." With that, she retrieved a jade bracelet adorned with phoenix motifs from her bosom. Taking the bracelet, Shui Wanping examined it closely. "This is the Fengwen Qinyu bracelet, a token of the Wanhua sect's leader." Upon seeing the bracelet, Shui Wanping was clearly taken aback. It is known that the phoenix pattern Qinyu bracelet has always been cherished by Gu Qing, and now that it has been given to Wen Qing'er, there must be an underlying reason. "Qing'er, come, quickly take me to find Gu Qianhu." With that, Shui Wanping seized Wen Qing'er's hand and hurried toward Gu Qing's residence. Utilizing his swift movement technique, Shui Wanping moved with remarkable speed. "Where's Gu Qianhu?" Upon entering the grand hall of the residence, Shui Wanping discovered it to be utterly vacant. "Strange, he was just here." Wen Qing'er wore an expression of confusion. However, what neither of them anticipated was that a month had passed, and Gu Qing had seemingly vanished, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. This left Wen Qing'er in a state of constant distress. One morning, a messenger hurriedly arrived at Shui Wanping's abode, announcing that Li Huayan had summoned him urgently. After receiving the summons, Shui Wanping quickly groomed himself, donned a pristine Qianhu uniform, and rushed to Li Huayan's location. "Your subordinate, Shui Wanping, pays respects to the chief catcher." Indeed, wearing the Qianhu uniform made him appear more spirited. Li Huayan jested. "Pray tell, why have you summoned me so urgently?" Li Huayan took a sip of the tea before him, then rose and approached Shui Wanping, gently patting his shoulder twice. "Wanping, after a month, have you come to any realizations?" "Reporting to you, my lord, I remain perplexed," Shui Wanping replied. Li Huayan chuckled lightly, showing no sign of irritation, and turned to walk away while speaking. "Then let me ask you, who is Zhou Lingfu?" "He is the father-in-law of King Xiangping, and also the uncle of the current Prime Minister Zhou Zhuan and the current favored concubine, Zhou Shiyan." "Correct. Do you believe that one can convict him solely based on a ledger?" "I believe the crimes of the Tongtian Lotus sect are grave. Even if they cannot be convicted due to royal connections, a thorough investigation should still be conducted." "Well said. A thorough investigation indeed. But do you know that if this ledger reaches the emperor's ears, the political landscape in court will drastically shift? Whether or not Zhou Zhuan can be overthrown is one thing, but you may find yourself in peril." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. This ledger could indeed stir the political currents within the court. Presently, Zhou Zhuan enjoys favor. Should it be presented now, he would surely resort to extreme measures to silence anyone. The influence of a prime minister should not be underestimated, even by one of the grand masters. Enough of Zhou Lingfu for now. You should focus on your own safety. Reports from the Yinjing prefecture indicate that recent days have been quite turbulent in the city. Shui Wanping was already partially aware. Since the announcement from the Dali Temple, many so-called heroes from the Jianghu have gathered in Yinjing. Rumor has it they have formed a so-called Chushu alliance, seeking revenge on Shui Wanping for Guofeng. When trouble comes, I shall be prepared. Being a court official, I have nothing to fear. This matter is, after all, partly my responsibility. Never mind. I am here today to assign you a task. With that, Li Huayan retrieved a letter from his bosom and handed it to Shui Wanping. After reading the letter, Shui Wanping furrowed his brow and inquired, "My lord, where did this letter come from?" "I do not know. A child delivered it today, but the one who entrusted it to him was masked and remains unknown." Shui Wanping stared at the fresh ink on the letter, repeating, "Qihu Mountain, Gu Qing is in trouble. Originally, I planned to send Qi Yan on this errand, but then the esteemed tutor Ko summoned him urgently. Now, having offended the crown prince and with Jianghu figures gathering in Yinjing to trouble you, it would be prudent for you to leave and avoid the storm. This is not an official matter, and there is no reward. Are you willing to undertake the journey?" Before Shui Wanping could respond, a sudden chime of the system echoed. "Ding. Mission activated. Resolve Gu Qing's predicament. Gu Qing has treated you well. Now she faces danger at Chihu Mountain, and you are duty-bound to assist her. Mission reward. Unlock reputation function. Unlock reputation repository. Gain reputation points based on mission completion. With unwavering determination, Shui Wamping nodded firmly. I am willing. Even without the mission, my character would not allow me to refuse. As the saying goes, one should repay even a small kindness with great gratitude. Chapter 43. The strange and sinister illness of the mountains and seas. No. I must accompany you to save my godmother. Wenqing glared at Shui Wanping with indignation. This was indeed the first time she had spoken so vehemently to him. Shui Wanping remained unperturbed, packing his belongings as he replied. Qing let me ask you, what is Gu Qianhu's strength? One with the first grade cultivation. If one at the first grade level is facing peril, what if you were to become a burden to your godmother? This Shui Wanping paused, pulling Wenqing into a gentle embrace. Therefore, wait for my return with peace of mind. I promise to bring you back a safe Gu Qianhu. Wenqing sighed softly, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Shui Wanping. You must return safely. Neither you nor my godmother can be missing. I promise you. Shui Wanping kissed her forehead tenderly. This time, as it was not an official matter, Shui Wanping did not bring anyone along. He entrusted the affairs of the Qianhu residence to Lu Wu and left Wenqing in the care of Wang Quanan. With Gu Qing absent and all the officers of the Six Doors being men, it would be somewhat awkward for Wenqing to remain alone. Moreover, Shui Wanping understood that given Wenqing's temperament, if left without anyone to converse with, she would likely engage in troubling thoughts. Past experiences had taught Shui Wanping that when a woman begins to worry, she can act unpredictably, at least within the Qingyan Pavilion. Wenqing had enough companions to keep her from becoming too bored. Chihu Mountain is situated north of Shanghai City, which lies at the northernmost edge of the Great Merchant's territory. Due to its perennial icy climate, resources are scarce, and the population is sparse. Chihu Mountain is perpetually blanketed in snow, and amidst such harsh conditions, a sect was surprisingly established atop the mountain. The Chihu sect was founded during the Great Xia period and boasts a history spanning a millennium. Its disciples are all practitioners of Taoism, adhering to strict rules and regulations. Forbidding marriage. At the foot of Chihu Mountain, there is another sect known as the Wan Woman. In ancient times, a Taoist practitioner abandoned his wife and children to ascend the mountain for cultivation, leading his wife to establish Wan Woman at the mountain's base. You take only male disciples, and I shall take only female ones. You may not marry, and I shall not wed. From that point on, the two sects became sworn enemies, frequently clashing. It is not that the Chihu sect could not contend with the Wan Woman. Rather, if they were to eradicate these women, their reputation in the Jianghu would suffer a blow. Thus, they could only suppress them. By the time of Gu Qing, the Chihu sect had amassed tens of thousands of disciples, while the Wan Woman was left with only her. Evoking a sense of melancholy. In merely 3 days, Shui Wanping reached Shanghai City, intending to restock supplies briefly before heading straight for Chihu Mountain. The spirit horse indeed possesses remarkable speed. This spirit horse, a third-grade demon beast, belonged to Li Huayan. Otherwise, even with ordinary horses, it would take at least half a month to arrive, even with tireless travel. The city walls of Shanghai City rise approximately 10 meters, and the gates are about 5 meters wide, with soldiers clad in armor standing vigilantly atop the walls. Shui Wanping could not help but marvel at the grandeur of this frontier. As he withdrew his gaze, Shui Wanping was about to lead his horse into the city when, unexpectedly, sounds of swona and weeping emerged from within the city gates. Accompanying this was a procession clad in white, adorned with plain headbands, bearing funeral offerings. Given the significance of death, Shui Wanping halted momentarily. At this moment, an elderly man beside him, also intending to enter the city, spoke up. Alas, nearly 100 people have died this month. Truly a calamity. This remark piqued Shui Wanping's interest. It is known that the populace of Shanghai City numbers only a few tens of thousands, and losing nearly 100 in a month is indeed considerable. Shui Wanping promptly inquired, "Old man, what do you mean by that? Could you elaborate?" The elderly man scrutinized Shui Wanping from head to toe before replying, "Young brother, you are a stranger here, aren't you? A visitor from Shuzhou, perhaps, come to pay a familial visit? If that is the case, I urge you to leave promptly. This past month, an inexplicable series of deaths has plagued Shanghai City, claiming the lives of young men like yourself. If you wish to survive, you must depart swiftly. The body currently being interred belongs to Wang, the proprietor of the grain shop atop the city wall. How pitiful for his young wife, now left to mourn as a widow. Oh, do you know the cause of Wang's demise? How could I, an old man, possibly know? The authorities merely stated he succumbed to a malevolent illness. A malevolent illness, indeed? But, are you two entering the city or not?" The guard shouted at them. "Officer, yes, we are entering." The old man quickly nodded and bowed. Shui Wanping remained silent, following closely behind the old man as they stepped into the city. As they entered, the guard's chilling voice echoed, "Old man, watch your tongue. There are matters that should remain unspoken." At this, the elderly man suddenly seemed invigorated, scurrying away with astonishing speed, leaving Shui Wanping trailing behind. Shui Wanping chuckled awkwardly. The old man's pace rivaled that of a swift steed in his eyes. A month prior, Gu Qing had vanished, coinciding precisely with the onset of these mysterious deaths among men in Shanghai City. It would be too coincidental to suggest these events were unrelated. Regardless, he required supplies in the city and intended to investigate the obscure nature of this malevolent illness. 1 hour later, within a guest house's upper chamber, subordinate Duan Ruifeng pays respects to the esteemed sir. A plain-looking man dressed in a long work tunic knelt before Shui Wanping. The Six Doors organization has informants in every city, collectively referred to as hawks. These hawks form an essential intelligence network for Six Doors. Only those ranked above 1,000 households are privy to their existence, and only the higher echelons of Six Doors can summon them at will. Upon entering the city, Shui Wanping had left a mark, allowing the concealed Duan Ruifeng to locate him. Rise, Shui Wanping said, retrieving a token of 1,000 households from his robes and giving it a brief shake before putting it away again. Might I inquire why the esteemed sir sought me out? Upon my arrival, I heard that numerous young men within the city have succumbed to a malevolent illness. Is this true? Indeed it is. What is this malevolent illness? I have never heard of it before. I reported this matter a few days ago. The news may not yet have reached the ears of the 1,000 households. It is understandable if you are unaware. Duan Ruifeng then recounted the details. A month ago, the first victim was the gardener of the prefect's household, who died under peculiar circumstances. His corpse appeared desiccated, resembling a mummified body, devoid of any blood vitality. The coroner examined the body and found no external injuries or internal ailments, rendering the cause of death a mystery. Since then, the situation has spiraled out of control. With daily fatalities among men, at one point, 10 perished in a single day, instilling widespread panic across the city. In an effort to pacify the populace, the authorities attributed the deaths to a malevolent illness, issuing notices proclaiming that a remedy would soon be found. Yet, such measures are hardly a long-term solution. Young men, desperate to survive, have fled in droves. The population of Shanghai City, already sparse, has become eerily desolate. How very enlightening. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait, do you have any news about Gu Qing? Gu, the 1,000 households? Duan Ruifeng pondered for a moment. I possess no news on that front. However, I did send a message to Gu a month ago. What did the message contain? Shui Wanping suddenly rose. Qihu Mountain. Qingxian returns. Chapter 44. The Master Qingxian and the Mystery of the Corpse. At Qihu Mountain, within the ancestral hall of the Qihu sect. Inside the hall stood 3 colossal statues, each approximately 5 or 6 meters in height, representing the legendary founders of Taoism, the Tao ancestor and the teachings ancestor. Beneath these statues lay the ancestral tablets of the Qihu sect. At this moment, a woman was forced to kneel before the ancestral tablets, while several Taoist priests clad in robes stood behind her. King Xuanzi, do you still have a soft spot for your old flame? Mo Xuanzu smirked, clearly enjoying the spectacle. King Xuanzi ignored him, his gaze fixated on the bound woman before him. Qingmei, why must you endure this? Why must I endure this? You feign kindness now. Gu Qing turned her head, her face alight with anger as she glared at King Xuanzi. 20 years prior, King Xuanzi had descended the mountain for training and fortuitously rescued Gu Qing, who was then besieged by the demonic sect. Their mutual affection blossomed, yet the disciples of the Qihu sect could not be entangled with those of the Orchid sect. Their love was scorned by society. Nevertheless, having made their vows to elope, King Xuanzi hesitated before ultimately choosing the Qihu sect over Gu Qing. Gu Qing, having forsaken the Orchid sect, waited in the inn for a month, but King Xuanzi never appeared. In a fit of rage, her master fell gravely ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Upon her return to the Orchid sect, she found everything changed, leaving her utterly alone. Unable to bear it, Gu Qing ascended Qihu Mountain to demand an explanation, only to be informed that King Xuanzi had already left the sect for training. Disbelieving, Gu Qing, with her 6th grade cultivation, kicked the mountain gate. The outcome was predictable. She stood no chance against such a formidable sect. Before the mountain gate, the Taoist priests of Qihu sect humiliated her mercilessly. Ultimately, Gu Qing chose to depart from this heart-wrenching place, and the Orchid sect subsequently faded into obscurity within Shanghai City. Just a month ago, the sect leader of Qihu suddenly fell ill, leading to fierce power struggles among the factions within the sect, resulting in utter chaos. At this critical juncture, King Xuanzi returned. For 20 years, no one knew where he had gone or what he had experienced. After a night of discussions at the bedside of the ailing leader, the sect leader designated the long-absent disciple King Xuanzi as his successor and subsequently passed away. During the succession ceremony, numerous sects were invited to attend. With King Xuanzi seated at the head, Gu Qing stormed into Qihu sect, causing a ruckus and shaming the succession ceremony. King Xuanzi was compelled to subdue Gu Qing and confine her within the Qihu sect's ancestral hall. King Xuanzi, if you cannot bear to do it, then I shall take matters into my own hands. This remnant of the Orchid sect deserves death. I am certain our ancestors will not blame me, Mo Xuanzu declared, gathering energy in his palm and striking directly at Gu Qing's neck. At that moment, a flash of sword light erupted, and a severed arm flew into the air, followed by a spray of blood. Mo Xuanzu clutched his wound, writhing in agony on the ground. King Xuanzi, sword in hand, cast a dark glare at Mo Xuanzu, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. I have assumed the role of sect leader. Is it your place to address me as King Xuanzi? Seeing the scene unfold, an elder Taoist hurriedly stepped forward, sealing Mo Xuanzu's acupoint to halt the profuse bleeding. Leader, among fellow disciples, such a ruthless display is excessive. Since my return, this person has humiliated me repeatedly. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will assume me easy to bully. King Xuanzi replied coldly, granting no regard to the elder's words. The elder shook his head helplessly, pondering what experiences had transformed this once compliant young Taoist into someone so volatile, imbued with such fierce resentment. All of you withdraw at once. As King Xuanzi's words echoed in the air, the accompanying Taoists felt as if a great pardon had been granted, hastening to assist Ma Xuanzi to his feet and depart. In this moment, the ancestral hall was left with only this pair of erstwhile lovers. Since I cannot slay you, then you may as well take my life. Gu Qing spoke first. Qingmei. King Xuanzi's demeanor unexpectedly softened, and he reached out to caress Gu Qing's cheek gently. Get away from me. You make me feel nauseous. Yet Gu Qing found herself immobilized by the pressure on her acupoints. Rest assured, this time I shall not act as I did before. Once our endeavor is complete, I will take you to soar together. 20 years ago, against my will, this ancestral hall was protected by a formation, rendering it quite safe. You may remain here quietly, and witness how I shall dismantle this hypocritical Taoist temple. Ha! Suddenly, King Xuanzi's visage began to contort, his laughter twisting his features into a grotesque expression, transforming his once handsome face into that of a malevolent spirit. On the outskirts of Shanghai City, the Baiwa Forest Potter's Field was rife with ominous winds. Typically, when a citizen's family member passed away, they would select a burial site of good feng shui. Only those of lower status, such as servants, would be interred in this chaotic graveyard. At that moment, the area was crowded with officials. Sir, this is the mound of the flower gardener. Governor Zhou pointed to a small earthen rise and addressed Shui Wanping. Dig it up. Yes, sir. With a wave of his hand, Governor Zhou signaled 2 reluctant constables to wield their shovels. Moments later, a tattered mat appeared before the crowd. Given the spate of homicides in the district, Governor Zhou was filled with trepidation, fearing that if this matter drew the scrutiny of higher authorities, his own official cap might be at stake. Upon seeing Shui Wanping's arrival, Governor Zhou felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. He too hoped that the divine constable from the 6 doors would swiftly unravel this case. Shui Wanping stepped forward and pulled back the mat that had wrapped the corpse. It was still the tail end of early spring, and the temperature was not too high. The corpse had mostly dried, thus there was no foul odor yet. Shui Wanping forcefully pried open the mouth of the pale, desiccated body, revealing a purplish tongue. He then pressed his finger against the Baihui acupoint on the corpse, channeling a surge of internal energy through the dried meridians. Moments later, a familiar sensation surged within Shui Wanping's heart. So it is. Sir, have you made a discovery? Governor Zhou inquired eagerly. Shui Wanping offered no reply, but commanded, Governor Zhou, rebury this person. I shall return to the inn. Have all the documents sent to me. Understood. Governor Zhou called upon his aides to comply with Shui Wanping's orders to fetch the documents and arrange for the corpse's reinterment. Governor Zhou opened his mouth to inquire further, but, after a moment's contemplation, chose to remain silent, knowing that too many questions might provoke the ire of this eminent figure. Shui Wanping mounted his horse, disregarding the others as he ventured back into the city. Upon his steed, he retrieved a tome from within his robes, flipping through its pages. The cover boldly inscribed with the words Corpse, Demon, Blood Fiend. To forge a corpse demon, one must gather the male yang energy as a lure to harness the blood fiend's power, and a man's yang energy, being at its peak, serves as the most optimal source. Chapter 45, Corpse, Demon, Blood Fiend, The Great Battle on Chong Street. Sir, here are the documents you requested. Inside the inn, a constable held a hefty stack of scrolls, looking towards Shui Wanping. You may set them down, but take this letter to Governor Zhou. Yes, sir. After delivering the instruction, Shui Wanping waved his hand, indicating the constable could depart. Shortly after the constable left, Duan Ruifeng hurriedly arrived. Sir, I have investigated as you commanded. Recently, Qi Huzong held a ceremony for the new sect leader, and a woman caused quite a ruckus. I inquired with a cook from that temple and confirmed it was Gu Qianhu's doing. And where is she now? She is said to be imprisoned, though I do not know the specific location. However, she should be safe for the time being. After all, the sect leader King Xuanzi and Gu Qianhu are. Duan Ruifeng began to explain the connection between King Xuanzi and Gu Qing to Shui Wanping. After listening, Shui Wanping fell into a moment of silence. He had not anticipated that Gu Qianhu had such a backstory. All right, you may leave. Knowing Gu Qing's whereabouts, Shui Wanping was not in a rush to take action. Though he could forcibly rescue Gu Qing and fulfill his mission, 2 decades had passed, and if Gu Qing had not relinquished her obsession, would she truly follow him even if he forcibly saved her? Until the bond between her and King Xuanzi was resolved, even if he succeeded in freeing her, it would surely lead to further complications. For the time being, disregarding the entangled love and hate between Gu Qing and King Suzy, Shui Wanping delved into the scrolls for further study. After comparing them with the corpse demon bloodfiend tome, Shui Wanping became certain that someone in the city was using the male yang essence as a lure to cultivate a corpse demon. Such techniques were solely possessed by the Tianlian sect. Half an hour later, Shui Wanping closed the scrolls and rose to stretch his limbs. Based on the frequency of the perpetrator's actions and the corpse demon bloodfiend's requirements for yang energy, it was evident that within no more than 3 days, the corpse demon would be complete. Thus, it was certain that the assailant would strike within the coming days. In the letter he had just sent to Governor Zhou, he had already made arrangements. He intended for Governor Zhou to divide the city into 4 zones, gathering all able-bodied men during the night while deploying troops for protection, ensuring the assailant would be left with no opportunity. Meanwhile, he prepared to act as bait. As the clock struck midnight, the inky darkness enveloped the land. Coinciding with the first day of the month, a crescent moon hung high in the sky, resembling a sharp, curved blade poised to reap lives. A chilling wind swept through, laden with an aura of impending doom. Shui Wanping, clutching a flask of strong liquor, traversed the desolate road alone. On the surface, he appeared to stagger as he walked. Yet beneath the facade, his cultivation quietly radiated. Any rustle of the wind or stir of the grass would be instantly discerned by him. Since the outbreak of the homicides, even the night watchman dared not venture outside, and the entire Shanghai city lay in a profound silence. Noticing nothing amiss, Shui Wanping halted his steps, casually locating a doorway, removing his shoes, and lying down to feign slumber. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, Shui Wanping's ears twitched, catching the sound of rushing wind. A shadow swiftly darted past. At last, an unwary soul has appeared. The shadow chuckled lightly, after scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was present. A wicked grin crept upon their lips as they lunged towards Shui Wanping with a clawed hand. Shui Wanping abruptly opened his eyes and unleashed the bison technique with a powerful strike. How could the might of a grand master wielding the bison technique be resisted by an ordinary person? As their fists and claws collided, a sharp crack echoed, and the mysterious figure's right arm instantly hung limply. Had it not been for the remarkably good gloves they wore, their arm would likely have shattered. Blood Phantom Claw. You are from the Tianlian sect. The mysterious figure, clearly seasoned in battle, remained silent despite the loss of their arm. After gauging Shui Wanping's strength, they realized they were outmatched and retreated without hesitation. They were fast, yet Shui Wanping was swifter still. Activating arrow like a shooting star, he swiftly closed the distance, arriving before the mysterious figure and delivering a forceful palm strike directly to their chest. Damn it! The mysterious figure hastily tried to dodge, but was still a moment too late, taking the full brunt of Shui Wanping's attack. The force sent the mysterious figure hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a wall along the street. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed. Your skills suggest you possess the prowess of a grandmaster. Speak. Which protector of the Heavenly Lotus sect are you? You have thwarted my grand ambitions. Today, I shall see you perish. From the ruins, the mysterious figure staggered to his feet, tearing away the black veil, and with a sudden gasp, coughed up a copious amount of blood. At that moment, his refined visage was revealed to Shui Wanping. If Gu Qing were present, he would instantly recognize this individual as Qing Xuanzi, the newly appointed leader of the Qi Hu sect. Qing Xuanzi glared at Shui Wanping with eyes filled with venomous resentment, wishing nothing more than to rend him to shreds. If murderous glares could slay, Shui Wanping would have met his demise countless times over. Enough with your prattle, you scoundrel of the Heavenly Lotus sect. You have unjustly slaughtered the innocent, and your crimes warrant 1,000 deaths. Once in the 6 Gates prison, you shall pay for your deeds. You are of the 6 Gates? I shall remain steadfast in my name, Shui Wanping, a captain of the 6 Gates. Given that he was already embroiled in a deadly feud with the Heavenly Lotus sect, Shui Wanping felt no fear of threats. Do you know Gu Qing? At the mention of Gu Qing's name, Shui Wanping's body trembled. Release me, or Gu Qing will not survive. Are you attempting to intimidate me? And if so, what of it? Should I slay you, I can still rescue Gu Qing just the same. With that, Shui Wanping ceased his verbal sparring and drew forth the falling sunset bow. A radiant purple arrow swiftly coalesced, aimed directly at Qing Xuanzi. How infuriating! As Qing Xuanzi saw Shui Wanping's resolute stance, his expression hardened, as if he had come to a crucial decision. He formed a hand seal, adopting an uncanny posture. After murmuring a few incomprehensible incantations, his body began to swell. The limp right hand regained its former vigor. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Shui Wanping released the arrow. Bang! Qing Xuanzi effortlessly deflected the arrow with a mere flick. Shui Wanping's eyes narrowed. This was the corpse demon manifestation. Typically, those who practiced the corpse demon blood sorcery would choose a corpse as the vessel for the demon. However, there existed an exception. If the practitioner used their own body as the vessel to absorb the demon's essence, it was termed the corpse demon manifestation. When the practitioner required the demon's aid, reciting the incantation would grant them temporary access to the demon's power. The corpse demon manifestation was far more formidable than an ordinary corpse demon. Yet, while powerful, the corpse demon manifestation bore evident side effects. Prolonged use would lead to the practitioner being overtaken by the demon, ultimately transforming them into a mindless, bloodthirsty husk. At this moment, Qing Xuanzi's face had turned ghastly, his features monstrous and terrifying, a stark contrast to his previously handsome visage. Jie, though I am not yet fully adept, it suffices to eliminate you, the court's hound. If Qing Xuanzi were to master the corpse demon manifestation, his former Grandmaster level prowess could propel him to the realm of the Great Grandmaster. Yet, lacking a few strands of yang energy, he now stood at the threshold of the Great Grandmaster level. Even so, he was a formidable foe for Shui Wanping, who lacked extensive combat experience. Prepare to meet your end, dog of the six gates. With that, Qing Xuanzi lunged forward with a clawing strike. His hands appeared withered and devoid of color. Shui Wanping dared not be careless, hastily employing his agility to retreat. Fortunately, he had previously studied this technique and knew that the corpse demon state could not be sustained for long. Given Qing Xuanzi's attacks, he understood that his own brawny bull technique would not prevail. Thus, he opted to evade, maintaining his composure. Though Qing Xuanzi's claw missed its mark, he showed no sign of impatience. Jie, let us see how long you can evade. With that, a surge of green light enveloped Qing Xuanzi, his claws dancing wildly as they relentlessly pursued Shui Wanping, a tempestuous force akin to a torrential downpour. Qing Xuanzi's speed was astonishing. Leaving Shui Wanping in a state of disarray, Shui Wanping sought to create distance to unleash arrows against his foe, but given their comparable strengths, this was evidently futile. Boom, boom, boom. Qing Xuanzi's claw technique wielded tremendous power, each strike wreaking havoc. In no time, the once orderly structure lay in ruins. As the clamor of battle intensified, the city garrison began to rush toward the clash. The sounds of neighing steeds grew ever closer, causing Qing Xuanzi to panic. If surrounded by the city guards, his fate would be dire. Boy, I shall spare you for now. With that, Qing Xuanzi wasted no time, forming hand seals before transforming into a swirling green mist and dissipating. Shui Wanping gazed at the spot where Qing Xuanzi had vanished, diligently recalling his visage. It was him. A spark of realization ignited in Shui Wanping's mind. Though slightly older, he bore a striking resemblance to the image of Qing Xuanzi that Duan Ruifeng had previously shown him. At this moment, the garrison finally arrived. Duan Ruifeng hurriedly approached, cupping his fists in salute. My lord, are you unharmed? I am fine. This is General Wen Qingyan, commander of the city defenses. General Wen Qingyan bowed slightly to Shui Wanping. General Wen, how many soldiers do you have at your disposal? Excluding those stationed for defense, there are 5,000 available. I urge you, General Wen, to assemble your troops immediately. Our target is Qihu Mountain. Understood. With that, General Wen turned and whispered a few instructions to his aides, promptly organizing the troops. Following this, Shui Wanping whistled, summoning the spirit steed, and quickly mounted, seizing Duan Ruifeng with one hand. Take me to Qihu sect. As you command, Captain. Meanwhile, within Qihu Mountain, Qing Xuanzi's green mist materialized. Unexpectedly, he had not dispelled the corpse demon manifestation. Two gatekeepers, upon witnessing the demon before them, hastily drew their swords. Yet, these young acolytes were no match for the corpseified Qing Xuanzi. With a mere grasp, Qing Xuanzi drew the two acolytes into his palms. Subsequently, their bodies visibly shriveled before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Qing Xuanzi absorbed their essence, fully restoring the energy he had expended in battle. Let the slaughter commence. A young acolyte, awakened from his slumber, stumbled upon the gruesome scene and cried out in terror. You shall serve as the final piece to my corporeal puzzle. Qing Xuanzi grinned wickedly, his form flashing towards the terrified acolyte. Frozen in fear, the young acolyte could hardly move as Qing Xuanzi sank his teeth into his neck, greedily drinking his lifeblood. In no time, Qing Xuanzi was surrounded by Qihu sect's elite. Who dares to trespass? This is the sacred ground of the Taoist sect. Surrender at once. Unperturbed, Qing Xuanzi discarded the acolyte's lifeless body and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jie, brothers, do you not recognize me? In that moment, Qing Xuanzi, having perfected the corpse demon manifestation, sported horns atop his head, his form swollen to twice its original size, utterly devoid of any human traits. Yet, his voice remained unchanged. As he spoke, gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. Indeed, it is the master. Yes, that voice must be the master. Master, what has happened to you? He is a demon. He is not our master. Amidst the clamor, panic spread like wildfire, particularly among the esteemed elders within the sect, their faces etched with disbelief. What has happened to the once pious Qing Xuzi, who always placed the sect above all else? Do you understand how long we have awaited this day? As he surveyed the multitude before him, Qing Xuzi's countenance darkened ominously. Years ago, he had been confined by his master, forbidden from accompanying Gu Qing, and from that moment, his soul had become tainted. He developed an intense loathing for the Qihu sect, and all its members. Once his confinement ended, he frantically sought Gu Qing, but she had long since vanished. In a fit of rage, Qing Shuzi chose to descend the mountain. For the next 5 years, he scoured the vast expanse of the Great Shang. Yet how could one solitary soul ever hope to find another in such boundless territory? Ultimately despondent, he joined the Tianlian sect, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Determined to obliterate the Qi Hu sect. After enduring years of arduous cultivation, Qing Shuzi finally perfected the corpse demon blood evil technique. Just then, the name of Gu Qing, the foremost divine enforcer of the Six Gates, echoed throughout the realm. Too late, everything was too late. Gu Qing had ascended to a promising political career, while he had spiraled into the abyss of darkness. He could no longer face Gu Qing with any semblance of dignity. Thus, he clandestinely sought a meeting with her, only to return to Shanghai City, prepared to annihilate the Qi Hu sect. Unexpectedly, his actions were discovered by Gu Qing, who tracked him down to settle the score. Fearing that his newfound powers would lead him to inadvertently harm Gu Qing, he discreetly sent a letter to the Six Gates. This was the reason for Shui Wanping's presence today. Although Gu Qing had disrupted his succession ceremony, Qing Shuzi felt no ire. Confining her in the ancestral hall was merely a precaution, for it housed a formidable array set by the Qi Hu sect's ancestors, ensuring her safety. Meanwhile, he intended to complete the final rite of the corpse demon transformation in the chilling confines of Shanghai City. Now, fully transformed into a corpse demon, he had attained the pinnacle of mastery, and none within the facade of Qi Hu sect could withstand him. Qing behold, today, I shall demand retribution from the entirety of the Qi Hu sect. Qing Shuzi's voice resonated powerfully. At that moment, Gu Qing, confined within the ancestral hall, was rendered speechless by sorrow. Do not accuse me of bullying the weak. Come at me all together. With that, Qing Shuzi stomped his right foot, unleashing a wave of azure ripples that shattered the ground beneath him. All disciples, heed my command. Set up the annihilation array. Engage the demons. Chapter 47, A Bloodbath. Arrows raining down. The annihilation array, devised by the ancestors of Qi Hu sect, was designed to vanquish demons, possessing immense power. Over 200 disciples formed a circular formation around an elder, drawing their swords in unison. Instantly, a gigantic violet barrier enveloped them, with arcs of lightning rippling across its surface. How intriguing! Qing Shuzi was intimately familiar with this annihilation array. If interrupted during its build-up, the formation would collapse without a fight. The focal point was the elder at the center, his master uncle, Mou. Qing Shuzi, I advise you to turn back while you still can. Mou raised his gaze to the now unrecognizable Qing Shuzi. Turn back? How can I? From the moment you and my master forced me to part from Qing, there was no turning back. You have all pushed me to this point. With that, he swung his claws downward with tremendous force, sending a massive azure shockwave crashing into the barrier of the annihilation array. A resounding explosion of azure and violet light erupted, causing the disciples to shield their eyes. As the brilliance faded, a fissure appeared in the barrier of the array. This is bad. Mou's heart sank. He had presumed this array would effortlessly handle Qing Shuzi, but he had underestimated the terrifying strength of a peak master. Merely a trivial skill. Qing Shuzi raised his hand for another azure wave, striking the crack with precision. The annihilation array was effortlessly cleaved in two, and where the azure wave passed, flesh and blood were scattered. Without the collective effort of the disciples, the array collapsed in an instant. Mou, at the heart of the array, felt a trickle of blood seep from his forehead, a twisted smile curling his lips. Just as he attempted to speak, he suddenly erupted into a mist of blood. Mou, a master-level practitioner and the strongest within the Qi Hu sect, fell, plunging the temple into chaos. The once united Taoists scattered in panic. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, Qing Shuzi couldn't help but laugh. Master, do you see this? This is the Qi Hu sect you labored to build for half a lifetime. Ha 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 ha. With that, Qing Shuzi unleashed his agility, darting left and right, his claws drawn back. Puff, puff, puff. How could the corporeal disciples of the Qi Hu sect withstand the now corpse demon Qing Shuzi? With each swipe, they erupted like overripe fruits, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, Qing Shuzi's gaze caught sight of Shui Wanping standing atop the pagoda within the entrance. It turned out that Shui Wanping had arrived early, merely observing Qing Shuzi's frenzied slaughter without concern for his own safety. The deaths of these individuals were of no consequence to him. One could argue that Qing Shuzi was pitiable, living half his life ensnared by guilt and obsession. Had their roles been reversed, Shui Wanping believed he might have succumbed to madness even more readily. Moreover, in Shui Wanping's view, the Taoists of the Qi Hu sect were merely hypocrites. Their demise was of little lament. You settle your score first. Our grievances can be addressed later. Shui Wanping spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuzi exhaled in relief and resumed his relentless pursuit of the fleeing Taoists. For a time, the cries of the slain echoed throughout Qi Hu Mountain. The slaughter persisted for a full hour until there remained no trace of life upon the mountain, at which point Qing Shuzi finally halted. Now drenched in blood, the flicker of clarity in his eyes had vanished entirely. It was evident that the carnage and bloodshed had drowned the last vestiges of his reason. He had become nothing more than a walking corpse. Roar! Qing Shuzi emitted a beastly howl. Gazing at the ghastly scene before him, Shui Wanping felt a shiver run down his spine. Your vendetta with the Qi whose sect has come to an end. Now it is our turn. With that, Shui Wanping summoned the falling sunset bow to his hand with a flick of his wrist. The dazzling purple light instantly captured Qing Shuzi's attention, whose crimson eyes fixated upon Shui Wanping, before he charged forward with a roar. Shui Wanping remained composed, positioned advantageously atop the pagoda. Arrows of myriad, heed my command. Release. With that, countless purple arrows erupted from Shui Wanping's grasp, hurtling toward Qing Shuzi. Roar! Qing Shuzi let out a pained cry as the purple arrows rained down like a torrential storm, impeding his advance. Although the sheer volume of arrows was overwhelming, they failed to penetrate Qing Shuzi's defenses. Shui Wanping furrowed his brow. Qing Shuzi's strength, now that he had fully transformed into a corpse demon, exceeded his expectations. The falling sunset bow was a treasure of unparalleled caliber, yet even a barrage of arrows at the same realm failed to breach Qing Shuzi's defenses. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Qing Shuzi's voice was distorted, clearly beyond his own control. This was dire. The will of the corpse demon was surfacing. Had he been rational, Shui Wanping would have been confident in easily overcoming him. But now, with the emergence of the corpse demon's will, swift resolution was imperative. Shui Wanping hurriedly retrieved a pill, swallowing it to replenish the inner energy depleted by the onslaught of arrows. Qing Xuanzi would never grant him an opportunity. In a flash of azure light, he had swiftly arrived before Shui Wanping. With a claw extended, Shui Wanping, realizing the imminent danger, hastily retreated. It was imperative to remember that at this moment, Qing Xuanzi, a consummate grandmaster, though slightly fatigued from previous slaughter, was not an adversary Shui Wanping could hope to confront in close combat. As he perceived the claw miss its mark, Qing Xuanzi immediately altered his trajectory, relentlessly advancing upon Shui Wanping. The latter evaded clumsily, his movements desperate and ungraceful. This was not a sustainable strategy. Shui Wanping mused inwardly. He had been careless. Now, all he could do was stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Boom. Another claw swipe from Qing Xuanzi missed, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the cover of the swirling dust, Shui Wanping executed a nimble maneuver, landing atop the roof of the Qi whose sect's grand hall. Damn it. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Shui Wanping felt a surge of indignation. Ever since his enlightenment, when had he ever endured such humiliation? With this thought, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a bold idea igniting within his mind. Simultaneously channeling the techniques of one arrow pierces the heart and rain of arrows, Shui Wanping, known for his considerable insight, sought to amalgamate these two formidable skills. If he could condense the myriad arrows fired from rain of arrows into a single, potent shot using one arrow pierces the heart, what tremendous power would that arrow wield? Originally, he intended to test this fusion at a more opportune moment, yet now, confronted with Qing Xuanzi, who had already manifested the will of a corpse demon, he had no choice but to proceed with resolve. With his left hand aglow in white light, he drew the bow with his right, which shimmered in purple hues. As countless violet arrows coalesced upon the radiant, falling sunset bow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Shui Wanping released his grip, a multitude of arrows erupted forth in an instant. The speed of these projectiles was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced in midair, trailing purple streaks like comets. As the number of arrows converged, a robust arrow, glowing with an eerie red light, materialized instantaneously. The pressure emanating from this arrow caused the very essence of the world to tremble. It was evident that this force had begun to disrupt the natural order of existence. Thunder rumbled ominously across the sky, as if the heavens were responding to the arrow's formidable power. Upon releasing the arrow, Shui Wanping felt all his energy drained, crouching low and gasping for breath. Clearly overwhelmed by the astronomical toll this technique had exacted on his inner strength. Meanwhile, the corpse demon, witnessing the arrow hurtling toward him, let out a ferocious roar. His veins bulging, and with all his might, he braced himself against the ominous projectile. Chapter 48. A single arrow breaks the enemy. Gu Qing's choice. As the arrow collided with Qing Xuanzi's corporeal form, the world around them was engulfed in a tumultuous shift of light and shadow. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated. In an instant, dust billowed from the ground, obscuring vision and leaving one unable to open their eyes. It was then that countless soldiers arrived, encircling the now corpse-laden Taoist temple. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments. As the fog gradually dissipated, it became apparent that Qing Xuanzi lay still on the ground, his fate uncertain. Surrounding him was a crater measuring a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The power of that single arrow was truly terrifying. The leading general, Wen Qingyan, stood frozen at the sight before him. He silently resolved within himself, Shui Wanping is too formidable. It is imperative not to offend this man. In addition to Wen Qingyan, Duan Ruifeng was equally astonished. Within the 6 doors, there existed a hierarchy of experts, and judging solely by the power of that arrow, Shui Wanping's prowess rivaled that of the legendary chief investigator. At this moment, Shui Wanping began to regain some strength. He extended his senses and discovered that Qing Xuanzi still possessed a faint breath. The corpse demon had somehow enhanced an ordinary master-s physique to withstand his most potent strike and survive. Rising to his feet, Shui Wanping inhaled deeply and slowly approached Qing Xuanzi. As a member of the Tianlian sect, Qing Xuanzi had harmed countless innocents in his pursuit of dark cultivation. This man could not be allowed to live. Shui Wanping picked up the fallen longsword from the ground, aiming it at Qing Xuanzi's neck. The cold glimmer of the sword tip, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared almost sinister. Though I sympathize with your plight, today you must die? Hold on. Just as Shui Wanping was about to bring the sword down, a familiar voice echoed out. Gu Qing, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Shui Wanping imploringly. Gu Qianhu. Upon hearing Gu Qing's voice, the descending sword halted precariously above Qing Xuanzi's neck, mere moments away from severing his head. Wanping, could you spare him this one life? Gu Qing's eyes were filled with a desperate plea. I require a reason. Even though Gu Qing had been quite considerate towards him in the 6 doors, Shui Wanping was still unwilling to let Qing Xuanzi escape. Just do this for my sake, would you? After a brief moment of hesitation, Shui Wanping gradually withdrew his sword, casting a sharp glare at Wen Qingyan. Wen Qingyan understood instantly, raising his voice, by my command. All troops retreat to the mountain gate for the time being. Before long, the scene was cleared, leaving only Shui Wanping, Gu Qing, and the unconscious Qing Xuanzi behind. Gu Qianhu, you have cared for Wen Qingyan, which I deem a kindness towards me. Today, I shall spare his life, but from this day forth, we owe each other nothing. Thank you. Gu Qing was about to step forward when, in a sudden flash, Shui Wanping thrust his sword directly into Qing Xuanzi's dantian. Death may be avoided, but the living must endure punishment. This corpse demon's dark arts pose a grave threat, and I must render his martial prowess null. The searing pain of his shattered dantian abruptly roused Qing Xuanzi from his stupor. Gazing at the destruction of his abdomen, he looked towards Shui Wanping. But his eyes bore no resentment, only a sense of liberation. Qinger, a faint whisper stirred Gu Qing, compelling her to look down at her former lover. Senior brother, do not speak. I am aware of everything you have done. Qinger, I regret it. I truly regret it. As he spoke, Qing Xuanzi's hands gently caressed Gu Qing's tear-streaked cheeks. I had opportunities to escape, yet I faltered. I deeply regret my weakness. Qing Xuanzi's agitation grew, and with a feeble hand, he struck his own face. Senior brother, do not say any more. From now on, I shall never leave your side. Gu Qing held Qing Xuanzi's hand down, embracing him tightly. Observing the two, Shui Wanping shook his head repeatedly. Had it not been for their backgrounds, they would undoubtedly be a celestial couple. After a lengthy while, Qing Xuanzi fell into a deep slumber in Gu Qing's arms, gently laying him down. Gu Qing rose and turned to Shui Wanping. Her previously commanding demeanor now softened. Wanping, I must thank you. May I trouble you with a request? Shui Wanping had already surmised Gu Qing's intentions, yet he still replied. Gu Qianhu, please, go on. I do not intend to return to the 6 doors. As you can see, senior brother's condition is dire. I fear he will need constant care for the remainder of his life. I cannot bring him back. For if he does, he will surely be executed by the court. As she spoke, Gu Qing raised her hand, tossing a token directly to Shui Wanping. This is a protective order from the Tianlian sect. Upon seeing the token, Shui Wanping furrowed his brow. He had assumed that given Qing Xuanzi's strength, he should at least hold the rank of a king within the Tianlian sect. Yet, he discovered it was merely that of a protector. The guardian has grown exceedingly formidable. One must ponder the prowess of the left and right kings of the Tianlian sect and the enigmatic leader, Hong Bufei. I am aware that my senior brother has committed numerous misdeeds over the years, and I shall henceforth engage in virtuous acts to atone for the innocent lives lost. Therefore, I implore you to keep matters concerning me and my brother confidential. Shui Wanping caressed the resplendent talisman of the guardian, casting a gentle sigh upon observing Gu Qing. He realized that advising her at this juncture would likely prove futile. Gu Qing had resolutely decided to accompany Qing Xuanzizi. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your secret. In the pursuit of apprehending the Tianlian sect's guardian, Qing Xuanzizi, the valiant Gu Qing met her demise, perishing alongside Qing Xuanzizi, thereby eradicating both from this realm. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Gu Qing smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Furthermore, Wen Qing'er is a splendid girl. Although past events may have cast shadows on her, I sincerely hope you treat her well and spare her further pain. Please look after her on my behalf. I understand. You may exit through the back door. With this token, they will not obstruct you. Shui Wanping tossed his badge to Gu Qing. Upon receiving the badge, Gu Qing lifted the still unconscious Qing Xuanzizi and slowly proceeded towards the rear entrance of the Qihu sect. What is love in this world? Watching their retreating silhouettes, Shui Wanping murmured to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of alleviating Gu Qing's plight. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the reputation feature and the reputation treasury. Congratulations for earning 100 reputation points as a task reward. As the host's task completion was rated as 3939 perfect, an additional 100 reputation points have been awarded. Stunned by the perfect evaluation, Shui Wanping mused that had he struck down Qing Zhuangzizi with a single sword, he might have forfeited this additional reward. Eager to claim his reward, Shui Wanping hastily opened the reputation treasury. Instantly, a dazzling array of items flashed before his mind. Chapter 49, Reputation Treasury, Arrow Techniques. Ice Arrows 100 Reputation. Infused with icy true energy, those struck by the arrows will experience a deceleration in their internal energy flow, effectively diminishing their cultivation. Armor-piercing arrows 100 Reputation. Capable of bypassing any defensive treasures of the enemy. Life Recovery Pill 20 Reputation. Instantly heals injuries sustained by those below the Grandmaster level. Disguise Pill 30 Reputation. Alters one's voice and appearance, allowing for transformation, with a duration of 1 hour per use. Second-grade monster beast, meat 50 Reputation. Meat from second-grade monsters used to feed spiritual beasts. First-grade monster beast, meat 100 Reputation. Meat from first-grade monsters used to feed spiritual beasts. The treasures within the treasury dazzled Shui Wanping's senses. Arrows, techniques, and rare materials were abundant. This reputation value is indeed a remarkable asset. With reputation in hand, Shui Wanping sought to indulge in its benefits. Technique arrow pointing 200 points of reputation. Using one's finger as a weapon and true energy as an arrow. It can be unleashed to slay foes. In simpler terms, this arrow pointing technique bears a resemblance to the Six Pulses divine sword scene in a past life as television series. Compared to ordinary finger techniques, this arrow pointing can unleash attacks equivalent to 100 of the user's cultivation. In the Great Shang Dynasty, Shui Wanping had sought similar manuals, but to no avail. You are the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Wanping pointed into the air within the treasury, and immediately, all information regarding arrow pointing surged into his mind. Then, Shui Wanping became as still as a meditative monk. A small blue figure continuously demonstrated the intricacies of arrow pointing within his mind, while the incantation reverberated in his ears. The back of the hand is yang, the palm is yin, the 6 organs are yin, the 6 bowels are yang. Yin and yang complement each other. And the arrow is released. After half an hour, Shui Wanping opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of foul air, and a faint smile graced his lips. Clearly satisfied with arrow pointing. Rising, Shui Wanping glanced at his meager 0 reputation points, and shook his head. Reputation, oh reputation. At this moment, when Qing Yin and Duan Ruifeng, who had been waiting outside the temple, gathered the courage to enter when their inquiries went unanswered. My lord, my lord. When Qing Yin's voice snapped Shui Wanping from his reverie. You have arrived just in time. Shui Wanping stood and adjusted his attire, gesturing towards the corpses strewn across the ground. General 1. Please arrange for the burial of the Taoists from the Chihu sect. As you command. Having received Shui Wanping's approval, when Qing Yin hurriedly retreated, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The methods of Shui Wanping had indeed left a profound impression on Wen Qing Yin. As he understood, individuals in special organizations like the Six Doors and the Jinyui were often capricious, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. It was prudent to remain cautious. As when Qing Yin departed, Duan Ruifeng spoke up. Congratulations, sir, on solving another case. What are your plans next? Is there anything I can assist with? This matter concluded. I shall set forth to Yinjing to report tomorrow. No need. You may take your leave. Yes, my lord. Duan Ruifeng bowed and turned to exit. Oh, by the way, was it you who released Gu Qing? At this, Duan Ruifeng froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, stammering. My lord, that was my doing, but was it inappropriate? Oh, no matter. I merely inquired. With that, Shui Wanping rose and dismissed Duan Ruifeng, slowly making his way to the temple's main entrance. As for Gu Qing, Shui Wanping knew she was resolutely staying behind, and any attempt to disrupt her would be futile. Moreover, the northern border city held no allure for lingering. So Shui Wanping planned to rest briefly in the city before embarking on his return journey. Observing Shui Wanping's receding figure, Duan Ruifeng appeared restless, as if troubled by unspoken thoughts. Just as Shui Wanping was about to mount and depart, Duan Ruifeng summoned his courage to speak. Sir, I wish to accompany you. Accompany me? I hope you will grant me this favor. With that, Duan Ruifeng knelt on one knee, clasping his hands together, his gaze fervently fixed on Shui Wanping. Over the past few days, Duan Ruifeng had left a favorable impression on Shui Wanping. Diligent, capable, and a promising candidate. Rise and speak. Tell me your reasons for wishing to accompany me. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Duan Ruifeng stood, bowed, and replied, My lord, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Naturally, the truth. Since joining the Six Doors, I have been stationed in this desolate place, languishing amidst the common folk. Though I bear the name of Six Doors, I possess none of its substance. I harbor ambitions and desire to achieve something great. Today you, as the captain of the Six Doors in the capital, have come here. This is my opportunity. Moreover, With your formidable prowess as my support, I can advance further. After listening to Duan Ruifeng's words, Shui Wamping nodded repeatedly. Had this man merely flattered him excessively, Shui Wamping might not have acquiesced. This individual possesses ambition. If utilized wisely, he could become a valuable asset in Shui Wamping's hands. Just as Duan Ruifeng finished speaking, the system's voice echoed once more in Shui Wamping's mind. Ding! The system has detected that Duan Ruifeng's admiration value towards the host has reached 100. Shall he be recruited as a guard? Accept. This time, Shui Wamping did not hesitate. The information about Duan Ruifeng instantly flooded into Shui Wamping's mind. Duan Ruifeng, a native of Jiqing, at the 3rd grade cultivation level, skilled in stealth techniques. Very well, rise. Prepare yourself, for we shall depart for Yinjing City on the morrow. Yes, my lord. Upon finishing his bow, Duan Ruifeng turned and left, his countenance alight with joy. In Yinjing City, within the imperial palace's study, Yang Xianlong sat with his eyes half closed, legs crossed, his breathing steady and calm. Before him stood a middle-aged woman adorned with a phoenix crown and a robe embroidered with vibrant phoenix patterns, who gently bent her body in salute. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Yang Xianlong remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The woman, undeterred, waited silently by his side. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xianlong inhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. What brings the empress here at this hour? Is it not concerning Wanner? Upon hearing the name Yang Wenwan, Yang Xuanlong's anger surged. Your majesty, Wanner was ensnared by that vile monk, which led her to commit such disgraceful acts. Yang Wenwan, having just turned 18, was the daughter of Yang Xianlong and the empress. The princess was strikingly beautiful, and just a few days prior, the empress discovered that the sequestered princess was with child. After a thorough interrogation, it was revealed that she had engaged in illicit relations with a monk from Xianghua Temple. Enraged, Yang Xianlong executed the monk, whose appearance was rather refined. This is the list of unmarried young men of rank within the court, sent by Prime Minister Zhou. I implore your majesty to arrange a marriage post-haste, lest Wanner's condition be compromised. Humph. Yang Xianlong, somewhat displeased, opened the list and randomly pointed, let it be him. Shui Wamping, age 21, a captain in the 6 doors. Chapter 50. On the journey home, Zhu Ming and Yi Ling. What? No. I refuse to marry. My beloved's remains are scarcely cold, and you wish to force me into marriage. Yang Wenwan shook her head vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. Humph. What beloved? He is but a vile monk. Remember, the dignity of the royal family is paramount. Do not forget that you bear a child. We must find a father for it post-haste. The empress threw down a yellow scroll adorned with dragon motifs and angrily swept out of the chamber. Despondent, Yang Wenwan slowly picked up the scroll. By the decree of heaven, the emperor commands that Princess Wenwan, known for her virtuousness, has now reached the age of marriage. Shui Wamping of the 6 doors, a talented individual in both martial and literary arts, shall make a fitting match. Shui, Wan, Ping. At the dilapidated temple in the Wanfeng Mountains, my lord, we should reach Yinjing City by tomorrow. Shall we rest here for the night? Agreed. Let us take refuge here tonight. With Shui Wamping's consent, Duan Ruifeng dismounted and inspected the dilapidated temple. Although worn, it could suffice for one night. Originally, they had planned to continue for 2 more hours to the nearest town, but Duan Ruifeng's steed was but an ordinary horse, far inferior to Shui Wamping's spirit steed. Already fatigued, pushing onward would surely lead to exhaustion, and the light rain showed no signs of abating. Fortunately, Shui Wamping was not one to fuss over such matters. He was accustomed to rough conditions. Duan Ruifeng, adept and nimble, soon kindled a fire within the temple, skewering a mountain chicken on a stick, sizzling as it roasted. Just then, Shui Wamping perked up. In this desolate place, they were not alone. Moments later, the temple door creaked open. Looking up, they beheld a woman with a cool demeanor, dressed in a simple white gown, limping as she entered. However, her gown was stained with blood, and as the gentle rain fell, the crimson stains were diluted, taking on a faint hue of red. Her pallor suggested significant blood loss. Yet her eyes sparkled with intensity as they fixated on the roasted chicken. Shui Wamping and Duan Ruifeng exchanged awkward glances. Clearing his throat, Shui Wamping offered, "Would you care for a bite?" "Huh, no need." The woman's voice was cold as she regained her composure. Shifting her gaze to a corner where she set down her longsword and tore a strip from her gown to bind her arm's wound. After ensuring the bleeding had ceased, she looked at Shui Wamping and said, "I am Yi Ling of the Zhu Ming sect. It is an honor to meet you, young master." At that moment, Duan Ruifeng still appeared as a mere laborer, and thus Yi Ling did not inquire further. Zhu Ming sect? Shui Wamping had spent considerable time in the 6 doors and was familiar with many prominent sects, yet he had never heard of Zhu Ming. Not wishing to embarrass her, he nodded slightly but refrained from revealing his own identity. After all, they were mere strangers, and he believed women often brought complications. Seeing Shui Wamping's lack of response, Yi Ling fell silent, curling up in her corner. Shui Wamping checked the chicken's doneness, sprinkled some salt, and prepared to take a bite when an untimely growl erupted from Yi Ling's stomach. At the sound, her previously composed demeanor flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish. Shui Wamping chuckled softly, shaking his head, and tore off a chicken leg, instructing Duan Ruifeng to hand it to her. Here, take it. I cannot finish it. And letting it go to waste would be a shame. Yi Ling hesitated, wanting to decline, but the glistening chicken leg drew her in. After much deliberation, she could not resist the temptation, accepting it and devouring it ravenously, a stark contrast to her earlier aloofness. Thank you. No need. Shui Wamping soon joined in, tearing off some chicken for himself. After a few bites, he produced a gourd filled with the exquisite local wine, manhwaresumen. One bite of chicken, one sip of wine, and he was reminded of his previous hunting escapades. It was not that he particularly enjoyed wine. Rather, during hunts, it was customary to drink to bolster courage. And over time, he had developed a taste for it. Would you care for a sip to ward off the chill? Shui Wamping inquired, raising the gourd toward Yi Ling. Thank you, young master. Yi Ling accepted without hesitation, taking a hearty swig. However, the potent liquor caught her off guard, and she erupted into a fit of coughs. It took her some time to recover, much to Duan Ruifeng's amusement. May I inquire about your esteemed name? I shall repay your kindness of food and drink in due time. Not necessary. Our encounter is serendipitous, and should fate allow, we may meet again. After returning the gourd to Shui Wamping, Yi Ling stretched her limbs and stood, making her way to the door. Noticing her intent to leave, Shui Wamping cautioned. I advise you to rest here for the night. With your injuries, any exertion could be perilous. Yi Ling paused, contemplating Shui Wamping's words. If I remain, I shall bring trouble upon you both. I must leave. With a soft sigh, she reflected on the 2 days and nights of relentless pursuit she had endured. She longed to rest, yet her pursuers were adept trackers, always honing in on her like relentless leeches. Then take care. With that, Shui Wamping set down his food and drink, reclined, closed his eyes, and ceased to engage further with Yi Ling. Clearly, her fate was of no concern to him. He had offered his counsel, and that was the extent of his goodwill. My lord, should we not provide her with some healing herbs? Beside them, Duan Ruifeng leaned in and whispered, no need to interfere with trivial matters. Shui Wamping kept his eyes closed, unperturbed. Indeed, Yi Ling, observing the scene, offered a respectful bow and prepared to exit the temple. At that moment, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, accompanied by a voice that intruded upon the sanctity of the temple. So this is where you've been hiding. What a relief it is to find you. Even at death's door, you still entertain thoughts of a wild man. Will the esteemed Lord Yi in the heavens still recognize you? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Ling's figure faltered, her countenance turning grave. She had assumed that the maze would at least delay them for a couple of hours. She never anticipated their swift arrival. In an instant, a flash of red light surged forth, and a forceful punch barreled through the dilapidated temple door, hurtling directly toward Yi Ling. Bang! The sound echoed ominously as Yi Ling was caught off guard, struck squarely in the chest, staggering backward several steps until she halted just before Shui Wamping. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her injuries evidently worsening. Chapter 51. The arrow strikes, a single blow to the foe. Indeed, the protective internal energy of the Yi family was extraordinary. She was still alive. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared before the three. Duan Ruifeng hastily drew his sword, assuming a defensive stance, while Shui Wamping remained remarkably composed, unfazed. The black-clad figure scanned the trio, his gaze lingering on Shui Wamping, sensing an inscrutable depth to him. An instinct telling him that Shui Wamping was not to be trifled with. What connection does this friend have with the Yi family girl? Before Shui Wamping could respond, Yi Ling stepped forward, shielding him. This man is merely passing through and bears no relation to this matter. If you have grievances, direct them toward me. And what of you? The black-clad figure retorted, pointing at Duan Ruifeng. This gentleman is but a servant to this young master and is uninvolved. Yi Ling insisted while gesturing for Shui Wamping to flee. Ha ha ha, what a delightful title, young master. The black-clad figure cackled maniacally. If you were indeed an innocent bystander, then witnessing my execution of the last scion of the Yi family absolves you of that claim. It is merely unfortunate luck for you both to have seen what you should not have. Upon hearing this, Shui Wamping's expression turned disdainful, preparing to retort. But Yi Ling interjected. Xie Changfeng, I am aware that I cannot defeat you, yet I implore you to spare these two. I am willing to surrender myself. Otherwise, know that even if you wish to kill me, it will require effort. Oh, how touching. Xie Changfeng chuckled, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. How about this? I find myself in a rather good mood today. If you kill this man, I shall allow you to leave unharmed. What say you? At his words, Shui Wamping's brows furrowed, his gaze darting between Yi Ling and Xie Changfeng. You said it yourself. My apologies. With that, Yi Ling lunged forward, her sword aimed directly at Shui Wamping's throat. Be careful, my lord. Duan Ruifeng exclaimed in alarm. Yet it was evidently too late. Yi Ling's sword tip was poised to pierce Shui Wamping's throat. In that moment, she pivoted her sword, her entire body twisting in a half circle, launching a surprise attack towards Xie Changfeng. However, Xie Changfeng, a seasoned veteran of the world, seemed to have anticipated her move. He effortlessly retreated, dodging her attack with ease. I never imagined the illustrious Yi family would resort to such underhanded tactics. Unfazed by her initial failure, Yi Ling channeled her energy into her sword, launching a flurry of strikes in rapid succession. Though Xie Changfeng was a first-tier master and Yi Ling merely a third-tier warrior, her swordplay was fierce. Yet she could not lay a finger on him. Enough of this charade. With that, Xie Changfeng unleashed a punch. A shadow imbued with a hint of deadly aura materializing before Yi Ling. In a panic, she raised her sword to defend, but with a resounding clash. Her seemingly exceptional sword shattered into fragments. Gazing at her broken sword, Yi Ling momentarily lost her composure. It was the only heirloom left to her by her mother. Xie Changfeng erupted into laughter, then unleashed 2 more punches hurtling toward Yi Ling. Realizing she could not withstand the onslaught, she closed her eyes, seemingly resigning herself to fate. Father, mother, the child is coming. A stream of tears trickled down her cheeks. With a thunderous impact, she absorbed Xie Changfeng's 2 punches. Her body soaring backward like a marionette with severed strings, landing directly in Shui Wanping's embrace, unconscious. Observing Yi Ling before him, Shui Wanping sighed softly, promptly applying pressure to her acupoints to staunch her bleeding, then retrieved a pill from his pocket and placed it in her mouth. Witnessing this, Xie Changfeng's cold demeanor resurfaced. You intend to save her? Ignoring him, Shui Wanping gradually rose, wiping the blood from his hands with a cloth, stating, Silver Fox Xie Changfeng, a trader of the Western Domain's Incense Valley, has caused the deaths of over 50 individuals at the hands of his black demonic fist over the past decade, evading imperial capture time and again with a cunning akin to that of a fox. The court is currently offering a bounty of 100,000 taels for his head. Am I mistaken? Xie Changfeng's expression darkened upon hearing Shui Wanping's words. Who exactly are you? Ah, he calls you my lord. So you are a lackey of the court. Shui Wanping chuckled softly, observing Xie Changfeng with an unwavering gaze. Originally, I had no desire to involve myself in your affairs, but alas, you are a thief and I am an official. Today, you shall not escape. Shui Wanping spoke truthfully. Had it been a mere matter of martial rivalry, he would not have intervened. Yet, upon Yi Ling uttering Xie Changfeng's name, he felt an unsettling familiarity. Only when witnessing the black demonic fist did he recognize this notorious fugitive. It has been a while since I last dealt with an official. Today, I shall make an exception. With that, Xie Changfeng snorted coldly, stepping back, gathering his strength, his arms emanating a dark glow. Shui Wanping raised a finger, the tip glowing faintly red. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his arrow finger. Moments later, Xie Changfeng launched a punch. A shadow laced with dark energy surging toward Yi Ling, the air crackling with the sound of slicing wind. The force was akin to a mountain crashing down. Seeking death, Shui Wanping's fingertip flicked, and the red glow shot forth, colliding directly with the black punch. With a soft pop, the red light penetrated the punch without resistance, causing the shadow to dissipate instantly. Though the punch had attempted to intercept, the red glow's penetrating power remained unyielding, hurtling directly towards Xie Changfeng. He raised his hand to block, but it was too late. The red light pierced through his forehead and continued onward, crashing through the temple wall, disappearing into the unknown. As for Xie Changfeng, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. You just uttered a word. With a thud, Xie Changfeng fell heavily to the ground. After completing this feat, Shui Wanping appeared unfazed, resuming his seated position, gently resting Yi Ling's head on his thigh, checking her breath to ensure she was unharmed, before taking a sip from his wine gourd. Duan Ruifeng, standing by, was left in a state of shock. Although he had witnessed Shui Wanping's skills from a distance at Shihu Mountain, seeing him in such close proximity was truly astonishing. The first-grade martial artist, unexpectedly, executed only a single move. How inscrutable this esteemed person from his own household truly is. He felt fortunate to have aligned himself with such an individual this time. Ruifeng, go tidy up. Remember to sever the head. We shall collect the bounty upon our return tomorrow. Shui Wanping's words snapped Duan Ruifeng back to reality, to which he responded in a subdued tone. Yes, my lord. As for Yi Ling, Shui Wanping regarded the young lady's exquisite visage with a bittersweet smile. Women are troublesome, yet why does he continually attract such complications? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully apprehending the criminal Xie Changfeng. Reward, 10 reputation points. Chapter 52, Descendants of the Great Xia, A Princess's Outing. Shui Wanping stood in stunned silence, caught off guard by the system's voice echoing in his mind. He had never anticipated that by merely disposing of a petty thief, he would earn a reward of 10 reputation points. Of course, to Shui Wanping, this petty thief was still considered a formidable opponent, given his first-grade martial artist status. It seems that in the days to come, he must efficiently deal with some nefarious villains, for the treasures within the reputation vault are truly alluring. My lord, it's getting late. We should set off. As dawn broke, Duan Ruifeng had already fed the horses. Let us go? Shui Wanping replied, attempting to rise, but the moment he did, he felt the numbness in his thigh from having used Yi Ling as a pillow throughout the night, nearly stumbling as a result. This scene elicited muffled laughter from Duan Ruifeng, who struggled to contain himself. "My lord, what shall we do about Miss Yi?" Duan Ruifeng pointed to the still unconscious Yi Ling, reflecting on how she had insisted on rescuing him yesterday, despite her unawareness of the situation. Shui Wanping hesitated for a moment before deciding. "Go find a carriage nearby and bring her back to the 6 doors." "Yes, my lord." With that, Duan Ruifeng mounted his steed and galloped toward a nearby village. Once Duan Ruifeng departed, only Shui Wanping and Yi Ling remained within the dilapidated temple. With time on his hands, Shui Wanping took the opportunity to closely examine Yi Ling. The events of the previous night had transpired so abruptly that he had failed to observe her beauty in detail. Indeed, Yi Ling possessed a unique charm. While her looks might not rival those of Wenqing, she certainly ranked among the most beautiful in Yin capital. "Oh, what is this?" Shui Wanping's gaze shifted, suddenly noticing a token hanging from Yi Ling's waist. He cautiously took the token into his hand for closer inspection. This token, entirely black and exuding an ancient aura, bore a large character for leaf on its front, while the back was adorned with intricate dragon patterns, which piqued Shui Wanping's interest. The dragon designs were identical to those on the key box of a secret treasure from a bygone dynasty. Yi Ling. The surname Yi. Doesn't the emperor of the Great Xia also share this surname? Shui Wanping grasped the token and murmured to himself. Could Yi Ling truly be a descendant of the Great Xia? Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Zhuming sect Zhuming. Spring represents Qingyang. Summer signifies Zhuming, autumn is Baizong, and winter embodies Xianing. Zhuming indeed means summer. Gazing at Yi Ling, Shui Wanping furrowed his brows. If she were indeed a descendant of the Great Xia, then her identity would put her in grave danger should it be discovered by others. Just then, the sound of neighing horses interrupted Shui Wanping's thoughts. Duan Ruifeng had indeed found a carriage. Shui Wanping returned the token to Yi Ling's waist, lifting her into his arms and placing her gently onto the carriage. The 2 horses and the carriage began to make their way slowly toward Yin capital. Simultaneously, on the long street outside the 6 doors, the Princess Wang Wan was making her exit, commanding the crowd to disperse. A eunuch's uniquely soft voice rang out as an 8-pole sedan chair appeared, surrounded by numerous golden-armored imperial guards. The golden guards are the royal protectors, clad in golden armor, each possessing at least a 5th-grade cultivation level, representing the strongest defenders of the royal family. At this moment, the personnel of the 6 doors, led by Chief Inspector Li Huayan, had already gathered at the entrance in anticipation. As the procession approached, the onlooking citizens knelt, not out of royal decree but at the personal request of Yang Wenwan herself. After all, she was the esteemed princess, and maintaining a semblance of decorum was essential. What should have taken only a quarter of an hour to traverse the long street took the sedan chair a full half-hour. The leader, Deng Goen, cast a sweeping gaze over the 6 doors personnel, momentarily resting on Lu Neng before turning to Li Huayan, saying, "Chief Inspector Li, it has been a while." "Lord Deng, I did not expect you to accompany Princess Wenwan," Li Huayan replied. "The princess, being the apple of the emperor's eye, requires protection from potential threats, hence my presence." "Very well, Chief Inspector, please proceed with the reception. Do not keep the princess waiting." With a wave of his hand, Deng Goen signaled the golden guards to part, allowing the 8 bearers to gently lower the sedan chair to the ground. Li Huayan approached with a smile, bowing first. "I, Li Huayan, Chief Inspector of the 6 doors, humbly greet Your Highness." "Greetings, Your Highness." The others echoed in unison. As the sedan curtain was lifted, Yang Wenwan stepped out. Though her appearance was relatively demure, her voice carried a notably imperious tone, enough with the pleasantries. "Among you, who is Shui Wanping?" "Shui Qianhu is currently engaged in a task and is not present." Li Huayan replied softly. "When will he return?" "Judging by the time, he should arrive today." Li Huayan continued. "If the princess does not mind, you may rest within the 6 doors until he arrives." "Humph, forcing me to wait. What an audacious display." Yang Wenwan's expression soured. Speaking of waiting, the assembled crowd had already been there for a whole morning, with several elderly constables suffering from aches and pains. "Forget it. I shall not hold a grudge against minor offenses. Let us go inside and await his arrival." With that, Yang Wenwan placed her hands on her hips and led the way into the 6 doors. Although Li Huayan felt displeased, he could only wear a smile and follow her inside. Once within, Yang Wenwan turned to Li Huayan and inquired, "Where does Shui Wanping reside?" "I shall wait for him there. His residence is not far. Please follow me, Your Highness." Li Huayan led the way, and the entourage proceeded toward Shui Wanping's quarters. Meanwhile, inside Shui Wanping's quarters, Wenqing was tidying up his room, having just learned that he would be returning today. After all, Shui Wanping's room had not been cleaned in nearly half a month, now covered in dust. Finally finished. He should be quite surprised, Wenqing remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a towel. "Oh, and his clothes. They need airing out too. He probably hasn't changed them at all. Coming back in this damp weather must be uncomfortable." With that, Wenqing hastily put down the towel, gathered Shui Wanping's clothes, and hurried out to the courtyard. As she opened the door, a loud crash occurred. Wenqing collided with the approaching Yang Wenwan, causing the clothes in her arms to scatter all over the ground. Not lifting her head, Wenqing hurriedly bent down to collect the fallen garments. Just then, a foot stomped down onto her hand. How dare you? How audacious to bump into this princess. Your Highness, please calm down. He is. Li Huayan rushed forward in a flurry to explain. But at that moment, Wenqing looked up at the owner of the foot, her expression turning displeased. Upon seeing the striking beauty before her, Yang Wenwan was instantly filled with disdain. How dare you glare at me? With that, she struck out, slapping Wenqing. Yang Wenwan struck a resounding slap across Wenqing's cheek, leaving 5 distinct crimson imprints on her face. Chapter 53, Qing'er and the Black Dog, the Wrath of Shui Wanping. Suddenly, the system's voice pierced the air. The spirit beast has perished. Would you like to resurrect it? Shui Wanping's heart sank. Having left the black dog to protect Wenqing, its demise signified her peril. After instructing Duan Ruifeng to ensure Yiling's safety, Shui Wanping tightened the reins and galloped towards Yinjing City. What had transpired beforehand? Just moments ago, upon witnessing Wenqing receive a solid slap from Yang Wenwan, the black dog had erupted in fury, launching itself at Yang Wenwan. Deng Goen reacted swiftly, delivering a light yet precise strike aimed at the dog's head. Despite the black dog having attained first-tier strength through Lu Wu's meticulous care, it was no match for Deng Goen, the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot, a master of the realm. The disparity between a master and a first-tier expert was immense. While many first-tier warriors existed, true masters were exceedingly rare. The black dog was struck fiercely, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Unbeknownst to Wenqing, the black dog could be revived. Witnessing its demise, her face filled with rage. You were the aggressors. Why did you kill Little Black? A mere beast. If I wish it dead, so be it. But you dared to defy the princess. Guards, slap her. As she spoke, 2 Eastern Depot eunuchs advanced menacingly. Hold. Li Huayan interposed himself before Wenqing. Oh. Yang Wenwan frowned at Li Huayan's action. Is the chief inspector intent on shielding this little wretch? Your Highness, Wenqing has indeed offended the princess. You've already punished her. You've also slain her dog. I implore you to show mercy. As Li Huayan remained silent, his eventual words only served to chill Yang Wenwan further. He had heard of Wenqing within the palace. The emperor had decreed her marriage to Shui Wanping, and she had already unearthed the unclear relationship between them. Now that Wenqing was in his grasp, could he easily let her go? Very well, I can show mercy. Chief Inspector Li, please step aside. Your Highness. Li Huayan bowed again. I said step aside. Yang Wenwan's voice brimmed with fury. Chief Inspector Li, I advise you to heed the princess's command and obediently yield. Deng Goen interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Since his son had failed to secure the position of Qianhu, Deng Goen had nurtured a grudge against the chief inspector of the 6 doors. With the princess's backing, he sought to diminish the authority of the 6 doors. Chief Inspector, it was I who offended the princess. Do not make it difficult for yourself. As Wenqing wiped her tears, she attempted to step forward, only to be halted by Li Huayan. Listen to me, do not move. Even with his typically good temperament, Li Huayan was now slightly incensed by the 2 before him. Wenqing was well-liked within the 6 doors. She often brought pastries for Li Huayan, and he found the princess's unreasonable demands intolerable. Your Highness, this is the 6 doors, not your courtyard. Wenqing is one of us. You are overstepping. With that, Li Huayan unleashed his grandmaster aura, a wave of pressure descending upon the gathered crowd. Under the weight of his formidable presence, the assembly felt a twinge of trepidation. Indeed, aside from his title, Li Huayan was a genuine grandmaster. You fortunate little wretch. Today you are spared due to Chief Inspector Li's protection, but mark my words, I do not believe he can shield you indefinitely. We shall depart. With a wave of her hand, Yang Wenwan turned to leave. Your Highness, will we not wait for Shui Wanping? Deng Goen hurriedly inquired. Wait for what? Did you see the look in Li Huayan's eyes? He is ready to devour someone whole. I will remember this grievance and ensure my royal brother deals with him. As Yang Wenwan stormed away, Li Huayan remained still, offering, I bid farewell to your Highness. Enraged, Li Huayan felt Yang Wenwan's loss of face. She departed with haste, fearing mockery. Once they left, Li Huayan turned to Wenqing, a hint of remorse in his gaze. Qing'er, I apologize for the distress you have endured. Wenqing forced a smile, though the pain was evident in her eyes. I am not aggrieved. Thank you, Chief Inspector. As she spoke, she crouched down, vigorously wiping the blood mist left by the black dog's demise, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unsure how to comfort a woman, Li Huayan gestured for the others to disperse, then called for Lu Wu. When Shui Wanping returns, have him see me at once. Yes, Chief Inspector. And keep a close watch on Wenqing. Understood. With that, Li Huayan shook his head and exited the Qianhu office. Less than an hour later, accompanied by the cry of a spirit horse, Shui Wanping finally arrived. Upon returning to the 6 doors, he rushed to Wenqing's quarters. After a frantic search yielded no results, he hurried back to his office. Upon entry, he spotted Wenqing sitting on the floor, lost in thought, her face bearing the marks of the slap. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Qing'er, at the sound of his voice, she lifted her head, unable to contain her emotions any longer, and burst into tears. Shui Wanping rushed forward, enveloping her in his arms. What happened, Qing'er? What is this on your face? And what of little black? When Qing'er sobbed, unable to articulate a single word. Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Still, she remained silent. At last, Shui Wanping could no longer restrain himself, calling out, "Where's Lu Wu? Get out here." Lu Wu, busy tidying up in the inner hall, hurried out upon hearing Shui Wanping's voice. "What is going on? Explain everything to me." Seeing Shui Wanping's fury, Lu Wu dared not withhold the truth, recounting every detail, including the emperor's marriage decree. As Lu Wu spoke, Shui Wanping felt a surge of rage within him, realizing that when Qing'er was his woman, he was incensed that the princess dared to strike her in public, merely to assert her dominance. He had initially hoped to ascend through a political marriage. However, given the current circumstances, he would gladly forego this union. "Sir, Chief Inspector Li instructed me to inform you to see him as soon as you returned. I couldn't care less. If I don't avenge this grievance, I shall no longer bear the surname Shui." With that, Shui Wanping made to rise. Just then, however, when Qing'er tightened her embrace. "No, don't go." Her voice trembled. "Qing'er, do not worry about me." With that, Shui Wanping gently pulled away, disregarding when Qing'er's protests, and soared into the air, pursuing his target. Chapter 54, Retribution and a Solo Visit to the Imperial Palace. Humph, that detestable wretch dares to glare at me. One day, I shall personally mar that deceitful face of hers. Yang Wenwan stormed through the door in a fit of anger. The palace maids behind her, witnessing the scene, dared not utter a single word. They were bewildered, for their mistress had left the palace in good spirits, only to return transformed, her temperament considerably altered. "Who dares to mar someone's face?" A male voice abruptly interjected. It was unmistakably Shui Wanping. "Who are you? This is the Imperial Palace. Do you know that intruders face death?" Although the palace was heavily guarded, for a formidable master like Shui Wanping, slipping in was hardly a challenge. At this moment, upon seeing the unfamiliar man before her, Yang Wenwan felt no fear. Having grown up in the palace, she had encountered all manner of figures. Each one had bowed and scraped before her. After all, she was a princess, the very epitome of the Great Shang Dynasty. "Who am I? Have you not been seeking me all along? Here I am, right before your eyes. You are Shui Wanping?" Shui Wanping did not respond, merely casting a cold gaze upon the haughty princess. Noting his silence, a smile crept onto Yang Wenwan's lips. "So, you've come to apologize for offending my dear girl? I shall inform you, it's too late. After my grand wedding, I shall certainly slap." Before she could finish, Shui Wanping struck her with a resounding blow. "You dare strike me? How dare you hit me?" Yang Wenwan clutched her cheek, utterly incredulous. As the cherished jewel of the Great Shang Dynasty, this was her first experience of physical punishment. Slap. What of it? Still in a state of shock, Shui Wanping delivered another swift slap. "You think you are worthy to be my wife?" These two blows were delivered without any internal force, relying solely on his physical strength. At this moment, Yang Wenwan's mouth was already stained with blood, and her exquisite cheeks bore the marks of his hand, one red imprint on each side. For someone as vain as Yang Wenwan, this was a fate worse than death. "Someone, seize this rogue!" Yang Wenwan shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Yet, the palace was shrouded by Shui Wanping's formidable aura, rendering her cries utterly inaudible. Realizing her calls bore no fruit, Yang Wenwan's expression darkened with malice as she glared at Shui Wanping, hissing, "Shui, if you have the guts, kill me. Once I am free, I swear there will be no refuge for you in this vast Deshang land." With each word, her anger intensified. The more furious Yang Wenwan grew, the more satisfaction Shui Wanping felt. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on his lips as he produced a stack of letters from his robe. "Do as you wish. But I am curious, would the citizens of Deshang be interested in the correspondence between the princess and that lecherous monk?" Upon seeing the letters, Yang Wenwan's complexion instantly paled, panic flooding her features. She had not forgotten about the monk Yin Yan, even after his demise. These letters were too precious to incinerate. Whenever she thought of Yin Yan, she would secretly read them. She had hidden them so well. How could they have fallen into Shui Wanping's hands? But for a master of the six doors like him, finding such things was a trivial task. There are no walls that do not allow whispers. Certain actions inevitably leave traces. And these letters were irrefutable proof of Yang Wenwan's infidelity with the monk. Shui Wanping opened one letter, reading aloud in a mocking tone. "My dear, a day without seeing you fills me with longing, my thoughts overflowing like a flood. TSK, 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 our Princess Wenwan certainly possesses a gift for words." He commented while reading. Yang Wenwan shook her head frantically, her eyes pleading, "Please, return them to me, quickly." Shui Wanping ignored her, retrieving another letter. "Wainer, though I am a disciple of the Buddha, upon seeing you, you are the saint in my heart. I yearn for your divine favor daily. TSK, TSK, TSK. This monk has some talent, I must admit." At this point, Yang Wenwan was nearly beside herself. "Return them to me, please. I beg you. I have never begged anyone in my life." Shui Wanping tucked away the letters, his gaze shifting from playful to icy. "Let me make this clear. I care not for your status as a princess. Had you listened to me earlier, I might have entertained the notion of a sham marriage with you. But you had no business striking when Qing'er. The 2 slaps you received today were well deserved. Were you not a woman, I would have struck you down. With the letters in Shui Wanping's possession, Yang Wenwan dared not retort. If the contents were to be made public, she would find it impossible to maintain her standing in the Great Shang Dynasty. Rumors can destroy a person far more easily than weapons can. Within 10 days, regardless of your methods, persuade your father to cancel the betrothal. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that these letters will not accidentally escape. Furthermore, do not even think of revenge. I have 1,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Test me if you dare. With that, Shui Wanping laughed heartily and swept away, leaving Yang Wenwan on her knees, weeping softly. As Shui Wanping departed, the barrier that had muffled their voices gradually dissipated. Yang Wenwan's cries caught the attention of the palace maids outside. Princess, princess, what has happened to you? Seeing the fallen princess, the maids rushed to assist her, only to be taken aback by the handprints marring her face. In that moment, Yang Wenwan suddenly drew a dagger and viciously attacked the maid. Shui Wanping, Shui Wanping, Shui Wanping, she screamed, her mood soured by the desire for blood. In no time, the maid lay lifeless, the opulent palace now stained with blood. As a wave of exhaustion washed over her, Yang Wenwan regained her composure. She rose, gazing in the direction Shui Wanping had taken, her hand resting on her slightly rounded abdomen. Silently, she vowed, Shui Wanping, if I do not avenge this grievance, I am not worthy to bear the name Yang. I must find my royal brother. He will surely assist me. I intend to make this pair of wretched souls suffer. After leaving the princess's quarters, Shui Wanping promptly dismissed thoughts of Yang Wenwan from his mind. While he had contemplated striking her down, it was not yet the right time to eliminate the princess. One must wait for the opportune moment to kill. Instead of vacating the palace, his sights were set on another target, Deputy Director of the Eastern Depot, Deng Goen. To strike at a dog, one must first consider its master, and Deng Goen had brutally dispatched his spiritual beast, Old Hay. This accomplice would surely meet his demise today. Chapter 55, Bloodshed at the Eastern Depot, a kill for a kill. The Eastern Depot was situated at the heart of the palace, adjacent to Emperor Yang Xuanlong's sleeping quarters. As a direct agency of the emperor, its defenses were exceedingly stringent. At this moment, Deng Goen sat comfortably within his chamber, 2 cups of steaming fragrant tea resting upon the sandalwood tea table before him. He raised 1 cup, taking a delicate sip. This exotic fragrant mountain cloud tea truly lives up to its reputation. Godfather, this tea was just presented as tribute from the western regions this year. Since it was my turn to guard the gates, I seized it for us. The emperor hasn't even had a taste yet. You are indeed fortunate today. Lu Ning chuckled, observing Deng Goen with delight. He had witnessed the earlier incident, having seen Deng Goen obliterate the beast Old Hay with a single strike. Anything associated with Shui Wanping was an object of Lu Ning's disdain. Although Old Hay was merely a dog, he had been unable to defeat it. Now that his godfather had avenged him, he was filled with joy. Upon returning to the palace, Deng Goen was soon visited by Lu Nong, who was eager to see his godfather, a man who had not suffered any losses under the chief constable, displaying remarkable fortitude. Alas, Lu Nong hesitated to abandon his own little brother beneath him. Otherwise, he would have eagerly rushed to the Eastern Depot to seek refuge with his esteemed godfather. Indeed, my son, rest assured, your future has been meticulously considered by your father. I have heard whispers that the divine female constable from the 6 doors has met her demise. After a few days, I shall arrange matters for you. Lu Nong, in gratitude, bowed deeply to his godfather. The news of Gu Qing's death had, of course, been conveyed by Shui Wanping through a carrier pigeon, as it aligned with Gu Qing's own wishes to retreat from the world. Shui Wanping was merely honoring her desires. However, with this news, the competition within the 6 doors had reached a fever pitch. Lu Nong, seizing the opportunity, was determined to secure the position left vacant by Gu Qing, having failed to outmaneuver Shui Wanping for the previous role. Indeed, you shall not depart today. I shall instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare some fine wine and dishes. Tonight, let us share a few cups. Deng Guan was in high spirits, having just dealt a blow to the 6 doors. Unbeknownst to the two, Shui Wanping had already arrived on the rooftop, eavesdropping on their conversation, a perfect opportunity to eliminate 2 birds with 1 stone. As dusk approached, Shui Wanping remained patient, deciding against immediate action, believing it prudent to wait for nightfall. Thus, he quietly settled himself amidst the palace's azure bricks and crimson tiles, anticipating the onset of night. The clang of the night watch echoed through the palace, gradually silencing the previous revelry. Within Deng Guan's chambers, the 2 men clinked their cups, passionately discussing the current state of affairs. It was the time for the Golden Guards to change shifts, rendering the palace's defenses at their weakest. Observing the hour, Shui Wanping sprang into action, effortlessly landing before Deng Guan's door. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Who dares? Though intoxicated, Deng Guan remained alert. Deng Chonggong has keen hearing, yet this exotic Xianshan cloud tea is a tribute. You 2 possess quite the audacity. Shui Wanping clapped as he stepped inside. Instinctively, Lu Ning stepped back, pressing against Deng Guan, acutely aware of Shui Wanping's formidable prowess. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. After all, he was a master, and every master was a formidable force. Yet Lu Neng underestimated Shui Wanping, who was not merely a master but a grandmaster, a distinction of monumental significance. You are Shui Wanping? Deng Guan, having seen Shui Wanping's likeness in intelligence reports, recognized him immediately. You've identified me correctly. How bold. You dare to intrude upon the palace. By law, your life is forfeit. Today, let us see who can save you. With that, Deng Guan drew his sword, leaping high as he brandished it towards Shui Wanping. However, Deng Guan was taken aback as Shui Wanping's speed was astonishing. In a mere breath, he was upon Deng Guan, gently pushing against the hand that wielded the sword, causing it to retract smoothly into its sheath. The effortless maneuver revealed to Deng Guan that Shui Wanping's abilities surpassed his own. Yet Deng Guan would not yield easily. He thrust forward with a kick, but Shui Wanping evaded effortlessly. Seizing the moment, Deng Guan attempted to draw his sword once more, only for Shui Wanping to flick his finger, disarming him again as the sword returned to its sheath. Deng Guan, astonished, found himself further disconcerted as another projectile arrow was launched at him. This time, Shui Wanping exerted his full strength, sensing he could not evade. Deng Guan instinctively pulled Lu Neng before him. With a sickening thud, the projectile pierced through Lu Neng, striking Deng Guan directly. The impact caused Deng Guan's official attire to shred, revealing the already damaged celestial silkworm armor beneath. You are a grandmaster. Deng Guan trembled, realizing that had it not been for Lu Neng's sacrifice and the protection of his armor, he might have perished. As Deng Guan stood dazed, Shui Wanping's icy gaze fixed upon him. Do not waste your efforts on escape. Today, you shall surely die. Recognizing the vast chasm in their respective abilities, Deng Guan resolved to gamble everything. I shall fight you. Concentrating his inner strength into his right hand, he suddenly thrust the sword sheath forward. Deng Guan was swift, but Shui Wanping was swifter still. Employing his prowess, Shui Wanping grasped the protruding sword sheath, swiftly reattaching it to Deng Guan's sword. The deputy governor of the Eastern Depot. How laughable. You cannot even draw your sword. Shui Wanping mocked, observing Deng Guan's mounting frustration. An insult. A grave insult. Deng Guan, renowned for his Yin-Yang sword, found himself unable to draw it before Shui Wanping. You insolent brat, I will slay you. Deng Guan roared, attempting to unsheath his sword for the fourth time. With a clang, the sword finally emerged, a wicked grin spreading across Deng Guan's face. Yet in an instant, Shui Wanping was upon him, pinching the blade's tip between his fingers and forcefully pushing it towards Deng Guan's throat. A thin line of blood appeared on Deng Guan's pallid neck. In agony, he clutched his throat, unable to utter a sound, as blood gushed from his wound, and his body gradually slumped. Deng Guan could scarcely believe that he would meet his end by his own sword, a poignant irony. The masterful figure, the deputy governor of the Eastern Depot, had fallen. After all was said and done, Shui Wanping calmly regarded the two corpses before him, retrieving a token from his pocket, which he placed at Lu Neng's waist, offering a faint smile before stealthily vanishing into the shadows of the palace walls. Such a significant crime as breaching the palace would naturally be shouldered by the Tianlian sect, a far more suitable scapegoat. Chapter 56. The initial encounter of two maidens, luring the serpent from its hole. Within the 6 doors, at Li Huayan's quarters. Wanping, you are aware of the marriage decree, are you not? Li Huayan remarked, retrieving the imperial edict that had arrived 3 days prior from the shelf behind him. In your absence, I have expressed my gratitude on your behalf for this royal favor. Shui Wanping accepted the edict with both hands, remaining silent, though a hint of disdain flickered at the corners of his mouth. Noticing Shui Wanping's demeanor, Li Huayan sighed softly and patted him on the shoulder. Wanping, I understand that today's events were the princess's fault, causing Wen Qing'er undue distress. However, you must be magnanimous and not neglect the princess because of this. Fear not. Chief Constable, I am well aware of the situation. Surprised by Shui Wanping's calmness, Li Huayan had expected to spend time soothing the young constable, but it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this young constable had already avenged his grievances. Shortly thereafter, Shui Wanping reported to Li Huayan regarding Gu Qing. Of course, he selectively omitted certain details. He refrained from mentioning Qing Xuanzi's identity and did not surrender the protective decree, merely stating that the Qi whose sect had rebelled and Gu Qing had perished in battle. After all, this was a form of protection for Gu Qing. Li Huayan did not press further. I take my leave. After conveying this information, Shui Wanping clasped his fists in salute and turned to depart from Li Huayan's presence. It was now dawn, and the morning breeze carried with it a hint of chill. How could one possibly aspire to become a prince consort? It would be feasible only if this princess possessed even a fraction of Wen Qing'er's obedience. Speaking of Wen Qing'er, Shui Wanping was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition and hurriedly raced towards his headquarters. At that moment, chaos reigned within Shui Wanping's quarters. Who are you? Wen Qing'er glared with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Who I am is of no concern to you. At this juncture, Yiling had just awoken. How did you end up in Shui Qianhu's room? Wen Qing'er furrowed her brows. Who is Shui Qianhu? How would I know how I ended up here? Are you well? If so, leave quickly. Wen Qing'er, already in a foul mood, was now incensed. Why should I heed your commands? Lu Wu and Duan Ruifeng, standing by, dared not breathe a word. The conflict between these women was more fearsome than any battle between grandmasters. A soft cough echoed from outside the room. Seeing this, Shui Wanping steeled himself and entered, fearing the two women would escalate their quarrel further. Upon his arrival, Wen Qing'er immediately rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Shui Wanping's, heedless of the other's gazes. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? It's nothing. Shui Wanping waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Duan Ruifeng. His tone heavy. Duan Ruifeng. Noting the gravity in Shui Wanping's voice, Duan Ruifeng shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Your subordinate is here. Since Miss Yi has awakened, you shall escort her to the Yun Lion for arrest. Yes, my lord. Duan Ruifeng thought to himself that this situation was dire. He had brought the person back and was now embroiled in a dispute in front of her. Naturally, he would bear the blame. The Yun Lion was also part of Wang Quan'an's estate, so Shui Wanping felt assured arranging for Yi Ling to stay there, as he still had questions for her. Then, young master, I shall take my leave. Do come visit me when you have the time. As she spoke, Yi Ling cast a flirtatious glance at Shui Wanping. At this moment, Shui Wanping felt overwhelmed. He was well aware that Yi Ling was intentionally provoking Wen Qing'er. Yet, women and their jealousy were notoriously difficult to appease. Lu Wu, sensing the tension, discreetly followed the two out of the room, leaving only Shui Wanping and Wen Qing'er together. Once everyone had departed, Wen Qing'er released Shui Wanping's arm and quietly sat on the edge of the bed, wordlessly. Shui Wanping leaned closer, only to see Wen Qing'er shift slightly away. He leaned in again, but Wen Qing'er abruptly stood up, softly stating, Prince Consort, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I shall take my leave now. Qing'er. Shui Wanping hastily called after her twice, but Wen Qing'er departed like the wind, not glancing back. Shui Wanping chose not to pursue her. His past experiences taught him that coaxing would only worsen the situation, and she needed to come to terms with her feelings on her own. Moreover, it was not the right moment to inform her about Gu Qing's matters. He would address it after the marriage decree turmoil subsided. Having not rested well in recent days, Shui Wanping dismissed the troubling thoughts, leaving his shoes on and collapsing into a deep slumber. The following morning, news erupted throughout the capital of Yinjing. Deputy Commander of the Eastern Bureau, Deng Goen, had been assassinated. The successful assassination of Deng Goen implied that the perpetrator possessed at least the strength of a grandmaster. Following an investigation by the Eastern Bureau, it was deduced that Lu Neng was an undercover agent of the Tianlian sect embedded within the court, who had feigned drunkenness to lower Deng Goen's guard. Ultimately, a grandmaster from the Tianlian sect struck, executing a successful ambush. Of course, this was merely conjecture, as the scene was remarkably clean, aside from the emblem left behind. No other traces remained, and the Eastern Bureau was unable to uncover further evidence. In an instant, the entire city of Yinjing heightened its vigilance. Furious over the murder of his confidant, Yang Xianlong issued an edict commanding the Imperial Guard stationed on the outskirts of the city to return swiftly to bolster defenses. Simultaneously, he ordered local prefectures to conduct thorough investigations into the whereabouts of the Tianlian sect's nefarious agents. Naturally, the Eastern Bureau, the Six Doors, the Jinyue, and the Yinjing Prefecture all received similar orders, demanding the investigation and capture of the Grandmaster who had slain Deng Goen, regardless of the cost. Within the Six Doors, the bustling crowd of constables halted their current tasks, redirecting their efforts towards the investigation. Following Gu Qing's departure, Shui Wanping temporarily took command of his subordinates. He promptly assigned patrol duties to all the 100 households and captains. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Wanping felt a surge of delight within. Everything was proceeding according to his expectations, allowing his subsequent plans to unfold smoothly. That night, after a satisfying feast, Shui Wanping casually strolled through the Six Doors. However, for those observant, it would be evident that he was continuously circling the residence of Qiao Qiyan. Before long, noticing the area was deserted, Shui Wanping vanished in an instant like an arrow streaking through the sky. An hour later, having finished discussing state affairs with Li Huayan, Qiao Qiyan returned to her residence. Upon entering her room, she was astonished to find a gleaming golden protective token resting upon her desk. Beneath the token lay a piece of white paper. In a flurry, Qiao Qiyan concealed the protective token, summoned her spiritual energy, and, ensuring no one was nearby, released a breath of relief. She picked up the white paper and gently heated it over the candlelight. Instantly, a line of elegant characters appeared before her. Meet at the Shahoding on the outskirts of the city tomorrow. As for the Tianlian sect's method of communication, Shui Wanping had already extracted it from Su Lin and Shuzhou, ensuring that Qiao Qiyan remained oblivious to any clues. After reading the letter, Qiao Qiyan retrieved the token once more, running her fingers over it, confirming its authenticity. Cautious by nature, Qiao Qiyan had refrained from leaving the Six Doors unless absolutely necessary since the last incident. It was indeed challenging to persuade her to venture out solely based on this token. However, the remarkable commotion caused by Shui Wanping's assassination of Deng Goen had spread throughout Yinjing, and everyone was aware of a Tianlian sect master lurking within the city. With the death of the Kong Jinlong, Xiao Qian had also severed ties with the Tianlian sect and was unaware of their current circumstances. Contemplating this, Xiao Qian furrowed her brow. Shahooting on the outskirts of the city. Could it be a plea for assistance? But why would he wish to kill Deng Goen? Chapter 57. Enemies meet. Resources are utilized. In early spring, the outskirts of Yinjing remained bitterly cold. During such times, apart from hunters from the mountains, few would venture into these desolate wilds, especially at this hour, which was the midnight hour, devoid of even a shadow. Yet, this was not entirely accurate at this moment. A figure clad in a red robe sat within the shuhuting on the outskirts. Should any officials be present, they would instantly recognize that the attire worn by this individual belonged to the feared officials of the Six Doors. Humph, you promised to meet at midnight. Yet it's nearly the hour of the ugly. If you seek my assistance, you ought to show more humility. For a full half hour, Xiao Qian found herself utterly alone. Her irritation mounting. It was known that she held the rank of protector within the Tianlian sect, yet she was made to wait so long by someone of equal standing. As a gentle breeze swept by, Xiao Qian's brows furrowed in sudden alarm. She saw an arrow streaking towards her, trailing remnants of its former path. Not good. Xiao Qian's heart raced. Being a clever individual, she immediately realized she had fallen into a trap. She hurriedly retreated, managing to evade the arrow just in time, though her clothing was still torn by its passage. Excellent archery. Come out, Shui. Indeed, Xiao Qian was no slouch in skill. As he spoke, Shui Wanping clapped his hands and slowly emerged from the woods, a light smile gracing his lips. The previous arrow was merely a test, utilizing only 60% of his inner strength. He and Xiao Qian had never confronted each other directly, leaving Shui Wanping uncertain about Xiao Qian's true prowess. However, from that single arrow, it seemed Xiao Qian merely possessed the level of a master, a foe he could easily manage. He intended to make his presence known, ensuring Xiao Qian understood the gravity of daring to appear before him. Do you not fear for your life in my presence? Xiao Qian furrowed his brow. In his estimation, although Shui Wanping was also a master, he specialized in ranged combat. Facing him directly could only lead to defeat. The question of who would kill whom remained uncertain. Today, I will make you pay back the debt for Zhao Long, with interest. At the mention of Zhao Long, Shui Wanping's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Xiao Qian, as if he were staring at a corpse. Ha! Zhao Long. He was simply unlucky. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Xiao Qian burst into laughter. In truth, they could have both remained alive, but the error lay in his recognition of me, thus sealing his fate. Much like your own today. With that, Xiao Qian drew a soft sword from his waist, pointing it directly at Shui Wanping. Last time you escaped. This time, I shall see who can save you. As the words left his lips, a swift whoosh echoed as Xiao Qian launched himself toward Shui Wanping, akin to an arrow released from a bow. In that instant, Xiao Qian no longer concealed his cultivation. The techniques of the Heavenly Lotus sect unfolded, and the crimson glow emanating from the soft sword was blinding. At that moment, Shui Wanping sensed that Xiao Qian's cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Master level. Without hesitation, as Xiao Qian approached, Shui Wanping unleashed a powerful technique, the Mighty Bull Fist, launching a direct assault against the blood-red soft sword. With a resounding clang, the soft sword, crafted from golden crystal, shattered upon impact. In that moment, Xiao Qian felt as though he had struck something incomprehensibly hard. The immense force sent him staggering back several paces. My palm has turned to gold, Xiao Qian exclaimed involuntarily. This transformation was the manifestation of mastering the Mighty Bull Fist, rendering ordinary blades inferior to his golden-enhanced palm. Stop dawdling, brace yourself. Shui Wanping advanced, delivering a flurry of punches toward Xiao Qian. In mere moments, Xiao Qian struggled to withstand the onslaught. Shui Wanping's strikes were as swift as his arrows. At this juncture, Xiao Qian's mind was consumed by a singular thought. What a monstrous being this is, such strength. Even a grand master pales in comparison. In truth, Xiao Qian had initially employed secret techniques to subdue Shui Wanping swiftly, yet he found himself outmatched. Shui Wanping's close-quarters combat was equally ferocious. Moments later, having endured countless blows from Shui Wanping, Xiao Qian's garments lay in tatters, his exposed skin bruised and battered. Now, divulge all you know about the Heavenly Lotus sect, and I may grant you a swift end. Shui Wanping laughed heartily, blood spilling from his mouth. Come closer, and I shall tell you. Xiao Qian sneered, beckoning Shui Wanping with a crooked finger. Silence. With a flick of his finger, Shui Wanping released a dart that soared straight for Xiao Qian's brow. At this point, Xiao Qian was at his limit, incapable of evading. With a thunderous explosion, the dart pierced through, instantly obliterating Xiao Qian's head, blood spraying forth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating the villain Xiao Qian. Reward, 100 reputation points. 100 points? The bounty for a master-level villain was astonishingly tenfold that of a first-rate expert. However, this was not the time for astonishment. Dawn was approaching, and he needed to act swiftly to clear the scene. Shui Wanping had never anticipated unearthing any secrets of the Heavenly Lotus sect from Xiao Qian's lips. To avoid prolonged complications, he decided to end the man's life without further ado. Bending down, Shui Wanping began to rummage through Qiao Qian's body. Upon uncovering Qiao Qian's right hand, he discovered it clenched tightly around a dark green orb. This is the lotus pearl. Once crushed, the mist within would adhere to individuals, enabling tracking through the heavenly lotus sect's secret techniques. Shui Wanping felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had dispatched the man swiftly. Aside from the lotus pearl, the protective talisman he had dropped the previous night, and a few silver notes, Qiao Qian possessed little else. The battle had unfolded swiftly, leaving scarcely any trace of its occurrence save for a few depressions in the ground. After employing the 6 gates methods to cleanse the area, Shui Wanping glanced at Qiao Qian's corpse and the protective talisman in his hand. A cunning idea took root in his mind. An hour later, outside the Yinjing prefectural office, the resounding beat of drums echoed. The thief has been captured. A loud shout shattered the night's tranquility. With Shui Wanping's declaration, moments later, the crimson doors of the office creaked open. The official who opened the door bore an expression of annoyance. Who wouldn't be irked by such a rude interruption of their dreams? Upon seeing Shui Wanping, he jolted awake. My lord, it is you. Shui Wanping stood there, holding a gleaming golden badge, with a headless corpse, bruised and naked, sprawled beneath him. The visual impact of the scene was overwhelming. The official nearly retched at the sight. My lord, this corpse, he stammered, pointing at the body, his eyes wide with dread. This is the corpse of a heavenly lotus sect thief. Report this immediately. Yes, yes, my lord. This headless body was none other than Qiao Qian. As the saying goes, one should make full use of their resources, and a master-level corpse would be a waste to discard. As for why Shui Wanping chose the Yinjing prefectural office, it was partly due to the fear of recognition from the 6 gates, and partly because the prefect, Zhong Yue, was a pompous fool, ensuring he would not scrutinize too closely. Although Shui Wanping's plan was nearly flawless, caution remained paramount. Should he be discovered, being accused of murdering a court official would be intolerable. A quarter of an hour later, Zhong Yue, disheveled and in a hurry, emerged from the office. It was well known that the thief was a master of the Heavenly Lotus sect, a designated target for the emperor's capture. How could Zhong Yue not be anxious? Even though he had not apprehended the criminal himself, the least he could do was report the find and expect a share of the glory. I have seen the esteemed Lord Qianhu. Upon encountering Shui Wanping, Zhong Yue hastily bowed, his face alight with eagerness. However, Shui Wanping maintained a stern demeanor, harboring a poor impression of Zhong Yue due to the previous incident involving the Liu family. This scoundrel exhibited suspicious behavior. I followed him secretly and engaged in a fierce battle, exhausting myself to reach this point. Here is his identity badge. You may report it. Shui Wanping cleared his throat, striving to appear weak. Yes, yes, my lord. But what about the thief's head? Alas, it was accidentally obliterated by my palm. If you wish to piece it back together, you may search for it at the outskirts of the city. With that, Shui Wanping disregarded Zhong Yue, turning to limp back towards the 6 gates. Chapter 58. The Flowerboat Night Banquet, the Prince's Thoughts. To Shui Wanping's astonishment, not a soul seemed to inquire about the significant incident of Qiao Qian's disappearance over the course of 5 entire days. However, this can be considered rather normal. The personnel of the 6 gates typically execute their missions under a veil of secrecy, leading everyone to believe that Qiao Qian has embarked on some significant assignment. As for Zhong Yue, due to the procedural requirements of reporting the case, the so-called trial of the Tainan sect's guardian has yet to reach a conclusion. Shui Wanping remains quite composed, confident that Zhong Yue will not disappoint and will firmly hold onto the credit for himself. Naturally, in recent days, Shui Wanping has refrained from wandering about, as rumors circulate that he sustained injuries while battling villains. During this time, Wen Qing'er has treated Shui Wanping with an air of indifference, but upon hearing of his injuries, she took the initiative to care for him at his residence. Seizing this opportunity, Shui Wanping also revived Lao He, and with Lao He's assistance, Wen Qing'er's temper has considerably abated. This has effectively resolved a significant issue for Shui Wanping, as matters of romance are far more challenging for him than unraveling a case. Consequently, he is relieved from the need for flattery, which is quite pleasing. During this period, Yi Ling also dispatched Duan Ruifeng to seek out Shui Wanping once, but he managed to decline the visit on account of his injuries. Over these 5 days, Shui Wanping has enjoyed moments of rest, indulging in sleep and the beauty of flowers. Li Lake is situated in the southwestern corner of Yinjing City. The waters of Li Lake are crystal clear and expansive. During the day, it presents a serene and picturesque landscape, with countless wild ducks and geese floating upon its surface, reflecting the blue sky in a breathtaking tableau. As night falls, the lake transforms into a lively spectacle, adorned with numerous flower boats where dignitaries often gather to drink, admire the moon, and watch enchanting dancers. At this moment, on the largest flower boat upon the lake, Shui Wanping leans against the window, taking in the stunning scenery. How is it, Shuiqindu? What do you think of the exotic dance of this Hu ethnic woman? Yang Hongli approached Shui Wanping, holding a wine cup and inquiring with a smile. In response, Shui Wanping turned his head, gently raised his cup, and said, I have long heard that the dance of the Hu people is as graceful as the fragrant reeds and as fluid as a swimming dragon. Having witnessed it today, it is indeed extraordinary. I thank His Highness for the gracious hospitality. Yang Hongli nodded slightly and gestured for Shui Wanping to sit down. If you enjoy them, I shall bestow all these Hu songstresses upon you. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping nearly choked on his drink, pondering that if he brought them back, Wen Qing'er would surely have him killed. Your Highness's kindness is greatly appreciated. Yang Hongli chuckled lightly and then waved his hand. All right, all of you may withdraw. Moments later, only Shui Wanping and Yang Hongli remained on the vast flower boat. Wanping, do you know why I sought you out? Your subordinate is unaware. I beseech your Highness to enlighten me. This was Shui Wanping's first encounter with Yang Hongli, and he could hardly fathom the thoughts swirling in the mind of this third prince. I am fully aware of your dealings with my royal brother. Though the Six Gates is my domain, I still wish to hear it from your own lips. Are you willing to serve me as your lord? The atmosphere shifted subtly with Yang Hongli's words. In recent days, Shui Wanping's reputation in Yinjing City has soared. He has cracked major cases and is set to marry a princess. It is evident to all that Shui Wanping's rise is inevitable, and the Six Gates is likely not his final destination. With the crown prince as his adversary, Yang Hongli perceives this as the opportune moment to win Shui Wanping over. Hence the lavish banquet on the flower boat. Shui Wanping chuckled softly. Your Highness, why speak such words? You are of royal lineage, and I am but a royal son-in-law. We are one family, so how can we discuss who serves whom? Upon hearing this, a hint of stiffness appeared in Yang Hongli's smile. Enough of this royal son-in-law talk. Your engagement to the princess has been rescinded by our father. Shui Wanping feigned shock, yet inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, is this true? Does the emperor's word not hold weight? This morning, in the imperial study, the princess knelt to plead with our father to annul the engagement. The decree should be issued by tomorrow morning. And what is the reason for this? I cannot say for certain, but it seems our father has arranged a new marriage for the princess to a man named Sun Boyu. Sun Boyu? Shui Wanping couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. He was the incompetent top scholar from the cheating scandal. This Sun Boyu is indeed a ruthless individual, unable to enter the officialdom through conventional means. He resorts to becoming a royal son-in-law as an alternative. Yet, it appears that soon, this incompetent scholar will also earn the title of a cuckolded son-in-law. Now, it is time for you to express your stance. Yang Hongli commenced a new round of persuasion. Shui Wanping slightly cupped his hands, his demeanor serious, and spoke earnestly. Your Highness's goodwill is acknowledged, yet while my official rank is humble, the pledge of allegiance is beyond my capacity. If your Highness regards me as a friend, I stand ready to assist you in times of need, but if you compel me to submit, that I cannot comply. With Shui Wanping's independent character, compelling him to yield would be more challenging than taking his life. Yang Hongli's expression turned placid, as though he had anticipated Shui Wanping's response. If you were like those spineless individuals, I would hold you in contempt. Since you are not, I can wait, for I believe you will change your mind. With that, Yang Hongli lifted his wine cup and swirled it lightly. Shui Wanping, observing this, also raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp. Come, let us first drink. As the cups clinked and flowed, the two of them consumed 3 large cups together. Shui Wanping held his liquor well, but Yang Hongli appeared to be becoming noticeably inebriated. Yang Hongli threw an arm around Shui Wanping's shoulder and said, let me tell you, I don't necessarily desire the throne. What good is being emperor? I simply cannot stand that Yang Hongji. He is utterly insufferable. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping was taken aback. The third prince's language had suddenly turned coarse. Your Highness, are you not afraid of years in the walls? I fear nothing. This is my territory, and I challenge anyone who dares to gossip behind my back. Yang Hongji is pretentious, and I can't stand it. With that, Yang Hongli poured himself another drink and downed it. Refreshing. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such freedom in drinking. Moments later, Yang Hongli collapsed onto the ground like a heap of mud, snoring loudly. Shui Wanping observed the prostrate Yang Hongli, shaking his head slightly, deep in thought. His refusal to submit had not incited anger in this renowned third prince, who still managed to enjoy his drink. This prince was indeed an enigma to him. Nevertheless, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Should this man seek his assistance, he would certainly lend a hand if it were convenient. Shui Wanping rose, summoned Yang Hongli's attendants, and then departed. He still found the fragrance of the flower boat rather unsettling. As he strolled back to the 6 gates, Shui Wanping felt a twinge of melancholy. He had always hoped to ascend through marriage, yet now, despite not becoming a royal son-in-law, he felt a sense of relief. Was it truly just because he did not fancy the princess? Or perhaps it was due to Wenqing. Chapter 59, The Emperor's Favor, a Steed Hard to Tame. The following morning, within the main hall of the 6 gates, I, Shui Wanping, pay my respects to the chief inspector. Shui Wanping bowed to Li Huayan, who occupied the main seat, clasping his fists in salute. Early in the morning, a eunuch bearing the imperial edict arrived at the 6 gates without prior notice, prompting Li Huayan to urgently summon Shui Wanping to this place. Rise quickly. This is Lord Wang, here to announce the emperor's decree. Greetings, Lord Wang. Shui Wanping responded with utmost courtesy. The elderly eunuch Wang Sandi appraised Shui Wanping with a discerning gaze before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. In the esteemed Hall of the Six Doors, Shui Wanping knelt upon one knee, receiving the imperial decree with solemnity. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Shui Wanping possesses a nature of utmost integrity and is deemed a worthy match. However, it is regrettable that Princess Wanwan's heart belongs to another. The Empress Dowager, having heard of this, has graciously directed that the union with the one she loves shall proceed, and thus, your engagement is hereby annulled. I trust you shall comprehend this decree. Thus it is ordained. Shui Qianhu, accept the decree. Shui Wanping took the scroll with both hands, his countenance betraying neither sorrow nor joy. Li Huayan rose and approached, offering a comforting pat on Shui Wanping's shoulder. Wanping, now that the matter of the betrothal has been resolved, do not dwell upon it. To cling to such trivialities is the folly of the simple-minded. Rest assured, esteemed captain, my capabilities are modest, and I am unworthy of the princess. At that moment, Wang Sanding interjected, Shui Qianhu, the emperor has tasked me with another matter in addition to reading the edict. Pray, do speak, your excellency. Wang Sanding regarded Shui Wanping with admiration. Had this been any ordinary man facing such news, discontent would have been evident, yet Shui Wanping remained undisturbed. You have performed commendably. Your valor in vanquishing the protector of the Tianlian sect has reached the emperor's ears, who is most pleased. Therefore, I have come bearing a royal reward for you. Reward? Shui Wanping expressed surprise, for he was already aware of the substantial bounty of 100,000 taels set by the Dali Temple. The emperor's additional reward was unexpected, likely a form of compensation for the annulment of his engagement. The emperor's words carry immense weight, and it is customary to offer recompense for such reversals, lest the subordinate feel disheartened by the capriciousness of their superiors. Yet, Shui Wanping was no ordinary official. No one desired the dissolution of the engagement more than he did. Were it not for your decisive action against the Tianlian sect, many esteemed officials might have met with calamity, and chaos would ensue in the court. Your merits are indeed considerable. A faint smile crept upon Shui Wanping's lips. May I inquire what rewards the emperor has in store? Bring forth the offerings. Wang Sanding commanded, and two guards approached, each bearing a tray. One tray was laden with an abundance of gold ingots, while the other held a jade porcelain vial and a golden silk robe. Wang Sanding gestured towards the tray of gold. This amounts to 3,000 taels of gold. He then indicated the second tray. This is a 1,000-year heart preservation pill, also known as the everlasting pill, a premier elixir crafted by the Imperial Hospital. Under the mastery of a Grand Master, no matter the severity of one's injuries, as long as life remains, consuming this will extend one's life by 7 days. Such a treasure, Shui Wanping mused. Though he possessed similar elixirs in his own treasury, acquiring them required nearly 20 points of prestige. This heart preservation pill would fetch at least 10,000 taels in the black market, and even then, it is a rarity. Wang Sanding continued, lifting the golden silk robe. This robe has a remarkable lineage. Are you familiar with the renowned General Li Yuanguang, the flying general of Longqing? Indeed, this robe was once the personal armor of General Li, crafted from celestial silkworm silk and tempered with cold mountain fire for a full 49 days. Worn upon the body, it is impervious to ordinary blades and enhances one's qi, nurturing the flesh. This too cannot be purchased for merely 10,000 taels. A smile illuminated Shui Wanping's face as he accepted the robe, his fingers caressing the fabric with evident affection. This was not an act. He had not anticipated such generous compensation from the emperor, who had indeed bestowed upon him remarkable gifts, one a life-saving elixir, the other a protective treasure. Who would not be enamored? Wang Sanding observed Shui Wanping's delight and nodded in satisfaction. He could return with the report that the purpose of the rewards had been fulfilled, adequately compensating for the emotional turmoil wrought by the engagement's dissolution. Very well, the emperor's decree has been delivered. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, your excellency. Both Li Huayan and Shui Wanping replied in unison. Once Wang Sanding departed, Shui Wanping's expression reverted to its usual composure. He had plans for these rewards. Naturally, he would distribute the gold among his subordinates, for he had little use for it himself. The elixir and the golden robe, however, were intended for Wenqinger. As a Grand Master, he was capable of protecting himself with his own qi, rendering the soft armor less essential. With the golden silk robe to shield Wenqinger, he felt reassured. Shui Wanping would not skimp on gifts for his beloved, especially considering he might frequently be called away on duty. And he could not guarantee that incidents akin to that involving Yang Wenwan would not recur. Let us put these away. Li Huayan's voice interrupted Shui Wanping's thoughts. There is something I must mention, though I hesitate to do so. Please, speak freely, my lord. Should you succeed in becoming the prince consort, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. However, now that your engagement has been annulled by the emperor, you must be wary of those who may take notice. My lord refers to whom? Shui Wanping feigned innocence. Li Huayan shook his head, a hint of exasperation evident. He sensed that Shui Wanping was acutely aware of the underlying currents, but lacked concrete proof to substantiate his concerns, so he continued. First, the Tianlian sect. You have slain their protector. Had you been of royal blood, they might have hesitated, but now, they may seek vengeance. Shui Wamping nodded slightly. Though he had vanquished Xiao Qian, the latter's affiliation with the Tianlian sect was undeniable, and he had long since established enmity with them. Secondly, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Some eyes are ever watchful in the shadows. Your camaraderie with the third prince has likely ruffled the Crown Prince's feathers. What do you mean by camaraderie with the third prince? I do not comprehend. Surely you do not believe that your nocturnal revelries with the third prince have gone unnoticed? At your age, it is inevitable that you will ascend to the ranks of the court, while you may presently hold a modest position. The Crown Prince is known for his vindictiveness. Be cautious, lest he seek to eliminate you before you can flourish. Shui Wamping nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Li Huayan's words. You speak truthfully, my lord, yet I walk a righteous path. What grounds would the Crown Prince have to act against me? Should the Crown Prince desire to create trouble, he would find a pretext, for he is the Crown Prince, the heir apparent. If they seek trouble, let them do so. Should they dare to act against me openly, I shall ensure they regret it. Seeing Shui Wamping dismiss his warnings with such bravado, Li Huayan's expression shifted to one of concern. After all, the Crown Prince was a formidable figure, second only to the Emperor, a force capable of stirring the very winds of fate, while others might tremble at such thoughts, seeking counsel to navigate the treacherous waters. All Li Huayan needed to do was persuade him to pledge loyalty to the third prince. Enough, you may retire for now, Li Huayan gestured dismissively, and Shui Wamping turned to depart. As he watched Shui Wamping's retreating figure, Li Huayan murmured to himself, truly a spirited steed. Can the third prince truly tame such a wild spirit? Chapter 60, A Vacancy in the Council, the Prince Consort's Invitation. Not long after Shui Wamping's departure, a figure emerged from behind the screen in the main hall of the Six Doors. Ko Hanlon's brow was furrowed as he approached Li Huayan. My lord. Li Huayan snapped back to attention, shaking his head slightly. I have overheard everything. It is rare for the third prince to place such importance on this individual. I had hoped to assist the third prince, yet I never anticipated this mere Qianhu to be so impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Li Huayan gazed in the direction Shui Wamping had taken, deep in thought. In truth, my lord, as long as one is neither an undercover agent of the Heavenly Lotus sect nor a person of royal lineage, I believe their stance does not significantly affect the larger picture. There is no need to compel them to choose sides. You are correct. This individual has thoroughly offended the Heavenly Lotus sect, and today the Crown Prince has publicly undermined his position as a prince consort. Thus a rift has certainly been established. With your guidance, if this young man does not ally with us, I too fail to comprehend. Ko Hanlon shook his head slightly, saying, let it be. We shall leave it to fate. As an advisor to the third prince, Ko Hanlon naturally felt compelled to alleviate his concerns. He had anticipated that with just a slight nudge, Shui Wamping would recognize the situation and willingly pledge allegiance to the third prince. However, judging by Shui Wamping's demeanor, one could generously describe him as proud and unyielding, yet a less flattering interpretation would suggest he lacks the understanding of compromise and adaptability, coupled with his vengeful disposition. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he would have long since met with misfortune. By the way, my lord, Xiao Qian has been missing for 6 days. Li Huayan interrupted Ko Hanlon's thoughts. 6 days? Could it be that he has fled? It is uncertain for the moment. My subordinates are currently searching for him. I suspect he has received wind of my investigation into him. Otherwise, it is too coincidental that the protector of the Heavenly Lotus sect was captured just as he vanished. There must be a connection between the two events, and it is difficult not to draw parallels. Since the inexplicable fire at the Six Doors last time, Li Huayan had grown suspicious of Xiao Qian. It was no wonder. Without a substitute, Xiao Qian's actions could no longer be as seamless as before, and some clues were beginning to surface. Enough, there is no need to pursue this matter further. Given Xiao Qian's capabilities, if he wishes to escape, none of your subordinates will be able to find him besides yourself. Then I shall pursue him personally. No need. The court is in turmoil at present. You should remain in Yinjing. Moreover, should it be confirmed that Xiao Qian is indeed affiliated with the Heavenly Lotus sect, it would not bode well for our Six Doors. Let this matter rest. Understood, my lord. Li Huayan nodded slightly. And what about the vacant position of the deputy official? Upon hearing this, Ko Hanlon propped his chin in thought for a moment and replied, let it remain unfilled for now. I must consult with the third prince. Having witnessed the precedent set by Xiao Qian, I dare not make any hasty decisions. Huayan, over these years, the Crown Prince's influence has steadily grown. Even several generals along the borders have been impeached under his suggestion, and coupled with the constant expansion of the Jinyui, our position has become somewhat precarious. In terms of cunning, the third prince is indeed far inferior to the Crown Prince. Li Huayan regarded Ko Hanlon before him, struggling to reconcile him with the legendary sage of literature. In his early days of service, Ko Hanlon was brimming with vigor, tirelessly working day and night to assist the third prince in ascending to power. Now, however, his temples bore the marks of age, and his physique had waned from its former glory. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Since the third prince has taken an interest in Shui Wamping, if we cannot win him over, we must avoid hostility and let fate take its course. With that, Ko Hanlon rose and gradually disappeared behind the screen. Within the Thousand House. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. What, my lord? You should be calling him Prince Consort now. As Shui Wanping returned to his Thousand House, Lu Wu and Duan Ruifeng immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Their superior had unexpectedly become a Prince Consort, and they too could hope to rise in status. What Prince Consort? Nonsense. With that, Shui Wanping casually tossed the imperial edict aside. The two were instantly taken aback. They had thought to flatter him, hoping their superior would take them to the Shi Hualu for revelry, but now it seemed they had overstepped. Seeing their awkward expressions, Shui Wanping flung the bag filled with gold ingots towards them. Though the title of Prince Consort has eluded me, the reward for capturing the Heavenly Lotus Sect's scoundrels remains. You all have worked hard patrolling lately. Take this and share it amongst yourselves. Upon seeing the bundle of gold ingots, the two immediately beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing their gratitude before hurriedly taking their leave. After their departure, Shui Wanping first visited Wen Qing'er, gifting her both the elixir and the golden silk armor. Upon learning of Shui Wanping's broken engagement, Wen Qing'er's face brightened once more. After lingering for half an hour, Shui Wanping rose to leave. He knew that Yiling had been waiting for several days. Now that things had settled, it was time to meet her. Shui Wanping strode purposefully towards the yamen. Along the way, many constables regarded him with subtle expressions. Lu Wu's big mouth had not failed him. The news of Shui Wanping's engagement being annulled had spread throughout the 6 doors in less than an hour. Those who had previously shown him great enthusiasm now seemed reluctant to greet him. In just a year since joining the 6 doors, Shui Wanping had risen to the rank of Thousand House, traversing a path that would take others decades to complete, evoking envy and jealousy. The announcement of him being summoned as Prince Consort had only intensified the jealousy. Upon learning of his broken engagement, these opportunists quickly distanced themselves from him. Shui Qinhu, wait a moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Shui Wanping, blocking his path. Shui Wanping glanced up, noting that this man was merely a common 100-house officer, nearing 50, and a seasoned veteran within the 6 doors. He could hardly recall the man's name. Who are you, and why do you block my way? Shui Wanping regarded the man coldly. The officer smiled and replied, I am Wang Yuan, acting on behalf of another, wishing to invite Shui Qianhu to gather this evening. I am not available. Shui Wanping responded curtly, attempting to walk past. However, Wang Yuan stepped forward to obstruct him again. Do you know who is extending the invitation? Speak plainly. Shui Wanping said, growing impatient. Wang Yuan clasped his hands and pronounced each word deliberately. It is the current Prince Consort. Prince Consort? You mean Sun Boyu? What business does he have with me? Qianhu, do you presume to address the Prince Consort by name so casually? Do you not realize this is a grave disrespect? Shui Wanping merely uttered Sun Boyu's name. Yet Wang Yuan could no longer contain his anger. His face flushed, showing no regard for Shui Wanping's status as merely a 100-house officer. Surrounding onlookers began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Sun Boy, still a commoner until he marries the princess. How can I not call him by his full name? Now, tell me, as a court official, how is it disrespectful for me to address a commoner by their full name? Shui Wanping's retort left Wang Yuan's face crimson with embarrassment. In any case, the Prince Consort has commanded, will you attend or not? Wang Yuan maintained his condescending tone. Get lost, before I lose my temper. Were it not for being within the 6 doors, I would have long since lost my patience. If you refuse to go, it would be a slight to the Prince Consort, and your future days may become quite difficult. At these words, Shui Wanping halted, casting a cold gaze upon Wang Yuan. Are you threatening me? How does it matter? Do you know I am the uncle of the Prince Consort? If you apologize for today's incident, I shall let it go. Apologize? Shui Wanping glared fiercely, the aura of a grand master suddenly emanating from him, enveloping Wang Yuan entirely. A chilling murderous intent seeped from Shui Wanping's eyes. In that moment, Wang Yuan, locked in the grip of this murderous aura, quaked. Having never encountered such a formidable opponent, his legs buckled, and he collapsed before Shui Wanping. Worthless. Looking down at the crumpled Wang Yuan, Shui Wanping sneered disdainfully, turning on his heel and striding away. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing Shui Wanping's formidable presence, quickly withdrew, clearing a path. As Shui Wanping's energy dissipated, Wang Yuan gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Wang Yuan is practically courting death. Although Shui Wanping is no longer a prince consort, he is still a master. Indeed, Wang Yuan has kicked a formidable obstacle this time, huh? One wonders if the prince consort will seek vengeance. Keep your voices down. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. The crowd exchanged banter, leaving Wang Yuan utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Lu Wu arrived late, having missed the earlier drama, and felt a twinge of regret. She hurriedly stepped forward to assist Wang Yuan. Oh, is that not Wang Baihu? Upon seeing Lu Wu, Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She was a subordinate of Shui Wanping. Lu Wu, no Lu Baihu. Come, let us sit together. Without waiting for Wang Yuan's consent, Lu Wu unceremoniously dragged him away. Wang Yuan contemplated resisting. But given that Lu Wu had recently been trained by Shui Wanping using elixirs, she was now a first-rate expert. Could he truly oppose her? Wang Yuan's eyes darted around, seeking assistance from those nearby, but none responded. Lu Wu, of course, intended to take good care of Wang Yuan. Shui Wanping soon arrived at the Yunlai Inn. As for Wang Yuan, Shui Wanping swiftly cast him from his mind. A mere minor character was hardly worthy of his concern. As for Sun Boyu's intentions, Shui Wanping had already surmised much. It was merely a display of dominance. Little did he know that the prince consort was someone Shui Wanping had cast aside, now falling into his hands. Greetings, young Master Shui. Upon encountering Shui Wanping, Yiling hurriedly bowed. Is Miss Yi comfortable in your residence? Yiling nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Throughout history, tales of heroes rescuing damsels in distress abound, and women often harbor a romantic notion of heroism. Yiling was no exception. The scene of Shui Wanping catching her remained vividly etched in her mind. Please, young Master Shui, take a seat. With that, Yiling rose to pour tea for him. Miss Yi, I wish to inquire about something. Please, young master, go ahead. Yiling replied as she prepared the tea. Once Shui Wanping confirmed that they were alone, he continued, Miss Yi, you are a rare gem from the Xia Dynasty, are you not? At his words, Yiling's hands trembled, and the teapot she had just filled with hot water crashed to the ground. Observing her reaction, Shui Wanping affirmed his suspicions. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious. After a moment's hesitation, Yiling slowly replied, Indeed, I am a descendant of the Xia Empress. Although she was unaware of how Shui Wanping had discerned this, she realized that if he wished her harm, he would have acted long ago, not waiting until now. So, Xin Changfeng is pursuing you because he knows your identity? Not at all. I have no acquaintance with Xin Changfeng. Oh, Shui Wanping looked at Yiling, puzzled. This is a long story. Although my Zhu Ming sect is insignificant, it is still a prominent sect, and my father is a master-level expert. Just half a month ago, a band of thieves launched a surprise attack on my Zhu Ming sect, my father, mother, and younger brother. As she spoke, Yiling's voice quivered, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Shui Wanping produced a handkerchief and offered it to her. Take your time, there is no rush. After wiping her tears, Yiling continued, by sheer luck, Fu Bo and I escaped, but on the way, we encountered Xin Changfeng. It was I who insisted on dining at Fusho Tower, inadvertently revealing my identity, which drew his attention. To save me, Fu Bo. As she spoke, Yiling could no longer hold back her tears. Enough. Do not cry. If it was not Xin Changfeng who killed your family, then who was it? Yiling paused momentarily, then looked at Shui Wanping with a serious expression, articulating each word. It was the Eastern Factory. What? Upon hearing this, Shui Wanping stood up. If it was indeed the Eastern Factory, matters had become quite complicated. The Eastern Factory is a direct institution of the Emperor. If they were involved, it could only mean one thing. Yang Xianlong had learned of the Yi family's identity. At that moment, Shui Wanping felt a wave of relief. He was fortunate to have hidden Yiling here. Had she wandered about in Yinjing, she would have surely attracted deadly peril. Young Master Shui? Young Master Shui? Yiling called softly. Do you have any relatives still alive? Or what plans do you have for the future? As he spoke, Shui Wanping produced some banknotes and placed them on the table. If you intend to seek your relatives, these banknotes should serve as your travel expenses. Yiling pushed the banknotes back, shaking her head slightly. I have no family left in this world, and there is no need to seek anyone. Please take back these banknotes. Money is of no use to me. Shui Wanping remained silent, merely observing Yiling. He could see that she had something more to express. Sipping his tea quietly, he waited for her to speak. After a moment, it seemed Yiling had made a decision. She suddenly knelt before Shui Wanping. Young Master Shui, I have a request, and I hope you will grant it. Speak freely. Shui Wanping raised his hand, a wave of energy emanating from his palm, lifting Yiling effortlessly. Young Master, you are an official of great power. Is there a way for me to enter the palace? As she spoke, Yiling produced a token from her waist and presented it with both hands. This is my family's ancestral token, forged from 1,000-year-old cold iron, an exceptional material for crafting. It is worth something. Please accept it. And I only ask that you help me enter the palace. Shui Wanping did not take it. He understood her intentions. You seek to assassinate the Eastern Factory's governor. Li Huayuan, do you not? Yiling did not deny it, continuing to extend the token. He is a grandmaster. You cannot kill him. With that, Shui Wanping rose and began to walk outside. He had learned all he needed to know, and remaining any longer would serve no purpose. As Shui Wanping turned to leave, Yiling grew anxious. Young master, please wait. With a gentle call, Shui Wanping turned back to look at her. To his astonishment, Yiling suddenly loosened the silk ribbon at her waist, allowing her pink robe to slip down in an instant. Her fair skin and curvaceous form were laid bare before Shui Wanping. Young master, I still possess this body. If you do not disdain it, take it. I ask but one thing. Please help me enter the palace. Witnessing Yiling's unclad form, even Shui Wanping, seasoned by the trials of life, could not help but be momentarily stunned. You. Before he could utter a word, Yiling lunged forward, sealing his lips with her delicate mouth. Chapter 62. Lao He breaks through, the contest among officials. As Shui Wanping felt the soft warmth of her lips, his hands instinctively encircled her slender waist. No. A moment of clarity surged through Shui Wanping's mind, and he swiftly overcame desire with reason. With a couple of swift motions, he lightly tapped Yiling's acupoints. Then, he rose and retrieved her garments from the ground, gently draping them over her shoulders. Shui Wanping did not acquiesce to Yiling's proposition of offering her body in exchange. He had no desire to coerce anyone into such actions. What he sought was a genuine willingness. He pocketed the summer royal token. Casting a glance at the immobilized Yiling, consider this a loan from me. You need not enter the palace. I will investigate the matters concerning the Yi family thoroughly. Furthermore, given your unique identity, do not wander about carelessly. Wang Zhonggui is in my employ, so you may remain here in peace and await news. With that, Shui Wanping pushed the door open and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Yiling felt her cheeks flush slightly, but made no attempt to call him back. After giving a few instructions to Wang Quanan, Shui Wanping departed from the inn and returned to the 1,000 household office. He took out the Summer Emperor's order and meticulously compared it with the key. Both the crafting technique and the materials used for the key were evidently of the same origin as the Summer Emperor's order. Although the connection between the Summer Emperor's order and the Great Xia treasure remained unclear, Shui Wanping decided to keep it safe for now, despite it belonging to Yiling. Its discovery could not only bring trouble to her, but could also implicate himself and the Wang family. Knock, knock, knock. Is the Lord in? A voice suddenly resonated from outside. Enter. Upon stepping through the door, Lu Wu broke into a grin. My lord, Wang Yuan is truly a coward. You have no idea. Just as you left, I found a perfect opportunity to give him a thorough thrashing. He was on his knees, begging for mercy. Shui Wanping chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter as trivial. Did such small affairs require reporting? Of course not, my lord. This is about Old Hay. What has happened to Old Hay? Yesterday, a thorn wolf king died in the beast garden, and I acquired its corpse. However, after Old Hay devoured it, he suddenly became immobile and has been lying there for a day. I am at a loss as to what has transpired. I came to report to you. Take me to see him. With that, Shui Wanping rose and, under Lu Wu's guidance, proceeded to his subordinate's courtyard. In the yard, Old Hay lay still, breathing steadily as if in deep meditation. Shui Wanping did not disturb him recklessly. Instead, he approached gently, channeling a stream of true qi through his fingers, which gradually entered Old Hay's body via his nostrils. This is a breakthrough. At that moment, Old Hay was undergoing tremendous changes within, as true qi began to solidify continuously. Old Hay was on the verge of breaking through to the master realm. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Wu instantly lost his composure. Even this dog was advancing faster than him. Was there no justice in the world? My lord, look at Old Hay. He is about to reach the master realm. And you rest assured, I shall strive to catch up to Brother Hay and aim to enter the master realm soon. Shui Wanping sighed internally. Confidence was commendable. Yet Lu Wu's physical development was complete. Without rare celestial treasures for refinement, he had likely reached his limits at the first tier. However, he did not want to dampen Lu Wu's enthusiasm, so he patted Lu Wu on the shoulder. Very well, work hard. For the time being, refrain from wandering about and keep a close watch on Old Hay. We cannot allow anyone to interrupt his breakthrough. Understood. Old Hay's impending breakthrough was undoubtedly good news for Shui Wanping, as he lacked subordinates in the master realm. Old Hay's advancement would allow him to delegate certain tasks he could not undertake himself. Being a demon beast, Old Hay would be unmatched against any adversaries of the same realm. As Shui Wanping left Lu Wu's residence, dusk had settled in. With no other matters at hand, he returned to the 1,000 household office to rest. In the following days, Shui Wanping received no tasks and found himself idle. He took this time to relax fully. The disappearance of Qiao Qian had begun to gain traction, with various rumors swirling about his fate. Some claimed he had been assassinated by the Tianlian sect, while others suggested he had encountered misfortune during a mission. There were even whispers that Qiao Qian himself was a killer from the Tianlian sect. Ultimately, the court remained undecided, and under the manipulation of Ko Hanlin, the matter was left unresolved. However, the position of the Qianshi could not remain vacant indefinitely. Qianshi positions were typically hereditary. If a Qianshi perished without heirs, the appointment would fall directly to the higher authorities. Qiao Qian, being an undercover agent within the Great Shang's 6 gates, had no possibility of descendants, as family would only be a burden for someone of his standing. Surprisingly, contrary to all expectations, the court did not appoint anyone directly. Instead, they decided to conduct an examination to select a new Qianshi. The specifics of the examination were not disclosed. This decision came after several days of deliberation between Yang Hongli and Ko Hanlin. It was unclear who leaked this news, but it spread like wildfire throughout the 6 gates. It was the first time such an examination had been held for the selection of a Qianshi, setting a precedent. Upon hearing this news, not only were several thousand households excited, but even some 100 households were eager to participate. After all, this was a rare opportunity, open to all officials above the rank of 100 house. It was a chance to make a remarkable impression. The position of left Qianshi in the 6 gates was a second-tier official rank. Who wouldn't envy it? At this time, there were 10,000 households, including Shui Wanping, and 500 households within the 6 gates. The Qianshi position would be selected from these 59 individuals. On one particular morning, Shui Wanping was reviewing official documents in the Thousand Household office as usual when a messenger hurried in. Shui Qianshi, the chief hunter has summoned you. Finally, the moment had arrived. Ever since he learned about the examination for the Qianshi position, Shui Wanping had been on standby. Upon arriving at the main hall of the Six Gates, he found Ko Hanlin, the Grand Tutor, seated at the main position, with Chief Hunter Li Huayan to his left and right Qianshi Zhao Nanqiu standing beside them. After Shui Wanping's arrival, several others, all serving as 100 households, came in one after another. Li Huayan surveyed the assembly and nodded slightly before addressing Ko Hanlin. My lord, everyone has arrived. Cough, cough. Ko Hanlin adjusted his official hat and cleared his throat. The assembly then turned their attention to him. I presume you have all heard about Xiao Qianshi's disappearance, which remains a mystery. However, the Six Gates must not fall into disarray, and the Qianshi position cannot remain unfilled. After discussions with the third prince, I have proposed to the Ministry of Personnel to conduct examinations to determine the new Qianshi. As soon as Ko Hanlin made this announcement, the hall erupted with excitement. Some had thought the examination was merely a rumor, and hearing it directly from Ko Hanlin invigorated those 100 households who had held doubts. Silence, Li Huayan commanded, and the crowd quieted. I will now announce the examination rules. With that, Ko Hanlin opened the document before him. This examination will be overseen by myself as the chief examiner, with Chief Hunter Li serving as the deputy examiner. The examination will take place tomorrow, and all 1,000 households and 100 households within the Six Gates may participate. The examination will be divided into 3 sections. The specifics of these sections will be disclosed tomorrow. You may return to prepare. Those who arrive late will forfeit their eligibility. As Ko Hanlin finished speaking, a notification echoed in Shui Wanping's mind. Ding. Mission triggered. Compete for Qianshi. The Qianshi position hangs in the balance. You must secure your success in this examination. Mission requirements. Successfully pass the examination and be appointed to the Qianshi position. Mission reward. 1,000 points of prestige. Chapter 63. The examination begins. Everyone showcases their skills. On the morning of the examination, the martial arts arena of the Six Gates was bustling with activity. Aside from the 59 candidates for selection, many hunters and constables without tasks had also gathered there. Most were there for the spectacle, while a small fraction were gamblers, secretly placing bets on who would seize the Qianshi position. Shui Wanping's mastery was well known among the Six Gates, making him the favorite for the competition. In the center of the arena stood a massive circular platform, with a temporary square stage erected behind it, measuring approximately 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. Upon the platform, Ko Hanlin and Li Huayan were positioned to the left and right, respectively, with an empty chair between them. This chair, adorned with intricate golden dragon carvings, clearly indicated that the individual intended to occupy it held an exceptionally noble status. As the participants for the selection gathered, Ko Hanlin lingered in silence, delaying the announcement of the examination details. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Why hasn't it started yet? Look, there's still a seat between Lord Ko and Captain Li. Are they awaiting some distinguished guest? A distinguished guest? Could it be the Emperor himself? Ko Hanlin glanced at the sun overhead, now well past noon, and noted the absence of the third prince. Just the previous night, Yang Hongli had unexpectedly decided to personally observe the assessment, disrupting Ko Hanlin's plans and altering the examination's proceedings. Half an hour later, with the Imperial guards clearing a path, Yang Hongli finally arrived, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Upon reaching the main seat of the martial arts platform, he gestured lightly for Ko Hanlin to commence. Ko Hanlin then rose and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. I shall now announce the first item of the assessment, strength. This pertains to evaluating your capabilities." As he spoke, he signaled, and 4 minor officials hoisted a large black stone, roughly human-sized, to the center of the circular platform. This was a Jinjing stone, renowned for its remarkable hardness, capable of being marked only by a master-level practitioner. To be appointed as an official, one must possess sufficient strength. Weakness is unacceptable. It is expected that each participant will leave their mark upon this Jinjing stone. Naturally, I impose no restrictions on your methods, whether utilizing your divine weapons, secret techniques, or any means at your disposal that can leave a trace. I shall consider you successful. Upon hearing Ko Hanlin's words, the Qiandis remained relatively composed, as they were confident in their strength, believing that with the aid of secret techniques and divine weapons, most could muster a blow comparable to that of a master. However, the Baihus were considerably more anxious, as their ranks were often inherited and their abilities varied widely. Most were at the 3rd or 4th rank, with a few at the 5th, making the prospect of delivering a master-level strike seem ludicrous to them. Now that the rules for the first round have been outlined, please draw lots to determine the order of participation. Following this, a young official presented a square jade box filled with blind lots. I shall abstain from this round, as my abilities are insufficient, and I do not wish to embarrass myself. One Baihu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Approved. The third prince replied without even glancing at him. This Baihu was among the few at the 5th rank and was, in fact, quite astute. Avoiding embarrassment was trivial, but losing face before his subordinates was significant. If he were to display inferior techniques and become the subject of ridicule, how could he command respect thereafter? With a leader having set an example, over 30 participants subsequently stepped forward to request to withdraw. Hamlin naturally granted each request, which was also a tactic of his. This seemingly equitable selection process was, in fact, subtly laden with obstacles. Li Huai nodded slightly at these withdrawals, recognizing that those who understood the situation were indeed wise. Exiting early was not without merit. Of course, those who withdrew were all baihus, while the Qiandis remained brimming with confidence. As for the few stubborn baihus wishing to test their mettle, they were given the opportunity, trusting that they would recognize their own limitations. After waiting a moment longer to ensure no one else withdrew, the young official began circulating among the participants to draw lots for the order of participation. Once the drawing concluded, the order was announced. The official opened a book before him and proclaimed loudly, "First up, Lu Wu. Second, Fan Ku. Third, Gujin. And the 24th and final participant, Shui Wanping." At the mention of Shui Wanping's name, the third Prince Yang Hongli's eyes brightened, casting a glance of concern towards him. "What? I am actually the first." Lu Wu, with Shui Wanping's assistance, had just barely reached the first rank, placing him at the forefront among the baihus. Yet, relying solely on his own strength to leave a mark on the Jinjing stone proved to be a daunting challenge. Lu Wu turned back to glance at Shui Wanping. Nodding gravely, Shui Wanping merely nodded slightly in return, a smile gracing his lips. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wu stepped forward and positioned himself before the Jinjing stone. "Let us begin," commanded the young official. As Lu Wu closed his eyes, channeling energy into his palm, a violet hue began to envelop it. Strange. Isn't Lu Wu practicing to wuxiang? His vital energy should be colorless. Who knows? Perhaps he has switched to another technique. After all, his master is quite formidable. Fair point. Let's focus on the performance. Moments later, Lu Wu suddenly opened his eyes and struck the Jinjing stone with force. A resounding crash echoed as a piece the size of a fingertip shattered off the incredibly hard Jinjing stone. The spectators were left astounded, never expecting this unassuming baihu could unleash a blow rivaling that of a master. First round assessment, Lu Wu successful. With the official's announcement, Lu Wu joyfully executed a backflip, casting grateful glances towards Shui Wanping. It was evident that the violet aura was a result of Shui Wanping's subtle assistance. Prior to the first round, Shui Wanping had quietly transferred a sliver of vital energy to Lu Wu, initially intended as a safeguard, but inadvertently aiding him in passing the first round. Meanwhile, Li Huayan on the viewing platform shook his head slightly. While others might not discern the underlying details, he certainly could, yet he chose not to expose it, especially since the competition rules did not explicitly forbid such practices. "Fan Ku, it is your turn," the young official continued. In the subsequent assessments, the remaining baihus all faced failure. Conversely, the Qiandis employed various secret techniques. Apart from one Qiandu who failed, the others left marks of varying depth. "Shui Qiandu, it is your turn." The young official gestured towards Shui Wanping. With a composed smile, Shui Wanping approached. Without any ostentation, he extended a finger and gently poked. With a swift whoosh, a finger arrow shot forth, creating a hole the width of a finger in the resilient Jinjing stone. After the single shot, the audience erupted in astonishment. It was known that all previous participants had relied on external forces to forcibly elevate their ranks just to leave a mark. Only Shui Wanping accomplished this with such ease. The young official stood momentarily stunned, aware of Shui Wanping's strength, yet unprepared for the extent of it. "Can we announce the results now?" Shui Wanping inquired. Oh, Shui Wanping has passed," the young official slowly responded. Compared to the crowd below, the three dignitaries on the platform remained notably composed. With Shui Wanping's exit, the first round of the assessment officially concluded. In total, 9 individuals succeeded, with Lu Wu emerging as the most unexpected contender. Following the conclusion of this assessment, it was highly likely that the position of Qiandu previously held by Gu Qing would now be bestowed upon Lu Wu. Hamlin rose from his seat, gazing at the 9 skilled individuals before him. With a slight nod and a faint smile, he began, "Congratulations on successfully passing the first round of the examination. We shall now proceed to the second phase." As he spoke, Hamlin waved his hand, prompting the young official in yellow to nod and withdraw. Before long, 9 squads of the 6 doors, each composed of 6 officers, marched in behind the official, each one brimming with vigor. "Before you are 9 envelopes. Each of you shall take one." The young official, ever astute, had prepared the envelopes in advance, holding them at the ready for the participants to select. The 9 individuals exchanged glances, then stepped forward to draw their envelopes. Once it was confirmed that all had received their letters, Hamlin continued. "You are all undoubtedly aware of the death of Vice Commander Deng Goen of the Eastern Factory, which has greatly infuriated the Emperor. Consequently, we are to investigate the secret strongholds of the Heavenly Lotus sect in collaboration with the Eastern Factory, 6 Doors, and the Jinyui. The information regarding the strongholds is contained within the envelopes you now possess. Naturally, the strength of these strongholds varies, but rest assured, the highest level of cultivation among them does not exceed the first rank, which you should all be able to manage with ease. The challenge of this second round is courage. Each of you will be responsible for subduing one stronghold, leading a team of officers. Only one team is permitted. Your task is to capture the stronghold's leader alive. Upon hearing this, all but Shui Wanping displayed expressions of concern. It was well known that members of the Heavenly Lotus sect would resort to suicide upon the slightest provocation, and considering the strength of their opponents. Capturing one alive was no simple feat. What seems to be the issue? Ko Hanlon's gaze swept over the group. He was well aware of their unspoken thoughts. However, if they could not even capture a leader below the master rank, they were unworthy of their positions in the 6 doors. No problem. Shui Wanping was the first to speak up. Sir, there is no issue. The others echoed in agreement. Good. Now, examine your letters and prepare to depart in half an hour. With that, Ko Hanlon returned to his seat, savoring the fragrant tea before him. Yang Hongli leaned closer to Ko Hanlon and whispered, Master Ko, it seems that only Shui Wanping possesses the capability to accomplish such a challenge. If he has been chosen, why not simply appoint him directly as the commander instead of putting him to the test? Ko Hanlon took a sip of tea and replied softly, Your Highness, Shui Wanping has only been in the 6 doors for a little over a year, and he struggles to command respect. If I were to promote him directly, the captains beneath him would surely voice their dissent. You are well aware of the situation in Huayan. These captains all have their own connections. Furthermore, I find Shui Wanping to be an enigma. He is not as simple as he appears. This examination serves as an opportunity to probe his depths. I must ascertain his true nature. What do you mean by probing? Yang Hongli inquired, somewhat puzzled. The strongholds assigned to the other participants indeed lacked formidable opponents. Save for Shui Wanping's. Ah, I see. Yang Hongli nodded slightly. Your Highness, you need only await the outcome. As he spoke, Ko Hanlon cleared his throat, prompting the young official in yellow to hastily approach. Is the trap set? Rest assured, sir, it is foolproof. At that moment, Shui Wanping was wholly engrossed in examining the information regarding the Heavenly Lotus sect stronghold contained in his letter. The Fire Blue Pavilion, located 60 miles north of Yinjing City. The pavilion's leader, Hua Xiao, possessed first-rank cultivation and was formerly a disciple of the Dongming sect, wielding a long whip. He had later retreated from the martial world after meeting a woman during a sect mission. Leveraging his reputation in the Jianghu and his exceptional martial skills, Hua Xiao established the Fire Blue Pavilion, which has since grown into a second-rank power in the Jianghu. Over the years, Hua Xiao has acted chivalrously, befriending many influential figures in Yinjing City, managing to navigate both the righteous and the nefarious realms with ease. Yet, none could have anticipated that the Fire Blue Pavilion was actually an affiliated force of the Heavenly Lotus sect. After perusing the letter, Shui Wanping summoned his inner strength, incinerating the document in his hand. He then turned and discreetly transmitted a message to Lu Wu. If you find yourself overmatched, withdraw promptly. Safety comes first. Lu Wu nodded solemnly in response. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the 9 teams set forth from the city, each heading towards different destinations. Shortly after their departure, 9 squads of the Imperial Guard followed suit, trailing behind the 6 doors personnel. This surprise assault on the Heavenly Lotus sect strongholds was not merely an examination, but a significant operation for the court, demanding absolute precision. Therefore, Ko Hanlon had enlisted the Imperial Guard to collaborate and ensure that not a single foe escaped. With a resounding neigh from the warhorses, Shui Wanping led his team to the entrance of the Fire Blue Pavilion. He raised his hand, signaling the officers behind him to come to a halt. The 2 disciples guarding the gate had never witnessed such a formidable display. Upon seeing the intimidating presence of the 6 doors, they panicked and abandoned their weapons, rushing inside to report the news. In their haste, they secured the gates tightly, fearful of Shui Wanping's team entering. Surround the Fire Blue Pavilion. Not a single soul is to escape. Shui Wanping commanded sharply, and over 50 officers immediately encircled the pavilion, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Anyone who dares intrude will be killed. Yes, the officers responded in unison. Shui Wanping dismounted with agility and delivered a powerful kick to the vermilion iron gate. Such a kick from a grandmaster was beyond what an ordinary iron door could withstand. With a resounding crash, the gate shattered. With the sound of destruction, the entire Fire Blue Pavilion erupted into chaos. Kill them all. At Shui Wanping's command, the remaining officers surged forward, like hungry wolves invading a sheepfold, slaying anyone they encountered within the Fire Blue Pavilion. Shui Wanping, consumed by bloodlust, wielded the falling sunset bow, claiming a disciple of the Fire Blue Pavilion with each arrow he loosed. Stop this at once. Suddenly, a thunderous roar infused with inner strength reverberated through the air. Chapter 65. Within the Fire Blue Pavilion, the Master Swordsman. A figure flashed from a distance, closing in on Shui Wanping in a matter of moments. Clad in a fitted black robe with a long whip coiled around his waist, this man, though middle-aged, maintained an impressive physique. It was none other than Hua Xiao. What do we call you, sir? What crime has my Fire Blue Pavilion committed that warrants such indiscriminate slaughter without inquiry? Are the 6 doors truly so merciless towards innocent civilians? Should you fail to provide me with an explanation, I will certainly take this matter to Yinjing City. Hua Xiao, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, spoke with a calculated demeanor. Gazing at Huoxiao, Shui Wanping let out a cold laugh and retorted, Huoxiao, you know all too well what crimes you have committed. As he spoke, Shui Wanping's voice grew increasingly forceful. You conspired with the Heavenly Lotus sect, seeking to endanger the court. Huoxiao's expression shifted to one of shock as he quickly protested, do not slander us. The Fire Blue Pavilion has consistently aided the court in assisting the impoverished. How could we possibly collude with a demonic sect? Are you willing to accompany me back to the Six Doors? The truth shall be determined by those above us. Shui Wanping said with a sardonic tone. Huoxiao hesitated, clearly understanding that he could not withstand the Six Doors methods. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Shui Wanping raised his voice once more. Huoxiao, your collusion with the Heavenly Lotus sect is a grave sin. But as for you all, as accomplices, if you lay down your weapons, you may avert death. Shui Wanping's voice boomed, echoing throughout the Fire Blue Pavilion. Yet, the many disciples present merely exchanged glances, with none willing to lower their weapons. Will you persist in resisting to the bitter end? Suddenly, Huoxiao erupted into laughter. In that case, I shall lay my cards on the table. Indeed, I stand with the Heavenly Lotus sect. Fire Blue Pavilion's disciples, heed my command. Slay these minions of the court. The Fire Blue Pavilion had long revered Huoxiao, and with his order, the disciples charged fiercely toward the group of constables. Kill. Annihilate these corrupt officials. Huoxiao drew his long whip, channeling his internal energy to firmly lock onto Shui Wanping, then struck with a swift lash. The whip, adorned with barbed iron, possessed immense power. In an instant, the whip sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, targeting Shui Wanping's lower regions. Naive. Shui Wanping activated his technique, arrow like a meteor, leaping effortlessly out of harm's way. Surprised that his whip had missed, Huoxiao was momentarily taken aback. He had unleashed his full strength, renowned for his speed. Yet Shui Wanping had evaded it with ease. Before Huoxiao could regain his composure, Shui Wanping had vanished from sight. Alarmed, Huoxiao exclaimed, turning just in time to realize it was too late. Shui Wanping had appeared behind him, launching two finger arrows that shot directly toward Huoxiao's dantian. Shui Wanping's intent was clear, to destroy Huoxiao's dantian and render his martial prowess obsolete. With a resounding thud, the two-finger arrows pierced through, instantly shattering Huoxiao's Qi dantian. With that single maneuver, Huoxiao was defeated, left without any means to retaliate. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen and howling in agony. Cursed be this fate. You have crippled my dantian. Huoxiao glared at Shui Wanping, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. As Huoxiao fell, the remaining disciples of the Fire Blue Pavilion scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. With a wave of Shui Wanping's hand, the constables pursued, determined that not a single member of the Heavenly Lotus sect should escape. For those with superior agility, Shui Wanping personally took aim with his bow. After all, how could a person outrun an arrow? The demise of the Fire Blue Pavilion was merely a matter of time. What remarkable archery! The constables were awestruck as they witnessed Shui Wanping's unerring accuracy. Until now, he had maintained a low profile within the Six Doors, and this was their first glimpse of his prowess. Swift, precise, and ruthless. While skilled archers existed within the Six Doors, none could rival the excellence of Shui Wanping's technique. Reminiscent only of the legendary Flying General. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred, with a resonant sound of a sword's cry. A blade of sword energy shot towards Shui Wanping. Fortunately, he was alert and swiftly redirected his falling sunset bow, releasing an arrow aimed at the incoming sword energy. Boom! The arrow collided with the sword energy midair, exploding in a brilliant flash of light. Nearby disciples of the Fire Blue Pavilion and constables fell victim to the blast, with several perishing instantly. Such ferocious sword energy. Shui Wanping turned to see the source of the attack, a figure clad in white gauze, obscuring her features, yet revealing her as a woman. Upon witnessing her failed strike, she abandoned her pursuit of Shui Wanping and began targeting the ordinary constables surrounding him. With a flourish of her sword, she unleashed 5 or 6 waves of sword energy. Shui Wanping wasted no time, raising his bow to shoot arrows that intercepted the sword energy. Each encounter resulted in explosive collisions, claiming the lives of nearly 10 elite constables, handpicked for their skill. One constable, witnessing his comrade's demise, was consumed by rage. He drew his long knife and lunged at the mysterious woman. You audacious thief, killing Six Doors constables in broad daylight. Today, I shall end your life. Do not act impulsively. Shui Wanping attempted to intervene, but it was clearly too late. In a flash of sword light, the constable lunged forward, only to have his head severed cleanly from his body. As he witnessed the death of his subordinate, Shui Wanping felt a pang of sorrow. This constable had been one of his own. Gazing around, Shui Wanping commanded, "This person is a master warrior. Retreat." At his order, the constables formed a defensive formation, realizing they were no match for this enigmatic figure, leaving the confrontation to the captain in front of them. Meanwhile, the Fire Blue Pavilion disciples seized the opportunity to position themselves behind the mysterious woman. Shui Wanping's expression turned grave, his heart conflicted. Sword cultivators were inherently powerful, and this individual was a master swordsman, far beyond the capacity of ordinary masters. He could only hope to subdue her using his grandmaster strength. Yet that would expose his cultivation level. Such an exposure in broad daylight would inevitably alert those who conspired against him, placing him in a perilous situation. As he pondered, the mysterious figure stepped forward, pointing her sword at Shui Wanping. "Release my husband, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." This woman turned out to be Qiu Ruhan, Hua Zhao's wife. "Ruhan, why have you come? Do not concern yourself with me, flee." Hua Zhao, lying on the ground, looked at Qiu Ruhan with deep worry. Their encounter was no mere coincidence. Qiu Ruhan had initially approached Hua Zhao with ulterior motives, aiming for the sect behind him. After completing her mission, she chose to accompany him into seclusion at his behest, becoming the lady of the fire blue pavilion. Gradually, the martial world had forgotten that Qiu Ruhan was once a swordswoman. Ignoring Hua Zhao, who lay on the ground, Qiu Ruhan's gaze remained fixed on Shui Wanping. With a dismissive gesture, Shui Wanping tossed Hua Zhao toward her like a discarded dog. "Take him, if you desire." At that moment, Shui Wanping calculated that Hua Zhao, now crippled, would undoubtedly become a burden to the female swordsman. Perhaps he could capture her without revealing his true strength. However, just as Hua Zhao was thrown towards her, an unexpected turn occurred. Qiu Ruhan swung her sword down at Hua Zhao, her eyes devoid of emotion. Hua Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that his wife would turn against him. Qiu Ruhan's sword energy was fierce and unyielding. At that moment, Hua Zhao seemed resigned, devoid of his previous vigor. Just as Qiu Ruhan's sword was about to strike, a flash of purple light appeared, accompanied by a rush of wind, accurately hitting the blade and causing her attack to falter. Having narrowly escaped death, Hua Zhao gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Qiu Ruhan before him. "Ruhan, why do you treat me this way? Do you intend to let me live only to reveal the secrets of my sect to the six doors?" Shui Wanping lowered his bow and glanced at Lu Ruhan. "Hua Zhao has been your husband for over a decade. How can you be so heartless? Just a pawn. He has long outlived his usefulness. Allowing him to live a few more years is already a favor." Qiu Ruhan's voice was devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing her words, Hua Zhao suddenly erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, a pawn. After leaving the sect to accompany you in the martial world, I was merely a pawn. Ha ha." Shui Wanping gazed at Hua Zhao, a flicker of pity glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, the ancient adage rings true, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. Qiu Ruhan ceased to regard Hua Zhao, simply raising her sword and pointing it at Shui Wanping, declaring, "Since you wish to protect this worthless fool, I shall first slay you, and then him." Such audacity. Killing me is not a matter of mere words. Upon finishing his retort, Shui Wanping immediately unleashed the technique of arrow like a shooting star, soaring into the air with a mighty leap, and in an instant, he had reached the third floor of the fire blue pavilion. "Such trivial skills, yet you dare to flaunt them here." Qiu Ruhan scoffed disdainfully at Shui Wanping before promptly pursuing him with her lightness technique. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ground floor, a constable furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "This is bad. Those two have entered the pavilion, and I cannot see Shui Wanping make his move." The fire blue pavilion is a structure approximately 9 meters high, and the third floor chosen by Shui Wanping is indeed the highest level of the main pavilion. If he wished to successfully capture Qiu Ruhan, he truly needed such a secluded place to act. Upon arriving at the third floor, Qiu Ruhan coldly laughed. "Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself?" However, Shui Wanping merely flashed a devilish smile and replied, "Whose grave it is remains to be seen." As his words fell, Shui Wanping suddenly unleashed his profound power, and immediately, the oppressive aura of a grand master surged towards Qiu Ruhan like a torrential storm. In but a moment, Qiu Ruhan's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly activated her agility to retreat. Yet Shui Wanping, having painstakingly lured her to this place, would not let her escape so easily. A grand master, in this confined environment, dealing with a master, is akin to a cat confronting a mouse. The mouse stands no chance whatsoever. "In such a hurry, are we no longer going to chat?" Shui Wanping grinned. Then, with a swift motion, he darted in front of Qiu Ruhan as she attempted to flee and struck out with his palm towards her. Qiu Ruhan was no match for Qiao Qian. She lacked the secret arts of the heavenly lotus cult, but in terms of cultivation, she was merely an ordinary master-level swordswoman. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated lightly, but Qiu Ruhan was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Her hair came undone, blood gushed from her mouth, and her silver-patterned longsword clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. In a mere exchange, the disparity between a master and a grandmaster was starkly evident. Shui Wanping remained unfazed, quietly observing the unconscious Qiu Ruhan. Had he not held back, she would now be a cold, lifeless corpse. After a moment, Shui Wanping bent down and, taking advantage of Qiu Ruhan's stupor, swiftly struck her acupoints to prevent her from taking her own life. Then, Shui Wanping closed his eyes and focused, and after a brief moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If he captured her unscathed, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Just as he prepared to leave the fire blue pavilion, feeling it was unsafe, he turned back, wiping the blood he had just coughed up onto his uniform. He then disheveled his hair and picked up Qiu Ruhan's longsword. slashing it across his clothing to create several shallow cuts. After delaying for a while longer, he limped out of the fire blue pavilion. At this moment, Shui Wamping's perspective had vastly broadened since his earlier days. It is crucial to remember that above the Grand Masters lies the realm of the 100 beasts, and he was not absolutely invincible. Moreover, he indeed sometimes acted with excessive arrogance. If he did not conceal his true abilities, he might meet an untimely demise. Meanwhile, outside the fire blue pavilion, the Imperial Guards had arrived. The ordinary disciples had long been subdued by the joint efforts of the 6 doors constables and the Imperial Guards, some captured, some slain. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the fire blue pavilion, for the duel between the two masters was the crux of this operation. Sir, sir, just as Shui Wamping emerged, a throng of constables approached him. Shui Wamping's complexion was pale, and he waved his hand slightly, saying, Qiu Ruhan has been subdued by my acupoint strike. She is upstairs. Escort her back to Yinjing for reporting. Yes, yes. 2 constables immediately dashed towards the main pavilion. The rest, hearing the command, were instructed to search the fire blue pavilion inside and out, leaving no stone unturned for anything related to the Heavenly Lotus cult. Shui Wamping commanded loudly, his voice slightly lacking vigor. With Shui Wamping's order, hundreds of Imperial Guards, along with the remaining constables from 6 doors, commenced their thorough search of the fire blue pavilion. Meanwhile, Shui Wamping pretended to retrieve a dark pill from his robe, swallowed it whole, and sat down to meditate. The hawk among the crowd kept a keen eye on Shui Wamping, quickly jotting down, Shui Wamping, a master-level swordsman, severely wounded. His actual strength should be upper-tier master. Chapter 67. The Home Raid Returns. Swift interrogation in 3 days. After meditating for a couple of cycles, feeling it was sufficient, Shui Wamping rose and made his way to the room of the pavilion master. How could a home raid proceed without his presence? The Imperial Guards and constables were quite perceptive, knowing that the pavilion master Huozhao's residence likely contained the most valuable items, and they refrained from acting until Shui Wamping arrived. With a forceful kick, Shui Wamping kicked open the door. The opulence of the pavilion master's room was immediately apparent, with a renowned painting by the famous artist Zhou Buhu adorning the wall. Further inside, he spotted a table crafted from warm jade, upon which was set a complete jadeite luminescent tea set. Shui Wamping picked up one of the jade cups, examining it closely. Such refined trinkets were beyond the valuation of a rustic villager like him, yet he knew they were not inexpensive. Having raided homes countless times before, Shui Wamping had never encountered one so meticulously adorned. Compared to this place, his own room could aptly be described as a dog's den. This golden silk Nanmu bed is impressive. This jade stone go set is exquisite. This phoenix-patterned carved chair is delightful. And this 1,000-year-old cold jade pillow is truly a treasure. As Shui Wamping appraised the items, a nearby constable hurriedly took notes. Have you recorded everything? Yes, my lord. All has been noted. Good. Remember their placements. Return them to my room in the 1,000 house. The constable nodded repeatedly, then called for others to carefully load the items onto a cart. For 6 doors, raiding homes was a routine affair. Claiming a few spoils of war was hardly excessive. There was a general in the great merchant empire who, after a significant victory, would indulge in revelry at a brothel for 3 days and nights without returning to court. When the emperor inquired about it, he simply replied, I've fought my whole life. Can't I enjoy myself a bit? Thus, as long as it wasn't too excessive, such violations of the great merchant's edicts went unchecked. Of course, Shui Wamping did not forget the matter at hand. He had dispatched men to inspect the walls, floors, and beams of the room, finding nothing amiss. Just as he pondered why there were no items related to the Heavenly Lotus cult, a sudden voice broke through. Sir, we've found something. Shui Wamping immediately stood up and followed the person outside. There, in the kitchen of the fire blue pavilion, a concealed door was ajar within the wall. Upon seeing this hidden door, Shui Wamping could not help but admire. To design a secret chamber in the kitchen, Huozhao is indeed a talented individual. Who would expect a secret room to be located in such a place? Who discovered this secret chamber? Arrange for him to join my ranks tomorrow. With that, Shui Wamping stepped into the secret chamber. Inside, the room was in disarray. Apart from some intact gold and silver treasures, everything else had been destroyed, leaving behind only heaps of black ash. Without needing to say more, Shui Wamping understood why Qiu Ruhan had not appeared at the first opportunity. She must have been the one to destroy it. After circling the dim chamber for quite some time, Shui Wamping ultimately shook his head in resignation. It was evident that there was nothing of value remaining here. After instructing his subordinates to transport the gold and silver treasures back, he departed from the secret room. By the time the others finished tidying up, it was already deep into the night. To avoid any protracted complications, Shui Wamping promptly ordered a return to the capital. Return to the capital. With this command from Shui Wamping, the group set forth in grand procession towards the city of Yinjing under the cover of night. They had come with light provisions, but now, nearly all were laden with ample spoils. The convoy of carts alone numbered over 10. The illustrious Huolan Pavilion was thus removed from the annals of the Jianghu. Shui Wamping and his entourage arrived at the 6 doors by the following dawn. By then, 5 teams had already returned. and as Shui Wanping surveyed the team leaders, he noted the varied expressions. Some wore somber faces, while others beamed with joy. To his surprise, Lu Wu had yet to return. However, sensing that their protective contract was still intact, Shui Wanping felt a slight relief. Had it not been for Lao Hei's incomplete breakthrough, Lu Wu's mission would undoubtedly have gone exceedingly well. Reflecting on this, Shui Wanping couldn't help but mutter in frustration about the prolonged duration required for spirit beasts to achieve breakthroughs. Since Shui Wanping had no time to change his attire, he remained stained with blood. One of the team leaders jested, "I never expected that the esteemed Master Shui, a figure of such stature, would be so thoroughly humiliated by a mere first-tier demon cult scoundrel." A smile crept onto Shui Wanping's lips as he took no offense, implying that the more they derided him, the more others would perceive him as weak. Observing that Shui Wanping was unresponsive, the team leader lost interest and fell silent, awaiting the return of the others. After approximately 2 hours, with the last member arriving, all participants of the second round of assessments were finally assembled. Apart from Shui Wanping, 3 others had successfully captured the bandit leader, including Lu Wu, which took everyone by surprise. Lu Wu had unexpectedly emerged as the dark horse of this assessment. As for the rest, while they had eradicated the strongholds, the bandit leaders had either been killed or had taken their own lives. Upon witnessing this outcome, Ko Hamlin stroked his beard with satisfaction and nodded towards the 4 successful subordinates. "Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 3rd round of assessments." Having said this, Ko Hamlin turned his gaze towards the others. "Do not be disheartened. Your efforts in dismantling the demon cult strongholds have been invaluable. I will petition the Emperor for commendations." "Thank you, my lord." The others expressed their gratitude in unison. "You 4, step forward." Ko Hamlin gestured, prompting Shui Wanping and the others to advance a few steps and stand upon the platform. "I initially thought that no more than 2 would make it to the 3rd round, yet here we have 4. Now, we commence the 3rd round of assessments, which will be an interrogation." Ko Hamlin's words left everyone bewildered. Interrogation was a fundamental skill of the 6 doors, and this round would determine who among them excelled in this art. Though you have captured the bandit leaders, you have gleaned little useful information from them. My investigation indicates that these 4 hold considerable influence within the Tianlian sect. Your task is to interrogate them. The one who extracts the most valuable information will emerge victorious in this assessment. The 4 were taken aback, not anticipating such an evaluative approach for the 3rd round. Each bandit leader they had captured was resolute, with a tendency towards self-poisoning. Eliciting information about the Tianlian sect from them would prove to be a formidable challenge. "You have 3 days. After 3 days, the 3rd prince and I will be here to hear your reports." Ko Hamlin paused momentarily before continuing. "I must emphasize, do not kill them without extracting valuable information." "Understood, my lord." They responded in unison. "Very well, all are secured within the 6 doors prison. You may proceed for the interrogation at your convenience." With that, Li Huayan rose and departed, accompanied by Yang Hongli and Ko Hamlin. Interrogation could indeed be intriguing. Shui Wanping mused silently as he watched the 3 depart. Chapter 68. The dungeon's 3rd level, awaiting torture. The 6 doors prison is divided into 3 levels. The first level houses officials of the court, from high-ranking dignitaries to the lowest of attendants. Anyone who commits a crime finds themselves confined here. The first level still receives some sunlight and is not excessively cold. The second level contains individuals of modest skill from the Jianghu, generally not exceeding 1st-tier prowess. In contrast, the 3rd level is reserved for formidable Jianghu experts, including masters and grandmasters, confined under the strictest security, with the instruments of torture crafted from cold iron, remarkably resilient. Given the potential threat these individuals pose to the court should they escape, the guards here are exceptionally vigilant. Access to the 3rd level requires the approval of the chief constable. Thus, no ordinary person may enter without permission. As a master-level expert, Qiu Ruhan was imprisoned in the deepest recesses of this 3rd level. Shui Wanping, on this occasion, benefited from Qiu Ruhan's predicament, marking his first venture into this 3rd tier. "Present the warrant." A pallid prison guard, devoid of expression, gazed at Shui Wanping, long accustomed to the sunless confines of the 3rd level. These guards had absorbed an aura of gloom, each one gaunt and ghostly pale. They were, for the most part, forgotten by the 6 doors, once assigned here. It was as though their lives were destined to stagnate. However, there were some advantages to this assignment, devoid of perilous missions. A handful of individuals voluntarily requested to serve here. Here is the key. The individual you seek is in the 5th cell on the left ahead. Ensure the key is returned promptly after the interrogation. Do not linger too long. Shui Wanping accepted the key with a slight nod. The guard then disregarded him, returning to his quarters to rest. Duan Ruifeng trailed behind Shui Wanping, whispering, "These guards are truly idle, receiving the same salary as us. If you fancy it so much, I could have you transferred here." Shui Wanping replied with a teasing expression. The mere suggestion sent Duan Ruifeng into a flurry of denials, waving his hands. No, my lord, I was merely jesting." As they continued inward, passing by each cell, they were met with raucous howls, predominantly curses directed at the court. To be confined here was to be condemned to a lonely existence. However, This statement isn't entirely absolute, for throughout the history of the Great Shang Dynasty, there was indeed one instance of a successful prison break from the 6 doors. Only once did someone manage to rescue an individual from the 3rd level. This was not a secret within the 6 doors. The person in question was none other than the sword god of Danyang, Li Juk. Yet since that time, Li Juk had vanished without a trace. Whether alive or dead remains unknown. After a moment, the two arrived at the 5th cell, where Qiu Ruhan was held. Pushing the door open, they found Qiu Ruhan with her eyes shut tight, clad in a white prison uniform marked by numerous whip scars. Several thick needles were inserted into key acupoints on her body, while her limbs were securely bound by cold iron chains, with these needles sealing her meridians. Qiu Ruhan was rendered incapable of utilizing any internal energy, thus preventing her from taking her own life. Devoid of her martial prowess, Qiu Ruhan was merely an ordinary woman, and the chains rendered her utterly immobile. Cough, cough. Shui Wanping feigned a cough several times, yet Qiu Ruhan did not open her eyes. Go. Splash some water on her to wake her. Shui Wanping glanced at Duan Ruifeng. Yes, my lord. Duan Ruifeng was not one to delay. He hastily seized a nearby bucket of water, but before he could douse it, he noticed that Qiu Ruhan had already opened her eyes. You dog official. Feel free to kill or mutilate me. I shall utter not a word. Qiu Ruhan attempted to struggle, yet with her acupoints sealed. She could only raise her hand momentarily before the burden of the cold iron chains forced her to lower it once more. So you were awake. I thought you had succumbed to death. Shui Wanping's lips curled into a sinister smile as he approached slowly, fiddling with the instruments of torture before him. He lifted the branding iron from the fire pit before Qiu Ruhan, examining it with meticulous attention, while she glared at him with a fierce intensity. Shui Wanping then shook the iron slightly, only to return it to the fire and move toward another table. Upon this table lay a collection of knives of various sizes. He picked up the smallest one, wiping it gently with his sleeve. This is for bone extraction, typically during the final step of slow slicing. This knife is employed to meticulously scrape the flesh from the bones. Hearing Shui Wanping's words, Qiu Ruhan remained silent, turning her head away with a cold sneer, unwilling to cast another glance at him. Impudent! How dare you show such disrespect to a superior? Duan Ruifeng exclaimed as he rolled up his sleeves to advance. Shui Wanping gestured for him to step back, then calmly remarked, Of course, these ordinary methods are unlikely to be effective against a master of such caliber before us. Humph. Qiu Ruhan retorted coldly. However, we shall only know their efficacy through trial. With that, Shui Wanping turned and seated himself on a bench in the corner. After a brief moment of realization, Duan Ruifeng instantly grasped Shui Wanping's intent and picked up a barbed whip, grinning maniacally as he began to lash it at Qiu Ruhan. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips. Duan Ruifeng held nothing back, channeling all his internal energy into the strikes, leaving Qiu Ruhan's skin torn and bloody. Her white prison garb barely endured 2 lashes before it was rendered tattered, exposing her to the world. Stop. After 10 lashes, Shui Wanping raised his hand, signaling Duan Ruifeng to cease. To his surprise, Qiu Ruhan, despite having her powers sealed, managed to endure 10 lashes without a sound. It was well known that Duan Ruifeng was a 3rd-tier warrior. Even a man would struggle to withstand such punishment. Astonishingly, this woman remained resolute and silent. Shui Wanping recognized that continuing would only lead to her demise, which would be a significant loss. He could not afford to be unable to extract any useful information. Observing the grave expression on Shui Wanping's face, Qiu Ruhan mustered her remaining strength to spit at him, drawing his attention. Cough, cough, truly a delightful tickle. Her voice was weak and intermittent, on the brink of death, yet still so defiant. My lord, allow me to teach her a lesson once more. Duan Ruifeng reached for the whip again. Halt! Shui Wanping intervened sharply. Suddenly, Qiu Ruhan coughed up blood, her face contorted in rage. Dog official, why have you stopped? Continue. Go on, are you not hungry? Shui Wanping gazed at her silently, contemplating, before a smirk crept onto his lips. Since you relish punishment so, I shall indulge you. With that, Shui Wanping donned a wicked smile and began to rummage in his bosom. Chapter 69, The Star Officer's Confession, Storm Clouds Gathering. The life-rejuvenating pill, costing 20 prestige points each, could heal the injuries of warriors below the Grandmaster level in an instant. Reluctantly, Shui Wanping, who possessed merely 110 points of prestige, exchanged a portion for one. He extracted the pill from his pocket and approached, forcefully prying open Qiu Ruhan's mouth and flicking the pill down her throat. Within moments, the wounds on her body began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, including those inflicted during her battle with Shui Wanping. What are you doing? Qiu Ruhan looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was aiding her recovery. Shui Wanping remained silent, merely handing the whip back to Duan Ruifeng. Duan by who? Today you shall exert yourself. Duan Ruifeng immediately understood his meaning, a glint of malice in his eyes as he gazed at Qiu Ruhan's exposed form. My apologies, little girl. In an instant, the sound of the whip cracking echoed throughout the cell. Half an hour later, Duan Ruifeng collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Meanwhile, Qiu Ruhan, her face pale and on the brink of collapse, clearly lacked the strength to curse Shui Wanping any longer. Shui Wanping rose and kicked Duan Ruifeng. What's this? Are you out of energy? If this is your attitude, I might just assign you to guard the dungeon. Upon hearing Shui Wanping's words, Duan Ruifeng sprang up, hurriedly responding. No problem, my lord. Shui Wanping, impassive, approached once more and shoved another life-rejuvenating pill into Qiu Ruhan's mouth. Though his expression was calm, his heart bled. For this pill cost 20 prestige. After another round of lashes from Duan Ruifeng, Qiu Ruhan's gaze was notably less resolute than before. To her, Shui Wanping appeared as a devil. This pill, worth its weight in gold, seemed to him to be of no consequence. When Shui Wanping produced the pill for the third time, Qiu Ruhan's mental defenses finally crumbled. Her body convulsed violently, her hands gripping the cold iron chains with such force that 2 of her fingernails broke from the strain. Stay back. Don't come any closer. I beg you, kill me. Just kill me. Qiu Ruhan's eyes bulged, her voice a desperate scream. Let me tell you, I have plenty of such pills. You said this was merely a tickle. So why beg for mercy? As Shui Wanping prepared to pry her mouth open, she exclaimed, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Hearing this, Shui Wanping withdrew the pill, his expression icy as he inquired, What is your position within the Tianlian sect? What is your purpose for infiltrating? Who are the spies from the Tianlian sect within the court? I am the star officer, Wei Hua Tiger. My goal is to approach court officials through Huaxiao and obtain intelligence. Coughing, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Shui Wanping allowed her a moment to recover, then urged, Continue. Where is the main headquarters of your Tianlian sect? I don't know. You, a star officer, do not know the location of the headquarters? Who do you think you are fooling? Duan Ruifeng raised the whip once more. I genuinely do not know. The transmission of information has always been the responsibility of the sect master's death servants. I have never been to the headquarters. Shui Wanping was aware of the death servants of the Tianlian sect, who were directly managed by the sect master, Hong Bufei, and were experts in stealth and assassination, appearing and disappearing without a trace. What else do you know? Speak. Nothing more. Still not being honest. Shui Wanping wasted no breath, directly shoving the pill into her mouth. Strike her. Duan Ruifeng, with a bitter smile, picked up the long whip once more and resumed his assault. This time, Qiu Ruhan could not hold back. Each lash was accompanied by a pained wail. Stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you. With her pleas, Shui Wanping gestured for Duan Ruifeng to cease. Qiu Ruhan looked at Shui Wanping with a hint of terror in her eyes. How can there be someone as terrifying as you in this world? No more idle talk. What else do you know? Speak. In addition to gathering intelligence, I have another task, to win over court officials and rally them to the cause of the Heavenly Lotus sect. Whom have you managed to entice? At this moment, Shui Wanping suddenly recalled the ashes he had discovered in the secret chamber of the Fire Blue Pavilion. The letters you burned in that chamber were your correspondences with these officials, were they not? Indeed. Duan Ruifeng, fetch paper and ink. Yes, my lord. With that, Duan Ruifeng, as if liberated from a heavy burden, hastily rose and exited. Moments later, he returned to the cell. Shui Wanping released his cultivation, sealing the sound within the cell, and spoke coolly. Now, reveal the names of these individuals. Should you utter falsehoods, you know the consequences. As he spoke, Shui Wanping took out the life-transforming pill and shook it lightly. The head of the Guanglu Temple, Zhi Xiuqing. The judge of the Qintian Supervisorate, Lei Jian. The deputy of the Pacification Office, Yang Luwei. The chief of the Imperial Guards, Cheng Hu. The junior secretary of the Imperial Academy, Su Pius. The 100 House of the Six Doors, Ji Feng. Qiu Ruhan began to speak slowly, listing name after name, from high-ranking officials to lowly clerks. Shui Wanping was utterly astonished to discover that even members of the Six Doors were included. Is there anyone else? No, I am only responsible for these individuals. I cannot speak to the allegiances of others within the Heavenly Lotus sect. Shui Wanping remained composed, though Duan Ruifeng trembled slightly. The list was indeed intimidating. It included associates of the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and even the Emperor himself. A mere star official could sway so many bureaucrats, revealing the extent of corruption within the Shang Dynasty's court. Duan Ruifeng verified the list, then raised Qiu Ruhan's hand, pressing a blood-red seal onto it before handing it to Shui Wanping. Shui Wanping merely cast a cursory glance at the list before tucking it away. I accept this list. Should it prove false, you know the repercussions. With that, Shui Wanping glared menacingly at Qiu Ruhan, who shivered at the intensity of his gaze. Provide her with a garment, and ensure she is closely monitored. We cannot afford any unforeseen incidents. Yes, my lord. After instructing Duan Ruifeng, Shui Wanping rose and departed the cell. Remarkably, within half a day, he had acquired all the information he sought. Through the layers of clothing, Shui Wanping could not help but feel the list's weight. After all, these individuals were not Zhou Lingfu. They lacked formidable backing. It was evident that once this list was submitted, the names inscribed would undoubtedly face annihilation. With this thought, Shui Wanping sighed softly. Ah, a storm is brewing, and the winds are rising ominously. Chapter 70. The Emperor's Methods. Blood spills in the court. In the Imperial Palace. The council chamber. Bang. Yang Xianlong rose, slamming the roster onto the table with a resounding thud. This truly took me by surprise. A glint of cold fury shone in Yang Xuanlong's eyes as his voice turned frigid. It is known that Yang Xianlong has long been engrossed in alchemy, seldom attending to state affairs, delegating most matters to the crown prince, the third prince, and Zhou Zhuan, only gracing the court a few times each month. Now, upon his return to court, he was in a fit of rage. The ministers present, witnessing Yang Xuanlong's furious glare, fell into a stunned silence. After a moment, the chief of the Eastern Depot, Li Huayuan, cautiously stepped forward, retrieved the roster from the ground, folded it slightly, and placed it back on the table. Li Huayuan, being a trusted confidant of the emperor, was well aware of his temperament. In such a state, it typically indicated that Yang Xianlong was poised for a bloodbath. Zhou Zhuan, present, I ask you, what is the punishment for colluding with demonic sects and jeopardizing the state? In response to your majesty, according to the laws of the Shang Dynasty, anyone found colluding with malevolent entities faces death by 1,000 cuts, and their entire family is executed. Lords, do you all understand? Collaborating with demonic forces warrants the extermination of 3 generations. Yang Xianlong waved his hand, and Zhou Zhuan returned to his place in the ranks. At this moment, it was evident that several officials could no longer contain their anxiety, their legs trembling slightly. Yang Xianlong observed all of this keenly. He leisurely picked up the roster from the table, brandishing it before the assembly. Last night, I received this roster. Do you all know what it contains? Some names truly astonished me. Bang! Yang Xianlong struck the table with his palm, causing a visible crack to form. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the emperor was genuinely enraged. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Li Huayuan interjected softly. At this moment, he was the only one bold enough to speak. Shui Wanping, standing below, furrowed his brow at Yang Xuanlong's outburst. The emperor had lost control, allowing a trace of his true energy to spill forth, which caught Shui Wanping's attention. That surge of energy conveyed to Shui Wanping that Emperor Yang Xianlong was indeed a formidable figure. The 6 doors, as a secretive agency, typically do not need to attend court. They primarily investigate clandestine matters within the court, hence the less exposure, the better. This time, Shui Wanping had been summoned personally by the emperor. Now, I offer you a chance. If anyone among you has colluded with the Heavenly Lotus sect, step forward now. I may spare your family and only take your life. You have 10 breaths. With that, Yang Xianlong closed his eyes slightly, turning his back. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as time was about to elapse, a man clad in a third-rank peacock-patterned official robe stepped forward, kneeling down. It was Zhi Xiuqing, the head of the Guanglu Temple. Your Majesty, spare me. I beg for mercy. Zhi Xiuqing cried out repeatedly, banging his head against the ground. But would this truly be of any use? Yang Xianlong remained unfazed, ignoring Zhi Xiuqing as he continued to silently count the seconds. 10 breaths had passed. Yang Xianlong turned back to find Zhi Xiuqing, his forehead bloodied from striking the ground. Zhi Aiqing, 3 years ago, you were merely a lowly 9th-rank ritualist in the Guanglu Temple. Now you hold a position in this court. Tell me, how have I treated you? Your Majesty, I beg for mercy. I recognize my mistakes. Please, spare my life. Zhi Xiuqing crawled forward, clinging to Yang Xuanlong's leg, pleading desperately for mercy. Yang Xianlong, gazing at the pitiful sight before him, closed his eyes once more. Very well. I shall grant you leniency. I will only take your life and that of your son. Hearing these words, despair flooded Zhi Xiuqing's eyes. Your Majesty, kill me alone, but spare my son. Your Majesty, guards, take him away. At Yang Xuanlong's command, Li Huayuan exchanged glances, and 2 members of the Jinwu Guard stepped forward, swiftly gagging Zhi Xiuqing and dragging him away. The hall fell silent once more. I have given you an opportunity, and it is you who have squandered it. Where is Shui Wanping of the 6 doors? Present. Shui Wanping stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Shui Aiqing, share with the esteemed lords present what you know. As commanded. Shui Wanping clasped his fists and began to recount the matters divulged by Qiu Ruhan. As he spoke, the faces of the assembled ministers grew increasingly grim. When Shui Wanping revealed that Qiu Ruhan had confessed the names on the list, 3 officials suddenly fell to their knees, crying out for the emperor's mercy. Ha 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 ha. Upon the dragon throne, Yang Xianlong suddenly erupted into a chilling laugh, a sound imbued with an eerie terror. So now you plead for mercy, my loyal subjects. He rose, presenting a list to Zhou Zhuan, commanding, read it aloud. Zhou Zhuan accepted the list, casting a brief glance over it, and exhaled lightly before reciting each name. As Zhou Zhuan's voice echoed, 4 individuals staggered forward, kneeling in abject submission. Your Highness, exclaimed Yang Hongji, I am here. Now, execute these traitors before me. He ordered. The others on the list shall face death by 1,000 cuts, exterminating their 9 clans. Your command shall be obeyed. Yang Hongji replied, gesturing for a squad of the imperial guards to enter the hall, ready to drag the condemned away. At that moment, Yang Xianlong furrowed his brow and interjected, hold on. Did I instruct you to take them out? Startled, the guards exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Father, you just commanded their execution. Yang Hongji whispered back. Then, the third prince, Yang Hongli, spoke softly from the side. Brother, What father means is to execute them right here in this council hall. This declaration stunned the assembly, particularly the ministers kneeling on the ground, some collapsing into a quivering heap, while others soiled themselves in fear. Upon hearing Yang Hongli's words, Yang Hongji finally grasped the implication. He felt a pang of regret for misinterpreting Yang Xuanlong's intentions, inadvertently allowing the third prince to gain an advantage. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yang Hongji signaled the guards to lower their halberds and draw their swords. A series of sickening crunches filled the air as the execution commenced. Blood splattered across the council hall, heads soaring into the air. The once opulent chamber became a tableau of carnage, with crimson stains painting the ground, the pillars, and the ministers' official robes. While the military officials remained composed, seasoned by battle, the civil officials were not so fortunate. Many had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Some wobbled on their feet, others gasped for breath, and a few even succumbed to nausea, making a spectacle of themselves. After a full quarter of an hour, the council hall gradually fell silent. Yang Xianlong descended from the dragon throne, stepping upon one of the severed heads, and surveyed the assembly with a somber tone. This is the fate of those who collude with the demonic sect. With a subtle signal from Li Huayuan, a group of eunuchs hurried in to clear away the remnants of the massacre. Before long, the blood-stained council hall gleamed anew, the floors and pillars scrubbed spotless. Only the bloodstains on the minister's ceremonial attire remained, a haunting reminder of the slaughter that had just transpired within these mighty walls. Shui Wamping, I am here. Shui Wamping stepped forward. Yang Xianlong raised his hand in acknowledgement, allowing Shui Wamping to rise, then proclaimed, as the saying goes, punishment must follow wrongdoing, and merit must be rewarded. If it weren't for you, my loyal minister, I would have remained oblivious to the infiltration of the Tianlian sect right beneath my nose. As he spoke, Yang Xuanlong's gaze flitted between Yang Hongli and Yang Hongji, knowing that both had officials among those executed. Then, he shifted his attention to Ko Hanlin, inquiring, Minister Ko, I have heard from the Ministry of Personnel that you are conducting examinations for the Six Doors officials. Is that correct? Yes, Your Majesty. We are currently in the final round, Ko Hanlin replied. Have you selected the candidates? Not yet. The final results will only be available in 2 days. Yang Xianlong stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, no need for further assessment. The position of Six Doors official shall be granted to Shui Wamping. Draft the edict promptly. Old Minister, I accept the decree. Without hesitation, Ko Hanlin responded before stepping back. Upon hearing this, Shui Wamping clasped his hands and bowed deeply, expressing, I thank Your Majesty for your benevolence. In truth, Yang Xianlong was merely doing a favor. The examination for the Six Doors official was a significant matter, one that could not escape his notice. He recognized that, based on 3 rounds of performance, Shui Wamping was nearly guaranteed the position. Enhancing his favor was far more advantageous than doing nothing, serving as one of Yang Xuanlong's means to win Shui Wamping's allegiance. Shui Aiqing, you must diligently assist Minister Li in his duties, lest you disappoint me. I shall obey. By the way, Shui Aiqing, I have heard of your remarkable archery skills, that you can shoot 100 paces and hit the mark. Your Majesty flatters me. Before entering the court, I was merely a hunter in the mountains, and my skills are coarse compared to the generals present. Shui Wamping seized the opportunity to curry favor with the military officials. Modesty is a virtue. One who is humble is teachable, Yang Xianlong praised. Then, with a signal, Li Huayuan exited through the side door. Moments later, he returned, balancing a tray adorned with a yellow cloth embroidered with dragon patterns, concealing its contents. Yang Xianlong gestured, and Li Huayuan presented the tray to Shui Wamping. Shui Aiqing, in addition to your new position, I wish to bestow upon you a gift. Unveil it, and see if it pleases you. Shui Wamping bowed in gratitude before lifting the dragon-patterned cloth. A blinding flash of gold illuminated the chamber as a resplendent longbow emerged, radiating an ethereal golden glow. The bow measured approximately 5 feet in length, its surface adorned with ancient and mysterious engravings. As Shui Wamping grasped the longbow, an extraordinary energy enveloped his arms. What a magnificent bow! He exclaimed in awe. He then drew the bowstring back, and a golden arrow of true qi instantly materialized. Li Huayuan, witnessing this, opened his mouth to protest, aware that such an act in the council hall, with the emperor present, could imply an assassination attempt. However, Yang Xianlong gestured for him to remain silent. At that moment, Shui Wamping was filled with exhilaration. This bow surpassed his previous weapon, and he estimated that a single arrow fired from it would possess at least 50% more power. With this bow, he believed he could easily defeat foes such as the corpse demon like King Sweezy with a single shot. As the eyes of the assembled ministers turned toward him, Shui Wamping finally realized the impropriety of his actions in the grand hall. I beg your pardon, I did not intend to disturb your majesty. No harm done. Yang Xianlong chuckled, continuing, a divine weapon for a hero. This bow is now bestowed upon you, my loyal minister, and I hope you will dedicate yourself to assisting me, safeguarding the Great Shang Empire. I am grateful for your majesty's grace. Shui Wamping responded. May I be so bold as to inquire one more thing? Please, speak. What is the name of this bow? It is called the Hantian bow. Upon hearing this name, Shui Wanping felt a jolt in his heart. This was the legendary Hantian Bao, crafted from celestial iron fallen from the heavens. It was strung with the sinews of a 1,000-year-old great demon and inscribed with ancient formations by a master of arrays. This divine weapon was known to have enabled the first emperor of Xia to slay a great demon from the Nine Nether Realm with a single arrow, thus founding the mighty Xia dynasty. Alas, after the fall of Xia, this Bao had gradually faded from public memory. As Shui Wanping withdrew, Li Huayuan stepped forward again, murmuring something into Yang Xuanlong's ear, to which the emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, another figure appeared in the grand hall. Your humble servant, Sun Boyu, pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Sun Boyu prostrated himself 3 times upon the ground, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thud. Rise. Sun Boyu was radiant with excitement, his face brimming with anticipation. He had been waiting outside the grand hall for the summons since early morning. Had it not been for Li Huayuan's reminder, Yang Xianlong might well have forgotten about his prospective son-in-law. Sun Boy, how are the preparations for the grand ceremony in 7 days? In response to your majesty, complying with the edict of the imperial clan court, my father has made all necessary arrangements. 18 steeds for the wedding procession, 18 sets of armor, 90 banquet tables, and 81 cattle and sheep for the sacrificial rites. All has been meticulously prepared. Upon hearing this, Yang Xianlong nodded slightly. It is worth mentioning that the reason Yang Xianlong had chosen Sun Boyu to be the prince consort was primarily due to the financial strength of the Sun family. They had pledged that, should their son become the prince consort, they would sponsor the military expenses of the great merchant for an entire year. This was no trivial sum. In the vast realm, only a handful of wealthy families could produce such a substantial amount of silver. Alas, a daughter must not be retained. As your marriage to Wenwan approaches, I must remind you once more, do not ever wrong the princess. Rest assured, your majesty, I shall cherish Princess Wenwan as a precious gem. Yang Xianlong gently stroked his beard and nodded. Yesterday, the princess expressed concern to me about your humble origins, fearing that there might be whispers behind your back after your marriage. Therefore, today, I bestow upon you the position of deputy commander of the Jinhui. You must perform admirably in this role to uphold the princess's honor. At these words, Sun Boyu immediately knelt and bowed his head repeatedly. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. Observing Sun Boyu's eagerness contrasted sharply with the composed demeanor of Shui Wanping, the disparity was evident. At that moment, Yang Xianlong felt a twinge of regret. Had he known earlier how exceptional Shui Wanping was, he would have never considered marrying his daughter to such a mediocre individual. The more he pondered, the more remorseful he became, and so he chose to disregard Sun Boyu entirely, turning his attention to the sundial outside the hall. Musing to himself, the time is nearly upon us. It is time for me to pursue alchemy and the path of enlightenment. You may all disperse. With that, Yang Xianlong departed the council hall. Finally, the attendees in the grand hall collectively exhaled, relieved. The morning court had indeed been a profound shock to them. Your majesty, is it not overly generous to bestow the lamentable heavenly bow upon him as a reward? Little Li, I must ask you, have you discerned Shui Wanping's true strength? Li Huayuan pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, your majesty, while Shui Wanping appears to be at the master realm on the surface, I sense an enigmatic veil surrounding him, leaving me uncertain. It is worth noting that Li Huayuan stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, capable of discerning the strengths and weaknesses of most practitioners at a glance. He had never before encountered someone like Shui Wanping, who exuded an air of uncertainty. Nevertheless, even so, in his eyes, a 20-year-old top-tier master was a rarity in the annals of great merchant history. I share your sentiment, Yang Xianlong slowly replied. Currently, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are at odds, and the Tianlian sect is watching closely. To my knowledge, Shui Wanping has not truly allied himself with either the First or Third Prince. Upon hearing this, an expression of confusion crossed Li Huayuan's face. Your Majesty, the 6 doors clearly belong to the Third Prince. Why do you say this? Yang Xianlong merely smiled, offering no reply. Li Huayuan hastily bowed. Please forgive this old servant, for I have overstepped. It is of no consequence to enlighten you. Despite having resided in the palace for an extended period, appearing absorbed in alchemy and spiritual pursuits, nothing escaped Yang Xuanlong's keen observation, particularly concerning the movements of the Crown Prince and Third Prince. That day on the flower boat, Shui Wanping's refusal to pledge allegiance to Yang Hongli had not eluded Yang Xianlong either. With Yang Xuanlong's insight, Li Huayuan was enlightened. I did not anticipate that this young man is indeed a spirited steed. Therefore, I shall extend some favors today to win him over. His humble origins and lack of connections, yet he has managed to cultivate himself to the master realm, speaks volumes of his potential. Should he prove grateful and genuinely serve me well, I may afford him an opportunity. Your Majesty, do you intend to assist Shui Wanping? Yang Xianlong smiled gently but remained silent, simply watching the direction in which Shui Wanping had departed. Outside the Imperial Council Hall, the newly appointed deputy commander of the Jinhui, Sun Boyu, found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers, each offering their congratulations. Congratulations, Commander Sun. At such a young age, You hold a high position. Your future is boundless. What commander? He should be addressed as the prince consort. Ah, yes, yes. Prince consort. Prince consort. We hope you will favor us in the future. Sun Boyu responded with repeated gestures of gratitude, his face alight with joy as he accepted the compliments of the courtiers. Well said. Is this not the very essence of being an official? Conversely, Shui Wamping's surroundings were markedly quieter. As an official of the Six Doors without substantial backing, despite his second-rank status, he did not command much respect among the many courtiers present. Only a handful of military officials offered brief greetings and congratulations. However, Shui Wanping relished the tranquility, making his way toward the palace gates while holding the heavenly bow. Shui Xianshi, hold on. Sun Boyu struggled through the crowd, cheerfully catching up to Shui Wanping. Shui Xianshi, congratulations. Shui Wanping halted, politely returning the gesture. Deputy Commander's son, likewise. Sun Boyu eagerly retrieved a red invitation card from his pocket and presented it. Some time ago, I had someone invite you, but it did not come to fruition. Today, encountering you is fortuitous. This is my wedding invitation with the princess, who specifically instructed me to hand it to you. In 7 days. I hope you will honor us with your presence at our grand wedding ceremony. Shui Wanping accepted the invitation, forcing a smile. I shall certainly attend. And I must say, Shui Xianshi. However, Shui Wanping chose to ignore him, turning away and exiting the palace, leaving Sun Boyu standing awkwardly in place. It was evident that Shui Wanping regarded Sun Boyu with disdain. In Shui Wanping's eyes, Sun Boyu was a mere incompetent, elevated by nepotism. Even if those around them remained silent, they would certainly harbor contempt in their hearts. Bah, how could one be so blind? Watching Shui Wanping's retreating figure, Sun Boyu spat in frustration. In 7 days, once I become the prince consort, I shall make you regret this. Upon leaving the palace, Shui Wanping headed straight for the Six Doors. He was eager to return and receive the imperial decree, as well as to oversee the confiscation of properties belonging to the treasonous officials, a task that had fallen to the Six Doors. After all, this significant matter had been brought to light by Shui Wanping himself, representing the Six Doors. The task of confiscating properties, a lucrative endeavor, naturally fell to them. Due to Yang Xuanlong's decree being issued ahead of Shui Wanping's arrival, nearly all the officers, except for those guarding the gates, were mobilized to sweep through the capital, apprehending individuals. The extended families of nearly 20 officials were implicated. This was no small matter. An atmosphere of panic enveloped the capital, with everyone fearing association with the deceased officials. As for the so-called third round of assessments, following Shui Wanping's audience with the emperor, it was inevitably brought to a halt. Apart from Lu Wu, the few remaining captains who had persevered until the end were still unconvinced, yet there was nothing they could do. Shui Wanping had been personally chosen by the emperor, and thus they had no choice but to relent. In merely half an hour, Shui Wanping had arrived at the Six Doors. After a brief return to the Qianhu office, he changed out of his blood-stained official attire and hurried to Li Huayan's location. Your subordinate, Shui Wanping, seeks an audience. Enter. Upon pushing open the door, Shui Wanping beheld Li Huayan seated regally in the main hall, a crimson second-rank official robe neatly arranged before him. This robe was accompanied by an imperial edict just delivered by a palace eunuch. Upon noticing Shui Wanping's arrival, Li Huayan immediately rose, cradling the official robe and edict in his hands, stating, in truth, this position of the second-rank official was intended by the third prince to be bestowed upon you. The robe has been prepared by the Ministry of Personnel for you 3 days ago, tailored to your measurements. The examination was merely a formality. As you have only recently joined our Six Doors, it seems the emperor has made his decision, and naturally, no one dares to speak out against it. Quickly don the robe. Given the circumstances, Li Huayan had little choice but to express this. Originally, Ko Hanlin had intended for the third prince to grant a favor to Shui Wanping with this official position, but unexpectedly, the good deed fell to Yang Xianlong instead. Nevertheless, Shui Wanping was acutely aware that both Yang Xianlong and Yang Hongli had intentions of drawing him in. Yet, he was a man who accepted benefits without a desire to align himself with any faction. Nodding slightly and choosing not to engage in further conversation, he stepped forward and accepted the robe. Thank you, Chief Catcher. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task and receiving a system reward of 1,000 reputation points. Current remaining reputation, 1,050 points. Chapter 73, Wanping Ascends, the Princess's Scheme. For a consecutive 5 days, the marketplace at Yinjing was teeming with people. It must be noted that the families of a single official could number 4,000 to 5,000 souls. The executioners at the marketplace were tasked with beheading nearly 10,000 individuals daily. In an instant, the entire city of Yinjing was rife with rumors and trepidation regarding the reasons behind these executions, with the populace reluctant to speak openly for fear of attracting the attention of the authorities. This series of events caused the public to largely forget the upcoming marriage of the princess. Unlike the chaotic scene at the marketplace, filled with flying paper money and shrouded corpses, the residence of Sun Boyu was adorned with festive decorations, as in just 2 days, his son was to wed the princess. Since receiving the emperor's decree of marriage, the Sun family walked with a newfound swagger, their postures unconsciously straighter, particularly in the eyes of Sun's father. The merchant class had long been deemed inferior. Now, with his son Boyu's elevation, their family had achieved a remarkable transformation into gentry. Barring unexpected developments, they would be secure for generations to come. At this moment, within the side chambers of the Sun residence, Sun Boyu, clad in the attire of the Jinui, sat upon a rosewood chair, idly toying with a string of jade beads. Before him stood a fair-skinned palace maid. "Your Highness, the princess inquires whether everything has been arranged. Please assure Miss Saishao that all is well prepared." "That is reassuring. You must know, last time you failed to act, the princess was quite displeased." Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Sun Boyu's gaze. "Rest assured, this time there shall be no missteps. I have enlisted the 7 killers to assist." "The 7 killers? Very well, I shall return to report to the princess immediately." With that, Saishao turned and hastily departed the Sun residence. At this moment, a flag officer approached and inquired, "Commander, what necessitates the involvement of the 7 killers?" The 7 killers were renowned as an assassination organization, their reputation formidable, yet their fees exorbitant. In this instance, Sun Boyu had expended a full 10,000 taels of gold to engage 2 master assassins. The target of this mission was to capture Wenqing'er alive. Sun Boyu planned to invite all master experts from the 6 doors under the pretense of his wedding, taking advantage of their absence to launch an attack with the 2 assassins. This was a classic ploy to draw the tiger from its lair. Followed by a feint to the east, while striking in the west, Sun Boyu was perplexed as to why Yang Wenwan had directed him to capture Wenqing. However, he refrained from questioning. The princess's orders were to be executed without fail, for a woman demands a certain demeanor. Little did he know, Yang Wenwan's aim was to abduct Wenqing'er in exchange for the letters still in Shui Wanping's possession. Those letters were not only a remnant of a past promise from the monk Enian to Yang Wenwan, but also served as her leverage. With those letters in Shui Wanping's hands, Yang Wenwan felt an incessant discomfort akin to a thorn in her throat. Sun Boyu set down the beads and looked at the flag officer. "Do you know who currently holds the greatest prominence in Yinjing?" "That would be you, Your Highness." "Indeed. But aside from me, then it is Shui Qian's position at the 6 doors." "Precisely, the woman I intend to capture is his." A glint of sharpness flickered in Sun Boyu's eyes. "Once I have seized his woman, he will be utterly at my mercy. Ha ha ha. Then, allow me to extend my early congratulations, my lord." The flag officer replied with a slight smile. This smile momentarily stole Sun Boyu's breath away. "I say, Feng Dao, have you given serious thought to our previous discussion? Should you agree, I shall ensure your promotion to the position of Qianhu within 6 months." As he spoke, Sun Boyu gently caressed Feng Dao's chin. Sun Boyu was not an innocent soul. He was captivated by Yang Wenwan's beauty. Yet she had expressly told him not to share a bed with her for a year. This left him in a rather vexatious predicament. He dared not disregard the princess's words, which rendered the situation quite awkward. After all, he was a young man of vigor. Seeking solace in a brothel? Impossible. As the royal prince consort, should he be caught, the consequences would be dire. His desire was palpable. It was only upon encountering Feng Dao at the Jinui office that his heart was stirred. With a single glance, desire triumphed over reason. Feng Dao was young and beautiful, and what bliss it would be to cultivate a clandestine romance with her. Thus, he immediately summoned her to his side. "My lord, you jest, as the prince consort. Such jokes are ill-advised. Should the princess catch wind of this, it would be most unfortunate." Feng Dao retreated slightly. Upon hearing the word princess, Sun Boyu involuntarily stiffened, ceasing his pursuit and allowing Feng Dao to depart. "Very well, I have patience to spare. I refuse to believe you will not relent." Meanwhile, within the 6 doors, Shui Wanping had officially assumed the role of second-rank official. At this level, he was entitled to an independent residence, albeit one situated within the 6 doors. He had also arranged for Wenqing'er to move in, and thus, they found themselves living together in a rather unorthodox manner. As a high-ranking official of the 6 doors, he need not personally oversee the confiscation of properties. His subordinates had taken care of all arrangements, allowing him to remain comfortably seated within the office. At this moment, Shui Wanping sat in the main seat, perusing the personnel roster that had just been submitted. Just then, Duan Ruifeng hurried in, clutching a ledger. "My lord, the funds from yesterday have been tallied. Lu Qianhu's confiscation amounted to approximately 4 million taels. Zhou Qianhu seized 280,000 taels, and Jiang Qianhu secured 170,000 taels." Upon finishing, Duan Ruifeng presented the ledger with both hands. Without glancing at it, Shui Wanping waved his hand dismissively. "No need for me to see. Deduct 30% and submit the remainder to the accounting office." "Understood, my lord." In the initial days, Shui Wanping had inquired about the matter, but as he witnessed the increasing amounts of confiscated wealth, he soon lost interest in overseeing it. All authority is entrusted to Duan Ruifeng for handling the matter. After all, Duan Ruifeng has demonstrated commendable performance recently, and this is a form of reward for him. Shui Wanping is not lacking in wealth, and moreover, he has a more pressing issue at hand, recruiting new members for the 6 doors. The recent rampage by the Tianlian sect has resulted in significant casualties among the Six Doors constables. The immediate priority is to select 300 constables from the list submitted by various regions to replenish the ranks of the Six Doors. Shui Wanping has discerning taste. Only the most exceptional candidates can catch his eye. Naturally, many, having heard of this news, have approached Shui Wanping seeking to leverage connections for favors. Those with acceptable character and skills have been granted consideration, as Shui Wanping, in a spirit of goodwill, accepted a few. However, he firmly rejected those with dubious motives or lacking in capability, regardless of whom they approached. Some matters are fundamentally principled. The seriousness of these local governments is questionable, and the roster truly leaves much to be desired, like selecting a general from among the dwarfs. Shui Wanping, exasperated, set aside the list he had been scrutinizing for 2 days, having barely managed to identify fewer than 100 candidates. This predicament is not entirely his fault. It is well known that local officials tend to recommend their own people or those with connections. Consequently, the truly capable individuals without any backing remain obscured and never reach Shui Wanping's scrutiny. This has been the nature of society throughout the ages, from ancient times to the present. Just as Shui Wanping was lost in thought, Lu Wu hurried in, holding a sealed letter marked with red wax. The prominent phoenix emblem on the wax stood out conspicuously. After reading the letter, Shui Wanping's expression darkened, and with a surge of internal energy, he incinerated the missive. He had initially thought that after sparing Yang Wenwan once, she would behave, but to his astonishment, she remained unrepentant, now setting her sights on his woman. Knowing full well that he possessed formidable skills and the formidable Hantian Bao, making it difficult for her to act against him. Such intentions are truly malicious. This time, he would not hold back. If she seeks her own demise, she has no one but herself to blame. Startled by Shui Wanping's words, Lu Wu stepped forward and quietly inquired, "My lord, is there any difficulty that requires my assistance?" Interrupted by Lu Wu, Shui Wanping rose, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, a devilish grin spread across his face. Lu Wu felt a surge of anxiety at Shui Wanping's smile, instinctively clutching his collar. With such a beguiling grin, could it be that his lord has inclinations toward men? Lu Wu, lean in closer, Shui Wanping commanded. "My lord, this might not be appropriate." Lu Wu protested. "I am ordering you to come here," Shui Wanping insisted. As Lu Wu approached, Shui Wanping whispered a few words into his ear, then produced a deep crimson pill from his robe. Lu Wu's brows twitched, alternating between relaxation and tension, ultimately knitting tightly together. "My lord, will this truly work? Just follow my instructions," Shui Wanping declared resolutely. With Shui Wanping's determination apparent, Lu Wu reluctantly nodded. "I shall obey." Following this, Shui Wanping waved his hand, and Lu Wu retreated from the residence. 2 days swiftly passed, and the day of the princess's wedding arrived. On this day, the streets of Yinjing were under strict surveillance, with all small vendors prohibited from venturing out. In the early morning, outside the palace, Sun Boyu, clad in a resplendent red robe, radiated vitality. Adorned with a large red flower, wearing a jade dragon crown, and a belt and pendant crafted from flawless jade, he sat astride a magnificent steed, a blood-sweating stallion gifted from the western regions. The saddle was embellished with gilded lychee flower patterns and lined with monkey fur. In all respects, he exuded an air of grandeur. Behind him stretched a welcoming procession 200 meters long. Leading the way was a group of around 20 musicians tasked with playing celebratory tunes. Following them was a flower palanquin adorned with golden dragon patterns and multicolored clouds. Behind the palanquin, over 200 servants from the Sun family carried the bridal gifts, which included jade circlets, flower combs of northern pearls, intricately crafted golden artifacts, and more. In all, the Sun family's display was nothing short of extravagant. At this moment, Yang Wenwan had also completed her preparations within the palace. Dressed in a phoenix crown and radiant robes, she was indeed breathtaking. Yet, despite her appearance, Yang Wenwan was far from joyful. It was important to note that Sun Boyu was the emperor's chosen consort, and she held no affection for him. However, she found some solace in the fact that Sun Boyu was obedient, a trait she appreciated. "Your Highness, the auspicious hour has arrived. It is time to depart," urged Kai Xia, her maid of honor. Reluctantly, Yang Wenwan rose, her gaze lingering on the jade pillow atop the bed, her hands repeatedly caressing her slightly rounded abdomen. "This white jade pillow has been used by my beloved. Remember to retrieve it once I am married." "Understood, Your Highness." Kai Xia nodded fervently. Yang Wenwan slowly stood, supported by Kai Xia, and made her way towards the door. "Waner." At that moment, Yang Xianlong happened to arrive. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." Yang Wenwan bowed deeply. "Once you are wed to the Sun family, do not act recklessly and bring shame upon the royal family," Yang Xianlong admonished. Though his feelings for Yang Wenwan were not particularly profound, "Your servant will abide by your command." Yang Xianlong nodded and turned towards the palace gates, his voice trailing behind him. "Some individuals are already dead. It is time to forget." Yang Wenwan understood he referred to the monk Enian, and a flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes. Yet that tenderness quickly transformed into a venomous glare. The last remnants of Enian's thoughts left for her had been taken by Shui Wanping. Yang Wenwan silently vowed, Shui Wanping, are you not fond of that little vixen? Soon, she shall be in my grasp, and I will mar her face, to see if you still desire a hideous creature. Your Highness, we must take our leave. Kaixia's words interrupted Yang Wenwan's reverie. Yang Wenwan straightened her arms, clenched her fists, and gracefully stepped into the palanquin. Within a quarter of an hour, the princess's palanquin arrived smoothly at the palace gates. After briefly advising Sun Boyu, he lifted the palanquin curtain and carried the princess into the awaiting golden palanquin. The wedding ceremony at the palace was rather simple, with the grand wedding ceremony set to take place at the Sun residence. The journey from the palace to the Sun residence would take merely half an hour. However, to make a grand show, Sun Boyu took a detour around half of Yinjing, seemingly proclaiming, I am the consort now. Let us see who dares to call me Sun Fool. Ultimately, it was Yang Wenwan who urged him to return to the Sun residence, which he did reluctantly. At this moment, the Sun residence was abuzz with guests, with high-ranking officials of the second rank and above in attendance. Despite their differing factions, who would dare to show disrespect at the Emperor's daughter's wedding? Upon returning to the Sun residence, Sun Boyu did not head straight for the main hall. Instead, he eagerly searched among the guests for a glimpse of Shui Wanping. Senator, have all the guests from the 6 doors arrived? Sun Boyu called out to a young servant. The youth hurriedly checked the guest list in his hands and replied, Chief Li, Deputy Zhao, and several hundred captains have arrived, but we are still awaiting Deputy Shui. Where? Why are you still lingering here? The ceremony is about to commence. Hurry inside. At this moment, Sun's father hastily sought out his son, grasping Sun Boyu's arm and attempting to lead him inside. Father, grant me just a moment longer. Sun Boyu urgently whispered a few instructions into the ear of his attendant before swiftly following his father into the main hall. Anxiousness gnawed at Sun Boyu's heart as he realized the grand ceremony was about to commence. Should Shui Wanping fail to arrive, he would lose this opportunity, making it exceedingly difficult to capture Wenqinger later. Indeed, as a prominent second-generation heir in Yinjing City, Sun Boyu harbored a certain admiration for Wenqinger's beauty. Once captured, he could certainly indulge in her charms. As the vice-commander of the Jinyui and a current prince consort, he was confident that Shui Wanping would not dare to confront him over a courtesan. Upon receiving Sun Boyu's command, the young servant hurried toward a pavilion nestled in the corner of the Sun residence's courtyard. There, 2 men clad in black were seated. Upon noticing the servant's arrival, the more portly of the 2 spoke up. What the devil does your master mean by making us wait for so long? Please, esteemed sirs, do not be angered. The 6 doors is currently awaiting the arrival of a master expert. As soon as he arrives, I will inform you immediately. Just a master? I could dispatch him with ease. Shumi, let us take action. The other man, named Shumi, interjected, Patience, head monk. The master of the 6 doors is no ordinary expert. We must not underestimate him. At that moment, the servant's eyes inadvertently caught sight of Shui Wanping, resplendent in a deep crimson official robe, entering while carrying a gift of congratulations. Esteemed sirs, we may proceed. Chapter 75. The plan succeeds. Wanping inebriated. Did you see something float by? Shaoli, it's broad daylight. Surely you're imagining things. This is the 6 doors. The elderly gatekeeper yawned, dismissing the notion. In his view, the 6 doors was a place to be avoided. Especially during daylight hours, it was evident that the young constable was becoming paranoid. The young constable scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You're right, my master speaks wisely. This is indeed the 6 doors. Enough with the paranoia. It's nearly time for the shift change. Soon my master will take you out for a well-deserved relaxation. The older constable cast a meaningful glance toward the direction of Yanliu Lang. Meanwhile, at a tea stall opposite the 6 doors, Shumi leisurely sipped tea, his peripheral gaze occasionally darting toward the main entrance of the 6 doors. This money is surprisingly easy to earn, Shumi mused to himself. Just moments earlier, the head monk had quietly infiltrated, targeting only a vulnerable woman, and there were no formidable experts stationed within the 6 doors. The head monk alone was more than sufficient. Shumi's role was merely to ensure the winds were favorable. The towering walls of the 6 doors posed little challenge to a master expert. Once inside, the head monk deftly evaded several watchful eyes, swiftly arriving at the residence of Shui Wanping. Sun Boyu had provided him with the layout of the 6 doors long ago, and he was intimately familiar with the personnel deployment. He had strategically chosen this moment, coinciding with the shift change when the guards would be more lax. Cautiously, the head monk pried open a roof tile above Wenqinger's chamber. Indeed, a lovely figure sat gracefully upon the bed, holding a piece of embroidered silk. Forgive me, my dear. The head monk chuckled softly. He swiftly executed a series of movements and, moments later, descended from the roof and entered the room. Who are you? Why did you not knock? Wenqinger glared at the intruder, preparing to rise. Yet, the head monk, with a stoic expression, disregarded her protests and swiftly approached, lightly touching a pressure point on her body. Instantly, she succumbed to unconsciousness. He retrieved a portrait from his robes, meticulously comparing it before nodding in satisfaction. Then, He produced a large cloth bag and unceremoniously stuffed Wenqing'er inside. Shouldering the bag, he sensed the surroundings and, finding them devoid of witnesses, vanished in an instant. From the moment he entered to successfully abduct Wenqing'er, the head monk had taken less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The serene 6 doors seemed as though nothing had transpired. Shumi smiled faintly, finishing the remaining tea in his cup, and, leaving a piece of silver on the table, made his way toward the alley beside the tea stall. Indeed, swifter than I anticipated. The head monk gently set down the bag, wiping the sweat from his brow. When I, the head monk, take action, success is inevitable. The 6 doors are hardly formidable. Yet, she is merely a courtesan. Look at you exhausted. Did you indulge in debauchery again last night? What do you mean by that? Amipa, I merely offered some benevolence to a few female bodhisattvas. Before the head monk could finish, Shumi interrupted. Enough with the chatter. Let us hasten to the dilapidated temple with this courtesan so we can fulfill our task and depart. Once we're done, you may offer benevolence to as many female bodhisattvas as you please. At the same time, at the Sun residence, an official raised his cup, stating, Shui Qianshi, meeting you in person is indeed better than hearing 100 tales. You are truly a youthful hero. I toast to you. Shui Wanping remained silent, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go, then turning the cup upside down with a faint smile. Another official then stood up. Shui Qianshi, you have quite the capacity. How many have you already consumed? I dare to toast you once more. May I have the honor? Shui Wanping remained mute, lifting his cup with one hand and finishing it without a trace left. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks slightly flushed, and his body began to sway. Shui Qianshi, I also toast to you. After another cup was downed, Shui Wanping rested his chin on one hand, his eyes half closed, a foolish grin spreading across his lips. Seeing Shui Wanping in such a state, the table of officials exchanged knowing glances. The prince consort had just assigned them a task, to intoxicate Shui Wanping. Shui Qianshi, come. Let us drink again. One official tentatively raised his cup and stood once more. Shui Wanping swayed as he stood, his cup-wielding hand trembling violently. Just as the cup was about to reach his lips, Duan Ruifeng suddenly appeared, gently pressing down on the cup and whispering, Qianshi, there is an urgent matter inside. Please return at once. However, Shui Wanping paid no heed to Duan Ruifeng, forcefully shaking off his hand and intent on continuing to drink. Unexpectedly, Duan Ruifeng snatched the cup and downed it in one gulp. Esteemed officials, I am Duan Ruifeng from the 6 doors. There is an urgent matter requiring Shui Qianshi's return. I have taken this cup on behalf of my master. I hope you will not take offense. Return? We have no objections, but it depends on whether the master agrees. The leading official instinctively looked toward Sun Boyu and spoke. At this moment, the ceremonial proceedings had long since concluded. Upon meeting the gaze of Sun Boyu, who approached with a cup in hand, he remarked, Oh dear, how could you all have intoxicated Shui Qianshi to this extent? Did I not advise you to take good care of him? Prince consort, Shui Qianshi is merely celebrating. He drank this of his own accord, not because of us. One official quickly interjected. Seeing Sun Boyu arrive, Duan Ruifeng quickly clasped his hands together in a respectful bow, saying, I am Duan Ruifeng, and there have been some unforeseen circumstances within the 6 doors. It is imperative that my master returns to oversee matters. I kindly request your permission, Prince Consort. Upon hearing Duan Ruifeng's words, a glimmer of delight spread across Sun Boyu's face. Unforeseen circumstances? Alas, hurry along. Do not impede your important matters. Shui Wanping stared vacantly at Sun Boyu, clasping his hands together without uttering a word, and was assisted by Duan Ruifeng as they exited. Sun Boyu personally escorted the two to the entrance of the Sun residence, saying, Shui Qianshi, do visit often, as the figures of the 2 men receded into the distance. A flicker of malice crossed Sun Boyu's face. It seems the plan succeeded. He then glanced down at a protruding part of his body. Patience. Soon you shall experience the pleasures of a courtesan. Duan Ruifeng did not accompany Shui Wanping back to the 6 gates, but instead made his way to the Wang family's inn. Selecting a random room, he unceremoniously tossed Shui Wanping onto the bed, followed by dousing him with a basin of cold water. The icy shock jolted the inebriated man into instant sobriety. Good heavens! That is cold, he exclaimed, noticing Duan Ruifeng's irritated expression. I told you to be mindful. Did I not advise you beforehand? To keep silent and drink less? Look at the state you're in. Thankfully, I sensed something was off and rushed in. Do you realize the effect of the disguise pill was about to wear off? At that moment, Shui Wanping had already reverted to his true self. He was none other than Lu Wu, the Thousand Household. Chapter 76, Payment Upon Delivery. As dusk fell, at a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city, a gilded carriage came to a gradual halt. A man and a woman disembarked in succession, none other than Sun Boyu and Yang Wenwan. Having just concluded their wedding ceremony, they seized the opportunity, with 2 hours remaining before the evening banquet, to hastily drive the carriage out of the city. Originally, Sun Boyu intended to come alone, but Yang Wenwan, eager for revenge against Shui Wanping, insisted on accompanying him. Thus, Sun Boyu's plans were thwarted, and a hint of disappointment crossed his features. Both were acutely aware that they were targeting Shui Wanping's woman, and the fewer who knew of this affair, the better. Hence, they were accompanied only by two trusted first-class martial artists from the Imperial Guards. Sun Boyu led the way, impatiently pushing the door open. Inside, Wen Qing'er was bound on the ground, her mouth stuffed with ragged cloth. Sumi and Tu Tua held wine gourds in hand, encircling a fire pit where a grass carp sizzled enticingly. Upon hearing the commotion, they glanced toward the newly arrived Sun Boyu and Yang Wenwan. Ha ha! It is indeed the famed courtesan Wen. You two have worked hard. Sun Boyu's eyes brightened significantly at the sight of Wen Qing, a glint of lust flashing across his gaze as he stepped forward. However, unexpectedly, a wooden knife flew out and embedded itself in the ground before him, causing Sun Boyu to break out in a cold sweat. The Seven Killers rule states that payment must be made upon delivery. Here lies 10,000 taels of gold. Before Sun Boyu could respond, Yang Wenwan hastily tossed over a banknote, eagerly advancing toward Wen Qing'er. Wait! Sumi suddenly interjected, halting her progress. A dead one costs 10,000 taels. A living one must be double. Yang Wenwan's expression soured at this, and Sun Boyu promptly interjected, You are raising the price arbitrarily. Unfazed, Sumi leisurely took a sip from his wine gourd, saying, And what of it? If you do not agree, you may leave. Otherwise, our transaction is at an end. I dare say, selling this courtesan in a brothel would fetch far more than 10,000 taels. Sun Boyu felt a wave of irritation at Sumi's brazen demeanor. Do you not know I am the deputy of the Imperial Guards? Before he could finish his sentence, another 10,000 taels banknote flew through the air, which Sumi caught deftly. While my patience lasts, you had better leave. The princess is indeed magnanimous. Sumi chuckled as he tucked the banknote away, then stepped before Sun Boyu, extracting the half-buried wooden knife. Unlike you, my dear prince, who seems rather petty. Sun Boyu was about to retort, but was met with a fierce glare from Sumi, causing him to feel his hair stand on end and swallow his words. After all, he was merely an inconsequential martial artist. The oppressive aura of a master was beyond his endurance. Tu Tua, we withdraw. With that, Tu Tua rose, donning a large string of prayer beads around his neck, grasping his gourd, and followed Sumi out. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. The already flimsy door of the temple was kicked open, and a figure appeared before them, his garments billowing dramatically in the breeze. Behind him, two first-class Imperial Guards lay on the ground, bloodied and incapacitated. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Boyu jolted in shock. Shui Wanping, you aren't supposed to be here. Yang Wenwan's face paled as she instinctively hid behind Sun Boyu. Didn't you say everything was taken care of? Shui Wanping surveyed the scene with a wicked grin, saying, What a lively gathering. I, Shui, thrive in chaos. At this moment, Sumi and Tu Tua, one wielding a wooden knife and the other a string of prayer beads, regarded Shui Wanping warily. While Tu Tua appeared somewhat dazed, Sumi's brow furrowed in concern. He was no fool. He understood that Shui Wanping's appearance was no coincidence. It was evident he had been waiting for this moment. Considering Sumi was a master-level warrior who had previously released his aura multiple times without sensing Shui Wanping, this could only indicate one thing. Shui Wanping was far stronger than the two of them. Yang Wenwan's face twisted with madness as she pointed at Shui Wanping, exclaiming, You two, kill him. Quickly, I'll give you 100,000 taels. Tu Tua glanced at Sumi. Sumi, 100,000 taels, shall we take action? I advise you to refrain from moving. Shui Wanping smiled slightly, his demeanor seemingly harmless. Add another 100,000, 200,000. Oh no, 50,000. If you kill him, I will give you 50,000. Yang Wenwan hurriedly added. Yes, the princess is correct, 50,000 taels. I am the scion of the Sun family. If you eliminate this man, my family will add another 50,000. Tu Tuo's eyes glimmered with greed, ready to charge forward. But Sumi restrained him. Sumi, what are you doing? This brother, my apologies for any previous offense. Here are our 2,000 taels as a token of goodwill. We hope to make a friend and leave peacefully. Offending the seven killers will yield no favorable outcome. Ignoring Tu Tua, Sumi placed the banknotes on the ground, his gaze fixed on Shui Wanping. Sumi, what are you? Silence. Sumi snapped, and Tu Tua fell silent. Seeing the two unwilling to engage, Sun Boyu grew anxious. He wants let us go. Attack him. We must kill him to survive. Shui Wanping remained unruffled, a smile still playing on his lips as he slowly began. The seven killers, the infamous duo, the wolf killer Tu Tua, a master-level warrior. Stout in physique, yet possessing unparalleled agility, leaving no trace in the snow, and the wolf Sumi, a master-level warrior, slight in build yet possessing immense strength, rumored to have the power to shake mountains. The bounty on both your heads from the court is worth 100,000 taels, yet you offer only 2,000 here. This is hardly sufficient. Then it appears we must fight. Sumi's eyes narrowed into slits, his grip tightening around his wooden knife. Sumi, stop talking and just kill him, Tu Tua declared, casting caution aside as he activated his technique. The massive prayer beads soared into the air with a whoosh, hurtling toward Shui Wanping. Child's play. Shui Wanping pointed his finger, and a beam of finger arrow shot forth in an instant. with a resounding clang. The Buddhist beads were utterly incapable of obstructing the azure light, which flew uncontrollably backward. Upon witnessing this, Sumi was taken aback and swiftly retreated. A grandmaster. The monk retreats. Yet, Shui Wamping showed no intention of letting the two escape. With the prowess of a grandmaster, he unleashed arrow like a shooting star, and, with a few swift movements, positioned himself behind the two. The sound of two sharp strikes echoed, and they were instantly rendered immobile by pressure points. Damn it, damn it. Realizing Shui Wamping's capabilities, Sun Boyu became anxious. He drew a dagger he had hidden in his boot and seized Wen Qing'er, pressing the blade against her throat. Yang Wenwan, seeing this, hurriedly removed the phoenix hairpin from her head, also pressing it against Wen Qing'er's neck. Shui, don't come any closer, or your little lover will meet her end. Shui Wamping, however, remained unfazed, glancing at Wen Qing'er, saying, enough, there's no need for you to pretend. At these words, Wen Qing'er broke into a smile. Chapter 77. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. As Wen Qing'er's visage twisted, Yang Wenwan and Sun Boyu suddenly felt as though they were enveloped by a tremendous force, rendering them motionless. This was the protective energy of a master. Sun Boyu, possessing some martial skill, reacted quickly but was still too late. Given their proximity to Wen Qing'er, escape was no longer an option. With a forceful tug, Wen Qing'er easily severed the ropes binding her. As the sounds of pressure points being struck resounded, a smile graced Wen Qing'er's face. She gently brushed aside the weapons in their hands and stepped forward to stand before them. Who are you? Yang Wenwan asked, a hint of panic in her expression. You wish to know who I am? Ha! Wen Qing'er laughed heartily. At that moment, Sumi furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. Jianlan Fairy, Qiu Ruhan. To his surprise, there was someone in the martial world who recognized her. Qiu Ruhan was evidently taken aback, having withdrawn from the world for many years. She never expected someone to still remember her name. Our 7 Kills sect has gathered information on the world's experts. How could the Jianlan Fairy remain unknown? Upon hearing Sumi's words, Sun Boyu could not help but interject. You are Qiu Ruhan. Weren't you imprisoned in the 6 Doors dungeon? Shui Wamping chuckled softly. It was I who released her. You audacious Shui Wamping. How dare you unilaterally free a criminal of the Tianlian sect? Are you not afraid of being annihilated along with your entire clan? Sun Boyu's voice trembled with indignation. Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Commander Sunday. As long as I ensure no witnesses remain, the Emperor shall never know. Hearing Shui Wamping's words, Yang Wenwan felt her legs weaken. Shui Wamping, I have fulfilled my promise. Will you honor yours? Qiu Ruhan gazed at Shui Wamping intently. Of course, I shall honor it. You must know. The two before you are a princess of the realm and a prince consort. Should you eliminate them, I shall grant you your freedom. Yang Wenwan's lips trembled as she pleaded, her eyes brimming with a uniquely feminine vulnerability. Please, do not kill me. I am the princess, Shui Qianshi. I can offer you great wealth, just spare my life. Kill him instead. He is the deputy commander of the Jinui. His death will suffice. I will not utter a word about this. Trust me, I have realized my mistakes. Sun Boyu, upon hearing her, became agitated. Kill her. Kill her. Killing me serves no purpose. I am but a fool. We bear no enmity. All these schemes were devised by this wretched woman. Birds of a feather flock together. When calamity strikes, they fly apart. The two, each pleading with Shui Wamping for mercy, revealed themselves to be a newlywed couple. Just a day prior. Upon learning of their plot to abduct Wen Qing'er, Shui Wamping devised a counterplan. He first exchanged his reputation for 4 disguise pills, giving one to Lu Wu to impersonate him at the banquet, instructing Lu Wu not to speak and to limit his drinking to avoid exposure. Subsequently, Shui Wamping stealthily approached the dungeon, negotiating with Qiu Ruhan for her assistance in impersonating Wen Qing'er, promising her freedom upon success. As for why Shui Wamping did not masquerade as Wen Qing'er himself, it was partly due to the embarrassment of cross-dressing and partly because a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Qiu Ruhan had no grounds to refuse. Thus, Shui Wamping provided her with 3 disguise pills, instructing her to take one every hour. To ensure her compliance, he had also administered a poison beforehand, stating that without the antidote within a day, she would meet her demise. Shui Wamping then followed her in silence, leading to the current scenario. Unlike Yang Wenwan and Sun Boyu, who pleaded on their knees, Su Mi and the monk wore serious expressions. I do not begrudge my defeat to you. Whether you wish to kill or maim, I shall comply. Sumi declared. If Sumi does not begrudge it, then neither shall I. 18 years hence, I shall rise again. Shui Wamping momentarily ignored them, retrieving a brownish pill from his robes and tossing it to Qiu Ruhan. This antidote must be taken once a month. It will alleviate your affliction, or you shall meet a gruesome end. I hope you understand. I understand. Qiu Ruhan accepted the pill without hesitation, swallowing it whole. Shui Wamping's demeanor remained calm as he added. Moreover, this poison is known as 7 leaves 7 insects poison, concocted from 14 toxic substances in sequence. The antidote must also be prepared in order. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can antidote it privately. In truth, Qiu Ruhan had not feared death before. She had once thought death to be nothing to fear. However, the dark, damp confines of the Six Doors dungeon, with its tormenting sensations of despair, had altered her perspective. She yearned for escape, for life. Just when she thought she would finally emerge from that abyss, Shui Wanping had granted her another chance. She had no choice but to submit to him. Hearing their exchange, Yang Wenwan's expression grew frantic. I can take the poison too. Give me one, spare me. I beg you, Shui Wanping. Remember how close we were to becoming husband and wife. Suddenly, Shui Wanping struck her sharply across the face. You wretched woman. I spared you once, yet you remain unrepentant. Today's events are of your own making. After receiving the slap, blood trickled from the corner of Yang Wenwan's mouth. Yet she displayed no signs of anger. It was the crown prince who suggested I abduct Wenqing. Seek him out, spare me please. I truly beg you. As she spoke, she began to sob, her cries profoundly moving. I can also take this poison, Shui Qianshi. We bear no enmity. Please, spare me. And I can help you gather intelligence within the Jinui. If all else fails, consider me a dog, just let me live. As for Sun Boyle, Shui Wanping paid him no mind, treating him as though he were merely air. You may proceed. Shui Wanping turned to Qiu Ruhan, his expression as tranquil as water, as if the lives of the two before him were of no consequence. Without further ado, Qiu Ruhan drew her sword, and in a flash of steel, two heads rolled. The bodies collapsed, blood gushing forth from their severed necks, shuddering slightly before slumping to the ground. The Grand Princess of the Great Shang and the newly appointed Deputy Commander of the Jinui were dead on the spot. Hold on to this letter and, as I instructed, seek out a person named Gu Qing. That location is unequivocally secure. Do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. Having divulged the secrets of the Heavenly Lotus sect, and now having slain a princess, neither the court nor the sect will spare you. Qiu Ruhan nodded, accepting the letter and tucking it into her bosom, then, with a swift turn, vanished without a trace. At this moment, only Su Mi, the monk, and Shui Wanping remained in the vicinity. The monk kept his eyes half closed, reciting Buddhist scriptures, while Su Mi, undaunted, fixed his gaze upon Shui Wanping and declared, in the game of kings and rebels, if you wish to kill, then do so. I shall not plead for mercy. No sooner had he spoken than Shui Wanping raised his hand, unleashing two surges of internal energy. Thus, I shall grant you your wish. Both men collapsed in response. Shui Wanping looked at their lifeless bodies and murmured, you two were indeed remarkable figures, yet regrettably, you chose the wrong path. With that, he set the dilapidated temple ablaze and departed with an air of indifference. Chapter 78, The Emperor's Fury, Lu Zhong's Dilemma. In the Imperial study, Yang Xianlong slammed a memorial to the ground with a resounding crack. What an utter farce. An absolute travesty. The Emperor's voice echoed throughout the study, inciting nervous gulps from the guards outside. Your Majesty, your health is paramount. Li Huayuan interjected hastily. Before Yang Xianlong knelt a man clad in the distinctive robe of the Jinui, a commander known as Jiang Jiantong, who was in his 40s and of a somewhat portly build. Jiang Jiantong shared a unique bond with Yang Xianlong, having grown up together by familial reckoning. He was an uncle to Yang Hongji. Although the Jinui were loyal to the crown prince, Yang Hongji, Jiang Jiantong remained steadfastly loyal to Yang Xianlong. Following the incidents involving Yang Wenwan and Sun Boyu, Yang Xianlong had entrusted the Jinui to investigate, particularly since Sun Boyu was the newly appointed deputy commander. Yang Xianlong picked up the fallen memorial, his eyes cold and calculating. 6 bodies in total, excluding Wanner and the prince consort, along with 2 Jinui captains. Who might the other 2 be? Replying to your majesty, we have conducted an investigation. According to a close attendant to the prince consort, he had commissioned 2 experts from the 7 Kills sect to assist in a certain task. If all is as it seems, those 2 should be the aforementioned experts. The 7 Kills sect? A band of assassins infiltrating Yinjing under your very noses. Jiang Jiantong, are your Jinui merely idling? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiantong hastily knelt in apology. It is my dereliction of duty that has allowed these miscreants an opportunity. I beseech your majesty to impose judgment. Li Huayuan quickly interjected. Your majesty, please temper your anger. Lord Zhang's oversight was unintentional. These 7 Kills sect rogues are indeed remarkably agile. With Li Huayuan's intervention, Yang Xuanlong's fury began to subside slightly. Very well, rise. Yang Xianlong gestured vacantly, and Jiang Jiantong stood as well. Since the remains of the 7 Kills sect are present, it is evident that Wanner's demise is, to some extent, intertwined with them. Thus, their existence is no longer warranted. As he spoke, Yang Xuanlong's tone shifted drastically, filling the study with an overwhelming aura of menace, his true energy surging forth from his dragon robe. This power revealed that Yang Xianlong was indeed a grandmaster, one at the pinnacle of his craft. Convey my decree. Commander Jiang Jiantong shall exert all efforts to eradicate the 7 Kills sect. I am eager to discover how these rogues managed to conceal themselves. This subject obeys. Jiang Jiantong bowed before gradually retreating. Once Jiang Jiantong departed, Yang Xianlong turned to Li Huayuan and inquired, Little Li, what news do we have on the movements of the Heavenly Lotus sect? Li Huayuan leaned in, speaking softly. Your Majesty, I have dispatched spies from the Eastern Depot across various regions and discovered 23 branches of the Heavenly Lotus sect, regrettably. They appear to have all vacated their posts. Clearly, they received advance warning. I have a thought that I am uncertain whether to express. Speak plainly, do not hedge. I suspect that there are still individuals within the court colluding with the demonic sect. Otherwise, they would not have concealed themselves so swiftly. Yang Xianlong nodded slightly. Contemplating before responding indifferently, you are to instruct the 6 doors to disseminate my decree. Within 1 month, they shall investigate all court officials. Those found to be in collusion with the demonic sect shall be met with severe punishment, and if necessary, execution may precede reporting. This subject obeys. Yang Xianlong then settled into his throne, taking a sip of the now slightly cool imperial tea. It is time to rectify the court. Some individuals may indulge in minor corruption, but if they have accepted benefits from the demonic sect, they shall pay the corresponding price. Would you not agree, Little Li? After meeting with the emperor, Jiang Jiantong hurried back to the Jinyui's headquarters. In the main hall of the Jinyui, another awaited his return, Lu Zhong, the deputy commander. Upon seeing Jiang Jiantong, Lu Zhong rushed forward, urgency etched upon his face. My lord, what did the emperor decree? Fortunately, his majesty did not impose punishment. He merely commanded us to exert all efforts to eradicate the 7 Kills sect. Lu Zhong sighed in relief. The untimely death of Sun Boyle, who had barely settled into his position as deputy commander, placed considerable pressure upon the Jinyui, compounded by the loss of 2 captains. My lord, I visited the Qianji Pavilion this morning and made some discoveries that I am uncertain whether to share. Jiang Jiantong's interest peaked at Lu Zhong's words, urgency flickering in his eyes. Speak swiftly. Although the princess's body is now charred beyond recognition, the bones remain intact. Based on the morphology of the cervical vertebrae, it is evident that her head was severed by a sword. I have already sent the remains to Qianji Pavilion, where the pavilion master examined them personally. The fracture at the neck is clean and precise. It must have been executed by a master swordsman well-versed in swift sword techniques. Jiang Jiantong nodded repeatedly, recognizing the significance of the sword wound, though he had not realized it was the work of a grandmaster-level swordsman. Continue. The records at Qianji Pavilion contain details of all grandmaster-level individuals, with a total of 106 swordsmen, of which only 18 are adept at swift sword techniques. Among these 18, 10 are either court officials or have close ties to the court, effectively ruling them out as suspects. I believe the perpetrator must be among the remaining 8. After hearing Lu Zhong's analysis, Jiang Jiantong nodded slightly. Having worked with Lu Zhong for many years, he had no doubts regarding his investigative abilities. I have taken note of the list of these 8 individuals and their recent activities. Allow me to present it to you. With that, Lu Zhong carefully retrieved a stack of papers from his bosom and handed it over. Jiang Jiantong took the list and scrutinized it closely. Xie Xiaofeng, leader of the Jiangzhou sword sect, has been in seclusion for several months, striving to reach the Grandmaster realm. Lu Yuber, a resident of the Wanfeng Guild, is consumed by the art of strategy, spending all his time engaged in chess matches. Yu Luan, the wealthy merchant Yan Duo's personal bodyguard, is never far from his side. With each page Jiang Jiantong turned, he shook his head slightly until he reached the final entry. Qiu Ruhan, the wife of the Fire Blue Pavilion's master, is also an operative of the Heavenly Lotus sect in Yinjing. She was captured alive by the 6 doors and died in prison 3 days ago. Jiang Jiantong furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. 3 days prior, the princess was attacked, and now Qiu Ruhan has also met her demise on the same day. What an uncanny coincidence. How did Qiu Ruhan perish? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong stepped forward, stating, I have inquired into the matter, and it is said that she succumbed to a contagious illness. Her remains have already been cremated. With a disdainful snort, Jiang Jiantong forcefully slammed the list onto the table, causing the fine sandalwood surface to splinter into pieces. Who apprehended her within the 6 doors, and who conducted the interrogation? Lu Zhong pondered for a moment before responding. Reporting to you, my lord, it was the newly appointed assistant of the 6 doors, Shui Wanping.